The myriad races awaken, and ferocious beasts wreak havoc. Su Liang, reborn after awakening a worthless B-grade divine seal, gains the ability to transform beastly powers, cradling the unripe Empress in his hands, treating her like a cherished little wife. Bai Qianqian awakens the SSS-Rank Flame Divine Seal, capturing the attention of the masses, and those who once bullied her rush to fawn over her. Sycophant 1. You possess a 1 in a million SSS-grade Divine Seal, while Su Liang is merely a trashy B-grade. He is unworthy of you. Sycophant 2. Join me instead. That useless fool is not worthy, and together we could produce stronger offspring. Sycophant 3. What right does that worthless wretch have to earn your love? He is nothing but refuse. Bai Qianqian, all of you get lost. Su Liang is my man. Anyone who touches him shall face my wrath. Not even Jesus can save him. Mark my words. Su Liang, thank you for your affection. My dear wife, I love you. Bai Qianqian, I love you. Chapter 1. Reborn, I shall first cling tightly to the thigh of the Empress. Su Liang, fearing for his life, has lingered in a state of survival for decades. Yet at this moment, he perceives death as a release, a form of glory. In the battle of the fallen empire, the stunningly talented Empress Bai Qianqian blooms like a night blooming Sirius amidst destruction. She shatters 10 divine seals, perishing together with the world-destroying beast. Su Liang is caught in the fray, obliterated within, yet he dies without regret. This is the last scene Su Liang witnesses, calmly embracing death. In Rongqing's Shenj Second High School, dusk approaches during the dismissal hour, cicadas chirping incessantly. On the playground, the school belle Lung Lianshuang stands elegantly, donned in a floral dress, resembling a delicate white flower, with a full bosom and long, snow-white legs that draw admiring gazes and salivating onlookers. She gazes indifferently at Su Liang, who clutches a bouquet, maintaining her aloof school belle persona. Students have gathered around, eager to watch the spectacle. The school belle is absolutely stunning. Tisk, TSK, that guy who won't give up until he reaches the Yellow River. I truly envy his courage. He should take a good look in the mirror. Does he honestly believe the school belle would notice him? How many times has he confessed? Does he not know when to give up? I think Su Liang from Class 7 is quite handsome, and he shares classes with the school belle. They seem to get along well. What if he succeeds? I find that unlikely. Until she awakens her divine seal, the school belle won't accept any confessions. Exactly. For a beauty like Lung Lianshuang, her choice must be someone with at least an A-grade divine seal, right? A cacophony of voices surrounds him. Su Liang suddenly opens his eyes, gasping for breath several times, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. A school? Did he not perish in the self-detonation of the flame divine seal belonging to Empress Bai Qianqian? He is not dead. The scene before him feels eerily familiar. It is the moment he confessed to Lung Lianshuang when he was 18. He has been reborn. Time has reversed. Su Liang was utterly astonished, gazing at the flowers in his arms. Their texture and the sweltering heat of the summer were undeniable evidence that he had been reborn, returned to his youth. Su Liang turned his attention to Lung Lianshuang, the woman whose memory had begun to fade, now inexplicably standing before him once more. She remained breathtakingly beautiful. At 18, her purity was accentuated, making her the dream goddess of most boys at Shinjuan No. 2 school. Su Liang, have you had enough of your antics? Lung Lianshuang spoke with a cold and composed demeanor. Su Liang rolled his eyes inwardly. Indeed, it was the same old phrase. Did she have to be so predictable? She was still that proud Lung Lianshuang, the aloof campus beauty, high and mighty. In his previous life, Lung Lianshuang awakened an S-rank divine imprint, garnering widespread attention as she ascended to become a 45th level 5 imprint divine general, while he, despite his utmost efforts, barely reached the 20s, just a humble 3 imprint divine master. Before her awakening, their relationship was tolerable. To put it bluntly, he was rather diligent in his affection for her. After she awakened her S-rank divine imprint, she deliberately distanced herself from Su Liang, ignoring him as if they were strangers. In fact, during a perilous mission, not only did Lung Lianshuang refuse to save him, but she also used his body to attract the attention of ferocious beasts, nearly leading to his demise at their jaws. This event thoroughly opened Su Liang's eyes to the woman before him. His expression was peculiar. The timing of his rebirth felt somewhat awkward. This time, he ought to keep his distance from her yet. Not yet, Su Liang replied calmly. Lung Liangshuang gazed at him with indifference, a fleeting flicker of annoyance crossing her pupils. In his past life, he had failed to notice that she had always regarded him as nothing more than an annoying sycophant. The surrounding classmates wore expressions of mockery. It was evident that he had failed. The campus beauty would never accept your confession. Take a good look at yourself. A chorus of scornful laughter erupted around them. Lung Liangshuang said coldly, I'll say this one last time. Before my awakening, I will not accept anyone's confession. If you continue this way, we might as well not be friends. Watching the childish scene unfold before him, Su Liang felt an urge to punch his past self. What a disgrace. However, since he had been reborn, he could not afford to be foolish this time. It was time to embrace something new. Su Liang chuckled self-deprecatingly, appearing to become more detached and indifferent as he looked at the flowers in his hand, saying, These flowers were purchased for myself, a celebration of my liberation. Lung Liangshuang was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place. Bought for himself? Liberation? Su Liang seemed transformed. Lung Liangshuang, from this day forward, I no longer harbor feelings for you, and let us not be friends. You have never regarded me as one, have you? Su Liang nearly retched internally. Indeed, being the pure love warrior was no easy feat, yet distancing himself from her might yielded a sense of guilt on her part for a while. Not a loss, just a childish game, as if playing house with a group of children. In that moment, Lung Liangshuang gazed at Su Liang's eyes, now filled with a sense of relief, and felt as if her heart had been tugged. No longer liked, it seemed she had lost something profoundly significant, leaving her heart feeling hollow. Witnessing this scene, everyone was momentarily stunned. What? It was not a confession, but a farewell. Goodness, what a talent, my friend. It could be played this way as well. After all these years of confessing, although the campus beauty outwardly reacted with disdain, it was clear that some camaraderie remained. This was a new approach. Many female classmates began to feel a twinge of sympathy for Su Liang. The relentless pure love warrior had fallen at this moment, as if to embrace him with love, leaving him breathless. Lung Liangshuang truly felt as though she had been struck by thunder. No longer liked, her heart felt suddenly empty. She indeed had numerous admirers, but among them, Su Liang possessed the finest appearance and was the most attentive. She had held back, hoping to see if he would qualify to be her boyfriend after her awakening. Yet, now that her awakening was imminent, he no longer liked her. Could she not wait a little longer? Was this a deliberate display of defiance? Lung Liangshuang clenched her delicate fist, feigning composure. Very well. If you have the ability, never let me see your face again. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's acting skills came into play. He nodded, smiling like a spring breeze. He gestured with relief. All good. Su Liang's smile this time truly pierced Lung Liangshuang's heart, leaving her with an inexplicable ache, as if he were walking away from her without a backward glance, reminiscent of a scene from a youthful film. This was about as far as the performance should go. He should maintain his distance from her in this life. Having been reborn, why engage with her? The priority now was to seek the future Empress. The future Empress, Bai Qianqian, was still a student just like him. Moreover, she was his classmate. In his memories, the Empress had never had any close companions. If he could seize this opportunity, in this apocalyptic world, clinging to the Empress's leg for support would be a delightful prospect. Even if his divine imprint could not be altered, the Empress's protection would allow him to live a carefree life, which was indeed tempting. Upon contemplating this, Su Liang felt a slight shiver within his heart. He was aware of the true reason behind the downfall of the Empress. Thus, he had an opportunity to avert that tragic fate. Would this mean that the Empress would escape death? This was a divine opportunity bestowed upon him. He intended to cling tightly to the Empress, refusing to let go. A smile graced Su Liang's face as he hurriedly recalled where Bai Qianqian might be at this moment. Lung Liangshuang stood frozen in place for a long while. Was it really so simple to declare disinterest? After all the kindness she had afforded him over the years, would she now be perceived as a cold-hearted woman simply because she chose to leave? She could hardly believe that Su Liang was expressing his true feelings. It must be a ploy to feign indifference and salvage his pride. Su Liang, do not come to regret this. Lung Lianshuang replied coldly. Su Liang laughed nonchalantly. Regret? For what? You are no celestial being. The matter has been made clear. Farewell. Su Liang turned to depart, but his steps suddenly faltered. No, there was still a critical turning point in this classic scenario. That self-proclaimed guardian of flowers was bound to leap forth and strike him. The students surrounding the scene were electrified. Today's spectacle was far more intriguing than usual. This fellow was quite impressive. Lung Lianshuang was somewhat infuriated. Su Liang must have taken some ill-advised medicine today. She clenched her delicate fist, vowing to ignore him. Just then, a chilling voice rang out. Su Liang, your insufferable self is itching for a fight. Is it? Su Liang sighed inwardly. The quintessential moment had arrived. How could his previous life have been so indescribable? A man of ambition should not squander time on such frivolities. As this voice echoed, the onlookers were taken aback. It is Zhang Tianhao, the captain of Class 7. Su Liang is doomed. Zhang Tianhao is also a fervent admirer of Lung Lianshuang. These two have always clashed. Zhang Tianhao must think Su Liang is once again pestering the school bell and is ready to take action. Zhang Tianhao's fighting skills are rated A. Su Liang is in for a rough time. Su Liang's skills are only rated B. He stands no chance. In that very instant, a figure as swift as the wind darted forth from behind Lung Lianshuang. A fist was raised, hurtling towards Su Liang's face. The surrounding students were in a state of eager anticipation. The school did not prohibit friendly sparring, as combat was a compulsory subject for them, all in preparation for the divine awakening. Observing the impending punch, Su Liang remained remarkably calm. In his previous life, Zhang Tianhao had attacked as well, and he had endured some hardship, yet he foolishly continued to pursue Lung Lianshuang. However, things were different now. Reborn, though he had yet to awaken his divine seal, he possessed decades of practical combat experience stored in his mind. Faced with that punch, Su Liang exhibited no trace of panic. At that moment, it seemed Lung Lianshuang also wished for Zhang Tianhao to teach Su Liang a lesson, but demeanor indifferent. Was it a strategy of feigned indifference? Zhang Tianhao's punch was exceptionally fierce. Should it land, Su Liang would likely be spitting blood. In that moment, it seemed all the students had already visualized Su Liang being sent sprawling, bloodied. Yet, Su Liang's heart remained tranquil. It felt as though a voice within him murmured, "Shift left 9 inches, extend your leg." It was as if his very soul had transformed. His body's coordination had significantly improved. He sidestepped and extended his leg. This seemingly simple evasion was imbued with the essence of practical combat techniques he had honed over decades in his past life. Zhang Tianhao unleashed his punch, confident of victory. Yet, in the next instant, he was astonished to discover that his fist had met nothing but air. Inertia propelled him past Su Liang, and in that fleeting moment, he distinctly saw Su Liang's lips curl into 2 mocking words. Fool! Moreover, unbeknownst to him, Su Liang's foot had extended at some point, landing a heavy trip on his ankle. In that moment, Zhang Tianhao felt a surge of frustration. What was happening? He lost all sense of balance and flew out, landing in an undignified heap. The scene fell instantly silent, all eyes wide with disbelief. What had transpired? Even in Lung Lianshuang's icy gaze, a flicker of astonishment emerged. Such a response, berated? A slight smile graced Su Liang's lips as he stretched his youthful form. How delightful it was to be reborn. Youth felt splendid, and this body was a long-lost treasure. Chapter 2. The Empress's Development Plan. Zhang Tianhao found himself bewildered as he soared through the air, a fiery pain searing across his face. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of indignation washed over him. How could he have been so easily evaded? In the past, he could effortlessly overpower this opponent. No. Such a scenario was utterly impossible. It must have been a mere fluke on Su Liang's part, a blunder of his own making. Zhang Tianhao sprawled on the ground, slammed his palms against the earth, flipped his body, and sprang to his feet with the agility of a carp leaping from the water. Su Liang! He bellowed in fury. The surrounding classmates, previously stunned, were jolted back to reality. What had just transpired? The one who should have been sent flying, Su Liang, had instead become Zhang Tianhao himself? The combat skills ranged from D to A, with each level containing subtle divisions, such as A, A. Su Liang was merely a B, while Zhang Tianhao boasted an A rank, indicating a considerable disparity between them. Logically, it should have been Su Liang who was sent reeling by Zhang Tianhao. Yet, astonishingly, it was Zhang Tianhao who had been propelled away, his clothes tattered from friction. Zhang Tianhao was consumed by rage. Su Liang, maintaining an air of indifference, retorted, "Why are you calling for your father? Are you hungry?" The classmates gasped in shock. This time, Su Liang was surely in for a world of trouble. Having just taken a punch, Zhang Tianhao might have let it slide, but now. Many students shook their heads, fearing that Su Liang would not leave this encounter unscathed. Zhang Tianhao's eyes burned with fury. "You seek death." Su Liang sighed. "You really shouldn't come at me. You'll only end up regretting it. Besides, I will no longer pursue Lung Liangsang. She will be yours. Hurry and take her home." Su Liang's words ignited a furious reaction from Lung Liangsang, who was seething at the implication of being so casually dismissed. Zhang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to process the notion of Su Liang no longer vying for her affection. This was indeed a fortunate turn of events. However, having suffered such humiliation, vengeance was still necessary. In a moment of heated impulse, he declared, "If you cling to Liangsang, you are courting death. I want to rest until I instill fear in you." Su Liang felt a headache coming on. It was best to resolve this quickly so he could seek out Bai Qianqian. With a sardonic smile, he quipped, "Did you have something foul for lunch? Your bravado is quite audacious." The classmates were astonished. How could he dare to provoke Zhang Tianhao further? With a furious shout, Zhang Tianhao stomped forward, this time with greater ferocity. "I'll deal with you." He charged, fists raised, but Su Liang remained unperturbed. Many classmates sighed inwardly, recognizing that Su Liang was likely in for a disastrous outcome. Zhang Tianhao came from a privileged background and had influential relatives. Most would think twice before crossing him. Only one person sensed something amiss, Lung Liangsang. She knew Su Liang well. It was astonishing to see him so composed in the face of an A-rank combatant like Zhang Tianhao. This was highly unusual. The Su Liang of old would never have behaved in such a manner. The ensuing spectacle only confirmed Lung Liangsang's suspicions. Zhang Tianhao's attacks were brutally relentless, targeting Su Liang's vital points. The school permitted combat training but forbade any serious incidents, especially involving unawakened students, who were regarded as precious. Yet Zhang Tianhao, with his wealth and power, clearly had no qualms about such matters. Feeling humiliated by Su Liang, he was intent on exacting revenge. However, despite his ferocious onslaught, he failed to land even a scratch on Su Liang. Instead, it felt as if he were being toyed with, akin to an old man playing with a child. Observers noted that while Su Liang was retreating, his steps were remarkably steady. When had he grown this formidable? Wasn't he merely a B rank? Many felt a tremor of disbelief. As Zhang Tianhao, frustrated by his inability to strike Su Liang, roared, "Are you a turtle hiding in its shell? Do you dare to take a hit?" Su Liang smirked internally. Manipulating Zhang Tianhao was an effortless task. It was time to show him a thing or two. With his current combat experience, teasing Zhang Tianhao was a simple endeavor, but it was best to bring this to a swift conclusion. With a sharp gaze, Su Liang sidestepped Zhang Tianhao's punch, pivoting to his side and delivering a vicious elbow strike to the back of his opponent. In an instant, the earlier scene repeated itself as Zhang Tianhao once again found himself crashing to the ground in a humiliating manner, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. What just happened? How is it possible that Zhang Tianhao could not land a blow on Su Liang? This is utterly bizarre. Is Su Liang's fighting skill truly only a B? Zhang Tianhao lay on the ground, consumed by humiliation. "I will kill you," Su Liang replied nonchalantly, "Fool." At that moment, the homeroom teacher, who had refrained from intervening, furrowed her brow. What was wrong with Zhang Tianhao? If this continued, he would certainly find himself in dire straits. She quickly interjected, "Everyone, cease at once." She rushed over. Donned in a white blouse with a somewhat revealing undergarment and a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her figure, her demeanor radiating authority. Upon recognizing her, Su Liang paused, momentarily taken aback. It was the formidable Liao Yuqian, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, a level 10 junior chosen one. She had chosen to teach at this school, as her potential had reached its limit. A woman of considerable ambition, she harbored a temperament that could rival even the fiercest of divine generals. Su Liang did not wish to judge her harshly, but her disdain for students from impoverished backgrounds was palpable. She often wielded lofty principles to belittle students and gravitated towards those from affluent families. Her presence compelled Su Liang to reconsider his intentions to teach Zhang Tianhao a lesson. Liao Yuqian turned her ire towards Su Liang, scolding, "What is the meaning of this ruckus? School is dismissed. You should hurry home. If you wish to spar, do so in combat class, not here." Su Liang regarded her with cold disdain, fully expecting such a response from the self-righteous teacher. Excuse me, teacher. It was he who struck first. Before he could finish, Liao Yuqian's fury erupted. You dare insult a teacher? Silence. You'll pay for this insolence. Su Liang could only scoff internally. You're aware of your own shortcomings, yet you silence me? Liao Yuqian turned her attention back to Zhang Tianhao. Are you all right? Zhang Tianhao, overwhelmed by shame, barely managed to respond. Noticing Zhang Tianhao's injuries, Liao Yuqian glared at Su Liang. Look at what you've done. Is it necessary to inflict such harm over a mere schoolyard skirmish? Now you've drawn blood. I expect a 1,000-word reflection from you. How dare this self-important teacher disregard the facts? Open your eyes, old maid, and see who instigated this. Liao Yuqian, a tempest of fury, declared. You will face consequences for your defiance. Come with me to the discipline office. The classmates were astounded. What was happening? Su Liang was actually confronting their homeroom teacher. Was that permissible? Remarkable. Everyone fell silent. Su Liang glanced around, then stated, I'm not thirsty. So I won't be joining you for tea. Farewell. Su Liang presently harbored a desire to deliver a resounding rebuke to that old spinster. Truly, she was not worthy of his regard, reduced to nothingness after her awakening. He hastened away. The students from Class 7, hailing from ordinary families, felt a wave of relief wash over them, having long wished for someone to vocally chastise this old maid. Were the children of others not children? They perpetually shielded the offspring of the affluent without a second thought, unwilling to even feign neutrality, and yet, this was clearly not Su Liang's fault. Zhang Tianhao felt a prickling heat on his face, while Liao Yuqian seemed to sense something amiss. Disperse. Aren't you all heading home? Liao Yuqian admonished everyone around her, prompting them to scatter immediately. She cast a glance at Su Liang. Come, accompany me to the political education office. I expect to see your self-reflection tomorrow. Su Liang rolled his eyes, declaring, I said I wouldn't go. As for that self-reflection, let whoever wishes to write it do so. I certainly won't. He muttered a curse under his breath. I'll reflect on your mother. With that, he turned on his heel and swiftly departed. Unwilling to stoop to the level of this old maid, Liao Yuqian's face fluctuated between shades of anger and embarrassment. Su Liang. But by then, he had already made his escape. Long Lianshuang remained silent for a moment, gazing at Su Liang's retreating figure, convinced that he must have lost his mind today. She too walked away. Zhang Tianhao, feeling anxious, said, Thank you. Teacher, I'm fine. I'll be leaving now. He hurriedly pursued Long Lianshuang. Liao Yuqian intended to offer her condolences to Zhang Tianhao, but the opportunity had passed. Lianshuang, may I walk you home? Unfortunately, despite Zhang Tianhao's earnestness, Long Lianshuang maintained her frigid demeanor. No need, she curtly replied. Zhang Tianhao forced a smile, saying, All right, rest assured, if Su Liang bothers you again, I'll certainly chase him off. Yet, Long Lianshuang paid no heed to his words. Her mind was consumed by Su Liang's earlier remarks, and the mere thought of them made her feel as if her chest was tightening. Su Liang, you will come to regret this. You won't dislike me forever, will you? She did not believe it. Lianshuang, are you planning to practice at my family's combat arena today? The awakening is imminent. Not today, she replied, still cold. Zhang Tianhao chuckled awkwardly. Fine, we can discuss it tomorrow. He gazed in the direction Su Liang had vanished, his expression darkening. You wish to humiliate me before Lianshuang? This matter is far from over. Tomorrow's combat class, we'll see how many you can defeat. Just wait. After leaving the playground, Su Liang briefly reflected on some experiences from his past life. Liao Yuqian, that old spinster, had desperately sought to cling to the powerful, yet ultimately only ascended to the rank of a second-level divine envoy. Her vile demeanor was nauseating to behold. It seemed she later became the mistress of the head of education, only to be dismissed in the end. Su Liang quickly dismissed her from his thoughts. Such individuals were unworthy of his time. Contemplating his own life, relying solely on his mediocre talent, it would be quite challenging to survive. He needed to firmly grasp the coattails of the Phoenix Empress. She was a top-tier chosen one who had awakened an SSS-level divine seal. With divine prowess, she ascended to the realm of the 10-sealed divine emperor, becoming the 4th divine emperor of Huaxia and the only female among them. In his previous life, she had bloomed like a delicate night-blooming Sirius, only to be wronged and perish shortly after ascending to divinity. It was truly a pity. Yet, her achievements were formidable. Her life was brief and solitary. Even with her own Phoenix celestial army, she had no close companions, keeping everyone at arm's length. It was said that she had traversed her path alone, only forming the celestial army at the behest of the other 3 divine emperors after her ascension. Even as a divine emperor, she indulged not in pleasure, spending the majority of her time embroiled in battles against otherworldly beasts. She had slain countless 8-star and 9-star beasts, becoming the new totem of Huaxia. The other 3 divine emperors sought to take her as a wife, but were all rebuffed. She was destined to shine. Unfortunately, She was betrayed by a traitor, an 80-plus level divine marshal, who grievously wounded her at a critical moment in battle. This forced her to self-destruct her divine seal to vanquish a 10-star beast in the final confrontation. Now, with Su Liang reborn, he mused that with his talent, he might only reach the level of a third-level divine master in this life. It would be far more advantageous to cling to the Empress's coattails. Those who could awaken divine seals were known as chosen ones, yet such individuals were few and far between. Perhaps out of 10, only 3 would qualify, with 2.5 possessing the lowest tier of divine seals, unable to become formidable chosen ones, akin to the old spinster. Chosen ones were ranked as follows: 1st level divine master, 2nd level divine envoy, 3rd level divine master, 4th level divine warrior, 5th level divine general, 6th level divine king, 7th level divine sovereign, 8th level divine venerable, 9th level divine sect leader, and 10th level divine emperor. Furthermore, awakened divine seals are classified into levels C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. He himself had only awakened a B-level seal, which was rather mediocre, and it seemed that a 3rd-level divine master might be his limit. He had often been mocked for his B-level combat skills combined with a B-level divine seal, collectively referred to as Double B. It truly seemed wiser to cling to the future Empress's coattails, altering his fate alongside hers. Currently, the Empress was still an ordinary person who had not awakened her potential. Thus, there lay an opportunity. Later, the decisive Phoenix Empress, known for her icy demeanor, had a personality shaped significantly by her family and her experiences during her student days. In other words, Bai Qianqian was not living well. It could even be said that her situation was dire. The legendary life of the Phoenix Empress had since been scrutinized, yielding numerous benefits for this school of divine awakening. The city of Rongqing had also been elevated in status due to the Empress's birth. Su Liang pondered. He remembered that in his past life, having been high school classmates with the Phoenix Empress, he had always looked up to Bai Qianqian. Yet, their worlds were vastly different. One was a lofty empress, while the other was a lowly chosen one with a pitiful talent. There would be no intersection in their lives. However, he had meticulously investigated and reviewed his high school life, recording everything related to Bai Qianqian. He recalled that it was after his confession that she had seemingly missed school for over a week. Could something have transpired today? After a moment's contemplation, he decided it was best to check on her. Perhaps he could offer assistance and wound tea that boost his favorability with her. A faint smile crept across Su Liang's lips as he made his way toward Bai Qianqian's home, a bold idea blossoming in his mind. With the foresight granted by his rebirth, he could orchestrate a series of timely interventions to aid the Empress in need. Chapter 3. Bringing the Empress home. In the eastern part of Rongqing, a modest residential area lay, devoid of towering buildings, with only simple houses dotting the landscape. Just as the young girl arrived home, she hadn't even set down her backpack when she heard a slurred voice emanating from within the house. "Scoundrel, where's the wine? Hurry up and fetch me some. Where would I get the money to buy you more wine? And you dare to talk back? Do you think I am unaware of your hidden money? Hurry and buy me some alcohol, or I shall end your life." A choked voice echoed from within the room. "Bai Huajing, if you have the guts, then go ahead and kill me. I no longer wish to live. If it weren't for Qianqian, do you think I would willingly serve you? Over the years, have you earned a single penny? All you do is drink and gamble. Are you even a man? Damn it, you wretched scoundrel, how dare you insult me? Without me, could you have survived this long? I will kill you." The resounding slap was audible even from outside the room. Alongside it came the sound of clattering objects. In that instant, the young girl's eyes brimmed with tears. She dashed into the room like a tempest, only to find her mother lying on the ground with blood seeping from her forehead. Bai Qianqian trembled with rage. "Mom." She rushed over to lift her mother off the ground, her heart aching with compassion. She cast a venomous glare at the drunken man, her father, who displayed no remorse. Her heart brimmed with hatred for him. "Bai Huajing, you are a disgrace." Bai Huajing, upon seeing Bai Qianqian return, paid no heed to the injured Lu Xian. "Girl, go get me some wine." Bai Qianqian's tears streamed down her face as she shouted, "Why don't you just drink yourself to death? Get out." Bai Huajing, incensed by her defiance, roared, "How dare you speak back to me, your father? I'll teach you a lesson." He lunged at her, delivering a vicious slap across her delicate face. The sound echoed painfully in the room, and Lu Xian's heart bled at the sight. "You beast." "Bai Huajing, Qianqian is your daughter." Bai Qianqian was knocked to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. Yet, she did not cry out in pain. This had become a familiar ordeal. Her heart felt like ash, and she vowed to escape this beast's clutches with her mother as soon as possible. "Qianqian, are you all right?" Lu Xian enveloped her fragile form in a protective embrace. Bai Qianqian, her expression calm, shook her head. "Mom, I'm fine. Let's go to the hospital." She attempted to help Lu Xian up, but Bai Huajing would not allow it. "Money for the hospital, but not for wine. Hurry, get me some wine. Bai Qianqian bellowed, his inebriated state making him seem on the verge of collapse. Yet he clung to his obsession with alcohol. Bai Qianqian glared fiercely at her drunken father. If you have the guts, then kill us. Bai Qianqian retorted, fine. Today, I shall end your lives once and for all. Like a wild beast, his eyes burned with rage, devoid of familial affection. He seized a nearby stick and swung it menacingly at the mother and daughter. I'll teach you both for not bringing me wine. In that moment, despair enveloped Bai Qianqian. She held her mother tightly, wishing for death to come swiftly, for living held no meaning. Lu Xian screamed in terror. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a figure burst into the room, shielding the mother and daughter with their back, absorbing the blow meant for them. Thud! A dull thud resonated within the room. In that instant, the anticipated pain did not come. Bai Qianqian was stunned to see someone embracing them. She turned sharply to find a familiar yet strange face beside her. Su Liang, her classmate, the one who admired Lung Liushuang. How could he be here, protecting them? At that moment, Su Liang appeared as a ray of light piercing through her bleak existence. Su Liang's face contorted in pain. He hardly cared for any notions of heroism. The pain from the blow was searing, and without divine protection, he felt vulnerable. But he had no time to dwell on it. He turned to the drunken Bai Qianqian. How can such a beast exist? Bai Qianqian, enraged, shouted, damn it, you little bastard. Is this your little white face you've been sneaking around with? I'll kill you both. As he prepared to swing the stick again, Su Liang's eyes flashed with determination. He swiftly dodged the drunken man's blow, sidestepped beside him, and delivered a fierce chop to the back of his head. Bai Qianqian collapsed, unconscious. Su Liang winced from the pain in his hand, fearing he might have broken something with that strike. Seeing the drunkard down, he sighed in relief and turned to Bai Qianqian and her mother. Bai Qianqian, are you all right? Bai Qianqian remained dazed, unable to comprehend how this classmate, who rarely spoke to her, had suddenly appeared and saved them. Su Liang was also momentarily stunned. He could hardly fathom that the future empress, revered as a queen, now looked so pitiful, tears streaking her delicate face. A trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, a sight that tugged at his heartstrings. He had seen the promotional posters of the regal figure, filled with an air of noble indifference, and could scarcely believe that at this moment, she appeared as a frail and vulnerable girl enduring such a tragic fate. It was no wonder she remained alone in the future. Her toxic family background had seemingly frozen her heart. Su Liang felt a surreal sensation, realizing that in this life, he was so close to the legendary empress of the future. Qianqian, Lu Xian called out. Bai Qianqian snapped back to reality. Mom, I'm fine. Let me help you up. She reached out to assist Lu Xian, and Su Liang hurried over to lend a hand. They exchanged glances at the unconscious Bai Qianqian. Lu Xian's tears flowed freely, filled with remorse. But him. Su Liang replied calmly. Don't worry, Auntie, he's just passed out. He'll be fine. You both need to tend to your injuries. Lu Xian nodded, striving to calm herself and restrain her tears. You are Qianqian's classmate, right? Auntie, I'm Su Liang, a classmate of Bai Qianqian. At this point, Bai Qianqian turned her gaze towards Su Liang. Thank you. You seem to be hurt as well. Is it serious? Su Liang shook his head. I'm fine. But you both should get to the hospital. Lu Xian quickly shook her head. No, thank you, Su Liang. I'm sorry you had to witness such an embarrassing scene. Su Liang replied earnestly. Auntie, it's nothing to worry about. Rest assured, I won't speak of this to anyone. But you really need to take care of your injuries, and I need to take care of mine too. Besides, you wouldn't want to wait for him to wake up and continue the abuse, would you? We should leave quickly. Lu Xian hesitated, for she simply lacked the funds for a hospital visit. Bai Qianqian also spoke up. Mom, let's go to the small clinic for a checkup. It's all right. I still have some money. Su Liang remained silent, yet he could discern the underlying struggle of the family. They were evidently experiencing financial hardship. At last, Su Liang comprehended why Bai Qianqian had not attended school for an entire week in her previous life. It was undoubtedly due to the severe beating both mother and daughter had endured today, necessitating a trip to the hospital. It was truly unexpected that a future empress would have such a lamentable existence during her school years. With Su Liang's assistance, they made their way to the clinic, where their wounds were examined and treated. A long bruise appeared on Su Liang's back, inciting a wave of guilt within Bai Qianqian. Once they had finished, the two stood at the clinic's entrance. I'm sorry for getting you injured as well, Bai Qianqian murmured, gazing down, her small, calloused hands fidgeting nervously. At that moment, Su Liang truly scrutinized the girl before him. She possessed a solid foundation, but perhaps due to prolonged malnutrition, she appeared somewhat gaunt. Yet, her eyes were clear and vibrant. Considering the circumstances of his past life, the so-called campus beauty, Lung Liushuang, was nothing in comparison. The girl before him was the true beauty. With a bit of makeup and proper nourishment, she could easily outshine Lung Liushuang by leaps and bounds. Su Liang offered a gentle smile. It's nothing. As a boy, I often get injured from fighting, and I'll recover soon. Bai Qianqian glanced up at Su Liang, only to find him observing her, causing her to quickly avert her gaze again. I will repay you for these medical expenses, she insisted. Su Liang shook his head. No need, it's not a substantial amount. No, I must repay you, Bai Qianqian argued, shaking her head. Su Liang chuckled lightly. If you insist on repaying me, I simply want to accept it. Are you going back home afterward? He inquired. If he wakes up, he surely won't let this go. At these words, a flicker of confusion passed through Bai Qianqian's clear eyes. Where would they go if they didn't return home? Su Liang hesitated, pondering whether to invite the Empress to his home. How about you and your mother move in with me? It would keep you away from that drunkard. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian froze momentarily, disbelief etched on her face as she stared at Su Liang. What? Did I hear you correctly? The prospect of staying at his home was utterly astonishing. Chapter 4, Bloodthirsty Rat. Su Liang observed Bai Qianqian's shocked expression, chuckling inwardly. Presently, Bai Qianqian appeared frail, yet her lively eyes were captivating. In other words, she was both sweet and fierce, capable of embodying a regal queen or exhibiting an adorably naive demeanor. Su Liang elaborated. My home consists of a small courtyard with 2 vacant rooms. I live with my grandfather, and there are no others in the house. If you think it's feasible, you and your mother could move in, especially since your father's potential for violence poses a significant risk. Bai Qianqian was flustered. She never anticipated Su Liang would make such a suggestion. She decisively shook her head. No, thank you for your kindness, but I wouldn't want to impose. My mother wouldn't agree either. Su Liang sighed softly. All right, I want to press the matter further. At that moment, Lu Xian emerged. Qianqian, let us head home. Bai Qianqian nodded. Yes, Mom, I'll help you. She supported Lu Xian's arm and glanced back at Su Liang. Su Liang, you should hurry back as well. It's getting dark, and it's unsafe outside. Su Liang paused for a moment before responding. I'll escort you both home, then I'll return. Bai Qianqian hesitated. Lu Xian smiled. Xiao Liang, you have a kind heart. Thank you. Su Liang grinned. Auntie, it's my duty. Qianqian and I are classmates, and we should help each other. Lu Xian nodded with a smile. Yet, Bai Qianqian felt a sudden pang in her heart. Qianqian? She lowered her head slightly, unable to meet Su Liang's gaze. What did he mean by that? Was his presence here merely a coincidence? Bai Qianqian dismissed the absurd thought. Everyone knew Su Liang favored the campus beauty, Lung Lianshuang. How could he possibly like her, the ugly duckling? It must have been a coincidence. However, she hadn't anticipated that Su Liang had such a noble character. Given the unique circumstances of the current world, where an extraordinary event occurred 3 centuries ago, countless aberrant beasts wreaked havoc on human society, leading to a drastic decline in population. The global population now numbered less than 1 billion. To minimize the nocturnal illumination attracting these beasts, high-intensity lighting was prohibited during specific hours. Skyscrapers had diminished, especially in civilian districts, which were now scarce. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, foot traffic dwindled. They needed to return quickly, otherwise, it would delay Su Liang's return home. Su Liang smiled reassuringly. Auntie, don't worry. Generally, there won't be significant issues. The city guards patrol at night. In the civilian district, a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Suddenly, a man clad in a black robe emerged from the end of a narrow alley. Captain, we have arrived at the designated location. Soon, voices from 2 others, one male and one female, crackled through the earpiece. Captain, we have reached the specified position. Captain, we have arrived at the designated location. Immediately after, a cold, commanding voice resonated through the earpiece. Activate the forbidden divine realm. Yes, yes, yes. Simultaneously, in 2 other sectors of the civilian district, identical figures in black robes executed the same maneuvers. The black-robed men peeled off a metal slab the size of a human head from their backs and hurled it to the ground. With a swift slap on the metal, a glowing mark on their arms flickered. They chanted in unison, "Open." At that moment, a beam of light soared from the metal slab, reaching nearly 100 meters into the sky, while 2 illuminated walls emerged simultaneously from the other sectors. Within moments, the connections were completed. Viewed from above, it resembled a colossal triangular cage. After completing this, the black-robed man finally relaxed slightly. The captain's cold voice echoed in the earpiece. All remaining personnel, immediately hunt down the bloodthirsty rats. Minimize casualties. Yes. The man maintained a calm expression as he listened to the voice in his ear. He retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a ring of smoke. The smoke coiled lazily into the night, gradually distorting and dissipating. Suddenly, a clear, urgent voice of a girl pierced through the earpiece. Captain, 2 bloodthirsty rats have escaped from the forbidden divine realm. Captain, in which direction? The girl's voice quickly responded, in the direction of Laogong. Upon hearing this, The man's spirit surged, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. The captain's voice commanded, "Gong Lai is yours." Gong Lai smirked, "Understood. Xiaolon, provide me with their location." The girl's melodic voice resonated in the earpiece. "They have crossed the Forbidden Divine Realm and are heading west. Approximately 1.5 kilometers away." "Got it." Gong Lai transformed into a shadow, racing through the night. On the other side, having just delivered Bai Qianqian and her daughter to their doorstep, they beheld the radiant glow of the Forbidden Divine Realm. Lu Xian's expression soured. "I cannot fathom what other monstrous creatures may have emerged. Su Liang, departing now might prove perilous. Perhaps it would be wise for you to stay the night." Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian seemed flustered at the notion of him residing here. Where would he sleep? Surely, sharing a room with her was out of the question, as her home lacked any other accommodations. Su Liang cast a glance at the Forbidden Divine Realm and remarked, "Auntie, perhaps this cleansing will conclude swiftly. The disappearance of the Forbidden Divine Realm would signify that the beasts have been vanquished. I could wait a little longer." In truth, Su Liang was acutely aware that whether or not the Forbidden Divine Realm vanished, danger lingered perpetually. Lu Xian assured, "It will be fine. You are welcome to stay here." Bai Qianqian dared not voice her thoughts. Su Liang smiled reassuringly. "Auntie, let us wait and see." Just as they reached the threshold of the house, a furious voice erupted from within. "Wretched woman, where have you gone? Where's my wine? My dinner?" The intoxicated figure of Bai Huajing stormed out once more, face twisted in rage. Su Liang frowned. Was he still inebriated? How much had he consumed? Lu Xian and Bai Qianqian exchanged a glance, their hearts heavy with bitterness at the sight of Bai Huajing. Lu Xian, holding back her sorrow, said, "I will prepare your meal right away." Bai Huajing's gaze sharpened slightly, as if recalling something. "Wretched woman, you brought that pretty boy home, did you? It was that pretty boy who struck me, wasn't it? You deceitful harlot. Betraying me. I will end you." Bai Huajing, in a fit of madness, seized a wooden stick from the doorway and lunged at Lu Xian and the others. Lu Xian's heart sank. What sin had she committed to deserve this? Bai Qianqian, however, had already succumbed to despair, regarding the man before her with eyes devoid of emotion. Su Liang stepped forward. Under such circumstances, it was clear that the mother and daughter should not remain there any longer. Sooner or later, they would be struck down by this drunken brute. "Wretched woman, traitor!" Bai Huajing raised the wooden stick, swinging it towards them. Su Liang braced himself for the impending confrontation, yet Bai Qianqian and her mother remained motionless, seemingly unwilling to resist. At that critical juncture, a shadow materialized behind Bai Huajing in the darkness. Just as Bai Huajing prepared to swing the stick, the shadow lunged forward, revealing a bloodthirsty rat that sank its teeth into Bai Huajing's shoulder. In that instant, a piercing scream reverberated through the air. Su Liang's eyes widened in shock. Bloodthirsty rat. The mother and daughter, who had previously closed their eyes, now opened them to witness the horrifying scene. Blood streamed from Bai Huajing's shoulder, painting a gruesome picture. "Ah!" The two women screamed, their faces turning ashen. The bloodthirsty rat rose, towering over Bai Huajing, its crimson eyes filled with malice, violently thrashing him about. Bai Huajing's cries echoed for hundreds of meters. The two women were paralyzed with fear. Lu Xian gazed at Bai Huajing, her heart shattered. Huajing. Despite his alcoholism and domestic violence, Lu Xian felt a pang of sorrow in this moment. Bai Qianqian was also in a daze. Su Liang, disregarding everything, knew this was a first-tier beast. Without the Chosen's intervention, they stood little chance. He grasped the hands of the mother and daughter. Run. At such a moment, saving someone was a futile thought. They needed to flee. In his previous life, Su Liang could have easily dispatched a first-tier bloodthirsty rat. But now, without his divine mark awakened, he was vulnerable. The mother and daughter remained dazed. Lu Xian, pulled along by Su Liang, glanced back at Bai Huajing, whose screams were diminishing, tears streaming down her cheeks. Once a bloodthirsty rat finds its prey, it seldom attacks others, so this was their only chance to escape. However, just as Su Liang had dragged them a mere 10 meters away, their steps suddenly froze. Before them stood another bloodthirsty rat. Su Liang's heart sank. It was over. In the next moment, the bloodthirsty rat charged towards them like it had spotted a delectable meal. In a reflexive act, Su Liang shoved the two women aside. This instinct had been honed over decades as a chosen one. As the bloodthirsty rat lunged at him, Su Liang summoned every ounce of his potential, unleashing his power, executing a slide to narrowly evade the rat's lethal strike. The rat, having missed its target, swiftly turned to fixate on the trio. Su Liang understood the urgency. He had to take the initiative, lest one of the women be harmed. He also grasped why Bai Qianqian had vanished for a week in his past life. It must have been that fateful night when her parents fell victim to the bloodthirsty rat. Henceforth, she had been alone, devoid of family. She had dedicated herself to slaying beasts relentlessly. With no time for contemplation, Su Liang charged at the bloodthirsty rat. He knew he was but an ant shaking a tree. Yet he had to act. He drew a short dagger from his waist, its blade glinting ominously. This was the protective weapon gifted to him by his grandfather. Gripping the dagger, he prepared for a lethal strike, a culmination of years of battle experience. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the bloodthirsty rat. The rat extended its claws, ready to pounce on Su Liang. Seizing the opportunity, he stomped down hard, rolled to the side, and slid behind the rat. With a swift motion, he plunged the dagger into the creature, carving a deep gash into its hide, blood oozing from the wound. The pain drove the bloodthirsty rat into a frenzy. With a furious screech, it now fully targeted Su Liang. Yet, he remained composed. At such a moment, he needed to maintain his cool and keenly observe the rat's attack patterns. With his current physical condition, should the rat seize its chance, it would spell his doom. He exerted every effort to evade, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Fortunately, the dagger his grandfather had given him was no ordinary weapon. It could easily pierce the hide of a first-tier bloodthirsty rat, thus offering him a glimmer of hope for survival. The man and the rat engaged in a frenzied battle beneath the shroud of night, visibility beginning to falter. Meanwhile, Lu Xian, who had collapsed to the ground, quickly crawled to Bai Qianqian's side. Bai Qianqian remained in a state of shock, panic-stricken, her mind replaying the image of Bai Huajing being bitten by the bloodthirsty rat. Qianqian! Qianqian! Lu Xian shook her daughter slightly. Bai Qianqian finally broke free from her stupor. Mom! Tears streamed down her face. Lu Xian wept bitterly, her tears cascading like rain-soaked pear blossoms. She was acutely aware that her alcoholic husband was likely facing dire consequences. Qianqian, we must leave at once to seek assistance. Xiaoyang. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian suddenly came to her senses. She turned abruptly to gaze at Su Liang, who was fiercely battling the bloodthirsty rat. A wave of anxiety surged within her, had it not been for her family's predicament. Su Liang would never have been ensnared in such peril. Su Liang, be careful. Bai Qianqian watched the intense struggle between man and beast, astonished at Su Liang's remarkable endurance. How could he possibly withstand such a confrontation for so long? Was he truly at B-class combat level? It seemed implausible. Even those at A-class in school could not achieve what he had. In the darkness, Su Liang appeared transformed, inflicting wounds upon the bloodthirsty rat with relentless determination. This creature, possessing low intelligence, was driven solely by primal instincts. Had he faced a different opponent, Su Liang might have met with disaster, particularly since he had yet to awaken his divine seal. Blood flowed profusely from the bloodthirsty rat as Su Liang began to gasp for breath, exhaustion overwhelming him. Just then, the frenzied rat lashed its tail towards Su Liang with a ferocious swat, akin to a vicious whip, striking him squarely in the chest. Bang! Su Liang was sent flying several meters. Ah! Su Liang! Bai Qianqian cried out, heedless of her own safety as she rushed towards him. Su Liang coughed up blood, trembling all over, the searing pain in his chest rendering him momentarily disoriented. Damn it! Could he perish so soon after being reborn? He glared darkly at the bloodthirsty rat. Noticing Bai Qianqian rushing towards him, panic surged within him. Don't come here. Run. The bloodthirsty rat shrieked and locked its gaze upon Bai Qianqian, seemingly aware of Su Liang's formidable challenge and seeking a new target. Realizing this, Su Liang scrambled to his feet, desperately sprinting towards Bai Qianqian. The rat also lunged in her direction. At that moment, Lu Xian was paralyzed with fear. Qianqian. Bai Qianqian finally saw the bloodthirsty rat charging towards her. Her face drained of color. The creature towered over her, and despair washed over her. Was she truly destined to die here today? Run. Su Liang's sharp command jolted her back to reality. She then witnessed Su Liang collide forcefully with the bloodthirsty rat, diverting its trajectory just enough. Both man and beast crashed beside her, leaving her frozen in place, pale and unable to move. The rat's tail swept through the air, sending Bai Qianqian flying. She coughed up blood. In that instant, Su Liang's eyes blazed with fury. Beast, I will take your life. He raised his dagger, plunging it towards the rat's heart. At that moment, the bloodthirsty rat opened its gaping maw, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. Thud! The dagger pierced the rat's heart, and Su Liang twisted it violently. The excruciating pain drove the rat into a frenzy. It clamped down on Su Liang's shoulder, lifting him high as if to crush him. Yet, with its heart now destroyed, it faltered. After a few convulsions, the bloodthirsty rat collapsed alongside Su Liang, its crimson eyes gradually losing their ferocity. The creature twitched a few times on the ground before falling silent. Lu Xian, witnessing the devastation, frantically rushed towards Bai Qianqian. Qianqian. Lu Xian helped Bai Qianqian to her feet. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her spirit waning as she gazed towards Su Liang. Su Liang. Lu Xian sobbed. Bai Qianqian struggled to rise, intent on reaching Su Liang. Lying on the ground, Su Liang felt the sharp pain of the rat's fangs embedded in his shoulder, the agony threatening to overwhelm him. Yet he could not succumb. He understood that the scent of blood could attract other bloodthirsty rats. With great effort, he pried the rat's fangs from his flesh. The sound of teeth being extracted clear in the air. Gritting his teeth, he paid no heed to the blood streaming from his shoulder. He fought to stand, blood saturating his upper garments. With great difficulty, he withdrew the dagger and staggered towards Bai Qianqian step by step. "Qianqian," she cried, seeing her unharmed. Su Liang felt a small measure of relief wash over him. He reached out a hand, wishing to caress her cheek in comfort, but his hand froze. As if sensing the boundaries of their connection, Bai Qianqian, aware of this, felt a jolt of energy surge through her and grasped his hand tightly. Su Liang managed a wry smile. "Are you all right?" Bai Qianqian, tears brimming in her eyes, fervently shook her head. "I'm fine." Su Liang's complexion was pale. "We must leave." Lu Xian supported both Su Liang and Bai Qianqian as they prepared to depart. Just then, the figure of Gong Lai in a black robe appeared. Shocked to see the lifeless, bloodthirsty rat on the ground, he glanced at the trio, astonished. "They survived? Xiaolon, notify Greenvine to come here. There are civilians injured, and 2 bloodthirsty rats have been slain." Hearing this, Su Liang turned his head with great effort to look at the robed Gong Lai, feeling a sense of relief. Yet, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Su Liang, Xiao Liang. Chapter 6, A Pair of Golden Eyes. In Bai Qianqian's home, Su Liang lay on the bed, his face ashen. Beside him sat a young woman clad in a black robe, her hands radiating a luminous green light. On her arms were 2 leaf-shaped imprints glowing with the same green hue, and another on her forehead. This signified that she was a master of the 3 divine seals. Bai Qianqian sat nearby, feeling weak yet unable to tear her gaze from Su Liang, her eyes filled with tenderness and concern. Without Su Liang's courageous intervention that night, she could hardly fathom the despair that awaited her and her mother. Su Liang had thrown himself into danger for her sake. She felt an overwhelming debt towards him. Finally, the robed woman withdrew the divine seal, the green light fading. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead as she took a deep breath. All is well for now. The wounds are not life-threatening. With a bit of rest, he should regain his strength. Observing the scabbed wound on Su Liang's shoulder, Bai Qianqian felt an immense weight lift from her heart. "Thank you. Thank you." The woman shook her head. "No need for thanks. It was our oversight that allowed the 2 bloodthirsty rats to escape." Greenvine's eyes held a hint of regret as she glanced towards a covered body near the door. Lu Xian sat slumped beside it. The body was that of Bai Huajing. Bai Qianqian stole a glance at the corpse, a bittersweet sensation washing over her. The man who had only ever brought suffering to her and her mother was now lifeless. Everything had unfolded too abruptly. Bai Qianqian, however, appeared to harbor little sorrow. After all, she had never truly received love from this man. Since her earliest recollections, he had indulged solely in drinking, gambling, and abusing her mother. She averted her gaze, focusing instead on Su Liang, who lay on the bed. His visage gradually became etched in her memory, impossible to forget. Soon, Gong Lai returned. "Greenine, how is this lad faring?" Greenine responded, "His injuries have stabilized. He just needs to recover at his own pace." Curiously, Greenine inquired, "Did this bloodthirsty rat truly fall to his hand?" Gong Lai glanced at Bai Qianqian. "It appears so." Bai Qianqian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she affirmed, "He did kill it." Greenine could hardly believe it. "Aren't you both students of Shinjua High School?" Bai Qianqian nodded. "We attend Shinjua No. 2. Greenine gasped inwardly. A high school student, yet to awaken his powers, had slain a 1-star bloodthirsty rat. Who would dare believe such a tale if it were to spread? Gong Lai remarked, "He is a promising talent. Should he awaken his divine seal, there may be an opportunity to recruit him into our squad." Greenine nodded in agreement. "Young lady, today's events are a result of our negligence regarding your father." Bai Qianqian shook her head. "It is his own fate. A man who only drinks cannot even muster a defense. You are not to blame." At her words, both Gong Lai and Greenine were momentarily taken aback. Sensing the peculiarity of her family situation, Gong Lai sighed deeply, producing a blood-red crystal, roughly the size of an egg. "This is the beast crystal from the bloodthirsty rat he killed, his trophy. Please ensure it is delivered to him upon his awakening." Bai Qianqian accepted it without further comment. Gong Lai and Greenine turned to leave the room, encountering Lu Xian, who remained seated on the floor, tears streaming down her face in a daze. Gong Lai said, "We have notified the crematorium. They will come tomorrow morning to assist in taking your husband away. Please accept our condolences." Lu Xian offered no reply, her gaze vacant. The man who had tormented her for over a decade had finally perished. Regardless of how he had treated her in the past, at this moment, she was undeniably heartbroken. Yet, there was nothing she could do. In this society, such occurrences were not uncommon. Everything felt reduced to simplicity, as if everyone had grown accustomed to it. Gong Lai and Green Yin exchanged no further words, swiftly departing to rejoin their team. The room descended into an oppressive silence, and Bai Qianqian, still in a daze, clutched the beast crystal tightly. On the bed, Su Liang seemed to be trapped in a dream. Struggling to open his eyes, he was beset by a wave of weakness. In his hazy state, he discerned a pair of eyes, glowing golden and spanning a radius of 5 meters, fixed upon him. These were not human eyes. They were the eyes of a beast. He sensed a strange familiarity, yet could not recollect why. As he regained some clarity, he scrutinized the vision before him. The beast's eyes were terrifying, akin to those of an 8 or 9-star creature, their depths vast as an abyss. Merely gazing into them threatened to crush him. The golden light bathed his ethereal form, inflicting sharp pain as though his body were being torn apart, prompting a scream of agony from him. What was this? The suffering felt as though it would consume him entirely. With a piercing cry, he bolted upright in bed, startling Bai Qianqian. Su Liang, are you all right? He glanced around in terror, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Bai Qianqian, panicked, grasped his hand. Su Liang, I'm here. Were you having a nightmare? He met her gaze, panting heavily. What had those eyes been? He felt an odd sense of familiarity, but could not place it. Gradually, the pain in his body brought him back to reality. It must have been a dream. I'm fine. Just a nightmare, he reassured her. Bai Qianqian exhaled in relief. Do not fear. The matter of the bloodthirsty rat has been resolved. Su Liang looked at Bai Qianqian, noticing the worry etched in her eyes. He then glanced at his hand, still held in hers. By the heavens, the future Empress was holding my hand. Sensing something amiss, Bai Qianqian quickly released his hand. Her cheeks tinged with blush. You don't misunderstand. A subtle smile crept onto Su Liang's lips, leaving an indelible mark in Bai Qianqian's heart. Perhaps this misfortune had yielded some fortune after all. Clearing his throat, Su Liang asked, who treated my injuries? Bai Qianqian hurriedly recounted the events. And Su Liang finally understood that a military team had arrived, and their healing expert had stabilized his condition, requiring no further treatment. Only rest was needed. Su Liang cast a glance towards Lu Xian, who remained by Bai Huajing's corpse, sighing softly. This must be the calamity Bai Qianqian faced in her previous life. Lying there then were likely her parents. This time, due to his intervention, he had saved her mother. I must return, otherwise, my grandfather will worry. Bai Qianqian fretted. What about your injuries? Su Liang shook his head. It's nothing, I'll be fine. Bai Qianqian assisted him in rising. Su Liang surveyed the disarray of their home. The aftermath of the bloodthirsty rat's rampage evident. You will need to spend quite a bit to repair this place. You might as well consider moving in with us. Bai Qianqian paused, caught off guard, but said nothing further. Su Liang bid Lu Xian farewell, but she remained unresponsive, and he took his leave. This is the beast crystal from the bloodthirsty rat you killed. Keep it safe, and be cautious on your way. Bai Qianqian's concern for Su Liang could only extend thus far. You should keep it. You could sell it for money. Bai Qianqian resolutely replied, No. I've already caused you enough trouble today. This is your trophy, and I cannot accept it. She pressed it into his hand. Su Liang could only smile wryly, nodding as he departed. His grandfather would surely be worried. As Bai Qianqian watched his retreating figure, a swirl of unexplainable emotions enveloped her. Why would he go to such lengths to help her? She was someone many in their class disliked. What compelled him to act so kindly? A glimmer of tenderness flickered in her eyes, which she resolved to bury deep within her heart. Chapter 7. Beast Power Transformation. Upon returning home, Su Liang's grandfather awaited him, his stooped form betraying a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Upon seeing Su Liang's return, he finally exhaled in relief. Su Liang, too, felt an indescribable sensation upon encountering his grandfather, who had passed away in his previous life. He had not anticipated the opportunity to see him again. The elder was often hunched over, his face stern, yet he was a warm-hearted old man who maintained the household impeccably. Noticing Su Liang's bloodstained clothes, he rushed to inquire, What happened? Why did you not answer your phone? Su Liang sought to alleviate his grandfather's concerns. It's nothing serious. I encountered a strange beast and sustained minor injuries, but the military's healer treated me well. I'll hurry home after school. Are you worried sick over me? His grandfather scolded him lightly. Su Liang forced a smile. I won't let it happen again, Grandpa. You should get some rest. It's quite late. His grandfather remained silent, merely serving dinner. After eating, Su Liang quickly prepared for bed. A warmth spread through his heart. Despite his grandfather's stern demeanor, there was no shortage of love. His grandfather's hair had turned gray, and within his murky old eyes, a flicker of worry shone through. Be more cautious in the future. Come home early. And even if there is something amiss, let me know you're safe. Su Liang chuckled softly. Understood, Grandpa. I'll be careful. His grandfather rose and returned to his room. After finishing his meal, Su Liang washed up briefly. Lying on his bed, he inspected his wound. Fortunately, The enemy had employed some thoughtful treatment. Only a bit of healing remained. He lay there, reflecting on the day's events. In this manner, he had drawn closer to Bai Qianqian. He hoped to secure a strong alliance with this future empress. He could only wish that once she awakened her SSS-level divine mark, she wouldn't distance herself from him. Su Liang sighed, pondering fate. As her status rose higher, would she still remember him? Regrettably, he had only awakened a B-level divine mark, leaving his prospects limited. He retrieved a beast crystal. This crystal could also be exchanged for some currency. The higher the level of the beast crystal, the more valuable it was, making it an essential resource. It could also be traded for divine crystals. Divine crystals were used to evolve divine marks, serving as the source of strength for the chosen ones, a critically important strategic resource. Divine crystals could only be mined from the earth. While beast crystals could not directly enhance divine marks, they required special processing to convert them into usable energy. A one-star beast crystal held limited value. Su Liang pondered the impending imperial cataclysm. The primary issue was conveying to Bai Qianqian that the divine sect posed a threat. As long as they remained vigilant against that individual, she wouldn't be harmed, and there would be no need for her to perish alongside the 10-star beast. A flicker of malice crossed Su Liang's eyes. How dare that beast claim to be a hero of Huaxia? This individual, during a mission, led his team into battle against the beasts. All his comrades perished, leaving him the sole survivor, who returned with the mission objective. He was lauded as a battle hero in Huaxia and was promoted to marshal. Little did they know, this scoundrel would dare to ambush the Zhuge Empress at such a critical moment. He vowed to prevent this from happening in his lifetime. Yet, what baffled Su Liang was why a dignified 9-mark divine sect marshal would betray his own kind. What was truly going on? He couldn't comprehend it. Since the celestial upheaval 3 centuries ago, traitors had seldom appeared. Humanity stood united against those beasts, yet this man had turned rogue. Unfortunately, in his previous life, his status was limited, and he knew little of the world's secrets. Exhaustion soon claimed him, and he slipped into slumber. In the darkness, the beast crystal he clutched began to emit a faint glow. The pure energy within the crystal surged through Su Liang's arm and into his body until the crystal crumbled into dust. In his dreams, Su Liang suddenly opened his eyes. "Damn it, why are you here again?" he exclaimed, as the golden beast eyes reappeared before him. Only the eyes were visible. He could not discern the beast's face, leaving him unaware of what kind of creature it was. Golden light radiated from those eyes, illuminating Su Liang, and the searing pain felt as though it were consuming him. He struggled, desperate to escape this torment, but found himself unable to do so, forced to endure the agony. "What is happening?" Su Liang roared. In his previous life, nothing of this sort had ever occurred. Every moment now felt as if his body were being gnawed upon by ants. Just then, a holographic projection panel appeared before him, accompanied by a chilling voice. Beast energy conversion. Converting beast energy. Conversion progress, 11 million. Beast energy talent. Eye of Insight, 01. Divine Mark, unawakened. Mentality, 101. Strength, 101. Agility, 101. Speed, 101. Su Liang gazed in astonishment at the panel that had materialized before him. What was this? Beast energy conversion? What beast energy was being converted? Despite the pain, he looked back at those eyes. Was the power of the beast eyes being transformed? Was the process he was experiencing intended to channel the abilities and powers of the Eye of Insight into himself? Confusion clouded Su Liang's thoughts. He could not grasp what was unfolding within him. In the next moment, a surge of golden light erupted. A beam shot from those eyes, striking him squarely in the chest. A wave of painful heat washed over him, but it vanished almost immediately. Before he could comprehend, the golden light flickered, and he was forcibly ejected from that state. He jolted awake, sitting up in bed, gasping for breath. Another dream? The day had already dawned. However, he suddenly sensed something unusual. His eyes could perceive minuscule dust particles suspended in the air. He could even see the patterns on a mosquito's body, witnessing the very process of its wings vibrating. It was as if everything around him had slowed down. He turned his gaze toward the window, his eyes fixating. In an instant, his vision extended, as if he could see objects several kilometers away. His eyesight had improved significantly. This was undeniably remarkable. The eyes he had seen last night were not merely a dream. His physical attributes had been enhanced. He grasped at his collar, but a cloud of dust nearly blinded him. He frowned, bewildered at how he had clutched a handful of dust. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. Was this the beast crystal? A thought crossed his mind, one of disbelief. Had I absorbed the beast crystal? Su Liang was astounded, trying to piece together what had transpired. Or perhaps it was the eyes from his dream that absorbed the beast crystal. Alternatively, could it be that the so-called beast energy conversion had transformed the power of the beast crystal? He found it difficult to comprehend. Quickly, he stripped off his shirt and discovered a tattoo-like mark on his chest. It resembled a beast shape. Upon seeing the beast shape, Su Liang's eyes widened in shock. The scarlet-eyed celestial Kirin. The 10-star beast that had perished alongside Bai Qianqian. Those golden eyes belonged to the scarlet-eyed celestial Kirin. Chapter 8, Bai Qianqian. I've got your back. For a long while, Su Liang remained in a state of shock, unable to process the overwhelming revelation. In essence, he had perished in his previous life, and through a fortuitous convergence of circumstances, a fragment of the power of the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn manifested within his being, accompanying him as time rewound. Subsequently, an inexplicable beast energy transformation ability emerged within him, which could be interpreted as a sort of apparatus. He found himself capable of gradually converting the beast energy of the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn into quantifiable attributes of his own physique. Moreover, he had acquired a talent known as the Eye of Insight. It seemed that in order to harness this beast energy, one would require other beast crystals to activate this transformation ability. After much contemplation, this appeared to be the only plausible explanation. Upon further reflection, this was indeed fortuitous. Did this not indirectly enhance his innate talent? Should all his attributes experience significant elevation, the prospects would be unfathomable in this lifetime. He might not be confined to the realm of a three-seal divine master. Elated, Su Liang bounced joyfully upon his bed. Perhaps this life would indeed be different. After a brief moment of calm, he assessed his injuries. He raised an eyebrow, noticing that his wounds seemed to have healed considerably. Time for breakfast. Are you still going to school? Came the voice of his grandfather from outside the room. With a beaming smile, Su Liang swiftly dressed and washed up, joining his grandfather for breakfast. In this era, food had become exceedingly simplistic, with many individuals subsisting on compressed rations. Much of it comprised dry goods. A single compressed biscuit contained a myriad of energy. It was thanks to his grandfather, who had somehow procured seeds and cultivated fruits and vegetables that were typically reserved for the affluent in this age. Come home early after school, don't linger outside. Things have been rather unsettled lately, his grandfather, Su Liang, advised. Su Liang nodded with a grin. I understand, Grandpa. I will return early today. Only after you awaken your divine seal will you possess a modicum of self-defense. Until then, you must behave yourself, Su Liang cautioned. Su Liang chuckled. How do you know I'll awaken my divine seal? What if I don't? Su Liang shot him a sidelong glance. If you don't awaken, then you shall continue to be obedient. Su Liang replied. Grandpa, take your time eating. I must head to school now. With that, he set down his bowl and dashed away. Su Liang watched his departing grandson, also putting down his bowl, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. He murmured, I would rather you not awaken your divine seal. This world is not as simple as you perceive. On the way, Su Liang hesitated but ultimately decided against visiting Bai Qianqian's home. They were likely preoccupied with the cremation of her father. She probably wouldn't attend school today. In this chaotic era, characterized by a sharp decline in population, every child yet to experience divine awakening was regarded as a national treasure, subject to stringent regulation. Attendance at school was mandatory, and should anyone go missing, extensive investigations and reports were required. However, post-awakening, matters diverged. Those without a divine seal either pursued higher education through examinations or returned home to learn a trade. Thus, the divine awakening represented the most significant juncture in one's life in this era. The potential to awaken a divine seal was entirely dictated by fate, devoid of any logical explanation. Upon entering the classroom, Su Liang spotted Bai Qianqian seated in a corner, engrossed in her book, her tattered, faded school uniform rendering her inconspicuous. A jolt of surprise struck him. Why was she attending school? His arrival attracted the attention of his classmates, oblivious to their gazes. He completely overlooked Zhang Tianhao's hostile glare. Ignoring the stares, he made his way past Lung Lianxiang and Zhang Tianhao, who occupied the third row, and settled next to Bai Qianqian in her corner. Suddenly, jubilant cheers erupted within the classroom. Ha! We won! Come on, everyone! Pay up! Some classmates displayed pained expressions. Having unexpectedly lost, Su Liang, it seemed, was indeed ignoring Lung Lianxiang. Confusion washed over him. Was this a wager involving him? Lung Lianxiang, seated in the third row, clenched her delicate fist, astonished that he was truly disregarding her. Zhang Tianhao smirked, interpreting this as validation of his warning from the previous day. With one less rival, that was rather agreeable. He decided to let this fellow enjoy himself for a while, planning to confront him during the afternoon combat class. Disregarding the commotion, Su Liang sat beside Bai Qianqian. She was taken aback. Why had he come over? Why are you at school? Shouldn't you be dealing with matters at home? Su Liang's gentle voice broke the silence. Bai Qianqian nervously glanced up. I've already taken care of it. Su Liang frowned slightly. You could have taken a day off. Bai Qianqian lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting beneath the desk. I thought you wouldn't come. So I wanted to help you request a leave. Su Liang's heart softened at her concern. His weary heart felt as though it might melt. The future empress was unexpectedly endearing. He smiled, thank you for that. Bai Qianqian shook her head. It's nothing compared to your injuries. Su Liang chuckled and gently shook his head. I'm fine now. I've nearly healed. Bai Qianqian nodded. At that moment, the classroom fell silent. The sound of a pin could be heard as every eye turned towards them. Su Liang raised his brow in confusion. What is the matter? What is so interesting? As reality dawned upon his classmates, they wore expressions that were half smiles, especially among the boys. Oh, Su Liang, do confess. What is going on with you and Bai Qianqian? Did you shift your affections after the school beauty rejected you? Ha! So, you've set your sights on Bai Qianqian. Su Liang, your taste is questionable. Why choose the ugly duckling? The laughter echoed through the room. If this continued, the school beauty would surely dismiss him. Upon hearing these remarks, Bai Qianqian lowered her head in shame, having long grown accustomed to being mocked. After all, she was merely a thin, pallid, ugly duckling. How could she possibly deserve Su Liang? Throughout her time in class, no one had ever befriended Bai Qianqian. Her reticent nature, coupled with her family's dire circumstances, made her exceptionally transparent. Her performance, whether academically or in combat, was unremarkable, rendering her a target for exclusion and neglect. Now, witnessing Su Liang exhibit such intimacy with Bai Qianqian, their mutual concern raised eyebrows and suspicions. Lianxiang, seated in the third row, maintained an indifferent facade. Yet her delicate fist had unconsciously tightened. Humph, you fancy someone else, do you? Do you expect me, Lianxiang, to be the one to pursue you? Bai Qianqian, head bowed, felt guilty for having exchanged even a few words with Su Liang, fearing she might be a burden to him. She felt the urge to distance herself from him, believing it might spare him from any negative impact. Just then, Su Liang's cold voice resonated. Silence, all of you. What has happened to Bai Qianqian? How has she become the ugly duckling? What do you care about whether I like her or not? Do you think that belittling me will earn you a gaze from Lianxiang? We are all classmates. Do you not feel a pang of conscience when you utter such words? What else can you do besides bullying her? Su Liang's sudden coldness shocked everyone in the class. They looked at him in disbelief. Bai Qianqian froze, raising her head to meet Su Liang's icy gaze. Su Liang, what do you mean? A young man stood up, his face tinged with anger. Su Liang instantly locked his gaze onto the boy's face. What do I mean? Do you think that mocking and bullying Bai Qianqian will elevate your own stature? Lu Hao, haven't you had Bai Qianqian running errands for you more times than you can count? The standing Lu Hao was rendered speechless by Su Liang's words. His face alternated between shades of green and red. Su Liang then turned his attention to another direction. Ma Jiran, why don't you tell us how much homework you have made Bai Qianqian do for you? Another young man lowered his head in embarrassment. Li Yan, Gulanqi, Han Xiao, how many times have you made Bai Qianqian fetch meals for you? The group of girls blushed furiously. Su Liang was relentless. Have you all fed your consciences to the dogs? Ugly duckling, do you even realize what you look like yourselves? Those students who were called out seethed with indignation. Zhang Tianhao, witnessing Su Liang inciting the ire of the crowd for Bai Qianqian, sneered and stood up. Su Liang, what do you mean? Isn't that simply mutual assistance among classmates? How is it twisted in your mouth? Are you deliberately seeking trouble? Zhang Tianhao's words instantly rallied those who had been called out. Yes. Su Liang, stop slandering. It was all voluntary help from Bai Qianqian. Hearing this, Su Liang scoffed derisively. Mutual assistance? You think you deserve that? What have you done to help her? Besides bullying and mocking her, when have you ever assisted her? Can't you have some self-respect? Zhang Tianhao, I'm not calling you out to spare your dignity. As class monitor, you lead the bullying of your own classmates. How many things have you made Bai Qianqian handle for you? When it's your turn to clean, how many times have you made Bai Qianqian do it? Do you even deserve to be class monitor? Su Liang engaged in a verbal duel, showing no signs of backing down. Those who had been called out stared wide-eyed, utterly dumbfounded. What has gotten into Su Liang today? Has he lost his mind? Is he really ready to confront so many classmates for Bai Qianqian? Su Liang. Zhang Tianhao shouted angrily. What? Are you just going to shout? Is your voice the loudest? Did a little flying stick knock your throat? Zhang Tianhao, furious and incredulous, shouted back. I tell you, from today onward, if anyone dares to bully Bai Qianqian again, I want to let it go. Bai Qianqian, I'll protect you. Bai Qianqian gazed at Su Liang, her eyes already glistening with unshed tears, her gaze sparkling. Is this what it feels like to be protected? Chapter 9. I am not worthy of her. The classroom fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. His best friend in the previous seat gave him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, those who had been called out by Su Liang momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened significantly. Even Lianxiang, sitting in the third row, turned back to glance at Su Liang, a sense of newfound respect in her eyes. Today, Su Liang seemed different, transformed somehow. Standing up for a classmate is commendable, but is provoking so many people a wise move? Long Lianshuang only glanced at him before turning back. Bai Qianqian watched Su Liang's profile, as if she could hear the rapid beating of her own heart. Never before had anyone treated her this way. She wanted to engrave Su Liang's face in her memory. He is truly kind to her. After Zhang Tianhao regained his composure, he sneered, "You talk a big game. Do you really think you're something special? You, a B-grade fighter, what can you protect? Your turtle shell? During the afternoon combat class, I'll see if your skills match your bravado." Hearing this, those who had been called out regained some confidence. Displaying mocking smiles. Want to be a hero? You need the strength to back it up. Bai Qianqian subtly tugged at Su Liang's pant leg, signaling him to stop. However, she knew Su Liang was quite capable. She just didn't want him to fall out with all their classmates because of her. But Su Liang disregarded her, looking at them with a sneer. "If I fight you, I'll consider it a loss even if I use both hands." Everyone felt as though Su Liang had lost his mind. The students who had been called out laughed mockingly. He must have lost his marbles. Zhang Tianhao sneered. "I'll be eager to see how you take us on in the afternoon combat class." The class bell rang, and the teacher arrived. Su Liang withdrew from his thoughts and exchanged a glance with Bai Qianqian. "Don't be afraid. No one can bully you anymore." After saying this, Su Liang returned to his seat, while Bai Qianqian's bright eyes remained unsettled. She lowered her head, a tear falling. But she was truly happy. Her once battered heart was gradually healing. Back at her desk, the math teacher began the lesson. In this era, they still needed to study mathematics, physics, chemistry, and other natural sciences. Without awakening the divine mark, one could only take the college entrance exam and become the cornerstone of the nation's academic field. The world has changed. Yet technology must continue to develop. These subjects remain indispensable. Nuclear weapons may have been abandoned, but nuclear energy still exists. 300 years ago, humanity attempted to use nuclear weapons to annihilate these otherworldly beasts, only to discover that nuclear energy could only destroy lower-level creatures. Those higher-level beasts would instead absorb the explosive energy of the nuclear weapons to evolve. Thus, nuclear weapons lost their original power, not only destroying their homeland, but also aiding the evolution of the beasts. Consequently, the use of nuclear weapons was halted, and research focused solely on nuclear energy. Su Liang had no interest in these matters. He wouldn't follow that path. He rested his head on his desk. His best friend Yang Biao leaned over, giving him a thumbs up. "Awesome, Liang. Yesterday evening, you confessed and faced Zhang Tianhao. Today you've scolded so many people. What is your plan? Is Long Lianshuang off the table now?" Su Liang glanced at Yang Biao. In his past life, he had witnessed Yang Biao fall before him while trying to save him. His eyes moistened. In this life, he was determined to rewrite their history. Gathering his thoughts, he smiled. "Nothing much, just can't stand these things." Yang Biao hesitated before saying, "What about this afternoon? Zhang Tianhao will definitely come for you. With just the two of us, we might not even be a match for him. How did you manage to put Zhang Tianhao in his place yesterday? Can you do it again today?" Yang Biao expressed his concern. Su Liang laughed. "What is there to fear? Just go at him and make him regret it." "Ugh, how disgusting. I'm afraid my little weapon might get dirty," Yang Biao exclaimed, his face contorted in distaste. Su Liang chuckled and playfully punched him in the waist. "Damn it. When the time comes, we'll confront him together. Why be afraid?" Yang Biao retorted, though his combat level was merely B, hardly impressive. But would Su Liang really be intimidated? Yang Biao cautiously leaned in and asked, "What are your thoughts on Long Lianshuang? You're not really starting to like Bai Qianqian, are you?" Su Liang smirked, thinking to himself that even if he did have feelings for Bai Qianqian, once she awakened, she might not even glance at someone with only a B-level divine mark. She would likely remember his kindness, but would ultimately distance herself. "Let us forget about Long Lianshuang. I've lost interest. I'm tired," Su Liang replied. He certainly wouldn't develop feelings for her again. Once she awakened, she would certainly become aloof. She was not a good woman at all. Yang Biao nodded. "I've advised you to give up long ago. Look at her haughty demeanor, relying on her looks and ignoring everyone. What about Bai Qianqian?" Su Liang paused. "I don't deserve her." Yang Biao's eyes widened in disbelief. "Not worthy of Bai Qianqian, the ugly duckling? Damn, bro, we agreed not to call her a duck." Yang Biao pressed for more answers. But Su Liang was disinclined to elaborate further. He didn't pay attention in class afterward, occasionally glancing toward Bai Qianqian, who was diligently focused. Yet her gaze would often drift, as if she couldn't settle down. The class passed swiftly, and the bell rang signaling the end. "Biaozi, I'm sorry, but for the next few days, you'll have to sit alone. I'm going to join Bai Qianqian," Su Liang said. Yang Biao's eyes widened in shock. "Are you serious?" Su Liang smiled. "What is wrong with that?" He gathered his belongings and made his way toward Bai Qianqian. With ease, he approached her side and said, "Bai Qianqian, would you mind sitting by the window? I'd like to sit here." Bai Qianqian was taken aback, looking at Su Liang in disbelief. Was he really moving over to sit with her? What was going on? Was it true that he was trying to flirt with her after being rejected by Long Lianshuang to boost his confidence? Other classmates noticed the scene, some frowning. Could it be that Su Liang had genuinely developed feelings for Bai Qianqian? Those who had just clashed with him wore mocking smiles. Someone sneered, some people, unable to win the school beauty's favor, resort to practicing on invisible ones to find confidence. How laughable. This remark elicited a wave of ridicule from the classmates. Zhang Tianhao wore a cold smirk. Long Lianshuang furrowed her brow, feeling a strange sensation. How could someone who had liked her, a beautiful school belle, for years suddenly lower his standards to like such an unimposing ugly duckling? It felt almost insulting that Su Liang would begin to like her. Simultaneously, Long Lianshuang felt a tinge of anger. This guy would rather pursue such an ugly duckling than continue to pander to her. What was going on? He must be showing off, playing hard to get. Did he think Long Lianshuang would fall for such tricks? Su Liang ignored the jeers, knowing he was merely wasting a week of time here. Next week would be the awakening, and he would have to say goodbye to Minnie. He wore a gentle smile. What's wrong? Are you unwilling for me to sit here? Bai Qianqian finally regained her composure. No. Her ears flushed crimson as she struggled to meet Su Liang's gaze. She couldn't understand his intentions. Nevertheless, she stood up and moved her books to the window side. Bai Qianqian had always sat alone without a deskmate. Su Liang's sudden appearance brought her a flurry of unfamiliar feelings. Su Liang simply smiled and sat naturally beside her. Bai Qianqian shyly lowered her head. While some perceptive classmates noticed her bashfulness, were these two really going to become a couple? The second class commenced. Bai Qianqian found it impossible to concentrate. Though she didn't look at Su Liang, her thoughts were consistently drawn to him. They were so close, causing her heart to flutter. She couldn't fathom why Su Liang had come closer to her. Even if it was true, as they said, that he was merely seeking practice, she would still welcome it. Perhaps this was a gift from heaven during such a time. Without Su Liang from yesterday, there wouldn't be a Bai Qianqian today. If he wanted to deceive her, she would let him. She was willing. Before long, Su Liang slid a note over to her. Bai Qianqian's heart raced. What could it be? Was it a love letter or something? So soon? Life and death were the same. She took the note and opened it. Pay attention in class. And stop daydreaming. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson. However, Su Liang had already laid his head on the desk, falling asleep. Chapter 10. Because I want you to protect me in the future. In the principal's office, the principal was a slender middle-aged man, exuding an air of affluence in his formal attire, smiling as he shook hands with two men before him. He never expected that the renowned divine chosen team from Rongqing would visit their school. The principal cheerfully remarked, "What brings you esteemed experts to our humble institution?" The two men opposite him appeared relatively young, perhaps in their 30s. One of them was Gong Lai, whom Su Liang had met the previous night. The other man, stern and unsmiling, spoke up, "Principal Lu, we are here to request the file of a student." Principal Lu's eyes brightened at this news. "Oh, Captain Qi, are you interested in one of our little geniuses?" Gong Lai maintained a calm demeanor. Qi Hingqiu replied flatly, "We don't even know his name, only his appearance." Principal Lu chuckled, "Anyone whom Captain Qi has taken an interest in must surely be one of the few students in our school with an S-level combat rating. Come, let me check their profiles on my computer. We'll see who it is." As the principal smiled while reviewing the data, he inquired, "Captain Qi, has something happened?" Qi Hingqiu glanced at Gong Lai. Gong Lai explained with a smile, "Principal Lu, last night, there was an incursion by exotic beasts in the civilian district. 2 one-star bloodthirsty rats escaped from the forbidden divine realm, causing a bit of a stir. One person was killed, the parent of a student from your school." Principal Lu frowned. "It seems none of our S-level combat students reside in the civilian district." Gong Lai quickly clarified, "It wasn't her, it was another student. One of the one-star bloodthirsty rats was slain by another student." Upon hearing this, the principal's expression shifted in shock. "What? A student killed a one-star bloodthirsty rat? I can hardly believe it," he murmured. "Even an S-level wouldn't be capable of that, would they?" Gong Lai smiled and remarked, "This is precisely why we have come. We wish to adjust that student's profile and delve into his background. If feasible, we would like to provisionally mark him, should he lack the awakening of the divine mark. We intend to send him for training, leveraging source crystal technology. He could become an exceptional warrior, with the potential to join our ranks in the future. Conversely, if he successfully awakens, we would like to incorporate him into our team after his graduation from the Chosen Academy, as a preparatory measure." Principal Lu was taken aback with delight, exclaiming, "That is truly wonderful. I never imagined our school would produce such a combat prodigy. Come, take a look and see who it is." Gong Lai leaned in for a closer look. There were only a few S-class students. He shook his head, "None of them." Principal Lu's expression stiffened. "None?" Gong Lai nodded. Captain Qi Hingqiu furrowed his brow. "You didn't even inquire about the name yesterday." Gong Lai felt a twinge of embarrassment. Principal Lu frowned. That can't be. If he is one of our students, it must be one of these few S-class students. How could it possibly be someone else? Gong Lai pondered for a moment. Oh, I remember now. His name seems to be Su Liang. He recalled Bai Qianqian calling out to him when he fainted. The principal searched through the files, and, indeed, Su Liang's profile emerged. Gong Lai felt a rush of excitement. Yes, that's him. The principal looked incredulous. Him? But he's only a B class. He was utterly unable to believe it, awkwardly chuckling. There must be some mistake. His combat level hasn't even reached A. Gong Lai shook his head with a smile. There's no mistake. It's definitely him. Later, they returned to review the surveillance footage of that location. Su Liang's displayed combat awareness intrigued Captain Qi Hengqiu, who contemplated recruiting him into their team. This was the purpose of their visit. The principal appeared as if he had seen a ghost. A B class, slaying a one-star bloodthirsty rat? The two disregarded his astonishment and meticulously examined Su Liang's profile. Captain Qi Hengqiu's lips curled slightly as he reached a conclusion. Concealed brilliance. Gong Lai remarked, Captain, I rarely hear you commend someone. It seems we have never been on the receiving end of your praise. Qi Hengqiu shot him a cold glance. You all act like firecrackers. Desperate for others to recognize your strength. Why should I praise you? Seeking to ascend? Gong Lai offered an awkward smile. Principal Lu, puzzled, inquired, Captain Qi. Do you mean to say he has concealed his true abilities? Qi Hengqiu nodded, growing more impressed with Su Liang. At such a young age, he is not burdened by false accolades. His mental acuity is remarkable. Principal Lu, I kindly ask you to keep a close eye on this young man. When the day of divine awakening arrives, we shall return. Principal Lu, astonished yet compliant, nodded. I understand, Captain Qi. Being recognized by your team already signifies a promising future for him. Qi Hengqiu nodded, preparing to take his leave. Principal Lu smiled, suggesting, Captain Qi, why not stay for a while? This afternoon is their class's combat training. Your words have ignited my curiosity. Let us observe together. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Hengqiu agreed. Very well, we shall return this afternoon. Let us share a meal together, Principal Lu offered. Qi Hengqiu shook his head. We have a few matters to attend to. Thank you for your kind offer. Principal Lu reluctantly nodded. All right, I shan't insist. I shall await your esteemed presence this afternoon. After departing from the school, Qi Hengqiu turned to Gong Lai. This afternoon, observe the situation and seek an opportunity to engage with him, gauge his temperament, and probe his thoughts. Gong Lai nodded, understood. During the morning classes, Su Liang spent most of his time asleep. When the bell rang, most students prepared to head for lunch, gearing up for the afternoon's combat class. Yang Biao called out to Su Liang, but he glanced at Bai Qianqian instead. Yang Biao rolled his eyes, a dog that prioritizes romance over friendship. Su Liang turned to Bai Qianqian. Aren't you coming to eat? Bai Qianqian shyly replied. I brought a compressed lunch. Su Liang frowned, eating that constantly isn't good. Look how thin you are. Let us go. Bai Qianqian hesitated, unsure how to respond to Su Liang's resolute demeanor. However, she truly had no money to buy anything else. I can manage with this, she insisted. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Fine. If you want to go, then neither will I. I'll just starve. He plopped down on a chair. Bai Qianqian stared at him in shock. Is that really an option? She anxiously said. No, you just recovered, and there's combat class this afternoon. They will definitely look for you. You need to eat something. A hint of a smile tugged at the corners of Su Liang's mouth. Worried about me? Then accompany me to lunch. If you don't go, I won't eat either. Bai Qianqian felt flustered. What was going on with Su Liang? All right, I'll join you. But I'm only having this. As she spoke, she raised the compressed biscuit in her hand. Su Liang found himself at a loss. Let us go? Once they reached the cafeteria, there would be no choice but to eat. Su Liang walked ahead, with Bai Qianqian timidly trailing behind, gazing at his back, feeling inexplicably reassured. Meanwhile, back at their seats, Lung Liansong raised her head to watch their retreating figures. The pen in her hand crumbled under her grip, as an indescribable emotion surged within her. Among her many admirers, Su Liang stood out in terms of looks and enthusiasm. Yet now, that fervor was bestowed upon another, this so-called ugly duckling. This realization left her feeling quite unsettled. Her demeanor was typically cool and captivating, yet at this moment, she found herself perturbed by such trivialities. Even Lung Liansong was somewhat baffled by her own reaction. In the cafeteria, Su Liang chose a spot and instructed Bai Qianqian to wait patiently. She rarely frequented this place, so she busied herself with her compressed biscuits. As she observed Su Liang's back, she fell into a daze. She couldn't fathom why Su Liang had suddenly become so kind to her. They had barely known each other before. Did he like her? Impossible. Bai Qianqian swiftly dismissed that possibility. Perhaps he was merely moved by the unfortunate circumstances he witnessed at her home yesterday and wished to assist her. That must be it. Lost in thought, Su Liang returned with 2 plates of food, meat, vegetables, and even fruit. The portions were modest but balanced nutritionally. He placed one of the servings in front of Bai Qianqian. She was taken aback. Why did you buy this for me? I said I would eat this. Su Liang glanced at her. If you don't eat, you can leave it. Just consider it a waste. He began to eat his own meal. It was a privilege to have such provisions at school. How many families could afford to eat meat daily? In this era, humanity was confined within these steel cities, with diminishing farmland and precious resources. Upon hearing those words, Bai Qianqian was immediately filled with urgency. No, this is unacceptable. Wasting food will lead to punishment. You must return it. Su Liang, however, paid her no heed. Bai Qianqian grasped his intention and, putting away her cookies, picked up her chopsticks to take a bite. Tears began to well in her eyes. It had been so long since she had enjoyed a meal like this. If you continue to cry, the food will turn salty, Su Liang remarked. Devoid of any mocking tone, Bai Qianqian raised her head, gazing at Su Liang with her reddened eyes, feeling a profound sense of grievance and guilt. Why are you so kind to me? I truly have nothing to repay you with. Su Liang was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he extended his hand, tenderly wiping away the tears at the corner of her eye. Because I want you to protect me in the future. Chapter 11. I write your mother. Once the meal was finished, Bai Qianqian trailed behind Su Liang, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. They arrived at a shaded area on the playground, where Su Liang sat down. Come, take a seat. Bai Qianqian fidgeted with her small hands, hesitantly standing there. Su Liang smiled. Aren't you curious about the reason? Sit down, and I will tell you. After glancing at him, Bai Qianqian finally sat down, albeit at a slight distance from Su Liang. My kindness towards you is not without purpose. Bai Qianqian looked at him with curiosity. What purpose could there be? I'm poor, unattractive, and my grades are dismal. What could your purpose possibly be? Su Liang chuckled softly. Bai Qianqian, you're not unattractive, and academic performance does not define everything. Do you believe me? Bai Qianqian tilted her head, nodding slightly. I believe you. Su Liang's smile broadened. Bai Qianqian, you will awaken an SSS-level Divine Mark, and soon, you will become the envy of all. My willingness to treat you well stems from recognizing your potential. Once you grow strong, you must protect me. Bai Qianqian was taken aback. An SSS-level Divine Mark? I cannot possibly believe that I could awaken such a legendary mark. In Rongqing, it had been years since such talent had emerged. It wasn't that she doubted Su Liang's words. She simply could not fathom that such fortune could be hers. Do you not believe it? Bai Qianqian nodded gently. Such a thing, I haven't even dared to dream about. Su Liang grinned. You will come to know, Bai Qianqian. That is my true intention in being kind to you. I know you will become a figure of great importance, and thus, I am investing in you. Albeit a bit late. Su Liang's thoughts wandered. While this was his most straightforward intention, he also hoped that, in the future, the Phoenix Empress would not have to bear so much suffering. Now that I have revealed my ulterior motive to you, if you truly awaken the SSS-level Divine Mark in the future, would you be willing to protect me? Bai Qianqian gazed at Su Liang, who wore a sincere expression. And without a hint of hesitation, she nodded. Su Liang smiled. Sincerity was indeed the ultimate weapon. Yet, Bai Qianqian pondered, regardless of whether Su Liang was deceiving her. If it were true, she would be willing to protect him for a lifetime, forever, even if it meant sacrificing her life. All right, let us return to the classroom for a bit of rest. The combat class is starting soon. Su Liang walked ahead, a smile playing on his lips, feeling lighter now that he had spoken his mind. After all, this purposeful approach had weighed on him with guilt, but now that it was out in the open, all was well. Bai Qianqian followed behind him, sunlight filtering through the dense leaves, casting dappled light upon his back. In her heart, she whispered, if what you say is true, I am willing to be your light in the future, for you are my light now. Upon returning to the classroom, they rested for a while. Some classmates had already changed into their combat training uniforms. Su Liang glanced at Bai Qianqian. Where's your combat training uniform? Bai Qianqian shook her head. It was torn long ago. I haven't bought a new one. Su Liang fell silent, recalling her father's unfortunate situation. There was hardly any extra money at home. The school distributed new combat uniforms every year, all custom-made. However, if a uniform was damaged during subsequent training, replacing it would require additional payment. Bai Qianqian had no such funds, hence she had not replaced hers. Consequently, her combat training had been a mere formality, which was why she was hesitant to train vigorously. Her combat level remained at B. No worries, you will awaken your divine perception next week. And when you attend the Chosen One Academy, you will receive a new one. If you don't change today, then neither will I. Bai Qianqian looked at Su Liang. You should change. The class monitor will surely cause you trouble today. Su Liang chuckled. It's fine. Do you think he stands a chance against me? Bai Qianqian recalled Su Liang's strength from the previous night, and indeed, he was so powerful that the class monitor could not possibly be his match. Her concerns were entirely unwarranted. Yet, She couldn't help but wonder why he pretended to be at B level when he was clearly much stronger. As time passed, some classmates had already headed to the combat arena. The group that Su Liang had rebuffed earlier shot him challenging glances as they left. They were intent on teaching him a lesson today. Zhang Tianhao was particularly irate. Su Liang, don't be a turtle. I'm waiting for you. He gave Su Liang a thumbs down. Su Liang merely scoffed at this. Zhang Tianhao and his group swaggered toward the combat arena. Yang Biao ran to Su Liang's side. Why haven't you changed into your training uniform? Not changing. Even if I use one hand against those little punks, it counts as a loss for me. Yang Biao raised an eyebrow. Have you lost your mind? Or do you have some secret weapon? Su Liang replied nonchalantly. Just watch. Liang Gu, don't underestimate them. Those guys seem to have conspired to deal with you today. Don't worry, it will be fine. You go ahead. I'll join Bai Qianqian shortly. Yang Biao silently scoffed at the closeness between them, while Bai Qianqian shyly lowered her head. After Su Liang's confession, she seemed to have grown more accepting of their rapport. Su Liang made a slight preparation. Let us go. I'll handle them, and then I'll come practice with you. Bai Qianqian timidly nodded. Her heart inexplicably filled with joy. Rongqing was merely a level 4 city, with a population of over 1 million, ranking among the smallest of that tier. Cities with over 5 million inhabitants were classified as level 3 cities. Naturally, below level 4, there were also level 5 cities, which had populations below 100,000. Since the onset of the mutations in 2030, humanity had suffered devastating losses at the hands of aberrant beasts, leading to a drastic decline in population. After 300 years of development, a new ecological system had emerged. Nearly 99% of humanity now resided within urban areas. As the once rural landscapes were no longer conducive to effective countermeasures, the population concentrated in cities had established a unique defense and offense system, while the rural areas, along with their mountains and rivers, had become the territory of aberrant beasts. Consequently, resources and food had become exceedingly precious. Many resources necessitate the formidable chosen ones to venture beyond the city to gather, often at the peril of their own lives. In this era, squandering food and resources is a profound sin. The city of Rongqing, classified as a level 4 city, boasts 10 divine awareness high schools, among which is the second high school. Each institution accommodates approximately 20,000 students, with around 6,000 to 7,000 in the senior year. While this number appears substantial, it is a consequence of clustering. Within 100 miles of Rongqing, no other city exists. The surrounding areas are predominantly desolate wastelands. The senior class of 6,000 to 7,000 students is divided into 4 time slots for combat training, with Class 7 assigned to the first session in the afternoon. Upon arriving at the dedicated combat arena, some students have already commenced their training. In Class 7's corner, a group led by Zhang Tianhao is intently fixated on Su Liang, their faces adorned with cold smirks. The class supervisor, an old maid, makes her presence known. All right, everyone is here. Select your opponents and begin your combat training. The Divine Awareness Assessment is next week. Seize this final opportunity to unleash your potential. Hearing this, Su Liang silently shook his head. Those who can truly awaken their divine marks do not achieve it through mere combat. It is fundamentally a matter of fate. Out of the more than 60 students in their class, only about a dozen will awaken their divine marks, and most will be of C or B rank. A select few, 3 or 4, might attain a rank. As for S and SS ranks, it is best not to mention them. Out of the entire school of over 6,000, only a handful have emerged. However, unexpectedly, Bai Qianqian, an SS rank, has surfaced this time. Some students have begun selecting opponents for practice, and at this moment, Liao Yuqian glances at Su Liang. What about the reflection paper I asked you to write? Why haven't you submitted it? As soon as this remark was made, Zhang Tianhao and his companions erupted into derisive laughter, enjoying the spectacle before them. Observing Liao Yuqian's loathsome demeanor, Su Liang felt an overwhelming urge to slap her across the face. For heaven's sake, old maid, have some decency. Zhang Tianhao and his group eagerly anticipated watching Su Liang receive a public scolding. Su Liang, displaying indifference, replied, I haven't written it. Liao Yuqian's expression shifted to one of fury. Haven't written it? You have the audacity to defend yourself after injuring a classmate? Write it now. 30,000 words. Miss even a single character, and you might as well not train. And what if I refuse? Su Liang scoffed. If you don't write it, get out. She yelled back. You clearly have no understanding of rules. Didn't your parents teach you to respect your teachers? Liao Yuqian's ugly facade was on full display. All this was merely an attempt to curry favor with Zhang Tianhao, the wealthy second generation. Zhang Tianhao and his friends relished the unfolding drama, thoroughly entertained. Yet, Su Liang felt a chill in his heart. Such a person is fit to be a teacher? He spoke boldly, a cold smile gracing his lips. I'll write about your mother. Class 7 fell into a stunned silence, jaws dropping as if they had misheard. Bai Qianqian's mouth gaped open in shock. Did Su Liang just insult a teacher? Although Liao Yuqian's behavior was indeed excessive, even Zhang Tianhao seemed taken aback. What has gotten into Su Liang today? Has he lost his mind? Liao Yuqian froze momentarily, disbelief washing over her as her face alternated between shades of red and green, gradually darkening. Say that again. Su Liang retorted with a smirk. I said, I'll write about your mother. Liao Yuqian's face flushed crimson, her chest heaving as her body trembled with rage. She unleashed a furious roar. Su Liang. You. Su Liang coldly interjected. What about me? You think you're worthy of being a teacher? Why should I write a reflection paper? Yesterday, everyone saw that it was Zhang Tianhao, that troublemaker, who initiated the conflict. I merely acted in self-defense. How did I injure a classmate? Are your eyes just for decoration? As a teacher, you indiscriminately insult and reprimand me. Do you see only that rich second generation in your eyes? What? Do you think flattering him will earn you a promotion? Or perhaps he can help you evolve? Respecting teachers and valuing the way. What kind of teacher are you, and what have you taught? Flattery and sycophancy. As these words escaped his lips, his classmates were rendered speechless. Only Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened, as he too had been implicated. Meanwhile, Liao Yuqian's complexion had turned a deep shade of liver red. Indeed, it was Zhang Tianhao who had instigated the incident, but she never anticipated that Su Liang would dare to confront her so openly, tearing away her veil of modesty. Zhang Tianhao barked, Su Liang, you're outrageous. How dare you insult a teacher? Do you have any sense of propriety or morality left? Liao Yuqian quickly regained her composure, angrily retorting, I will report this to the disciplinary office. You openly defied and insulted a teacher. Expulsion. You can forget about the divine awareness assessment. Liao Yuqian was nearly hysterical with rage. Su Liang scoffed, you think you can expel me? Zhang Tianhao interjected angrily, Su Liang, do not push your luck. You are digging your own grave. Shut up. Su Liang snapped. You two are like snakes and rats, in cahoots. Is she unhappy unless she flatters you? Tell me, weren't you the one who instigated the trouble yesterday? When you couldn't win, you claimed I bullied you. Is she worthy of being a teacher? Is she? Su Liang posed a soul-searching question. Zhang Tianhao was infuriated. You're talking nonsense. I lost to you. You must have used some despicable means. Certainly relying on those source crystal weapons. Otherwise, you could never be my match. Upon hearing this, Su Liang chuckled disdainfully, simply uttering 2 words, fool. Engaging in conversation with them was a complete waste of time. Meanwhile, Bai Qianqian stood by, utterly befuddled. Is this really Su Liang? Observing from a distance. Lung Lianxiang was puzzled. What on earth is happening with Su Liang? Liao Yuqian, in a fit of rage, shouted, Class leader, subdue him. I want to report him to the disciplinary office. Subdue him. Subdue him. Liao Yuqian was so enraged, she was nearly out of her mind. Zhang Tianhao rallied his classmates. Everyone together. Subdue this rebellious scoundrel. This is utterly outrageous. Our Class 7 does not need such shameless individuals. Those who had been named by Su Liang earlier wore expressions of righteous indignation. All right, let us take action. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 students stepped forward, their demeanor aggressive. Su Liang let out a sneer, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Come on. He withdrew a vine he had just broken off, knowing Zhang Tianhao would not relent. Su Liang turned to Bai Qianqian. Qianqian, step aside a bit. Bai Qianqian looked on in concern. Are you really all right? Teacher. Su Liang shook his head at her. Don't worry, it will be fine. He was well aware that the school would never expel him over such a trivial matter. Once the incident was investigated and the surveillance footage reviewed, the truth would become evident. Moreover, he would awaken his divine mark. Even a lowly B rank would be considered a valuable asset to the school. Yang Biao, standing nearby, also wore a worried expression. Brother Liang. Su Liang merely offered him a reassuring smile before turning his attention back to Zhang Tianhao and his group. Come on. Let's see how you intend to subdue me. Zhang Tianhao scoffed. Classmates, seize him. As the class leader, it was only natural for him to lead by example in such matters. Moreover, he harbored a lingering suspicion about Su Liang, vividly recalling the events of the previous day. Thus, he was reluctant to take any chances and decided to take him down collectively, planning to humiliate him later in revenge. In the blink of an eye, the 8 of them charged forth with fervor. Zhang Tianhao's eyes glinted with madness. The moment for vengeance had finally arrived. Su Liang, kneel and lick the soles of my shoes. In the next instant, Su Liang cracked the whip in his hand, targeting Zhang Tianhao primarily. He deftly dodged the attacks from Zhang Tianhao and his companions. With a flick of the whip, crack, the once smug and sinister expression on Zhang Tianhao's face instantly froze. He bit down on his lip, but could not contain himself. His face flushed crimson. Ah! A cry of agony escaped him, reminiscent of a beaten puppy. As he clutched his backside and performed a bizarre little dance, his feet entangled. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Damn it. Before he could react, Su Liang delivered another lash. Crack. Zhang Tianhao was on the verge of tears, his hands frantically clawing at his back, the searing pain leaving him utterly bewildered. His body twisted in agony. A faint smirk played at the corners of Su Liang's mouth. Under the keen insight of his observation, their movements appeared to slow down. Showboating? This is what you get. Most of these fellows had an A-level combat proficiency. Su Liang's unexpected 2 strikes left the others momentarily stunned. Zhang Tianhao, in a state of collapse, shouted, "Get him!" The other few lunged at Su Liang. Yet, he glided effortlessly through the crowd, evading all attempts to touch him. Then, Su Liang unleashed his frenzied whip technique. Crack! Ah! Crack! Ah! Hiss! The cries of anguish echoed, akin to the yelps of dogs. Su Liang navigated the 8 assailants with ease, wielding his whip to strike them. One by one, they began to contort, like a gorilla scratching an unreachable itch on its back. The onlooking classmates were left dumbfounded, even closing their eyes in terror, unable to bear the sight. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the fighting arena, the principal was personally present, accompanied by Qi Hengqiu and Gong Lai. Principal Lu wore a smile, observing, indeed, impressive strength. One person takes on 8, with remarkable ease. I never anticipated such a hidden expert within our school. Qi Hengqiu nodded slightly after watching for a moment. His composure remained unshaken. Thus far, they had not laid a finger on him, utterly overwhelming them. Such combat awareness. Even some members of our small team do not possess at this level. Gong Lai looked at Qi Hengqiu in astonishment. Captain, is that your assessment? Qi Hengqiu, however, remained silent, having lost the desire to continue watching. Principal Lu, I kindly ask you to ensure his safety, but please do not disclose our matters to him. Principal Lu replied with a smile. No problem, Captain Qi. Since you've spoken, I shall ensure he remains unharmed. Qi Hengqiu nodded slightly. Thank you. Captain Qi was being overly polite. As Qi Hengqiu and Gong Lai departed, Gong Lai was left at the school gate. The principal continued to observe the battle involving Su Liang, a smirk playing on his lips. Even as a student, he has caught the eye of our renowned hunting team from Rongqing. This is the best recruitment brochure. He remained fixed on the scene, unwilling to leave. Meanwhile, chaos reigned with Su Liang. The 8 individuals, struck repeatedly, displayed sheer terror in their eyes, feeling as if they were ablaze. Stop, please. Don't hit us. They sobbed. They had been thoroughly whipped, their eyes rimmed with red. The pain exceeded that of being struck with knives or clubs. Each lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Su Liang swung the whip at Zhang Tianhao. Crack. Zhang Tianhao's face contorted in agony. Come on, weren't you so tough? Crack. Weren't you going to take me down? Crack. Weren't you going to prevent me from pursuing Lung Lianxiang? Crack. Su Liang took special care to target Zhang Tianhao, who now resembled a water snake writhing on the ground. Zhang Tianhao's eyes were bloodshot, engulfed in humiliation. He could hardly believe this was happening. An A-level fighter, utterly defeated? This guy was deliberately focusing on him. His eyes welled with tears. Damn it, why do you keep hitting me? Zhang Tianhao was on the brink of collapse. Su Liang chuckled. You wear a combat suit made of nanomaterials and are the class leader. You ought to withstand a bit more. Zhang Tianhao. Crack. Zhang Tianhao was nearing a breakdown. If you have the ability, just kill me. Su Liang looked at him with astonishment. This is the first time I've heard such a twisted request. Alas, what can I do? I'm a good person. All right, I shall grant your request. Crack. Zhang Tianhao bit his lip as 2 streams of tears trickled down. Su Liang, you are pushing it too far. What? Is my strike not deep enough? Crack. Su Liang. I will not let you off. What? Do you want me to hit you all day? Crack. Ah, I will kill you. What? You want to thank me? The surrounding classmates' faces twitched in disbelief. Was this a living embodiment of hell? Why did it evoke such an inexplicable sense of humor? Su Liang primarily focused on delivering read receipts. The other 7 lay on the ground, eyes wide with fear, retreating in panic. This was a demon. The gazes of their classmates towards Su Liang shifted. Could it be that Su Liang had been concealing his combat prowess all along? Stop it. Liao Yuqian finally reacted, shouting in anger. In an instant, her divine mark erupted, charging directly at Su Liang. Su Liang's eyes sparkled with intensity as he suddenly lashed out at the approaching claws of the old maid. Crack. The whip shattered instantly. Su Liang was also hit by the terrifying force, causing him to emit a muffled groan as he was propelled back several meters. Even though Liao Yuqian was merely a low-level divine mark bearer, such power was formidable for the still unawakened Su Liang. His eyes flashed with cold light. So, you wish to bully the weak, huh? Chapter 13. Then let us escalate this further. Liao Yuqian was seething with rage. She was also stunned by the preceding scene. She could not comprehend how a B-grade individual could so brutally thrash so many A-grade opponents. It was utterly incomprehensible. By the time she processed the situation, Zhang Tianhao was already battered and bruised. Su Liang, you have insulted a teacher and assaulted fellow students. Your crimes are compounded. Today, I shall take you to the disciplinary office for expulsion. A divine mark materialized on Liao Yuqian's arm, glowing faintly with white light. However, such power was not something these students could withstand. Liao Yuqian's divine mark was of C grade, the lowest tier, capable of evolving only to a 2-mark divine envoy. Yet it still posed pressure on Su Liang. Liao Yuqian surged forward, determined to capture Su Liang. As events have unfolded thus, a wave of astonishment swept over the students. It was unfathomable that it had provoked the teacher to take action. Now, Su Liang was undoubtedly in dire straits. This incident even caught the attention of students from other classes, who quickly gathered around. It was over. Su Liang had angered the homeroom teacher. Misfortune was surely his fate. Alas, why act so impulsively? Bai Qianqian was also flustered. No matter how strong Su Liang was, could he truly contend with the chosen one? That was a person endowed with divine power. Yang Biao wore a look of sheer panic. Zhang Tianhao observed the scene, exclaiming, "Teacher, he must not escape." Yet, Su Liang remained unperturbed. "Biaozi, gun!" Su Liang called out sharply. Yang Biao, coming to his senses, swiftly tossed his training spear to Su Liang. "Catch!" Su Liang sprang into action. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he executed a roll in midair, deftly catching the spear thrown by Yang Biao. These weapons were not sharpened, yet upon grasping the spear, Su Liang's aura transformed entirely, as if he had morphed back into the battle-hardened warrior he once was. The students were left awestruck. Was Su Liang truly about to engage in combat with the homeroom teacher? Was this not a death wish? It was over. The situation was escalating. Someone, hurry and summon the director. Liao Yuqian watched as Su Liang assumed a battle-ready stance, a mix of astonishment and fury flooding her. "You insolent wretch, kneel before me." Liao Yuqian swiftly approached Su Liang, extending a hand to subdue him. Yet, the brilliance in Su Liang's eyes ignited. Though the old maid was a chosen one, her movements appeared languid in his perception, easily anticipated by Su Liang. With a furious strike, he unleashed the angry dragon-breaking army. The spear lunged forward, aimed directly at Liao Yuqian's palm. A dull thud resounded. Liao Yuqian recoiled in pain. Even an unsharpened spear could inflict harm. She glared at Su Liang, seething with rage. Outrageous. She unleashed the power of her divine imprint to shield herself, launching another attack at Su Liang. Undeterred, Su Liang executed a dazzling flourish with his spear, disrupting Liao Yuqian's assault trajectory. The spear swept across her arm. Crack! Liao Yuqian winced in agony. After all, she was merely a teacher. How could she rival Su Liang, who had battled against otherworldly beasts for decades in his previous life? The combat techniques Su Liang wielded were lethal. Although Liao Yuqian was now guarded by divine power and possessed extraordinary strength, she could not approach Su Liang. A burning sensation spread across her face. How could she, a teacher, be incapable of subduing a mere student? Her complexion fluctuated between shades of green and red. "Stop this at once." But Su Liang paid her no heed, relentlessly striking her with the spear, leaving behind crimson marks. Liao Yuqian was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, the students were utterly astounded. Su Liang, in the face of the homeroom teacher, a chosen one, had not faltered. Su Liang's marksmanship was astonishing, fluid as flowing water. He executed each move seamlessly. Was this the true extent of Su Liang's prowess? Wielding the spear, he had transformed entirely, emanating an aura of unyielding strength that captivated some of the female students. So handsome, truly magnificent. Yang Biao was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. When did he become so formidable? Bai Qianqian sighed in relief, but her worry quickly returned. There was still one more person. Long Liangsang had long since ceased her combat training, gazing intently in this direction. The combat prowess exhibited by Su Liang had far exceeded her expectations. Could it be that Su Liang had been concealing his true strength all along, merely to avoid unsettling her? But she revered the strong. Had Su Liang revealed such prowess earlier, she would not have treated him with such indifference. Long Liangsang fell silent. "Su Liang, what exactly are you aiming to achieve? Do you seek to capture my attention in this manner? Wow, is that student from your class? How does he seem even more formidable than those S-class individuals? What remarkable marksmanship! Where did he learn this?" A chorus of admiration arose from the surrounding students. Meanwhile, Liao Yuqian's eyes were aflame with humiliation, feeling utterly disgraced. She truly wanted to weep. Why had the director not yet arrived? Su Liang's gaze was cold and piercing. In the face of an adversary, he would not allow himself an ounce of slack. In the shadows, Principal Lu could hardly contain his astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Just then, a thunderous voice resonated. "Stop this at once." A rough, masculine voice echoed, sending a tremor through the students. It was over. The director had arrived. A man clad in coaching attire rushed towards them, prompting an immediate cessation of combat as Su Liang stepped back, standing tall with his spear, exuding an air of grandeur. What is the meaning of this? The director, a man with a slight paunch and a pair of small mustaches, wore a grim expression. Su Liang maintained his composure. Liao Yuqian, her eyes red-rimmed, approached the director's side. Director, I can no longer continue as the homeroom teacher. This student not only insulted the teacher, but also assaulted fellow students. Just look at what he has done to me. Director, he must be expelled. With a face full of grievance, Liao Yuqian presented her case to the director, resembling a delicate young girl. The director's gaze subtly swept over Liao Yuqian's ample figure. What on earth is happening? He inquired, his tone heavy with displeasure. Liao Yuqian recounted the events, downplaying the gravity and embellishing the details. The director's expression darkened further. Yet internally he mused that an opportunity to subdue this woman had presented itself. How can our school harbor such a disgrace? To think he would dare to assault teachers and students. Expulsion. He must be expelled. Come, follow me to the disciplinary office at once. This is insufferable. As the director's words fell, the students' faces turned pale. Su Liang was truly finished. Bai Qianqian was frantic. Teacher, it wasn't like that. It was, the director shot her a glare. Silence. I will investigate this matter myself. Su Liang is it. Come with me. If this reaches society, what a disgrace it would be to our school's reputation. Bai Qianqian was on the verge of tears. Su Liang regarded the director, recognizing the collusion between these two. A chill crept into his heart. Zhang Tianhao laughed heartily. Ha ha. Su Liang, weren't you quite the big shot? Expelled. Ha ha. Su Liang cast a cold glance at them, then fixed his gaze squarely on the director. Liao Yuqian, still aggrieved, insisted, he must be expelled. We don't want such a student at our second high. Su Liang sneered. You don't even ask for the facts, merely accepting her one-sided account? Is this how you conduct yourself as the dean? Upon hearing these words, the dean's fury ignited. Preposterous. This is utterly insufferable. Witnesses observed your violent altercation with both your classmates and instructors. The evidence is irrefutable, and you still wish to deny it? Come with me. The dean glared fiercely, showing no inclination to grant Su Liang an opportunity to explain. Bai Qianqian, overwhelmed with distress, rushed to Su Liang's side in a desperate attempt to intervene. Teacher, it truly isn't like that. The dean coldly replied, I will conduct a thorough investigation. But the fact remains that Su Liang assaulted both a student and a teacher today. This is indisputable. There is nothing more to say. Follow me to the disciplinary office. Anyone who dares to obstruct will face serious consequences. The expressions of the students were a complex tapestry of emotions. Ultimately, the situation had escalated dramatically. Zhang Tianhao wore a mocking smile, relishing the spectacle. Let us see how long you can keep this up. Su Liang positioned Bai Qianqian behind him. Don't cry. Everything will be all right. He turned his gaze toward the dean, suddenly slamming his spear against the ground, as if stirring a tempest. Today, I shall see whether this school truly distinguishes right from wrong. Since matters have reached this point, let us escalate further. I want to witness if there exists anyone to uphold justice. Su Liang took a defiant stance, his spear pointing forward, causing his adversaries to recoil. The entire assembly quaked with astonishment. Was he truly preparing to confront the dean? Chapter 14. Expulsion of Su Liang. In that instant, several students felt an infectious surge of courage emanating from Su Liang. A sensation of fervor surged through them. He dared to confront authority. How could he be so audacious? Many students were aware that certain teachers in the school exhibited favoritism, often indulging the wealthy students while treating others with disdain. Yet, no one had the courage to openly address this injustice. Today, however, Su Liang had torn down this veil of hypocrisy, invigorating their spirits. Yet, the dean was no mere figure of authority. He was a formidable enforcer. Su Liang could hardly be his match. But in this moment, Su Liang's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. No matter who came today, if justice was not served, he would escalate the matter to an unmanageable level. Fearless, he stood resolute. Bai Qianqian gazed at his silhouette in disbelief. Lung Lianshuang was equally taken aback, unable to comprehend how Su Liang could be so bold. At that moment, Lung Lianshuang felt an inexplicable admiration for Su Liang. The aura he exuded was truly captivating. She could not help but scrutinize him. Was this the real Su Liang? For the first time, she sensed that he was distinct from all others. A flutter of excitement coursed through her heart. Was it infatuation? Liao Yuqian wore a look of vengeful disdain. Dean, look. This student has overstepped all bounds. He does not deserve to be a part of our second high school. Remove him. If we do not discipline such a rebellious student, others will claim that our institution has failed in its educational duties. The dean's countenance darkened ominously. This is the height of insolence. You are tarnishing the reputation of our school. I shall see how long you can continue this charade. The dean prepared to take action. Yet, at that moment, his arm vibrated slightly. He glanced down. Oh no, the principal is calling. He answered the call, and a voice reached his ears. Audible only to him. Have you lost your mind? Such an outstanding student, and you wish to bully him publicly? Don't you feel embarrassed enough? If he loses even a hair, you'd better resign. The dean felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his face draining of color. The principal was protecting this student. Who was this student? The dean was drenched in a cold sweat, narrowly escaping a disastrous fate. Thankfully, he had not caused irreparable damage. He looked at Su Liang, trembling with trepidation. This student was undoubtedly extraordinary, having garnered the principal's personal attention. This was beyond his control. Now, he found himself in a precarious situation. Zhang Tianhao and Liao Yuqian were still brimming with anticipation, convinced that the dean's intervention would spell doom for Su Liang. The surrounding students shook their heads in disbelief. Su Liang's impulsiveness might indeed lead to his expulsion. Bai Qianqian, tear-streaked, was deeply worried. Yang Biao was equally frantic. Yet, Su Liang remained composed. Even if he were to face punishment, he would act. He refused to be deterred. However, the dean remained silent, hesitating for an extended period. Dean? Liao Yuqian called out. The dean was on the verge of apoplexy. Ahem. He cleared his throat twice. In an instant, his expression transformed, forcing a smile. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Truly, it is a privilege to have such a remarkable student at our second high school, exhibiting such extraordinary resolve at such a young age. Su Liang, this incident is a failure on the part of the faculty, and I apologize on their behalf. Please do not take it to heart. I will promptly investigate the entire matter to ensure you face no injustice. As these words left his lips, the entire assembly was left in a state of bewilderment. Many exchanged incredulous glances at the dean. What was happening? Why was there such a sudden shift in attitude, culminating in an apology to Su Liang? The minds of those present felt as though they were overheating. How could there be such a dramatic turnaround in demeanor? Dean? Liao Yuqian looked at him in disbelief. Isn't he to be severely punished for assaulting teachers and students? The dean was nearly driven to madness by her questions. This situation is far more complex than you realize. I will investigate thoroughly. Enough. Everyone disperse. Those who need to train should return to their routines. Do not linger. The dean flashed Su Liang an awkward smile, dragging Liao Yuqian away. Wait. The dean's steps faltered. Su Liang, is there something else? Su Liang was unsure why the dean's attitude had shifted so dramatically, but sensed there was a reason. He smiled and said, Teacher, will you provide an explanation for this matter? After all, I wasn't the one who instigated the trouble. The dean, forcing a smile, replied, Certainly. I will begin the investigation immediately. Su Liang nodded with a smile. I appreciate your efforts, teacher. Of course, the dean said, pulling away a bewildered Liao Yuqian. Liao Yuqian was nearly apoplectic. Meanwhile, the surrounding students were in shock. The dean had shown such deference to Su Liang. Did he possess a background even more formidable than Zhang Tianhao's? As the crowd gradually dispersed, Zhang Tianhao wore an expression akin to one who had consumed something foul, glaring at Su Liang with malice. Was this truly the end? What about the beating he had received today? No, this was an affront that could not simply be overlooked. As the turmoil subsided, Yang Biao and Bai Qianqian approached Su Liang, showering him with praise. Yet, only one person's gaze remained fixed upon Su Liang. Lung Lianshuang understood that the dean's change of heart had been prompted by a phone call. This implied that someone had warned the dean at that moment. Who possesses such immense power? Who could cause the headmaster to alter his demeanor in an instant? In other words, Su Liang's background is undoubtedly far from simple. Brother Liang, how impressive. When did you become so formidable? Even the homeroom teacher could be bested. Have you been secretly training at night? A smile graced Bai Qianqian's face. Su Liang chuckled and replied, Training? Nonsense. It's just that she is too inept, not even proficient in the basic application of divine power. She should hurry up and train. I still have to accompany Qianqian in her practice. Yang Biao rolled his eyes. You, who prioritize romance over friendship. Bai Qianqian shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Su Liang playfully scolded, Get lost. Yang Biao retorted, but added a cautionary note. Be careful, that scoundrel Zhang Tianhao won't relent. Watch your back after school. He might try something underhanded. Su Liang nodded, understood. Yang Biao departed to find an opponent for training. Su Liang smiled at Qianqian. Let us begin. I'll assist you in your practice. Bai Qianqian's face was rosy. How should I practice? Observing her bashful demeanor, Su Liang's lips curled into a slight smile. After some contemplation, he recalled that Bai Qianqian had awakened an SSS-level divine power, the highest grade and the purest form of the Flame Divine Mark, renowned for its unparalleled might. Once she achieved Divine Emperor status, she could effortlessly incinerate an entire first-tier city with her strength alone. Truly, a formidable power. Subsequently, She ascended to the Vermilion Bird throne, becoming the exalted Empress of the Vermilion Bird. She didn't even need to cultivate weaponry. With this in mind, Su Liang instructed, "Just use the close combat techniques you've learned and attack me. I will guide you." Bai Qianqian, though still shy, nodded. "You must be careful then." Su Liang grinned and replied, "Bring it on." Bai Qianqian assumed her stance and lunged at Su Liang. To him, her punches felt no different from a child's gentle taps. It was hard to fathom that she would one day become the Empress of the Vermilion Bird. Strike decisively, aim for vital points. As you throw that punch, your right foot must coordinate. A slight shift will stabilize your center of gravity. Against an opponent, do not hold back. Unleash your utmost power. Do not hesitate. With Su Liang's combat experience, instructing Bai Qianqian was a straightforward task. Moreover, Bai Qianqian was quite intelligent. Many techniques clicked for her instantly, and her improvement was evident. She was filled with delight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lung Liantong, engaged in combat with a female classmate, was distracted throughout the lesson, occasionally glancing at Su Liang and Bai Qianqian. She suddenly felt as if someone had stolen her toy. "Liantong, perhaps it's best to give it a rest. You're not in the zone." The girl halted her attacks and approached the distracted Lung Liantong. Lung Liantong nodded in agreement. "All right, let us call it a day." The girl glanced over at Su Liang and his companion. "Liantong, you don't have feelings for Su Liang, do you?" A flicker of panic crossed Lung Liantong's eyes. "No." Her voice remained cold. The girl chuckled. "Liantong, if you find Su Liang worthy of your attention, why not take the initiative to get closer? With your beauty, he would undoubtedly abandon Bai Qianqian and return to your side." Lung Liantong replied, "No, I absolutely do not." The girl continued teasingly, "Am I not familiar with you? It's all right. I see that Su Liang's performance today is indeed commendable. Besides, among those pursuing you, he is quite presentable. Should Su Liang awaken a remarkable divine power, you would miss a great opportunity. Don't be foolish at a time like this. Why not strike up a conversation with him? Even if you can't be romantic partners, can't you at least be friends?" Upon hearing this, Lung Liantong fell into silence. Perhaps she should say something? Ever since yesterday, Su Liang had completely ignored her. But to compete with such a clown for Su Liang? Wasn't that absurd? Yet some matters still needed clarification, didn't they? Chapter 15. Even if it's a deception, I am willing. In the headmaster's office, upon the headmaster's return, Liao Yuqian stood anxiously. "Headmaster, have you clarified the situation?" The headmaster's expression was rather grim. He had just met with the principal. The principal had berated him thoroughly, leaving him disoriented. Now, he understood clearly that the student named Su Liang was off limits. The headmaster turned to Liao Yuqian, a voluptuous woman, a flicker of thought igniting in his mind. With a furrowed brow, he said, "Teacher Liao, we cannot touch Su Liang." Liao Yuqian was taken aback. "Why not? He struck me. You must stand up for me." She pouted, exuding an air of allure that stirred the headmaster's desires. "Stand up for you? Wasn't it you who initially favored that Zhang Tianhao of your class? Why did you have him write some reflection? Ultimately, it's clear that your bias was excessive." Liao Yuqian's eyes glistened with tears as she lowered her gaze. "Is this how it ends?" The headmaster, now in a state of distress, remarked, "What else can be done? Do you realize that the higher-ups are considering removing you from your position as homeroom teacher, relegating you to a regular teaching role?" "What?" Liao Yuqian was taken aback, instantly rising from her seat. Only then did she grasp the gravity of the situation. "Headmaster, you must help me. I have worked so hard to reach this point." She grasped his arm, pressing it against her bosom, provoking the headmaster's imagination. Liao Yuqian was well aware that the headmaster had long desired her. To think she had inadvertently stepped on a landmine, she had to secure her position. The headmaster shook her off. "Teacher Liao, it's not that I don't wish to assist you, but this is the directive from above. What can I do?" Liao Yuqian's tone softened. "Headmaster, you oversee all the teachers. Can't you simply say a word to keep me in my position? If you assist me, I can." The headmaster finally heard what he wanted and felt his heart racing. "Teacher Liao, this is truly a bit challenging." Liao Yuqian's eyes were reddened as she leaned closer to the headmaster, tightly embracing his arm. "Headmaster, you must help me." As she spoke, Liao Yuqian began to touch him. The headmaster pretended to be oblivious until the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly suggestive. "Please help me." The headmaster cleared his throat. "All right. But for the time being, you still have to be removed. After the divine awareness and the college entrance examination, I will see about reinstating you. Is that acceptable?" "Thank you, headmaster." Liao Yuqian exclaimed with joy, pressing a kiss on his cheek. The headmaster cleared his throat again. "Well this." Liao Yuqian shot him a seductive glance. "Headmaster, this is my first time." The headmaster's spirits soared. "Hee, I'll be gentle, my little treasure." The office was soon filled with sounds that were not for the faint of heart. After 2.5 hours of combat class, everyone returned to the classroom and changed back into their regular attire. The moment Su Liang returned to the classroom, all eyes inevitably fell upon him with a sense of reverence. This was not solely due to his ambiguous background, but more so owing to his formidable strength. Zhang Tianhao's countenance darkened as he averted his gaze, bowing his head, harboring an unquenchable fury within. Those who had bullied Bai Qianqian also lowered their heads. Su Liang paid them no mind and simply took a seat beside Bai Qianqian. In the afternoon, they had another class, and Su Liang sat next to her, pleasantly surprised by the faint fragrance emanating from her. The contrast was striking. Even when girls perspired, they exuded a delightful scent. "Thank you for training with me today. I feel like I've improved significantly," Bai Qianqian said softly. Su Liang smiled and replied, "Have you forgotten what I told you? I have ulterior motives." Bai Qianqian lowered her head, yet the corners of her mouth secretly curved upward. "Even if you are deceiving me, I am willing." Before long, a teacher entered the classroom, causing a stir among the students as they wondered why their homeroom teacher was absent. This class on the knowledge of divine awareness was typically conducted by their homeroom teacher. The male instructor introduced himself. "Who is Su Liang?" Su Liang raised his hand, responding, "Teacher, it's me." The teacher nodded and continued, "I would like to inform everyone that your homeroom teacher, Ms. Liao Yuqian, has been penalized by the Academic Affairs Office for mishandling 2 incidents yesterday and today, and has been removed from her position." This declaration sent shockwaves through the room, leaving everyone in disbelief. Their homeroom teacher had been dismissed, and all of this was due to Su Liang. At that moment, the astonishment in the hearts of the students surpassed all previous encounters, leading them to increasingly question Su Liang's true identity. Many looked at him with incredulity. Su Liang, however, remained composed, albeit somewhat surprised that matters had escalated to this extent. "Everyone, please settle down," the male teacher said. "From now until the college entrance examination, I will be temporarily taking over as your homeroom teacher. My surname is Hu. You can call me Hu Anshan." He then turned his attention to Su Liang. "Are you satisfied with this outcome?" Su Liang smiled and nodded. "That is fine. I have no objections." Hu Anshan nodded in return. "Very well, let us commence with the lesson." The students could hardly conceal their astonishment. What exactly was Su Liang's background that allowed him to achieve such a feat? Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened further. This matter was far from over. Upon hearing the news, Lung Lianshuang felt a renewed sense of determination. The teacher's voice echoed, "I do not know how Ms. Liao taught you in the past, but since I am here to instruct, I will teach you in my own style." The year 2030 marked the dawn of divine awareness. It was the year humanity birthed its first chosen one, and it was also the year of the rise of the aberrant beasts. The chosen ones are recognized by humanity as those selected by the divine, bestowed with divine seals, and endowed with tremendous power. After a standard lesson, the students' enthusiasm waned. Much of the information was familiar to them. Their curiosity, however, was piqued by Su Liang's identity. But they were left in the dark as the teacher offered no further elaboration. It seemed they would not be seeing their original homeroom teacher anytime soon. As school dismissed, Su Liang called out to Bai Qianqian, "Let me walk you home." With no one daring to bully her any longer, she had no pressing matters to attend to. Bai Qianqian shyly replied, "No need to walk me. You should head home early too. How about we leave school together then?" she suggested, her cheeks slightly flushed. After gathering her belongings, she fell into step beside Su Liang. Yang Biao approached Su Liang, proposing, "Shall we play a couple of rounds?" The game he referred to involved a virtual reality where they could transfer their consciousness into the game to hunt aberrant beasts, which could enhance their combat levels, albeit primarily remaining a game. Su Liang shook his head, "Not going. I'm broke. Besides, I want to accompany Qianqian. So hurry along and don't be a third wheel." Yang Biao huffed in annoyance. "Fine, you win." He quickly departed, resolute not to be a nuisance. Bai Qianqian lowered her head, blushing at the mention of a third wheel. As the two exited the classroom, they were followed by Lung Lianshuang, who felt the need to clarify some matters. She was unaccustomed to being ignored by him all day. As they walked, Su Liang advised, "If anything happens, just give me a call. Don't try to be brave on your own." Bai Qianqian timidly nodded, "Okay." Yet she was not fond of troubling others, especially with the considerable debt she owed Su Liang. How could she repay him? She truly did not wish to inconvenience him over trivial matters. Su Liang observed Bai Qianqian's profile, the gentle breeze brushing against his cheek, lifting her hair delicately. In the glow of the setting sun, she radiated a unique beauty. Yet, he could only cling to the powerful and not claim the Empress for himself. "However, I still suggest that you and your mother consider moving closer to my place for better support," he proposed. Bai Qianqian shook her head. "I can still stay at home." Su Liang resigned himself to this response. "All right, we'll see." Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through the air behind them. "Su Liang." He turned around, surprised to see the striking figure of Lung Lianshuang approaching him, as if she were a snow lotus. Was she genuinely seeking him out? Chapter 16, Qianqian Walt. Su Liang regarded the campus belle, who was undeniably beautiful, captivating the admiration of nearly every boy. Not only was she academically accomplished, but she also held a high combat level, rendering her immensely popular. Yet, Su Liang felt no attraction towards her. She was an exceedingly rational woman, bordering on indifference. Anything devoid of utility or personal gain to her could be discarded without a second thought, just as he had devoted himself to her in a previous life. Upon awakening his divine seal, he had been cast aside without hesitation. He cast her a sidelong glance. "What do you want?" Lung Lianshuang's eyes flickered as she met his gaze. "I would like to speak with you privately." As she spoke, her attention shifted to Bai Qianqian, who felt like an ugly duckling in comparison and refrained from meeting Lung Lianshuang's gaze. "You two chat. I'll take my leave." However, Su Liang suddenly grasped Bai Qianqian's wrist. "There's no need." Caught off guard by Su Liang's hold, Bai Qianqian froze, akin to being electrified. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Lung Lianshuang observed him holding Bai Qianqian's hand, a pang of jealousy piercing her heart. Was he doing this deliberately to provoke her? Feeling unsettled, Lung Lianshuang finally displayed a flicker of emotion. Taking a deep breath, she looked directly at Su Liang, unabashedly meeting his gaze. "Su Liang, I've said it before. I don't want to date before awakening my divine awareness. I rejected you yesterday, and I trust you understand. Are you truly so frivolous as to bring her here to disgust me?" Upon hearing these words, Su Liang chuckled, finding amusement in the situation akin to a grandmother snuggling into bed. However, Bai Qianqian felt a sudden pang of sorrow. Su Liang sought her out merely to irritate Lung Lianxiang. A sense of sadness washed over her, deepening her feelings of inferiority. "I mentioned that we could still be friends. But if you continue like this, Su Liang interjected, raising his hand to halt her. "Stop right there." Lung Lianxiang was taken aback. Su Liang continued, "Lung Lianxiang, you must be rather full of yourself, don't you think? What do you mean by me bringing her here to annoy you? Could you refrain from being so narcissistic?" At this, Lung Lianxiang's expression shifted dramatically. "Let me be perfectly clear, I no longer harbor any feelings for you, so do not bother me. You may continue to bask in your status as the campus belle. With my absence, you still have Zhang Tianhao and his entourage. Do not flatter yourself. Qianqian is not someone I brought to irritate you. She is Bai Qianqian, not a mere object for comparison. I ask you to show some respect." Both Bai Qianqian and Lung Lianxiang's expressions froze simultaneously upon hearing this. Bai Qianqian felt a surge of astonishment and gratitude. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, deeply touched. The earlier feelings of inferiority evaporated with Su Liang's succinct words. In his eyes, she Bai Qianqian was never the ugly duckling, nor someone who could be so easily insulted by others. She glanced down at her wrist, held firmly by Su Liang, feeling an inexplicable warmth within her. Conversely, Lung Lianxiang was left feeling hollow. How could he speak to her in such a manner? A wave of anger mixed with a hint of grievance surged within her. "You," Su Liang scoffed lightly, "you ought to clarify your own standing. Though you may currently be regarded as the stunning campus belle, not everyone is obligated to orbit around you." For the first time, Lung Lianxiang felt a surge of anger from a boy's words, her porcelain skin flushing with ire. "Su Liang." Su Liang turned to her. "Is there something else? You will regret this." "Ha ha." Su Liang laughed, genuinely untroubled by the prospect of regret. After all, he was already involved with the Empress. What need had he for a campus belle? "Lung Lianxiang, allow me to pose a question." Lung Lianxiang paused. "As an S-rank, would you consider befriending a B-rank or C-rank individual?" Of course, the instinctive response nearly slipped from her lips, but she caught herself. She wanted to assert that she certainly would, yet hesitation crept in. Her upbringing had taught her that innate talent dictated much. The future accomplishments of a B rank and an A rank were worlds apart, and an S rank was an entirely different echelon. A B rank, no matter how hard they strove, might only reach the level of a third seal mage. In contrast, an A rank could ascend to a fourth seal mage, and with sufficient effort and luck, an S rank might attain the status of a fifth seal general. The disparity was monumental. Thus, her family had advised her to maintain distance from lesser-ranked boys before awakening. Once she awakened, everything would become clear, and her interactions would be dictated by fate. Those with inferior talents were simply not worthy of her consideration, as they were on different paths altogether. However, all this was predicated on her awakening a high-level divine seal. Should her awakening yield a low-level seal, or worse, none at all, her situation would be drastically altered. She could make numerous connections, gain admission to university, and contribute to the advancement of high-tech source crystal weaponry for Huaxia. Yet for now, she could not afford to grow too close to anyone. She could not overlook the possibility of awakening a high-level divine seal. Su Liang chuckled. "You see, your hesitation reveals your true thoughts." Lung Lianxiang attempted to clarify, but Su Liang interjected with a smile. "No need to explain, I understand. This is your prideful nature, which is precisely why I no longer wish to pander to you. We are simply incompatible. But Qianqian is different. Regardless of whether she awakens an S-rank divine seal in the future, she will never neglect others due to their lower divine seal ranks. Isn't that right, Qianqian? Bai Qianqian met Su Liang's gaze, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled and nodded. Let us go home. This, indeed, was Su Liang's genuine sentiment. For he knew that once Lung Lianxiang awakened her S-rank divine seal, she would disdainfully overlook her classmates, rendering any approach futile. Why wait for her to cast them into the jaws of beasts? Lung Lianxiang stood frozen, watching their departing figures, struggling to comprehend the situation. Had she truly lost to that ugly duckling? How could this be? Furthermore, why would Su Liang pose such a question? It was utterly perplexing. How could he discern her innermost thoughts? She maintained her aloof persona, anticipating her divine awakening. Eventually, she let out a cold huff. Su Liang, I do not believe I am in the wrong. Once I awaken a high-level divine seal, those of lower ranks will be burdens to me. If you are so certain, let us see whose divine seal awakens at a higher level. Survival of the fittest. This was the natural law. As they reached the school gate, Bai Qianqian felt a buoyant joy within her. This was the sensation of being respected by others, a feeling she had long been deprived of. Today, Su Liang had bestowed upon her countless surprises. As they prepared to part ways at the campus entrance, boarding different source crystal school buses, Su Liang waved, "Rest well. See you tomorrow." Bai Qianqian flashed a sweet smile. "You too." Watching the school bus carrying Bai Qianqian vanish from sight, Su Liang's lips curled into a subtle smile. Hee. Our relationship with the Empress has certainly progressed. The future was promising. Su Liang did not immediately board the bus. Instead, he contemplated acquiring some beast crystals to experiment with the conversion of beast energy. Where could he procure beast crystals? The resource trading point? Yet, who trades in beast crystals? Typically, they were exchanged for divine crystals or source crystals. He would have to inquire about the prices. A one-star beast crystal was not inexpensive, and it seemed his funds were insufficient. Nevertheless, he had to try. Having walked only a few steps, he was approached by Gong Lai, who had been waiting at the school entrance and had smoked an entire pack of cigarettes. Gong Lai quickly caught up with him. Su Liang immediately sensed he was being followed. Furrowing his brows, he wondered if Zhang Tianhao or Liao Yuqian had sent someone to retaliate. With a swift motion, Su Liang darted into an alley, accelerating his pace. Gong Lai entered the alley just in time to see Su Liang sprinting away, causing the cigarette in his mouth to drop. What a clever lad. He actually noticed me tailing him. Gong Lai pushed off the ground forcefully. Kid, don't run. Su Liang frowned, cursing under his breath at the audacity of it all. He quickened his steps, but how could he match Gong Lai's speed? Kid, don't run. Su Liang dared not pause, but soon found himself cornered in a dead end. Damn it, what bad luck. Su Liang cursed under his breath and picked up a brick from the ground that could serve as a weapon. Gong Lai, somewhat exasperated, questioned, "Why are you running? I won't harm you. Why are you stealthily following me? Let me assure you, I have no interest in same-sex relationships, so do not harbor any such intentions." Gong Lai was tempted to curse aloud. Are you out of your mind? Who's interested in that? I'm a proper man. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you want then? Su Liang remained cautious. Gong Lai felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Why are you so suspicious? I saved you last night and merely wished to discuss a matter with you. Su Liang's mouth fell open in realization. You should have said so earlier. You made me run for so long. Gong Lai, now irritated, retorted, it's your fault for running off without reason, making me chase you. Chapter 17. I have no interest in same-sex relationships. The two emerged from the dead end. Gong Lai looked at Su Liang in disbelief, realizing this young man was quite crafty. However, it also revealed that his wariness was significant, showcasing a certain character. Such a disposition would be entirely suitable for a member of the Divine Hunt Squad. Many members of the squad lacked such vigilance. My name is Gong Lai. You can call me Old Gong. Goodness. You want me to call you husband as a guy, yet you claim you're not interested in same-sex relationships. What the hell? Gong Lai was infuriated. Su Liang paid him no mind. Boss, 2 energy drinks, please. The shopkeeper responded affirmatively. Sure thing, just a moment. Gong Lai eyed Su Liang. Wow? I didn't expect you to be so generous. Are you wealthy? Su Liang shot him a glance. No way. You can't expect a high school student to treat you. Can you? You're part of the Divine Hunt Squad. Are you really that short on cash? Gong Lai widened his eyes in surprise. How do you know I'm from the Divine Hunt Squad? Su Liang smirked. You're too brash. If you're not from the Divine Hunt Squad, could the military have someone like you? Gong Lai was on the verge of losing his temper. You. Fine. I see you're even more brazen than I am. I'm starting to doubt you've ever worked in the Divine Hunt Squad. Su Liang shrugged. Who says I haven't tea? I've been in the game for decades. Though my strength isn't overwhelming, I have a certain reputation, having survived countless battles against beasts with the prowess of a 3-seal divine master. The energy drinks were ready. Gong Lai grumbled as he paid. Su Liang settled down, crossing his legs. Old Gong, let us hear what you want. Gong Lai felt a wave of frustration, wishing he could smack the boy. You can call me Old Gong or Old Lai, but not Old Gong Lai. All right, Old Gong Lai. Gong Lai was at a loss for words. Get to the point. If there's nothing, I'll be heading home. He felt utterly vexed, unable to find a way to handle this young man. They had already tested the waters sufficiently. If this fellow were to join their team, his character seemed entirely suitable. We reviewed the surveillance footage of your battle with the bloodthirsty rat last night. Yes, and what of it? Was I impressive? Indeed, impressive. Gong Lai shot him a glare. Don't flatter yourself. Can you have a serious conversation? Do you want me to beat you? Su Liang chuckled lightly. Oh, come now, don't be so dramatic. Gong Lai, despite being a 3-seal divine master, was used to being treated with utmost respect, yet this boy was entirely irreverent. You speak, I'm listening. As the words hung in the air, Gong Lai found himself at a loss. This young man was utterly unpredictable. Perhaps it was best to be straightforward. Do you have any interest in joining our team? Su Liang was taken aback. Me? I'm only 18. You expect me to go throw my life away? What kind of conscience do you have? Gong Lai was so frustrated he could have slammed the table. He glared at Su Liang. Su Liang laughed awkwardly. Just kidding. Just kidding. Which team from Rong City are you with? At this point, Gong Lai felt a swell of pride. I am from the esteemed Jinsha Divine Hunt Squad, the top-ranked squad in Rong City. You are quite fortunate. Countless divine masters and divine scholars seek to join us, yet our captain has declined them. What's the ranking of your divine hunt squad? With that question, Gong Lai was momentarily speechless. Are you trying to irritate me? Is it wrong to ask? Gong Lai's patience was wearing thin. There were only a limited number of squads in the divine hunt ranking. It wasn't something anyone could just join. Oh, so you're saying it's not mainstream? Gong Lai felt a surge of irritation. He wanted to strangle the boy. Calm down. Stay composed. Don't get worked up, or you'll end up sick with no one to blame. How come you seem to know everything? You even know about the divine hunt ranking? Does your school teach you this? Su Liang shook his head. Just know a bit. How could Su Liang not know? The divine hunt squads are an independent group of chosen ones, consisting of various talented individuals, typically numbering around 10. Each squad includes a commander, blood drinkers, frontline fighters, snipers, healers, and scouts, all recognized by the military. They undertake tasks assigned by the military, whether to venture outside the city or to protect its residents. The Divine Hunt ranking is a prestigious list in Huaxia, highlighting the most elite squads. To be listed is a testament to excellence among thousands of squads. The number of squads on the list is unlimited, but the qualifications to be listed are stringent, requiring an exceptionally high level of skill and undergoing thorough evaluations. In his past life, although Su Liang was merely a 3-seal divine master, he relied on his knowledge, experience, and exceptional combat skills to become part of a renowned squad. It was quite a remarkable feat. Fortunately, he did not drag the team down. Don't underestimate our Jinsha squad. Getting on the list is no easy task, and we are certainly strong, being the best in Rome City. I am but a humble member, serving as a rear guard against divine beings. Su Liang nodded. So you're a goalkeeper. Ugh, kid. I really want to chop you up. It's rear guard, not goalkeeper. Gong Lai clutched his heart, nearly ready to explode. Su Liang chuckled. All right, no more jokes. Why do you want to recruit me? I'm only 18, and I haven't even awakened my divine sense yet. What if I never awaken my divine imprint? Gong Lai paused for a moment. To put it simply, our captain has taken an interest in you. Your battle with the bloodthirsty rat impressed him greatly. He believes you have potential. As for the divine imprint, even without one, you can still become an exceptional warrior through source crystal technology, which could allow you to join the team. Of course, that's a special case. The captain sees your extraordinary combat talent. Su Liang nodded. Indeed. Being able to slay a 1-star bloodthirsty rat at the age of 18, without having awakened his divine sense, was an extraordinary achievement. It is likely that any other ordinary person placed in this situation would meet a similar fate. It is merely a stroke of fortune from a past life that I find myself here. You should contemplate your circumstances carefully, regardless of whether you awaken the divine mark. You must still reside in Rong City. Be mindful, for our organization, the Flame Killers, is quite renowned in this city. Su Liang fell silent for a moment, recognizing the truth in those words. Those who awaken the divine mark typically enter the local academy of chosen ones for training and development. Even without awakening, one must take the entrance examination, gain admission to a university, which is also local. Only upon demonstrating exceptional prowess in a specific area and achieving notable results might one be sent to more advanced cities for superior training. Su Liang pondered. What if I awaken the divine mark and attend the Academy of Chosen Ones? If I become part of your team, will you take me along on missions? Gong Lai considered this. I hadn't thought of that. Initially, I envisioned you graduating from the academy and then joining our squad. If that is your desire, it hinges on the captain's approval, and you may need to undergo an assessment of your combat abilities. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Would the academy consent? That is something to worry less about. The captain has his ways, provided you exhibit sufficient combat prowess. Su Liang nodded. Understood. I'll give it some thought. Gong Lai nodded in return. Take your time. You reckless fool, should you truly become my teammate. Just wait and see how I handle you. Is that your invitation? Threatening me even before I've joined? Do you believe I want to just switch to another team? Gong Lai cursed. Go ahead, it's your choice. Su Liang chuckled. This person is rather amusing. Generally speaking, there are 3 paths after graduating from the Academy of Chosen Ones. The first is for those of average talent, who continue to live ordinary lives, either teaching at those divine awareness secondary schools or engaging in other simple occupations. For those with decent or commendable talents, they can opt to join these divine hunting teams, walking on the edge of a blade but reaping substantial rewards. The final option is to enlist in the military, undergo assessments to enter the military departments. After a few years of training, if one possesses considerable talent and strength, there exists the opportunity to become a member of the 3 great divine armies. At the very least, one could serve in the city guards or join official departments such as the Inspection Division, the Punishment Division, or the Heavenly Monitoring Division, all of which are quite respectable. However, Su Liang was acutely aware of his own limitations. Pursuing the military path was out of the question, given his current abilities. The most he could aspire to would be to join a divine hunting team. He would then discreetly benefit from the care of the Empress Bai Qianqian, gradually rising to prominence and surviving in this world. Observing Su Liang lost in thought, Gong Lai handed him a contact card, advising him to reach out once he had made up his mind, preferably after awakening his divine awareness. Wait, old Gong Lai. Gong Lai, exasperated, retorted, spit it out quickly. Su Liang extended his hand. Do you have any beast crystals? I need a few. What do you need beast crystals for? To exchange for money? Am I that shameless? It seems you are. Su Liang. I have my uses, I need to study them. Do you have any? Stop babbling and hand me a few. 1 star will suffice. Gong Lai nearly choked, incredulous that this kid could request favors in such a manner. Damn it. With a curse, Gong Lai retrieved several beast crystals from his spatial converter and placed them on the table, leaving without a backward glance. He felt cursed to encounter this lad. Yet, as he distanced himself, he couldn't help but smirk slightly. Su Liang gazed at the beast crystals on the table. Perfect. This saves me considerable effort. Time to head home and experiment tonight. Chapter 18. A critical shortage of beast crystals. After enjoying dinner with his grandfather and engaging in casual conversation, Su Liang washed up and retreated to his room. He shed his upper garments and gazed at the beast-shaped mark of the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn on his chest. What exactly is this? It cannot be a divine mark, can it? I have never seen anyone with a beast-shaped divine mark before. Su Liang muttered, uncertain of whether this was a blessing or a curse. He arranged the 5 1-star beast crystals before him, their faint crimson glow beckoning. How does one initiate the process? He was clueless about how to trigger the beast energy transformation. Grasping 1 beast crystal in his palm, he suddenly felt his consciousness being drawn into that ethereal space. He opened his eyes wide, once again beholding the golden-eyed gaze of the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn. At that moment, the beast crystal he held began to release energy. The sanguine power started to dissipate, absorbed into Su Liang's body. In that fantastical realm, the golden eyes cast radiant light upon him, and a searing sensation of pain washed over him. He cursed under his breath as a familiar cold voice echoed in his ears. Beast energy transformation in progress. In this state, Su Liang endured the relentless agony inflicted by the golden gaze. The torment drove him to madness, even contemplating self-harm. Time became a blur, and eventually, the golden light began to fade, and the pain diminished. As he contemplated this, a virtual panel materialized before his eyes. Beast energy transformation. Transformation progress, 61 million. Beast energy talent, Eye of Insight 10. Divine Mark, unawakened. Mentality, 110. Strength, 115. Agility, 110. Speed, 110. Su Liang was taken aback. What is happening? Why has only strength increased this time? The other attributes have not improved, and the Eye of Insight remains unchanged. Yet, the first time, all attributes received a boost. Su Liang was perplexed. Could it be that the first activation merely granted a baseline increase to each attribute, and subsequent enhancements would require corresponding beast crystals? After a moment of contemplation, Su Liang accepted this outcome, recognizing that it wasn't too shabby. After all, utilizing 5 beast crystals to enhance all attributes would have been rather excessive. This implies that the power of the beast crystals is being transformed into my body's functional metrics through the beast energy transformation. The Eye of Insight may indeed be a unique talent of the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn, necessitating additional beast crystals for further enhancement. Su Liang pondered. When I acquire more beast crystals, how should I allocate them? I cannot continuously augment my strength attribute, can I? Moreover, what does this transformation progress signify? What will happen once the transformation value reaches 1 million? Su Liang was uncertain. He could only wait for that day to unveil the answers. Soon, the panel vanished, and Su Liang was pulled out of that state. He gazed at the remaining beast crystals in his hand, along with the ones that had already turned to dust. With a wry smile, he mused, "It seems I am not at a loss. 5 one-star beast crystals have successfully increased my strength attribute by 5 points, which is commendable. By that reckoning, I would need 1,000,000 one-star beast crystals to fully fill the progress bar. It seems beast crystals have become crucial to me. I fear I must join this divine hunting team after all." With the eye of insight yet to be enhanced and the divine mark still dormant, patience is required until the time reveals all. He clenched his fists, acutely aware of a significant surge in his strength. Merely an increase of 5 points felt akin to amplifying his power by nearly 0.5 times, with a single punch. It seemed as if he had created a sonic boom. Glancing at the time, he was startled to discover it was already midnight. In such a brief span, nearly 4 hours had elapsed. If he were to undergo beast energy transformation in the future, he would undoubtedly need to find a safe location. A smirk crept across Su Liang's face. It appeared that his future circumstances might indeed shift. However, at present, he required a substantial quantity of beast crystals to facilitate the transformation. This posed a dilemma. Without divine perception, venturing outside the city alone was impossible. Moreover, even upon becoming a chosen one, he would at least need to reach the second-tier divine envoy level to safely exit the city. Su Liang covered his face, recognizing this as a considerable challenge. After pondering for a moment, he realized that he currently had no viable means of acquiring a large number of beast crystals. Should he purchase them? He lacked the funds. Should he hunt? He lacked the strength. Even attempting to exploit Gong Lai would yield little benefit. He would be met with refusal and could not expect to gain much. After all, one-star beast crystal was valued at 1,000,000. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Su Liang's mind. Upon entering the Chosen One Academy, there existed a designated hunting ground. A grin spread across his face. This was the first step. Finally, he could rest easy and drift into slumber. As dawn broke, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, refreshing and invigorating. His grandfather, stooped with age, prepared breakfast. To Su Liang's surprise, it was the rare delicacy of millet porridge. "Grandfather, how did you manage to make millet porridge? Where did you find it?" His grandfather chuckled. "Just eat. No need to ask so many questions." Su Liang grinned widely, tasting the delightful rarity. As he ate, he remarked, "Grandfather, I can't shake the feeling that you harbor a secret. You always manage to procure such fine food, and despite your age, I have never seen you short of my funds. How do you do it?" Su Luochen shot him a glance and lightly tapped him on the head with his chopsticks. "Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you." Su Liang cradled his head, casting a pitiful look at his grandfather. In his previous life, his grandfather had passed away when he was in his 40s. At that time, he was out on a mission and had not had the chance to bid his grandfather farewell. Thus, when his grandfather departed, he was entirely unaware. The government had handled everything, leaving behind only a single key for him. The very key that hung from his grandfather's chest. He had assumed it merely a keepsake. "Grandfather, what is the purpose of the key you wear? Is there a hidden treasure?" The old man again tapped him with his chopsticks. "Do not ask about things that do not concern you." Su Liang was truly exasperated. With a sigh, he lamented that he could not extract even a hint of information. "I'm off to school." The old man did not spare him another glance. Only when Su Liang had disappeared from view did he rest his hand upon the key at his chest. His cloudy eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. "I hope you never have to use this key. You rascal, at my age, I am still tasked with raising your son." A flicker of nostalgia passed through the old man's gaze. Upon arriving at school and entering the classroom, Su Liang noticed several hostile glances, but chose to disregard them. Zhang Tianhao regarded Su Liang with a shadowy malice glimmering in his eyes. As Su Liang passed by Long Lianshuang, he noted her gaze lingering on him. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before she quickly averted her gaze, her expression indifferent. It was as if they had become strangers. Su Liang rather favored this state of affairs. Keeping a distance and not interfering with each other was ideal. After settling into his seat at the back, Long Lianshuang's desk mate and close friend gently nudged her elbow. "Lianshuang, what happened yesterday?" Long Lianshuang responded nonchalantly, "Nothing at all. Don't overthink it. He doesn't like me anymore, and that's that." The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's impossible. You're the only one who would believe that." "I certainly don't." At this, Long Lianshuang hesitated. Could it truly be so? He had liked her for so long and had been so attentive. It was unlikely he would simply let go. Su Liang comfortably took his seat beside Bai Qianqian, grinning. "Qianqian, you arrived quite early." Bai Qianqian shyly acknowledged him with a soft mm. He did not linger on her. engaging in light conversation before growing bored and resting his head down. His mind was preoccupied with how to acquire beast crystals. At present, beast crystals were crucial, as they could directly enhance his physical capabilities. He wondered if there were limits to his bodily functions. If there were none, he would truly be unstoppable. Thus, he found himself in dire need of beast crystals. Throughout the morning, Su Liang found little to occupy his time, occasionally listening in. Bai Qianqian, however, remained fully engaged. Naturally, he did not wish to disrupt her focus. At noon, observing that Bai Qianqian had yet to rise, he playfully leaned his face close to hers. "Ah!" Bai Qianqian gasped, startled by his sudden proximity. She had not anticipated Su Liang leaning in so closely, nearly kissing her. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Su Liang, what are you doing?" He stroked his chin and replied, "What? Do I need to ask you to get up?" "Ah?" Bai Qianqian replied, looking bewildered. "What else with the hesitation?" "It's time to eat." I'm eating this." Su Liang frowned. "It seems you didn't heed my words from yesterday." Bai Qianqian, flustered, stammered. "No, I've been meaning to treat you, but I feel guilty." Su Liang chuckled, "Feeling guilty? Then you ought to protect me more in the future." However, Bai Qianqian remained with her head lowered. She felt as though she lacked the fate to awaken an SSS-grade divine seal. She feared that in the future, aside from her own life, she would have nothing to repay Su Liang with. "Enough of that. For the remainder of this period, I'll cover your lunch. Now, let us go. If you don't get up soon, I'll carry you to the cafeteria." Bai Qianqian was alarmed. If someone were to witness her being carried, she would be utterly embarrassed. In an instant, she sprang to her feet. Su Liang grinned. "That is more like it. Let us go." Bai Qianqian obediently followed behind Su Liang, genuinely fearing he might pick her up. Yet, deep down, she seemed to harbor a hint of anticipation. How mortifying. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Bai Qianqian briefly considered putting on a brave face and treating Su Liang, but after being threatened once more, she dutifully sat down and waited. The two of them gradually enjoyed their meal together. Bai Qianqian hesitated before speaking. Noticing her shy demeanor, Su Liang smiled. "What is on your mind? Just say it." Bai Qianqian found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. "Well, my mom wants to invite you over for dinner, given how much you've helped us." This seemed to be the only gesture she and her mother could manage at this time. Bai Qianqian feared Su Liang might refuse, yet she also feared he would accept. If he declined, she would feel a pang of disappointment. "However, if we go, it seems there is not much to eat." Su Liang smiled broadly. "All right. Since it's an invitation from Auntie, we must go." Bai Qianqian, gazing at Su Liang's radiant and genuine smile, quickly lowered her head, feeling a surge of shyness. Chapter 19. Astonishing Combat Power. Watching Su Liang and Bai Qianqian depart the cafeteria together, a pair of cold, sinister eyes in a corner fixated on their retreating figures. "I wonder how long you can leap away." "Class monitor, have you truly arranged for someone?" Zhang Tianhao glanced at the person beside him. "Why are you wasting your breath? Just say, after school, will you follow or not? Don't you want to vent your frustration?" "Sure. Class monitor, you take the lead. I have nothing to fear. Let us go for it." Zhang Tianhao snorted coldly. "He humiliated me in front of so many people. I shall repay him tenfold." Soon, the afternoon combat class commenced. As usual, Su Liang guided Bai Qianqian. It must be said that as the future empress, her comprehension was remarkably impressive. He felt that with just a few days of guidance, Bai Qianqian's combat level could undoubtedly rise to a rank. What she lacked was merely external conditions. Once her nutrition improved and her physical abilities gradually enhanced, everything would turn for the better. Moreover, once she awakened her SSS-level divine seal and entered the chosen academy, she would receive the highest level of treatment. The afternoon proceeded as per routine, and before long, school was out. The two left the school together. Although Bai Qianqian kept her head down, her heart brimmed with joy. She had come to terms with it. His willingness to go was indeed a good thing. As for whether there would be anything delicious, it mattered little. It was the thought that counted. However, just as they were about to exit the school gates, Su Liang keenly sensed someone stealthily following them from behind. The enhancement of his mental acuity had made him increasingly sensitive to external changes. Through the eye of insight, he casually glanced back and spotted several figures in the crowd. A cold smile curled at the corners of Su Liang's mouth. "So, they wish to play dirty?" Standing at the school entrance, Su Liang said with a smile, "Qianqian, wait for me here for a moment. Don't wander off. I just remembered I have something to take care of." Bai Qianqian looked at Su Liang. "Do you want me to come along?" Su Liang shook his head with a smile. "No need, just wait for me. I'll be back shortly." Bai Qianqian timidly nodded. "All right, I'll wait for you." She stood at the school gate, surrounded by many people, so nothing should go amiss. Su Liang knew their target was solely him. He deliberately walked toward a nearby alley, where numerous side streets lay. They wouldn't get away without a lesson. A mechanical ladybug flew from him, seeking out a less frequented alley. Not far behind, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao exchanged glances. Let us go. Simultaneously, Zhang Tianhao turned to a young man who appeared to be around 20 years old, saying, teach him a harsh lesson. The young man chuckled. Simple enough. I'm not a foolish woman like your homeroom teacher. A sinister glint flashed across Zhang Tianhao's face. You go in first, take him down, and then we'll follow. Understood. The young man nodded and dashed into the alley. Su Liang deliberately slowed his pace. Sure enough. Soon enough, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Hey, stop right there. Turning around, Su Liang faced the young man, realizing those two had indeed sought assistance. However, it shouldn't pose too much of a problem. At most, he was just a first-tier chosen. He feigned a look of confusion. Are you calling me? The young man, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers on his arms and a wicked smile on his lips, brandished a dagger, brandishing it back and forth. What do you think? Su Liang feigned panic. What do you want? The young man sneered. What do I want? Hand over everything valuable on you. The young man slowly advanced towards Su Liang, who began to step back. Since this was a performance, it had to be complete. I have no money, Su Liang declared, then turned and fled. The young man laughed coldly. Run? Suddenly, a faint white light flickered around his legs as he surged forward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Su Liang, grabbing him by his clothes and pinning him against the wall, the dagger pressing against his throat. Hand it over, he barked. The young man chuckled inwardly, realizing Su Liang was just a pretender who only dared to act tough in school. Seeing Su Liang silent, the young man seized the opportunity to slap him across the face. Following Zhang Tianhao's orders, he aimed to beat Su Liang into submission, leaving him powerless to fight back. His eyes gleamed with malice. Not giving in, huh? The young man unleashed a flurry of strikes at Su Liang. In that split second, Su Liang's eyes suddenly sharpened. One hand shot up to block the incoming slap, while the other leg raised slightly to intercept the young man's knee strike. The young man hadn't reacted yet, still daring to resist. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Liang erupted. He delivered a powerful uppercut that connected with the young man's chin. In an instant, the young man's pupils dilated in shock. The pain surged through him, igniting his fury. You're asking for death. The force behind Su Liang's punch was terrifying, causing the young man excruciating pain, blood spilling from his gums. Enraged, the young man activated the glow of his divine seal on his foot, though it was merely the lowest level of white light. Its strength was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Su Liang instinctively raised his arm to block the young man's sweeping kick, while his other hand reached for the short dagger at his waist. But in the next moment, the young man's seemingly ferocious kick struck Su Liang's arm, only pushing him back a few steps. Su Liang was taken aback. Why was his strength so feeble? This was supposed to be a kick enhanced by divine seal power, yet it was so weak. He vaguely sensed that his strength value of 16 points might surpass his expectations. He abandoned the thought of drawing the dagger. Seeing his kick fail to send Su Liang flying, the young man was equally astonished. But there was no time to dwell on that. A rage surged within him. All he wanted now was to pound Su Liang into the ground. The glow of his divine seal surged around his right leg, propelling him swiftly towards Su Liang. The dagger in his hand sliced towards Su Liang's body. Yet, to Su Liang, the young man's every movement appeared in slow motion. It was simply too weak. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Su Liang's eyes as he bent slightly, evading the dagger's lethal edge. He unleashed a powerful punch, channeling all his might. The full force of his 16 points erupted. The punch struck the young man squarely in the chest. Thud! A dull sound reverberated as the young man felt as if his eyeballs were about to burst. Crack! He even heard the sound of his ribcage fracturing. Shockwaves of terror coursed through him as he was sent reeling by Su Liang's punch, crashing against the wall. At this moment, Su Liang had gained a rough understanding of his own strength. After enhancing his attributes by 5 points, his current power was hardly inferior to that of these low-tier chosen ones. This meant that, if he were to confront the old virgin today, he would find it all the more effortless. The youth before him was merely a street thug from the lower echelons of society. He had awakened the most basic C-grade speed-type divine seal, rendering his combat prowess utterly lackluster. The young man's face had contorted into a grotesque expression of pain, his chest seizing with agony, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Yet, Su Liang would not afford him an opportunity to recover. With a swift motion, he knocked the dagger from the young man's grasp, lifted him effortlessly with one hand, and crashed him down onto the ground. Bang! Another muffled thud echoed, accompanied by the youth's anguished scream. Su Liang commenced his assault, throwing punch after punch. Thud! 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 The young man could no longer muster any defense, his face becoming a bloody pulp. The cries of despair gradually diminished. Su Liang scoffed. Rob me? Have you taken a good look at yourself, you pitiful fighter? Meanwhile, Zhang Tianhao and his companion, who had been hiding at a distance, trembled as they observed the scene through the high-tech watch of Zhang Tianhao. Lu Hao stammered, "Captain, is this guy really that monstrous? Even the chosen ones are being beaten to death by him. Where does he draw such strength?" Zhang Tianhao's expression darkened. "Damn it. Useless. Just like Liao Yuqian. A complete waste. Captain, he's coming out," Lu Hao exclaimed. The two hurriedly ducked into a nearby alley. Su Liang exited the alley, wiping the blood from his fists, casting a fleeting glance at their hiding spot before sneering and turning into a shop. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao reached the dim alley, gazing at the barely conscious youth. Zhang Tianhao's countenance was exceedingly grim. "Useless. Captain, let's go," Lu Hao spoke in a trembling voice. However, a bold thought began to take root in Zhang Tianhao's mind. What if this guy were to die? A sinister smile crept upon his lips. Chapter 20. The Bloodthirsty Rat Returns. The two boarded a school bus heading towards Bai Qianqian's home. Bai Qianqian noticed the items Su Liang was carrying. "Why did you buy so much? I originally invited you for a meal," she remarked, surprised that Su Liang had gone shopping instead. Su Liang smiled gently. "Silly. How could I visit your home empty-handed? I don't possess such audacity, and besides, there's no need to worry. I merely picked up a few trivial items. Nothing of great value." Bai Qianqian lowered her head, feeling somewhat uneasy, and fell silent. The school bus glided swiftly through the air, and within about 10 minutes, they arrived near her home. The conditions of her residence remained much the same, with many areas in disrepair, lacking maintenance. In this world, stark polarization persisted, with the affluent thriving while ordinary families like theirs struggled to make ends meet. Fortunately, the government provided some support to prevent starvation. However, the burden of having a husband who was an alcoholic and gambler had made their lives exceedingly difficult. Rongqing featured several impoverished districts, starkly contrasting the towering edifices of the wealthy. "Mom, we're back." Lu Xian emerged swiftly from the kitchen. "Auntie," Su Liang greeted her. Lu Xian smiled. "Xiao Liang, oh dear. You didn't have to bring anything." Su Liang chuckled. "Just a token of my appreciation, please don't mention it." He assessed Lu Xian, although she still bore signs of fatigue. Her expression lacked the previous despair. Perhaps the death of that man had brought her a sense of liberation, though she would not be able to fully embrace it just yet. Lu Xian prepared a simple altar, lighting 3 incense sticks, minimalistic yet poignant. In this era, simplicity reigned, devoid of excessive formalities. Soon, Lu Xian brought the meal to the table. The fare was modest, and it was evident that preparing these dishes had consumed their meager resources for several days. The two women lived in profound hardship, yet this situation would soon change. "Xiao Liang, I truly thank you for that day. If not for you, Shallow and I might have followed him to our doom," Lu Xian expressed gratefully. Su Liang maintained a soft smile. "Auntie, in such circumstances, I could never stand idly by. Shallow is my classmate. We help each other." Lu Xian nodded, holding Su Liang in higher regard. Most would have fled in terror, yet he had bravely slain that beast to protect them. "Mom, let's not dwell on those matters." Bai Qianqian interjected. Lu Xian chuckled. "Right, let us not discuss it. Xiao Liang, Shallow tells me you've been taking good care of her at school." "Thank you. She has always been so lonely." Bai Qianqian pouted, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Su Liang smiled warmly. "It was nothing." Lu Xian turned to Bai Qianqian. "What? Can't you express your gratitude? Xiao Liang helped you and stood up for you." Bai Qianqian's face turned crimson. "It's not that I don't know how to respond," she mumbled shyly. Su Liang merely smiled gently, engaging Lu Xian in conversation for a while. Time passed swiftly, and darkness began to envelop the sky. "Xiao Liang, I won't keep you any longer. Our home is still in this state, and nightfall brings its own dangers," Lu Xian said. Su Liang replied with a smile. "Auntie, it's fine. I'll head back now. Be careful on the way," she cautioned. "Yes, you both should go inside. Shallow, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," Bai Qianqian whispered, a note of anticipation in her voice for their next meeting. She cherished his presence beside her, relished the sound of his breath, and adored the faint scent of soap emanating from him. As night descended, shadows darted through the impoverished district. "Xiaolan, have they emerged from the underground?" Qi Hengchu's figure raced towards a certain direction. A crisp, lively voice echoed through his earpiece. "They are estimated to breach the surface in 2 minutes. Captain, please be cautious. This time, their numbers are greater than 2 days ago." Gong Lai's voice crackled through the earpiece. "What the hell is going on? Why is it happening in this area again?" Xiaolan responded. "We've clarified the situation. There exists an ancient drainage system deep underground, connecting from beyond the eastern city wall into the city. These bloodthirsty rats must have fortuitously discovered that conduit." Gong Lai cursed. "Damn it. I'll blow it up later." The voice of Captain Qi Hengchu resonated through the earpiece. "No more chatter. Swiftly deploy the divine restriction field. Confine them to a designated area to ensure civilian safety." "Understood. Understood." Gong Lai's figure surged through the darkness, swiftly approaching the familiar location from the past. ready to retrieve the divine restriction field stake. Suddenly, I found myself confronted by a familiar figure. Goodness, what are you doing here? Are you involved in something dubious? The two of us spoke almost in unison. Gong Lai felt his heart twitch with anger. Damn it, I don't have time to banter with you. He swiftly unlatched the divine restriction stake from his battle armor and tossed it onto the ground, exclaiming, I've reached the designated location. I'm here too. I'm in position. Qi Hengchu's voice echoed in response. Activate the divine restriction. Yes, yes, yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Gong Lai struck the divine restriction stake with his palm. Purple light surging from his arm. In an instant, the familiar beam of divine restriction shot skyward, swiftly encircling it with two other stakes. Gong Lai finally exhaled in relief. The divine restriction is established. Qi Hengchu's voice crackled through the earpiece. Blood Drinker, prepare to engage. Annihilate with full force. Understood. Su Liang observed the scene before him. A wave of familiarity washing over him. Their squad, the Ashen Killers, possessed a commendable overall quality. Were otherworldly beasts appearing again? The sudden sound nearly made Gong Lai drop his cigarette. Damn it, how could I forget that rascal? He glared, what are you doing here? Get out. It's dangerous. Su Liang nonchalantly inquired, another bloodthirsty rat? Gong Lai nodded gravely. Yes, and there are more of them this time. Su Liang furrowed his brow and asked, how could they appear consecutively, especially in the same location? After a moment's contemplation, Gong Lai decided it was fine to inform him. There's an old drainage pipe that leads in from outside the city wall. We missed it last time. Su Liang nodded, realizing the situation. Gong Lai snapped. Hurry and scram. This is no joke. If danger arises, do you think you can rely on luck like last time? All right, I'm going. But just then, an urgent voice from Xiao Lan crackled through the earpiece. Old Gong, 8 bloodthirsty rats have escaped from the last direction into the divine restriction. Quickly, Gong Lai's expression changed instantly. What? Where are they? The sudden turn of events halted Su Liang in his tracks. Xiao Lan's voice continued. It's the same position as last time. The exit is probably the same. What? The same position again? Gong Lai blurted out. Su Liang's expression finally shifted. The same position? Could it be that bloodthirsty rats had escaped the divine restriction again? Wasn't he at the location of Bai Qianqian's home? Su Liang's face turned pale. Without waiting for Gong Lai to react, he sprinted back towards Bai Qianqian's house. Simultaneously, Gong Lai took off as well. Kid, you're courting death. Don't go. Gong Lai chased after Su Liang, but Su Liang was swift. Gong Lai was nearly furious. Xiao Lan's voice echoed in his earpiece once more. Old Gong, be careful. It seems there's a bloodthirsty rat king. Gong Lai's expression darkened. The voice of Captain Qi Hengchu came through the earpiece. Gong Lai, we can't provide support. It's all in your hands now. Be extremely cautious. Gong Lai replied, understood. Xiao Lan, send me the thermal imaging of the bloodthirsty rats. Got it. Right away. A holographic projection appeared before Gong Lai, displaying swarms of bloodthirsty rats. Kid, are you out of your mind? Get back here now. But Su Liang paid no heed. His thoughts consumed with worry. Please don't let anything happen. Please don't let anything happen. Bai Qianqian. Chapter 21. The 3-Star Rat King. Su Liang mustered every ounce of strength, pushing his speed to the limit. Behind him, Gong Lai was nearly frantic. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Su Liang shouted back. There are people I must protect. Gong Lai was exasperated, quickening his pace. In no time, they both arrived near Bai Qianqian's home, where they found a mother and daughter, pale and trembling, leaning against the wall. Before them, 2 bloodthirsty rats were menacingly eyeing them. One of them was particularly large, emanating a repulsive stench, its bristling fur standing erect like needles, and its massive tail thudding against the ground, cracking the earth beneath. The faces of Su Liang and Gong Lai darkened instantly. Damn, that's a 3-star bloodthirsty rat. Gong Lai's footage was relayed in real time to the hidden eye, Xiao Lan. Captain, old Gong is facing a 3-star bloodthirsty rat. The moment that news reached the team, expressions turned grave. Qi Hengchu's voice rang out, Gong Lai, handle it with caution. We will rush to assist you. Gong Lai's face was ashen. Although he was a 3-seal divine master, his chances against a 3-star bloodthirsty rat were slim. Bai Qianqian and Lu Xian's faces were pale. They saw Su Liang and Gong Lai, tears welling in their eyes. Su Liang, you must leave. Bai Qianqian choked out. At that moment, the bloodthirsty rat king turned its gaze towards Su Liang and Gong Lai. The next instant, it let out a piercing shriek and lunged at Bai Qianqian and her daughter. Su Liang and Gong Lai reacted almost simultaneously. It was the instinctive response of their hunting squad. Purple light surged around Gong Lai as 3 divine seals manifested on him, moving at lightning speed. He drew a source crystal weapon, source crystal cannon. He fired, the dazzling blue-white light sphere colliding with the bloodthirsty rat king. Boom! The source energy erupted. The bloodthirsty rat king let out a pained shriek, crashing into a nearby house, wrecking everything in its path. Simultaneously, Su Liang delivered a powerful kick to the head of another one-star bloodthirsty rat. Gong Lai was nearly beside himself. This kid truly has a death wish. A single claw from a bloodthirsty rat could easily shatter his leg. But the next moment, Gong Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Liang's flying kick sent the bloodthirsty rat, which was even taller than he was, soaring through the air. Gong Lai was dumbfounded. That was a bloodthirsty rat. How could it be sent flying by a single kick? The rat's weight was certainly greater than Su Liang's. How on earth did this kid manage that? Is he truly that strong? There was little time for reaction. Gong Lai cursed. Damn it. Are you trying to throw your life away? He rushed towards Su Liang and the others. Su Liang paid him no mind. Approaching Bai Qianqian, he gently cradled her face, reassuring her, do not be afraid. It's all right now. You will be safe. Tears streamed down Bai Qianqian's cheeks. Suddenly, with a screech, the bloodthirsty Rat King emerged from the ruins, letting out a furious roar that echoed skyward. Its crimson eyes glinted with malice. At this moment, its rage was palpable. Soon, rustling sounds surrounded the house. On the road, behind them, and above on the rooftops, bloodthirsty rats, glowing with a sinister red light, began to appear, locking their gaze on the group. There were 8 in total, all of them. Gong Lai's expression darkened. Damn it, I won't let you bastards survive. Kid, protect those 2, I'll handle the rest. He tossed a source crystal pistol to Su Liang. Without a word, Su Liang picked up the pistol, shielding Bai Qianqian and her mother behind him. Bai Qianqian clutched the hem of Su Liang's clothing tightly, almost wanting to cling to him for dear life. Gong Lai unleashed his fury, purple light swirling around him. Symbols appeared on his calves and arms, pulsating with energy. 3 symbols flickered like lightning. Gong Lai activated his source crystal cannon. Damn it, you beasts. Die. He fired at the bloodthirsty Rat King, the shells exploding against its body and shredding its fur into shrapnel. The Rat King held in agony, while the other 7 bloodthirsty rats lunged ferociously at him. Gong Lai showed no hesitation, firing relentlessly, his movements fluid and precise, not allowing a single rat to escape. Each shot from the source crystal cannon met its mark, reducing one rat after another to mere splatters of blood. The Rat King, enraged by the loss of its offspring, let out a mournful wail, but all it received in response was the thunderous roar of the cannon. Its fur, once a formidable defense, was being shredded. But soon the energy of the source crystal cannon waned, losing its brilliance. Damn it, Gong Lai shouted, drawing a silver spear from his dimensional converter. As the spear struck the ground, the purple symbols ignited with power. Arcane electricity danced across his body, lighting up his eyes with a fierce glow. Come on, beast. Gong Lai brandished the spear, pointing it at the Rat King. The arcs of electricity surged along the spear as the Rat King charged at him. Gong Lai propelled himself forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. The 2 engaged in fierce combat. Gong Lai's spear danced through the air, crackling with electricity, striking against the Rat King's seemingly impenetrable hide, sending sparks flying. The Rat King's claws were razor-sharp, clashing against the spear with a sound reminiscent of metal on metal. Gong Lai's assault was relentless and aggressive, with no thought of defense. Protected by battle armor, he unleashed his strength, delivering a powerful blow that sent the Rat King tumbling. The battle raged intensely. Su Liang shielded Bai Qianqian and her mother from the chaos. The 2 women were terrified, their spirits nearly shattered. Su Liang felt a heavy weight in his heart. This Rat King was formidable, and Gong Lai faced a challenging fight. The skin and defenses of a 3-star beast were alarmingly tough. The bloodthirsty Rat King's hide had evolved towards that of metallic quills, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Even the source crystal cannon could merely shatter its quills. Could Su Liang emerge victorious? Bai Qianqian, regaining a semblance of calm, hid behind Su Liang. His expression was grave. It was hard to say. Lu Xian urged, Xiao Liang, we must leave quickly. Su Liang replied, Auntie, I don't know where we can go, nor if there are more bloodthirsty rats around. It's best not to run blindly. Lu Xian was filled with dread, being just an ordinary person. Witnessing the fierce battle between man and beast, Su Liang felt far from optimistic. Gong Lai, a 3-symbol lightning attribute master, wielded the power of thunder. Judging by his current strength, he likely did not exceed level 25. Such power against a 3-star bloodthirsty Rat King was daunting. Yet, there was little Su Liang could do to assist him. After several minutes of fierce combat, the Rat King was visibly injured, blood seeping from its wounds. Gong Lai too was panting heavily. The Rat King screeched and lunged at him. You beast! Die! Gong Lai roared, thrusting his spear with a dragon-like ferocity. Lightning flickered as the Rat King howled in despair. But in that fleeting moment, the Rat King's sturdy tail lashed out violently towards Gong Lai. Watch out! Su Liang shouted. But it was too late. The tail struck Gong Lai fiercely, damaging his armor. He spat blood, crashing to the ground at Su Liang's feet. What has happened? Su Liang asked, concern etched on his face. Gong Lai's complexion was pale as he leaned on his spear to stand. Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting to die? He scolded. I dare not. How would I know what else is out there? Gong Lai sighed in resignation. There are no more. Just those 8. Move quickly. Don't hold me back. You should have said so earlier. Gong Lai coughed up more blood. The Rat King was gathering its strength, letting out another deafening roar that seemed to shake the very earth. Just then, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Captain, a large swarm of bloodthirsty rats is emerging from below. There are also 2-star bloodthirsty rats. Captain, be cautious of the 3-star bloodthirsty Rat King in your vicinity. Panic gripped the team as the news washed over them like a shadow. Gong Lai's expression turned grave. Now we can't escape. More bloodthirsty rats are coming. Bai Qianqian and her mother's faces froze, panic setting in. Su Liang's face darkened. How many? Chapter 22. Some things must be done. A voice crackled through the earpiece. Xiaolan, quickly notify the other teams and the military for assistance. Yes. Gong Lai, hold on. Hearing the voice, Gong Lai felt an unprecedented weight upon him. In response to Su Liang's inquiry, he found himself at a loss for words. Kid, soon the Rat King will surely lure the other bloodthirsty rats here. When that happens, look for an opportunity to escape. I don't know if I can hold on. Su Liang's heart sank. Hadn't they notified the other teams and the military? The notification was received, yet the arrival would not be swift. You must depart soon, otherwise, I cannot ensure your safety. Su Liang nodded, acknowledging the urgency. The bloodthirsty mouse let out a fierce screech and lunged at Gong Lai. Blood froth escaped from Gong Lai's mouth. Damn it, fight! He surged forward once more, electric arcs crackling around him, valiantly engaging the enemy. Su Liang sighed inwardly. This is the Divine Hunt Squad. This is what it means to be chosen. When confronted by otherworldly beasts, they unhesitatingly take the lead, charging to the forefront without reservation. In his past life, he witnessed familiar faces fall before him time and again, one wave after another. Such is the brutal reality of this era. As a rearguard of the Divine Hunt Squad, Gong Lai could not retreat. The term rearguard signifies both the cleanup crew and the one who holds the line. In ordinary skirmishes, they merely need to be wary of any overlooked targets, delivering the final blows. Yet, when faced with perilous circumstances, they become the bulwark protecting their comrades. To fight to the death without retreat. This is the essence of the rear guard. Once, he too had served as a rear guard, surviving time and again, seemingly by mere chance. As time progressed, the battle between Gong Lai and the bloodthirsty Mouse King intensified. His injuries mounted, and he could rely only on himself. Blood sprayed forth repeatedly, his armor shattered, exposing deep wounds down to the bone. Yet his eyes remained blood-red with determination. He knew he must severely injure the bloodthirsty Mouse King before reinforcements arrived. Otherwise, he would have no chance of survival. It was time to strike. After a collision, he staggered back, lightning flashing in his eyes. 3 divine seals began to radiate a brilliant glow. Electricity erupted around him, and with a fierce roar, he shouted, "Thunder Dragon breaks the army." In an instant, his spear gleamed with dazzling lightning as he thrust it forward. In a heartbeat, a terrifying bolt of lightning shot from his spear. It seemed the bloodthirsty Mouse King sensed the danger, instinctively raising its quills. It curled into a semi-sphere, using its fur to shield against Gong Lai's strike. Boom! The thunderous explosion resounded as it struck the Mouse King's fur, a tremendous blast echoing in all directions. Civilians within nearby houses trembled in fear, too terrified to peek outside. Su Liang observed the scene, a sense of calm washing over him. Qianqian, behold. That is the power of divine seals, the very talent the school has always spoken of. After the first seal, each divine seal awakens a unique ability. For offensive divine seals, this talent serves as a trump card, a life-saving technique. This is the power of the imprint. Each divine seal gives rise to a corresponding imprint. And one day, you too will possess it. Bai Qianqian, still shaken, absorbed only a fraction of this information. Is the Mouse King dead? Su Liang shook his head. It was impossible. This was merely Gong Lai's second imprint power, far from the might required to slay a 3-star Mouse King. Only the 3-seal imprint might have a chance. Yet utilizing the 3-seal imprint would deplete him entirely. Reflecting on Bai Qianqian's 10-seal imprint power from his previous life, it was indeed a force capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas, terrifying in its potential, said to be able to exterminate all life in a level 1 city. Throughout the entirety of Huaxia, only the 4 of them had ascended to the realm of the Divine Emperor. Such power is forbidden. As the lightning dissipated, the Mouse King was once again hurled into the ruins. Gong Lai dropped his spear, gasping for breath, the purple glow of his divine seals dimming. His gaze remained fixed on the bloodthirsty Mouse King. The Mouse King screeched in fury, visibly bleeding. A massive charred wound appeared on its back, where its quills were now absent, blood flowing uncontrollably. This strike had indeed gravely injured the Mouse King. However, it also ignited its rage. Its crimson eyes flickered with fury, as if it intended to tear this human to shreds to vent its wrath. With another screech, more bloodthirsty mice appeared. They approached the bloodthirsty Mouse King. Su Liang's expression grew grave. Damn it! 3 2-star bloodthirsty mice and 5 1-star bloodthirsty mice. Gong Lai was in danger. The only silver lining was that the 3-star Mouse King had sustained heavy injuries. Kid, run! Gong Lai bellowed. The electricity around him surged once more. The bloodthirsty Mouse King screeched, issuing commands. 8 newly arrived bloodthirsty mice lunged at Gong Lai. Su Liang understood that they must leave now. With a heavy heart, he glanced at Gong Lai. Gong Lai offered him a decisive smile, then plunged into the throng of bloodthirsty mice, fighting for his life. That resolute gaze seemed to transport Su Liang back to his previous life, reminding him of the man who had carved a bloody path for him at the cost of his own life. Su Liang, damn it, in the next life. You protect me. Ha ha. Remember to pour me a drink from that jar of wine when you bury me. Don't drink it all yourself. Until we meet again in the next life. Su Liang's eyes brimmed with tears as he grasped the 2 terrified women, departing without a backward glance. What about him? Bai Qianqian inquired. Su Liang did not respond. Bai Qianqian seemed to anticipate Gong Lai's fate, falling silent. Su Liang hurriedly led them, seeking a safe haven. But unease gnawed at his heart. In his previous life, he had cowered, fearful for his life, relying on the protection of many. Had he truly survived solely due to his own strength? No, it was his comrades who had carved a bloody path for him with their lives. He felt that if he simply walked away now, his conscience would forever be troubled, much like in his past life, haunted by a nightmare of guilt. At last, Su Liang spotted a glimmer of light. It was a civilian safe house. Qianqian, take your aunt to the safe house and hide. Bai Qianqian hesitated, asking, what about you? Su Liang gazed deeply into her eyes and sighed bitterly. I owe that guy a few beast crystals. I cannot just stand by and watch him die. Bai Qianqian's eyes reddened instantly. But, as the words hovered on her lips, she found herself at a loss for what to say. Tears had already soaked her eyes. Xiao Liang, don't be reckless. Lu Xian urged, her voice filled with anxiety. Su Liang smiled faintly, shaking his head. Some things must be done. You two go. He released their hands and immediately turned back. Bai Qianqian's tears flowed freely. You must come back alive. Su Liang turned back, grinning. All right. He vanished into the darkness. His figure lost to the night. Bai Qianqian covered her mouth, overwhelmed with anxiety. This venture could spell disaster for him. But what could she do to help him? Would she truly lose him? Her vision blurred as she was tugged along by Lu Xian toward the safe house. Chapter 23, Slaying the Mouse King. Bai Qianqian's home. Gong Lai gazed intently at the last 3 2-star bloodthirsty rats and their king. Leaning heavily on his long spear, blood streamed down his body. And he struggled to catch his breath, feeling on the verge of exhaustion. The 3 2-star bloodthirsty rats were also gravely injured, while the 3-star rat king watched with a predatory gaze, refraining from charging forward. Instead, it began to devour the corpses of the fallen bloodthirsty rats, feasting on their blood to mend its own wounds. With his spear propped up, Gong Lai noticed a gruesome wound on his right side, nearly piercing through him. And blood gushed forth incessantly. He gasped for air. Xiaolon, has the reinforcement arrived? Silence echoed through his earpiece. Gong Lai chuckled softly. No reinforcements? No matter. Brothers, your old Gong may soon bid you farewell. I have cherished these years working alongside you all. I shall take my leave now. The anxious voices of his comrades flooded through the earpiece. Old Gong, Gong Lai, retreat. Don't fight to the death. Captain Chi Hengchu's voice rang out. Gong Lai smiled faintly. Captain, if I retreat, even more will perish. One worthless life is of little consequence. Remember to burn a few offerings for me, so I won't be too lonely. A sorrowful voice responded from the earpiece. Bastard, you're not allowed to die? Gong Lai's smile turned grim as he recalled her face. LVEN, find a good man and marry him. He added with a hint of urgency. No more nonsense. Captain, that kid isn't bad. Make sure to recruit him. With that, he disregarded the voices in his earpiece, his eyes filled with determination. Beasts, come, let me cleave you asunder. Gong Lai let out a wild, fierce laugh, his eyes crackling with lightning. A tempest of electricity surged through him as his 3rd divine mark began to tremble, its power swirling within. The Rat King sensed the impending danger. Squeak! It screeched. The remaining 3 2-star bloodthirsty rats lunged toward Gong Lai like rabid beasts. He laughed maniacally. Thousand Thunderbreak. The earpiece crackled with the panicked voices of his teammates. Old Gong Lai. Beneath the dazzling display of thunder and violet light, Gong Lai summoned his final reserves of strength. His spear surged forth like a galloping thunder dragon, piercing through the three bloodthirsty rats, impaling them together before thrusting towards the three-star Rat King. In that instant, Su Liang arrived just in time to witness Gong Lai's last, brilliant moment. His eyes widened in horror as he watched the spear aimed at the Rat King. Sensing an overwhelming threat, the Rat King braced itself, its sharp claws clashing against the spear's tip. "Ah, die!" Gong Lai roared, and the storm of lightning erupted. With a crack, the Rat King's claws shattered, and the spear plunged into its chest. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Su Liang felt as though his very breath was suspended. Does this fool not know to flee? The clash between man and beast appeared to be at a standstill. The Rat King's crimson eyes reflected a sinister rage, filled with agony. Squeak! It screeched. Blood flowed from Gong Lai's mouth as he watched the struggling Rat King. Is this it? Am I to perish? Indeed. It seemed impossible to slay this beast. If only there weren't so many bloodthirsty rats, perhaps victory could have been achieved. His vision began to dim. The Rat King, in a frenzy, thrashed wildly, its stout tail whipping towards Gong Lai. Exhausted, Gong Lai lacked the strength to retaliate, allowing the sharp tail to pierce through his right chest. With a fierce tug, the Rat King flung him away, crashing into a pile of rubble. The Rat King, enraged, extracted the spear lodged in its body, coiling its long tail to hurl it at Gong Lai. Su Liang felt a jolt of fear. Gong Lai. He sprang into action, kicking the spear just enough to alter its trajectory, causing it to graze past Gong Lai's right ear and embed itself into the debris. It was a narrow escape. Had it been any closer, Gong Lai's head would have been severed. Su Liang appeared beside Gong Lai. Gong Lai, Gong Lai. His calls echoed through the earpiece. Met with a heavy silence from his comrades, hearts weighed down with sorrow. A massive gaping wound marred Gong Lai's chest, and he coughed up blood, barely able to see Su Liang. You fool, why did you come back? Run. Su Liang gazed at him. You're the fool. Can't you run? Gong Lai was utterly drained, as if he might die at any moment. Su Liang stared, at a loss for words. Indeed, why had he returned? Yet, his heart compelled him to do so. Damn it, you better not die. I still owe you 5 beast crystals. Gong Lai lacked the strength to respond. Su Liang gripped the silver spear tightly, his gaze resolute. In his past life, he had cowered in fear, sheltered under the wings of his comrades. The deaths of those comrades had weighed heavily on him. Perhaps having faced death once made him unafraid now. He could not bear to watch someone who had fought for his survival perish before him. In his previous life, he had seen too many like Gong Lai. And back then, he had failed to understand. Yet now, he began to grasp the truth. To exist in this world, we must stand firm for something. And perhaps that is the very essence of our survival. The moment he seized the spear, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Liang's eyes. Who said I owed you 5 beast crystals? I am a man of my word. If you die, to whom shall I return them? He fixed his gaze upon the nearly exhausted Rat King. Then let us kill. As he gripped the spear, remnants of Gong Lai's thunderous power coursed through him, sending a tingling sensation throughout his body. At that moment, a searing heat radiated from his chest. He frowned as a faint golden light began to emanate from within. The heat was unbearable, yet simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength flooding through him. What was happening? The power of the scarlet-eyed celestial Lin beast? Su Liang was bewildered, incredulity washing over him as he examined his body. In that instant, every pore seemed to emit a weak golden glow under the scrutiny of his insightful eye. Su Liang's heart raced. What was this power? Golden light? Could it be? He dared not believe it. He never thought he could attain such a level of power. But now was not the time for contemplation. He suddenly lifted his head, staring at the bloodthirsty Rat King, his eyes shimmering with a faint golden light. As the Rat King beheld Su Liang's pair of pale golden eyes, he caught a whiff of the aura emanating from him. Fear flickered in his crimson gaze, and his body trembled with instinctual terror. Su Liang let out a cold huff, striking the ground with his spear, sending ripples through the air. A surge of emotions welled within him. Was this the power of the divine seal? He had yet to awaken. With a fierce command, he bellowed, "Kill." Kicking the spear's tail, he thrust it forward decisively. The angry dragon breaks the army. The spear surged forth like a dragon. The bloodthirsty Rat King let out a shriek, driven by fear, yet compelled to retaliate. An explosive thrust reverberated, forcing the Rat King to retreat. This pressure, as if drawn from the very soul, significantly diminished the Rat King's strength. Su Liang was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. In his previous life, had he been a tad more resolute, would the outcome have been different? Would certain individuals have survived? As time rewound, he was determined not to repeat past mistakes. He yearned to alter the future, to change the fates of those he would encounter. In this moment, he fought not just for himself, but for Gong Lai. Spear blossoms erupted in a dazzling display, leaving behind gory wounds on the Rat King's body. The Rat King wailed in despair. its innate abilities suppressed to the point of immobility, becoming nothing more than a target for Su Liang's relentless assault. A glint of determination flashed in Su Liang's eyes as he brought his spear down with a resounding thud, shattering one of the Rat King's forepaws in an instant. Another thrust severed the Rat King's flailing tail, eliciting a series of agonizing cries. With each strike, the Rat King's injuries mounted, its once impenetrable hide, now rendered fragile under the influence of Su Liang's golden power, left it gasping for breath. Seizing the moment, Su Liang, cold as frost, declared die. He thrust his spear with ferocious intensity, the potent pale golden energy enveloping its tip, piercing through the Rat King's skull in an instant. Lifting it high, he violently shook the spear, obliterating the Rat King's head in an explosion of gore. A beast crystal, ensconced in flesh and blood, fell to the ground. Thus, it all came to an end. Su Liang's eyes, devoid of warmth, resembled those of a deity of death. Finally, he exhaled a sigh of relief, at least for now. The threat had dissipated. The spear clattered to the ground, and the golden radiance began to fade, the searing sensation in his chest also receding. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Su Liang felt his legs weaken, his body succumbing to an overwhelming fatigue that nearly brought him to his knees. Leaning against the spear, he gasped for breath, his complexion paling. Such are the dire consequences. Chapter 24. Is he dead? Su Liang felt on the brink of collapse, his spirit waning. Utilizing this power had drained not only his physical stamina, but also his mental fortitude, leaving him dizzy and teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Su Liang. A choked voice called out to him. He turned to see Bai Qianqian rushing towards him, her face streaked with tears. A faint smile graced his lips. She still cared for him. One could only imagine the magnitude of fear she had overcome to reach him. Thankfully, the danger had passed. Bai Qianqian swiftly supported him. Su Liang, are you all right? She grasped him tightly, inspecting his condition, tears flowing unabated from her eyes. Su Liang managed a pale smile. Do not worry, I am unscathed. Quickly, help me to that fellow. Behind them, Lu Xian hurriedly approached. Qianqian. Bai Qianqian had already assisted Su Liang to Gong Lai's side, where they found him barely clinging to life, a massive wound in his chest still oozing blood. He might be dead, or perhaps not. The two women dared not linger. The scene too gruesome. Su Liang sat beside Gong Lai and removed the earpiece from his ear. Hello? Can you hear me? Old Gong. The team members were taken aback. I am not Gong Lai. Please send a healer quickly. I do not know if he can still be saved. Hurry. Green grass. Now. Qi Hengchu's voice rang out. In truth, green grass had already set off. Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief as he half lay beside Gong Lai, lost in silence. The Divine Hunter Squad was built on unconditional trust among its members, a bond that transcended mere friendship, evolving into a fierce camaraderie forged in battle. Su Liang had always understood this, yet in his past life, he had missed too many opportunities. This time around, he was determined not to falter. Memories of teammates who had perished before his eyes haunted him, and he smiled wryly. In this life, I shall protect you. Soon, a woman clad in a green, form-fitting combat suit rushed over, dropping to her knees before Gong Lai. With a delicate figure and a strikingly youthful face, she appeared to be in her 30s. Exuding an air of maturity, tears streamed down her face. Bai Qianqian and Lu Xian recognized her as the woman who had aided Su Liang's healing previously. Trembling, she choked on her words. No, you cannot die, you bastard. Her eyes brimmed with despair. The green leaf divine seal on her arms emanated a verdant glow, while the mark on her forehead radiated the power of the divine seal. She wept sorrowfully. You cannot die? Bai Qianqian and Lu Xian fell silent. Su Liang observed the scene with a heavy heart as the energy flowed into Gong Lai's body, yet no response was forthcoming. No, you must wake up. Soon. Their other teammates arrived, marking the first time Su Liang had encountered them. They gathered around Gong Lai, each silent, their expressions laden with sorrow. Green grass broke down in tears. You must wake up, bastard. You have yet to marry me. Wake up. The teammates could hardly bear to witness the scene. Green grass summoned the power of her seal, manifesting a green leaf that sank into his wound. Yet, Gong Lai remained unresponsive, even his breath extinguished. Green grass's world crumbled around her, lost and bewildered. Why won't you leave? Why won't you live on? Tell me. Her beautiful face was now smeared with tears and blood. She trembled as she reached out a hand to caress his still warm face, wiping her tears while channeling her power. Desperate to revive him. Nearby, the teammates ached for her. Greengrass, do not do this. No, he will not die. He has promised me so much, yet unfulfilled. With great effort, Su Liang rose, his demeanor solemn, under the astonished gazes of Qi Hengchu and the others. He performed a gesture of respect solely understood by the Divine Hunter Squad, a homage of utmost reverence. They were astounded that this young man possessed such knowledge. The team members followed suit, paying their respects in kind. Old Gong, do not worry. I shall prepare a feast of beautiful women for you. One teammate said wistfully. Greening lay upon Gong Lai's body, striking him gently. Come back to life. Just then, a rhythmic thump echoed. In a daze, Greening seemed to hear the sound of Gong Lai's heartbeat. Startled as if jolted by electricity, she abruptly sat up. Gong Lai, Gong Lai. She clutched his clothing and shook him fervently. Wake up. Suddenly, although Gong Lai's eyes remained closed, a voice emerged. Stop shaking me. If you keep this up, I might truly die. At this, everyone turned their gaze towards Gong Lai, their faces lighting up with surprise. Old Gong, Old Gong. Greening looked at him and burst into tears. You rascal, couldn't you have woken up sooner? You made me cry for so long. Gong Lai coughed lightly a couple of times. I haven't even married you yet. How could I bear to die? Greening wiped her tears away and laughed. You scoundrel. All the teammates breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions shifting to smiles. Gong Lai chuckled. Xiao Longzi, make me a few big waves of beauties. The youth known as Xiao Longzi grinned. As long as Sister Greening doesn't mind, I'll make 100 for you, so you can be happy every day. Laughter erupted among the group. Greening playfully smacked his body. Ugh. Gong Lai groaned in pain. I need to sleep for a bit. It hurts so much. I'm so tired. He closed his eyes once more. No sleeping. Greening scolded. Oh, I want to die. I'm too reluctant to leave. Greening continued to channel her energy, aiding in his healing. The other team members also joined in to assist. Su Liang observed the scene, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thank goodness, it wasn't in vain for him to come. It's good that he is alive. In that moment, he felt a layer of guilt lift from his heart. Captain Chi Hengchu beckoned Su Liang to the bloodthirsty Mouse King. I am the captain of the Burning Kill Squad, Chi Hengchu. Hello, Su Liang. Chi Hengchu nodded. Yes, I know you. Thank you. Su Liang shook his head. He saved us. Without him, we might have perished. Chi Hengchu nodded, turning his gaze to the Mouse King. You killed it? Su Liang hesitated for a moment before quickly shaking his head. How could he admit it? Even if Gong Lai later clarified some matters, he would not acknowledge it. He hadn't even unraveled the secrets within himself. He couldn't afford to stir up too much trouble. It was Gong Lai who killed it. I merely fired a shot when he was unconscious, smashing the Mouse King's head. Chi Hengchu glanced at Su Liang, wondering if he would believe him. However, he chose not to expose him. This was sufficient. Once you regain your consciousness, if you succeed, I'd like to invite you to join us in Burning Kill. Su Liang smiled. Let us wait until I awaken. What comes next is hard to say. Chi Hengchu nodded. Su Liang added, that underground tunnel needs to be sealed, otherwise it'll keep drawing visits every now and then, and no one can endure it. Chi Hengchu nodded. The military has already been informed. They have dispatched people to destroy that tunnel. After a while, Gong Lai's condition stabilized. Captain, we can head back now, a team member called out. Chi Hengchu nodded. Farewell. Su Liang smiled and nodded back, farewell. Gong Lai was lifted onto a stretcher, now awake. Wait. Everyone was taken aback. Gong Lai looked at Su Liang. You little rascal. Then, he tossed 3 2-star beast crystals and 1 3-star beast crystal over. Su Liang caught them, frowning. What is the meaning of this? Gong Lai grumbled. Aren't you in need of beast crystals? Here you go. Su Liang shook his head. This is absurd. That's a 3-star beast crystal. Do you think it grows on trees? Gong Lai insisted. If I give it to you, just take it. Why all the fuss? Su Liang still shook his head and tossed them back. He had paid a significant price to acquire these rewards. The value of a 3-star beast crystal was substantial. He indeed needed beast crystals, but not in such a manner. After all, Gong Lai had saved him and Bai Qianqian and her mother. Hey, you little rascal. Don't get all sentimental on me. Su Liang replied, exasperated. Get out of here. A group of teammates watched curiously, wondering how familiar these two were. Perhaps only Su Liang understood that as fellow members of the Divine Hunt, Gong Lai's personality was the easiest to get along with, reminiscent of his past life, making their rapport effortless. Gong Lai huffed, but took out the 3 2-star beast crystals and tossed them casually. Take them or leave them. I can't be bothered. Brothers, let us go home. Laughter erupted as they carried him away. Su Liang looked at the 3 2-star beast crystals on the ground and smiled knowingly before picking them up. He then surveyed the chaotic scene. Qianqian, Auntie, the house is completely destroyed. You can stay at my place. I have spare rooms. He chuckled. Hey, today I might finally be able to bring the Empress home. Chapter 25, Significant Improvement. Stumbling back home were 3 individuals. Grandpa had been waiting at the door for a while. At first, Bai Qianqian felt embarrassed, and Lu Xian didn't want to intrude. However, seeing the ruins of their home, they realized there was no alternative. They truly had nowhere to live. They figured they could think about repairs later. Hence, they followed Su Liang to his house. Su Liang chuckled inwardly, pleased to have finally brought the Empress home. Bai Qianqian lowered her head, feeling somewhat shy. Grandpa, this is my classmate Bai Qianqian, and this is her mother, Aunt Lucienne. The old man, usually stern, greeted them warmly. Come, 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 step inside quickly. He enthusiastically helped Lucienne with their belongings. These were bits and pieces salvaged from the ruins. Tomorrow, Lucienne would return to continue her search. Hello, Grandpa, Bai Qianqian said timidly, her gaze slightly anxious as she looked at the hunched old man. Su Liang chuckled. Hello, hello, don't be nervous, come in. Lucienne also felt a bit embarrassed, saying, Old man, sorry for the trouble. Not at all, not at all. The more people, the merrier. Su Liang raised an eyebrow at his grandfather's warmth, wondering if this was truly the same rigid old man. As Grandpa walked ahead, he said, We have 2 empty rooms. Just right for you two to have one each. Lucienne waved her hands repeatedly. No need, we can share one. The old man laughed heartily. It's fine. It's empty anyway. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to gather a few more of your belongings. You can arrange them however you like. They set their things down. Grandpa cheerfully asked, Have you all had dinner? We've eaten, Su Liang replied. Good, then hurry and help tidy up. Rest early tonight. We'll discuss everything else tomorrow. All right, I'll go do that. Su Liang set down his things and hurried to the west room to clean up. His home resembled a small courtyard, cozy yet warmer than Bai Qianqian's. I'll help you. Bai Qianqian quickly followed him, still a bit bashful, glancing around. Su Liang smiled, and the two began tidying up inside. During this period, you shall reside here with unwavering peace of mind, without overthinking. Bai Qianqian responded softly, all right. Her cheeks flushed slightly. This sensation was truly marvelous, as they were to share a roof henceforth. Su Liang, Bai Qianqian called out to him. What is it? Su Liang inquired, looking at her with sincere eyes. Thank you for saving us once more. Su Liang smiled and replied, No need for thanks. Have you forgotten? I have my motives, soon. It will be your turn to protect me. Bai Qianqian's earlobes turned a shade of crimson. But can I truly protect you? I feel as though I have nothing left to repay you. Su Liang jested. You aren't suggesting you would offer your body in gratitude, are you? Bai Qianqian abruptly looked up at Su Liang, only to shyly lower her gaze again. I might. She found it difficult to articulate her thoughts, wanting to imply that it was not entirely out of the question, yet the words eluded her. At that moment, Lucienne entered with a basin of water. It's quite clean, no need to tidy up, she stated. Bai Qianqian immediately bowed her head in alarm. Su Liang secretly chuckled. Auntie, please take your time washing up. I won't intrude. Just call out if you need anything, don't hesitate. Lucienne nodded with a smile. Thank you, Xiao Yang. As Su Liang stepped outside, Lucienne noticed her daughter's flushed cheeks. Qianqian, what is the matter? Nothing, Mom, I'm fine. Lucienne observed her daughter's flustered demeanor with thoughtful eyes. You know, Xiao Yang is quite a commendable young man. I support you. Bai Qianqian's cheeks blazed a deeper shade of red. Mom, what are you talking about? That is not the case. Lucienne smiled gently. Am I not familiar with my own daughter? Bai Qianqian felt utterly embarrassed. Outside, the perceptive Su Liang caught wind of their conversation, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, how delightful. Yet, he dared not entertain the thought of winning the heart of the Empress. Perhaps, after her awakening, she would encounter even greater talents. Hastily, Su Liang washed up, feeling utterly drained, his body in a state of extreme weakness. He collapsed onto his bed, retrieving the 3 2-star beast crystals, his gaze igniting with fervor. 1 2-star beast crystal held a value equivalent to 10 1-star beast crystals in human society. Thus, possessing 3 2-star crystals was akin to having 30 1-star crystals. How many value points could he convert tonight? And what of the Eye of Insight? He rubbed his palms together, growing increasingly impatient. He placed the 3 2-star beast crystals before him and entered a state of feigned slumber. With a mere thought, his consciousness was drawn into that peculiar space. Those golden, gleaming beast eyes were fixated upon him. Focusing his mind, he activated his value panel. Beast power conversion. Conversion progress, 61 million. Beast power talent, Eye of Insight 1. Divine seal, unawakened. Mental strength, 11,100. Strength, 16,100. Agility, 11,100. Speed, 11,100. The familiar panel greeted him. However, Su Liang soon noticed something amiss. A percentage had been added to his physical attributes. What could this mean? Could it only reach a maximum of 100? Confusion clouded his thoughts. For now, it seemed he could only proceed step by step. Surely, there would come a day when it would be full. Yet, he pondered again. What magnitude of value would the power of 3 2-star beast crystals yield? How should it be allocated? He was at a loss as to how to distribute it among the attributes. Su Liang was truly exasperated. A hint would have been appreciated. Forget it. Let us proceed with the conversion. With another thought, the mechanical, cold voice resonated once more. Beast power conversion in progress. The golden beast eyes emitted a radiant light that enveloped Su Liang's body. The agony surged again. Meanwhile, within his room, the power of the 3 two-star beast crystals slowly transformed into wisps of smoke, flowing into Su Liang's being. Throughout this process, he endured a searing pain, gritting his teeth, forcing himself to withstand the torment. This was a necessary ordeal. Yet, he was unsure of how to allocate the power, merely thinking to distribute it evenly. This conversion process was evidently prolonged. The pain was distinctly pronounced. Had it not been for the fortitude acquired in his previous life, he might have crumbled. Fortunately, he persevered. Finally, the golden light gradually faded, and the sensation of pain receded. He exhaled in relief and summoned the virtual panel once more. Beast Power Conversion. Conversion Progress, 361 million. Beast Power Talent, Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal, Unawakened. Mental Strength, 117,100. Strength, 169,100. Agility, 117,100. Speed, 117,100. Su Liang gazed in astonishment at the panel. Wow, it truly works like that. He chuckled wryly, realizing it was that simple. All he needed was to contemplate how to allocate it. He envisioned an even distribution, with any excess directed toward strength. To his astonishment, it indeed functioned that way. A smile crept onto his lips. He had grasped a portion of the process. Moreover, 1 two-star beast crystal genuinely equated to 10 one-star crystals. That was acceptable. He would not be greedy. However, he noted that the Eye of Insight remained unchanged. It appeared that enhancing the Eye of Insight would prove to be more arduous. Nonetheless, Su Liang felt a sense of contentment. The current abilities of the Eye of Insight were already quite formidable. Soon, he exited this state, opening his eyes to find that dawn had arrived. He inhaled deeply. Feeling invigorated, quite satisfactory, he casually swung his fist. Crack! A sonic boom echoed. Su Liang was somewhat astonished. This power was simply terrifying. He could hardly fathom how strong he had become. His mental acuity felt significantly elevated, and he sensed changes in his speed and agility, truly exceptional. He was elated. This was undoubtedly a positive development. It seemed that this lifetime, his fate was destined to transform due to this beast power conversion. Before long, voices resonated from outside. Su Liang, come out for breakfast. You need to prepare for school. It was Lu Xian's voice. Su Liang chuckled. All right, Auntie, coming. How delightful it was to share his first breakfast with the future Empress. Chapter 26. Su Liang, the Murderer. The 4 of them gathered around the dining table, enjoying breakfast. Lu Xian beamed. Su Liang, give it a try and see if it suits your taste. Su Liang took a bite, his expression one of astonishment. Wow, Auntie, your culinary skills are remarkable. This is absolutely delicious. Lu Xian replied with a smile. Don't flatter me. Su Liang chuckled and said, Auntie, truly, I find it delicious. Lu Xian nodded with a smile. Then eat more. Bai Qianqian shyly kept her head lowered, hardly daring to lift it. Her mother's words from the previous night had kept her tossing and turning all night. Su Liang was quite fortunate to have her mother's support. Just thinking about those words made her cheeks flush with warmth. Grandpa Su, I hope to not be a bother during this time. Su Luochen wore a smile as well. It's no trouble at all. My home hasn't been this lively in ages. You two should feel at ease staying here. Don't concern yourselves with repairs. It's still quite perilous over there. Lu Xian felt somewhat awkward. This is too much, eating your food and staying in your home. The old man hastily replied. I've already said there's no need for such formalities. You needn't worry about food. Look at Qianqian, she's so thin. I'll make sure to nourish her and help her regain her health. As for everything else, you two need not fret. I still have some strength left. Later, I'll accompany you to gather some things from your home. Just settle in comfortably. Lu Xian's eyes glistened with tears. She hadn't expected to encounter such a kind elder. She nodded in agreement. Bai Qianqian softly said, Thank you, Grandpa. The old man beamed with warmth. No need for thanks. From now on, we are family. You rascal. At school, make sure to protect Qianqian well. Su Liang grinned. Grandpa, I understand. Bai Qianqian stealthily glanced at Su Liang, realizing he was looking back at her. She quickly lowered her head. After they had eaten sufficiently, the 2 of them headed out to school together, with Bai Qianqian timidly trailing behind Su Liang. Su Liang, your grandpa is truly wonderful, she remarked. Su Liang replied with a smile. I told you, my grandpa is easy to get along with. He is even more cordial with you than he is with me. He typically has a cold exterior but a warm heart. You'll come to see that. As Bai Qianqian followed Su Liang, she felt an unprecedented sense of safety in his presence. Along the way, she remained silent, simply staying beside him. On the school bus, Su Liang protected her from the crowd, and she reveled in the comfort of this feeling. Yet, Bai Qianqian found herself pondering how she might repay Su Liang in the future. She truly possessed nothing of value to offer, save for her own presence. Perhaps she could spend her life by his side. The thought made her feel bashful. Bai Qianqian, how shameless you are. He hasn't even asked for you yet. If she truly awakened the SSS-grade Divine Mark as Su Liang had mentioned, then once she became powerful, she could protect him in return. Upon arriving at school, as soon as they entered the classroom, Su Liang sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. All the students turned to him with expressions tinged with unease. Su Liang's mental acuity was remarkably sharp, and it was quite evident. The moment he caught sight of Zhang Tianhao's sinister grin, he understood immediately. A peculiar smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You intend to frame me? Zhang Tianhao stood up, shouting, Su Liang, you murderer. Lu Hao joined in, cursing. You murderer, how dare you come to school? Zhang Tianhao's face beamed with a smug smile. Quickly report to the teacher and have them bring the police. Arrest this murderer. As soon as Zhang Tianhao's words fell, some students rushed out to inform the teacher. Zhang Tianhao sneered. You truly have guts to kill in broad daylight. The gazes of the classmates towards Su Liang now reflected utter avoidance, as if he were a rabid wolf. Bai Qianqian was bewildered by the sudden accusation. Murderer? When did Su Liang kill anyone? He was with me the entire time yesterday. How could he have committed murder? Su Liang regarded Zhang Tianhao's smug demeanor, keen to see if he could still maintain that expression later. At that moment, Long Lianshuang also stood up to look at Su Liang. Why would you kill? Do you not realize this could ruin your entire life? We're on the brink of awakening. Why act so impulsively? Her eyes were filled with disappointment. Su Liang let out a cold laugh, noting how she now pretended to care for him. Bai Qianqian clutched Su Liang's sleeve, her heart racing with anxiety. Murder was a grave matter, one that could lead to a death sentence. Yet, Su Liang merely held her hand gently. To Long Lianshuang. This scene struck her like a steel needle piercing her heart. Why did she find it intolerable? Su Liang was not hers. Su Liang scoffed. Who said I killed anyone? When did I ever kill? You are slandering me. Long Lianshuang sighed at Su Liang's denial, returning to her seat. Why bother? Su Liang dismissed her with a scoff. Zhang Tianhao sneered, still pretending. I witnessed the whole thing. Su Liang paused. Where did you see it? Zhang Tianhao chuckled maliciously. Now you're scared? Come. Kneel and beg for my forgiveness, and I might consider helping you. Zhang Tianhao's arrogant expression was almost comical. I did not kill anyone, Su Liang replied coldly. Still trying to deny it. You're just too stubborn to face the truth. Zhang Tianhao grinned menacingly. Today, you will end up in the police station. Prepare to meet your doom. Ha ha. Zhang Tianhao laughed triumphantly. Those whom Su Liang had previously rebuked wore mocking smiles, as if eager to witness him being taken away by the police and executed. This was the consequence of crossing them. You, Su Liang, made a grave mistake by allowing them to seize your weakness. Yang Biao hurriedly approached. Brother Liang, what is going on? Zhang Tianhao has video footage of you killing someone. Zhang Tianhao barked. Yang Biao, what are you trying to do? Planning to coach him on how to collude? Be careful. You might get dragged into this mess too. If you get arrested, don't expect to awaken. Yang Biao's face turned pale, even if he wanted to help Su Liang now. He was at a loss for how to do so. Yet, Su Liang simply smiled faintly. Biaozi, return to your seat and don't worry. Yang Biao was nearly in a panic. Alas, he let out a deep sigh. Su Liang turned his gaze back to Zhang Tianhao. You claim to have video footage of me committing murder? Let me see it. You wouldn't be attempting to frame me with a forgery, would you? Zhang Tianhao sneered. Su Liang, facing your end, yet you still play act? What did you do in that alley to the left of the school yesterday after class? Have you forgotten? Upon hearing this, Su Liang's gaze sharpened slightly, revealing a hint of alarm. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao were laughing coldly, waiting for him to falter. Now you're afraid? What were you thinking when you did it? Did you only consider killing? You are a thoroughgoing criminal. You attacked a teacher and assaulted classmates. You are nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Prepare to face your end. As Su Liang listened to these words, a cold smile crept across his heart, and he thought to himself that it would soon be revealed who would meet their demise. At this moment, Bai Qianqian finally grasped the situation. Yesterday, when school ended, Su Liang had left her for a brief moment. Had he gone to commit murder then? Bai Qianqian clutched the hem of Su Liang's shirt. Su Liang. He turned to her, offering a reassuring glance. Zhang Tianhao scornfully exclaimed, Bai Qianqian, as the class monitor, I kindly advise you not to associate with this murderer. Beware that you may also be implicated. Bai Qianqian's eyes brimmed with tears. There was no way Su Liang could be a murderer. You must be mistaken. Zhang Tianhao sneered. Mistaken? The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to argue? Long Lianshuang cast a complex glance at Su Liang. Forget it. Let's pretend this classmate doesn't exist. Any hope of changing her opinion about him was futile. Bai Qianqian felt tears welling up. Su Liang looked at her and said, Don't cry. It's all right. I didn't kill anyone, just ignore them. Zhang Tianhao scoffed. What are you pretending for? Just then, a hurried group of people appeared in the classroom corridor. The newly appointed substitute teacher, Hu Anshan, along with several police officers, had arrived at the classroom door. It seemed that Liao Yuqian was lurking behind, watching the spectacle with a cold smile. The three officers swiftly approached. Su Liang, you are suspected of murder. Please come with us. Chapter 27. The Truth Revealed. One of the officers displayed his badge. The other two were preparing to cuff Su Liang. Hu Anshan sighed, wondering how such a situation could arise. At this moment, Zhang Tianhao and Liao Yuqian revealed sinister, triumphant smiles. Deservedly so. Bai Qianqian's tears could no longer be contained. No, she tried to stop the police. Hu Anshan quickly interjected. Bai, don't cause a scene. Obstructing law enforcement is a crime. Tears streamed down Bai Qianqian's face as she shook her head vehemently. Officer, Su Liang did not kill anyone. You must be mistaken. The officer coldly replied, step aside. This is law enforcement. As the handcuffs were about to be placed on Su Liang, he suddenly spoke up. Wait. The officer turned to Su Liang. What do you wish to say? Speak at the station. Su Liang wore a calm smile. Officers, you can arrest me. But I deserve to know why. You claim I committed murder, yet I did not. My classmates say you have a video of me killing someone. You must show it to me, right? Even if I am to die, it should be clear why. If you take me without explanation and something happens to me en route, who will I turn to? I would be wrongfully condemned. Upon hearing this, the officer's expression darkened. What? Do you think we would act recklessly? Su Liang shook his head with a smile. No, I simply wish to see that video. Su Liang was acutely aware that these officers were likely summoned by Zhang Tianhao, possibly even bribed. To escalate the situation, it had to be done here. The officer scoffed. Fine, I'll show it to you. He swiftly activated the smartwatch on his wrist. An image projected before Su Liang's eyes. The footage displayed the youth attempting to rob Su Liang, leading to a confrontation, and ultimately Su Liang delivering a series of punches that left the youth battered and bloodied. With every frame intact. What do you have to say now? The officer coldly inquired. Zhang Tianhao shouted, Officer, take this murderer away. This is nothing short of a disgrace for our school. Several classmates joined in the uproar. Yang Biao was nearly frantic. Bai Qianqian felt as though her world was collapsing. Had Su Liang truly killed someone? Su Liang, astonished, asked, Officer, is the person dead? The officer scoffed. We'll discuss it at the station. Su Liang was now adorned with a pair of silver handcuffs and was on the verge of being taken away. Zhang Tianhao and Liao Yuqian were elated. Wait, officer. If the person is dead, you can't just take me. The entire room fell silent. The officer furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Do you have accomplices? At that moment, Su Liang flashed a wicked smile. Accomplices may not be the right term, but I possess another video. Once everyone watches it, you'll know who should be taken away. Su Liang's gaze locked onto Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao. In that instant, both Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao felt a chill run down their spines. What was happening? Why did they feel so cold? Before the officer could respond, Su Liang had already activated his star link. An image sprang to life. The moment the first frame appeared, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao were struck with terror. It was over. He had been waiting for them all along. Damn it, this bastard had left such a trump card. The footage showed Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao walking alongside the youth. Zhang Tianhao commanded, teach him a lesson. The youth replied, simple, I'm not like your foolish teacher. Zhang Tianhao instructed, you go in first and take him down. We'll follow. As they watched the exchange, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao turned pale. Their classmates were utterly shocked. Zhang Tianhao was in cahoots with that guy. Liao Yuqian's expression darkened. Was she really a foolish woman? Lung Lianxiang was somewhat astonished. It turned out Su Liang had anticipated this. Su Liang's meticulous planning caused Lung Lianxiang to regard him with newfound respect. But had he not killed someone? What did that signify? Yang Biao and Bai Qianqian felt a flicker of hope. Was there a twist in the tale? The officers felt a weight in their hearts as they exchanged glances with Zhang Tianhao. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao's face was ashen. This guy had recorded everything until the very end? Surely not. Hadn't he left? Zhang Tianhao was still attempting to struggle. What does this prove? Yes, I did bring him to teach you a lesson, but you still committed murder. Do you think you can argue your way out of this? Officer, quickly take him away. This is merely a case of personal grievances among classmates. He is the murderer. Zhang Tianhao was frantic. He was desperate for the police to take him away and to find an opportunity to destroy that so-called video. A dreadful sensation gripped Zhang Tianhao's heart. He felt as though misfortune was looming. Su Liang, however, merely smiled lightly. Oh, class monitor, why the rush? The video hasn't finished yet. The best part is still to come, so don't be hasty. If I had killed someone, I would accept my punishment. Zhang Tianhao was filled with dread. Lu Hao was trembling. It was over. If that footage existed, his life would be ruined. Meanwhile, the classmates sensed an ominous premonition rising within them. Feeling that the situation was about to turn, the footage revealed Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao observing Su Liang battling the youth. Su Liang emerged from the fray. Look, what can you prove? Aren't you still the one who killed someone? Hurry. Officer, take him away. At this moment, all eyes were on Zhang Tianhao. His desperate demeanor only served to confirm the suspicions of guilt lurking in his heart. Su Liang wore a devilishly charming smile upon his face. Do not rush. The pivotal moment is about to arrive. As the scene unfolded, Su Liang turned and entered the shop, while Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao emerged from the alleyway. They hurried to the youth's location, pausing momentarily to converse. After a brief exchange, both Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao were engulfed in despair. At that moment, Zhang Tianhao could no longer contain himself. He charged towards Su Liang in a frenzy, intent on destroying the video. He swung a fist at Su Liang's wrist with all his might. In that instant, gasps erupted from the onlookers, but Su Liang had anticipated this move. A cold smirk played upon his lips. Despite being bound by silver bracelets, the strength Su Liang possessed was beyond what a mere novice like Zhang Tianhao could withstand. Were it not for the fear of causing irreversible harm, Su Liang would have retaliated with a single blow. With a sudden flick of his wrists, an overwhelming force manifested. Get lost, he shouted. As Zhang Tianhao's fist collided with Su Liang's hands, a sickening crack echoed through the air, accompanied by a pained scream. Zhang Tianhao was violently thrust backward, his expression twisted in rage and despair. Su Liang sneered. You wish to destroy the evidence? Why the panic? I uploaded it long ago. Zhang Tianhao clutched his other hand, bone shattered. The sight left everyone present in shock. Zhang Tianhao glared at Su Liang with venomous resentment, his heart sinking into hopelessness. It was over. Truly, it was over. Lu Hao, in a similar state of disarray, was now utterly at a loss. Su Liang turned to the police officer. Officer, I acted in self-defense. The officer found himself at a loss for words. The scene continued. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao launched a brutal assault, mercilessly beating the youth to death on the spot. It was evident to all that the youth had been alive when Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao arrived. Yet, they conspired to murder him and frame Su Liang for it. The truth was laid bare, and clarity enveloped the situation. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao collapsed to the ground. Utterly defeated. It was over. The classmates were struck with realization, their expressions filled with shock as they regarded Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao. It was unfathomable that this was a meticulously orchestrated plot to ensnare Su Liang. Bai Qianqian's tears ceased. Su Liang was unharmed. He had not committed murder. His close friend, Yang Biao, exhaled in relief, truly terrified by the ordeal. Long Lianshuang, seated at her desk, glanced at Su Liang, her expression transformed with newfound intrigue. This Su Liang was far from ordinary. What had seemed a hopeless predicament had been meticulously planned. It was a counterattack, a trap laid to ensnare Zhang Tianhao. The classmates' gazes shifted towards Su Liang, filled with reverence. Su Liang smiled at the three police officers. Comrades, you see, the truth is evident. I merely acted in self-defense. I only retaliated, rendering him powerless to strike back. The true villains are these two, who resorted to murder to frame me. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Officer, you must deal with them severely. It is imperative. The officers exchanged glances, recognizing the depth of Su Liang's cunning. Officer, can you unshackle me? If anyone should be restrained, it is them. Indeed. Officer, apprehend those two. Yang Biao joined in, rallying support. The tide had turned. The balance of power had shifted. Reluctantly, the officer released Su Liang. Why did you not report their murderous intent yesterday? He inquired. Officer. I was completely unaware that he was dead. I thought they were merely venting their frustrations. Besides, I was attacked by a beast last night, and simply had no time. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. A beast attack? The officer's expression turned skeptical. Su Liang explained, this is the absolute truth. It was the Ashen Kill Squad from Rongqing who saved me. You can verify this. The Ashen Kill Squad. The crowd gasped once more. As such matters could not be fabricated. Officer, may I proceed to apprehend them? Su Liang smiled sweetly. The officer had no choice but to detain Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao. At this moment, Zhang Tianhao was steeped in despair, glaring at Su Liang with venomous rage. Su Liang, I will not let you off the hook. My family will make sure to eliminate you. Just wait. You scoundrel, you set me up? Su Liang feigned innocence. Officer, look. He is threatening me. I shall file a complaint against him. I will take this to the highest authority. Su Liang, I will kill you. Scoundrel. Scoundrel. Chapter 28. From now on, I shall protect you. Zhang Tianhao and Lu Hao were escorted away. The classmates who had been friendly with Zhang Tianhao fell into silence. Yang Biao approached Su Liang, slapping him on the shoulder. Brother Liang, you are truly impressive. Those two are finished. Yang Biao's laughter resonated in the ears of every student, evoking a complex mix of emotions. Zhang Tianhao had brought this upon himself. Bai Qianqian smiled through her tears, relieved that all was well. The class monitor, Hu Anshan interjected, "All right, return to your seats. Class is about to begin." He cast a lingering glance at Su Liang, remaining silent before turning away. Su Liang caught sight of Liao Yuqian at the doorway, a cold smile creeping across his face. Did she wish to witness his downfall? Su Liang took Bai Qianqian by the hand and led her back to their seats, adorned with the smile of a victor. Bai Qianqian's cheeks flushed. The classroom erupted in a chorus of teasing. "Oh!" Bai Qianqian, her head lowered, hurried to her seat, eager to hide her face. In the front row, Lung Lianshuang felt a pang of jealousy. Had she truly cared for Su Liang? Had a mere jester stolen her potential suitor? Soon, class commenced. Bai Qianqian whispered, "You knew all along. Why didn't you tell me? You made me so worried." Su Liang replied softly, "It was just Zhang Tianhao. I could crush him effortlessly. No need to fret. If he had managed to ensnare me, that would have been truly embarrassing." He continued, "By the way, you're concerned for me. Is it possible that you—" Before he could finish, Bai Qianqian pinched his waist. Her face was flushed with heat. "You mustn't say such things." Su Liang chuckled. All right, I won't say anything. Let's focus on class." Bai Qianqian, her head lowered, sighed. "Honestly, you had me so worried." In truth, the classmates remained in a state of shock. Su Liang's maneuver had effectively ensnared Zhang Tianhao. This time, Zhang Tianhao was doomed, having committed murder, as he faced imminent consequences. His future appeared bleak. However, some speculated that Zhang Tianhao's influential family might devise a means to rescue him. Following this incident, those who had previously harbored grievances against Su Liang now clearly understood one thing. This individual was not to be trifled with. His traps were lethal. As Zhang Tianhao faced impending doom, it would be wise to tread carefully. Yet, they also pondered the fact that Zhang Tianhao's family would not take his downfall lightly. After all, there was a cousin of Zhang Tianhao's in their midst, a top-tier student in the school. The combat levels have all reached the concealed S-class existence. It seems unlikely that they will go easy on anyone. However, at this moment, Su Liang is entirely unconcerned with such matters. If they seek death, he would not hesitate to escort them on their journey. His mind is solely focused on acquiring beast crystals. The sensation of power enhancement provides him with immense reassurance. Yet, obtaining beast crystals within the city proves to be exceedingly difficult. Unless one possesses wealth, it remains out of reach. He is not affluent. A single first-tier beast crystal, when exchanged for the currency used by commoners, is worth several hundred. This amount could cover the expenses of an ordinary family for 10 days to half a month. He cannot afford such expenditures, for he is no tycoon. Thus, procuring beast crystals remains imperative. The only option is to wait until he enters the Chosen Academy and hunt in the hunting grounds. Upon entering the Chosen Academy, he will receive a distribution of divine crystals each month for evolution. 3 days until divine awakening. The young woman beside him is on the brink of transformation. At noon, Yang Biao rarely shared a meal with the two of them. "Brother Liang, how do you orchestrate your divine hand? Can it be that you possess foresight?" Su Liang chuckled. "Would you like to learn? Call me daddy first, and I shall teach you." Yang Biao shot him a glare. "Forget it." Su Liang smiled. "Biaozi, the truth is, I really can see the future." Yang Biao scoffed. "Go ahead and boast." "What am I boasting about? I tell you, you will awaken a B-class divine seal." Yang Biao rolled his eyes. "Puffed. A mere B-class? Are you cursing me?" Su Liang chuckled. "It is simply a matter of fact. It is indeed B-class. Compared to the vast majority who cannot awaken at all, it is already a significant improvement." Bai Qianqian glanced at Su Liang, pondering why he was so confident. Could it be true? Can she truly awaken an SSS-class divine seal? Su Liang raised an eyebrow. "I'm not jesting. Actually, yesterday after school, I noticed those 2 sneaky fellows trailing behind me. I realized they meant no good, so I decided to keep a card up my sleeve. I released my ladybug. And unexpectedly, it yielded such a significant surprise." Yang Biao gave him a thumbs up. "You're impressive. I truly envy you. Your grandfather can provide you with such treasures." While I'm still stuck with my outdated phone, Su Liang glanced at the star chain on his wrist, where the little ladybug lay. In this era, virtually all electronic devices can communicate. Yet, the star chain on Su Liang's wrist not only enables communication, but also possesses reconnaissance, holographic projection, and various other features. While it may not be extraordinary, it remains relatively valuable compared to many classmates residing in the commoner district. This has fueled Su Liang's ongoing suspicion that his grandfather holds a different identity. Although his family also resides in the commoner district, their lifestyle has never been particularly strained. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian discreetly glanced at her old-fashioned wristwatch, which can also make calls, albeit limited to that function. Su Liang smiled. "What is there to envy? Once you become a chosen one, you can earn divine crystals or beast crystals and trade them for better equipment." Yang Biao rolled his eyes. "It's not that simple." Su Liang merely smiled. "Fortunately, you didn't cause such a ruckus while not in divine awakening. Otherwise, Both the inspection department and the heavenly punishment department would have come for you, leaving you no chance to explain, Yang Biao remarked. Su Liang nodded. I know my limits. If I were a chosen one, I would have already filed this incident in advance, preventing him from having such an opportunity. Yang Biao nodded in agreement. After their meal, Yang Biao parted ways with them, not wishing to be a third wheel. Even a fool could discern that their relationship was anything but ordinary. They were likely indeed together. On their way back to the classroom, Bai Qianqian suddenly halted beneath the shade of a tree. Su Liang, she called out. He turned to glance at her. Under the tree's shade, Bai Qianqian, though still slender, radiated an inexplicable beauty, delicate and ethereal. With her hands clasped behind her, a gentle breeze lifted the hem of her skirt, resembling a beautiful painting. The girl was like a masterpiece. Su Liang understood that she was on the verge of her metamorphosis, ready to shine upon the world. What's wrong? Bai Qianqian inquired. Will I truly awaken an SSS-class divine seal? Su Liang nodded affirmatively. Yes, undoubtedly. Bai Qianqian's eyes curved in a smile. Then I shall protect you. Su Liang smiled knowingly and nodded emphatically. All right. Your word must hold weight. The young girl smiled gently, as if she had made a solemn resolution. Chapter 29. The Awakening of the Divine. Time slips away unnoticed. 3 days is but a fleeting moment. During these 3 days, Su Liang and Bai Qianqian spent every day together, their bond evidently deepening. Had it not been for her cohabitation with her mother, Su Liang might have sought her out at midnight for discussions on life and aspirations. Over these 3 days, Su Liang also received news regarding Zhang Tianhao. He cooperated with the police in their investigations, initially intending to acknowledge his own responsibility, having engaged in a scuffle. However, Su Liang is no fool. The video footage clearly shows him being threatened with a knife at his throat by that individual. This constituted a direct threat to his life. Was he wrong to retaliate? He incapacitated his assailant to eliminate the danger. How could that be deemed excessive self-defense? Did he kill anyone? No. Therefore, the police were at a loss. They merely stated that if further issues arose, he would need to cooperate. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianhao was detained, and even his divine awakening became problematic, potentially causing him to miss it entirely. Lu Hao, on the other hand, became an unfortunate victim when Zhang Tianhao attempted to strike. He was forced to intervene to prevent an escalation, thus becoming an unwitting scapegoat. Now both individuals remained in custody, which served as a source of satisfaction for many. Today marks a pivotal turning point in the destinies of all high school seniors in the city. Divine Awakening Day. This day is standardized for all. The so-called Divine Awakening refers to the activation of the divine seals within their bodies, also known as the awakening. The awakening requires a special device developed by the Divine Hall, which integrates contemporary technology with the powers of divine crystals and source crystals, capable of actively awakening the divine seals within the chosen ones. Of course, can one wait for their divine seals to awaken naturally without divine awakening? Certainly. However, the process would be exceedingly slow, potentially requiring one to wait until their 20s or even 30s. Such a delay would result in missing the optimal age for growth. In today's era, there is simply no time to waste. The entire Huaxia requires a continuous influx of chosen blood to invigorate the divine hall. Yet, one notable point remains. No one under the age of 18 has ever awakened a divine seal. Thus, the high school seniors at this moment are all 18 years old. They await this day. Today signifies the turning point in their destinies. Awakening a divine seal will lead directly to entry into the chosen academy, while those who do not awaken will proceed to take the college entrance examinations, attending ordinary universities and becoming ordinary individuals, or delving into academia to become technological talents for Huaxia. Today will be a momentous occasion, a historical witness for all. Over 6,000 high school seniors gathered at the Divine Awakening playground. The students stood in an orderly fashion, each class forming a square formation. Excitement illuminated their faces as they awaited this long-anticipated day. Hopes soared, with aspirations of awakening a high-level divine seal. However, statistically, among the over 6,000 individuals present, only about 2,000 were likely to awaken a divine seal. Of these, those achieving C and B levels would constitute around 16 or 1,700. The true elite, those capable of awakening A-level divine seals or higher, numbered merely around 300. The odds were exceedingly slim. As for those who might reach the S level, such individuals would undoubtedly become the paragons of the future. Yet, this did not imply that C and B level divine seals were devoid of merit. They were still significantly stronger than the average person. A C-level seal could lead to becoming a second seal envoy, while a B-level seal might allow one to ascend to a third seal master, and those fortunate enough could even aspire to become a fourth seal warrior. They would not be weak by any means. Bai Qianqian stood nervously beside Su Liang. She cast a glance at him, pondering the prospect of his SSS level potential. Over the past few days, Su Liang had shared much with her. When her divine awareness awakened, she would become the center of attention, with everyone vying for her favor and drawing closer to her. Yet, she preferred the solitude of having only Su Liang by her side. Sensing her anxiety, Su Liang gently grasped her wrist and smiled, reassuring her, "Do not fret, let everything unfold naturally." The warmth of his smile swiftly calmed her, as though his presence rendered her fearless. Yang Biao stood nearby, acutely aware of the palpable scent of budding romance. Bathed in the morning sun, Principal Lu Kaiyuan made his appearance, taking his place upon the elevated podium. Through the microphone, he began his address. "Dear students, today marks one of the most significant days of your lives, and I extend my heartfelt wishes to you." He delivered a lengthy yet impassioned speech, showcasing his natural talent for oration, igniting the fervor of many students. In the future, you will dedicate yourselves to Huaxia, regardless of whether you awaken or not. You are all integral to Huaxia. Those who succeed in awakening must remain humble and diligent, studying and training hard at the Divine Chosen Academy, striving to enhance their levels and contribute to Huaxia's resistance against the otherworldly beasts. For those who do not awaken, do not be disheartened. Continue to study, gain admission to university, and immerse yourselves in research, for you too can bring glory to Huaxia. Each of you is a treasure of Huaxia, born for Huaxia, an unparalleled honor. The students appeared ignited, their emotions aflame. Principal Lu Kaiyuan cheerfully remarked, "All right, no need for further ado. Let us commence the awakening." His resonant voice echoed across the playground, reaching a crescendo of anticipation. In the next moment, 10 30-meter-tall black metal pillars, each with a radius of 1 meter, rose majestically from the ground, positioned at 10 designated spots. These were the divine awareness guiding pillars, imbued with the pinnacle of contemporary source energy technology. The students gazed at the pillars with palpable excitement. The moment they had awaited was finally at hand. Even Su Liang, who had lived a life before, felt a stir of emotions at this moment. Would he still be classified as B-level? What of the crimson-eyed celestial Qianqian beast imprint on his chest? Uncertainty enveloped him, and he resolved to take it one step at a time. If he remained at B-level, he would not lose heart. If he could achieve a higher level, that would surely bring him joy. Soon, several teachers, including those from the academy and a stern military official, gathered around the 10 guiding pillars, acknowledging the gravity of the occasion. The podium was also graced by dignitaries from various factions. Under the gaze of the multitude, the awakening commenced. Students queued orderly at the 10 positions, 10 at a time, approaching the guiding pillars. Under the teacher's guidance, they placed their hands upon the recessed handprints of the pillars. Almost simultaneously, the 10 pillars emitted a faint glow, and in that instant, the students felt as if they had been jolted by electricity, a fleeting moment. All awaited the results in hushed anticipation. Approximately 30 seconds passed, and 3 of the guiding pillars shone with distinct colors, 1 white, 1 blue, and 1 purple, indicating 1 C level, 1 B level, and 1 A level awakening. The crowd erupted in jubilation. Among the first group of 10, an A level had emerged. The students beneath the 3 glowing pillars wore expressions of elation, their bodies emanating the light of their divine seals. The A-level student was particularly ecstatic, for their fate had irrevocably shifted. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 displayed no changes, their spirits somewhat dimmed, for they had not awakened. The teacher called out, "Divine Chosen. Proceed to register." Next group. Principal Lu Kaiyuan's face bore a smile. The first group had 3 successful awakenings, a promising omen. Those nearby nodded in agreement. Yet, Lu Kaiyuan's gaze instinctively drifted towards Su Liang. A slight smile graced his lips as he pondered whether this young man would awaken a divine seal. If successful, he would surely secure his place among the esteemed members of the Jinsha team. He hoped for the boy's fortune. Su Liang continued to observe, sensing the scrutiny upon him. Looking up, he realized it was the principal watching him. He dismissed it as a mere illusion. As the groups continued to proceed, the process felt interminable and torturous. Those yet to take their turn yearned for the opportunity, yet feared the possibility of failure. A myriad of emotions intertwined, and among the unsuccessful, some succumbed to despair, bursting into tears. Not infrequently, individuals of A-level combat prowess found themselves in a similar plight, having trained diligently only to remain ordinary. 10 students at a time approached, and at times, none from a group succeeded, a common occurrence. As it stood, the highest level of divine seal awakened thus far was A-level, and such instances were exceedingly rare. Among 100 students, only a handful would achieve this. Overall, there were both joyful and sorrowful faces, all subject to fate. Su Liang, can you discern the attributes or types of divine seals those individuals possess? Bai Qianqian's gentle voice broke through to him. I cannot, in this state of ignorance. The attributes of these individuals' divine seals remain a closely guarded secret, not easily revealed, he replied. Bai Qianqian nodded. What about me? Su Liang smiled. You won't be able to hide it. When her divine awareness awakened, the overwhelming aura of her innate talent would unveil her attributes for all to see. Su Liang fell silent for a moment, contemplating whether, in the future, surrounded by a multitude of talents, she would still care for him. Chapter 30. The campus bell achieves S level. The awakening continued, and the 10 guiding pillars occasionally radiated various hues of light, each representing the 6 levels of divine seals. There exist grades of divine seals classified as C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, corresponding to the colors of divine seal levels: white, azure, purple, black, red, and gold. This radiant luminescence manifests when the divine seal is activated. However, it is imperative to note that each type of divine seal possesses inherent attribute powers that can reveal different hues of energy. For instance, Gong Lai holds a purple divine seal, classified as A grade, yet his attribute power is lightning, resulting in a mesmerizing interplay of purple and cerulean blue radiance during combat. Conversely, Levian, also possessing an A-grade seal, is characterized by a healing attribute, thus emitting a verdant glow when invoking his divine powers. In essence, the colors associated with divine seal grades are fixed at these 6 shades, while the colors of attribute powers are of lesser significance. Turning our focus back to the attributes of divine seals, the complexity is profound. They encompass elements such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as wind, rain, lightning, and even classifications like strength, speed, defense, healing, and weaponry. The variety is seemingly endless. However, one notable absence is the beast-type attribute, a mystery that has long perplexed Su Liang. Presently, it remains an enigma, a secret that he cannot disclose. The diverse attributes of divine seals correspond to distinct roles and responsibilities within military divisions or the Divine Hunter Squad. Naturally, a divine seal may embody not merely one attribute, but potentially 2, 3, or even more. Yet, this is not advantageous. An abundance of attributes signifies a dilution of power, rendering specialization and purity elusive. It is akin to a 500 milliliter vessel. A singular attribute can hold 500 milliliters of water, but with overlapping attributes like water and oil, the total capacity remains 500 milliliters, resulting in a reduction of both water and oil. The principle is straightforward. The more attributes one possesses, the weaker and more cumbersome they become. In Su Liang's previous life, his divine seal attributes were wind and fire, marginally acceptable. Wind bestowed upon him speed, facilitating countless escapes, while fire lent him combat prowess, which was also adequate. On the other hand, Bai Qianqian, the future Phoenix Empress, possesses an SSS-grade blazing divine seal, characterized by a singular attribute of immense power, attaining unparalleled combat capabilities. Yang Biao, with his B-grade power seal, epitomizes raw strength and was dubbed a macho man by Su Liang in his past life. In this life, he continues to embody that image. As time progressed, 2 hours had elapsed since the divine awakening commenced. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, glancing at the clock. It seemed that the moment had arrived. Indeed, in the next instant, a guiding pillar of divine awakening radiated an exceedingly terrifying black light, an S-grade. The atmosphere erupted in fervor. The principal on the podium, along with the prominent figures of the divine chosen academy, rose to their feet, electrified by the emergence of an S-grade. Principal Liu was beside himself with excitement. At that moment, all eyes fixated on the student at the center of this phenomenon, who appeared utterly bewildered. He gazed incredulously at the black light emanating from his divine seal, momentarily dazed, before tears welled in the corners of his eyes. An S-grade. An S-grade. From this moment forth, his destiny would be irrevocably altered. The ecstasy on his face became increasingly difficult to conceal, provided he remained steadfast. His ascendance to the rank of a 5-seal divine general was all but assured. He might even ascend to the status of a 6-seal divine king. The prospect of a promising future loomed large. This joy was overwhelming, akin to breaking through to a new dawn, illuminating a bright future ahead. Who was that? From which class? Everyone was consumed with envy. That was an S-grade. It was Wang Yin from class 28. He resided in the Commoner district. My brother. Someone eagerly shared the news. The revelation of his humble origins only intensified the envy. A great figure was about to emerge from the Commoner district. They all understood that the appearance of such an S-grade would undoubtedly attract widespread admiration and flattery. One must cultivate favorable relationships. It was the key to a transformed destiny. Su Liang observed the scene with a relatively composed demeanor, while Yang Biao was nearly beside himself with excitement. Brother Liang, an S-grade. My heavens. If I could awaken an S-grade, I reckon I could be exhilarated for an entire month without sleep. Yang Biao exclaimed, shaking Su Liang's clothing fervently. Su Liang, exasperated, shrugged him off. There aren't that many S grades. Just enjoy the spectacle. He recalled that fewer than 10 individuals had awakened to grades above S. Perhaps 7 or 8 at most. This was already an extraordinary rarity. Among them was Bai Qianqian, an SSS grade, and another boy with an S grade. Hailing from a prominent family in Rongqing, the rest were merely S grades. Nonetheless, the presence of both an S grade and an SSS grade in one class had astounded many. After the initial commotion, the divine awakening continued. Yet, many remained entranced by the brilliance of the S grade, compelled by dreams of awakening to an S grade. Wang Yin trembled with excitement, unable to regain his composure. As time pressed on, Su Liang's Class 7 was not expected to proceed until the afternoon. But not a single person complained of fatigue. They were all exceptionally animated. An hour later, another surge of black light ignited the atmosphere once more. Yet another S grade. Numerous instructors struggled to contain their joy, especially the faculty of the Divine Chosen Academy, for every S grade represented a potential future student. And who would not cherish the prospect of nurturing a talented individual? Throughout the unfolding events, Su Liang maintained a calm demeanor. Awakening to an S grade did not guarantee one would inevitably become a divine general or king. There was always the possibility of unforeseen setbacks along the way, a reality that was not uncommon. The future remained shrouded in uncertainty. Higher levels of awakening implied greater dangers ahead, and the process of evolution was fraught with challenges, requiring an incalculable number of divine crystals. Nonetheless, proceeding methodically and gradually enhancing one's survivability was indeed feasible. Higher evolution levels corresponded to increased lifespans, elevated status, and greater wealth and power. Who would not desire to awaken to an S grade? Yet, such aspirations could not simply be willed into existence. As events unfolded, Bai Qianqian grew increasingly composed, pondering aloud. Su Liang, what should I do if everyone gathers around me? She instinctively believed she would awaken to an SSS grade. Trusting Su Liang's words, Su Liang smirked slightly. Do not fear. The teachers of the Divine Chosen Academy will ensure your safety. You may choose to remain silent. An SSS grade is undeniably impressive. Bai Qianqian timidly nodded, deciding to heed Su Liang's advice and remain quiet. In the forefront of the group, Lung Lianshuang radiated an aura as serene as a Tianshan snow lotus. Observing the unfolding scenes before her, she remained relatively tranquil. To achieve an S grade or higher was a rare stroke of fortune. She recalled Su Liang's words from that day. If you awaken an S grade divine seal, and I awaken only a C grade or B grade, will you still allow me to approach you? She, Lung Lianshuang, resolutely clung to her conviction that if she were to rise higher, she and Su Liang would be destined to inhabit separate realms. You may be elevated, and I shall still adore you, she thought. You forsook me for a mere Bai Qianqian. That is your loss. I shall demonstrate to you, Su Liang, how mistaken you are. Can Bai Qianqian truly awaken to S rank? She cast a glance back at the two individuals who were huddled together, whispering softly. Her gaze was laden with complexity. They were clearly mismatched. Bai Qianqian was now as frail as a delicate swan, resembling an ugly duckling. Su Liang, on the other hand, was a handsome young man. What could have prompted his choice of her? Humph. As time marched on, it approached 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Thus far, 5 individuals had awakened to S rank, inciting envy among countless observers. Naturally, many had also met with disheartening outcomes, including several students who were previously S-rank fighters but failed to awaken even the divine imprint. Their S-rank status had become but an empty promise, devoid of significance. Soon, it was finally their Class 7's turn. The first student stepped forward. Failure. The second. Failure. The third. Failure. This string of setbacks dampened the spirits of some classmates in Class 7. At last, it was the fourth. B rank. At long last, a glimmer of good news emerged. Yang Biao trembled with anticipation. Liang Gu, it's about to begin. We're next. Su Liang smiled wryly in response. Don't get too excited. Take it easy. What if you don't awaken? Nonsense. I will definitely awaken. Su Liang chuckled softly. Soon, it was Lung Lianshuang's turn. The school beauty was about to awaken. What rank of divine imprint would she manifest? Surely, a school beauty deserves to awaken to S rank, right? Is S rank as common as cabbage? Who can say? It could be nothing, or it could be any rank. Lung Lianshuang was the cherished moonlight in the hearts of many students. Her beauty was undeniable, with long, graceful legs and flawless porcelain skin. Her exquisite visage could captivate countless hearts, elevating her to the status of a goddess. Her divine awakening was destined to attract the gaze of many. Just as she prepared to stride forth, she suddenly turned her head to glance back at Su Liang. This drew the attention of the crowd. What could it mean? In that fleeting moment of eye contact, it seemed as though she was conveying some unspoken message to him. However, Su Liang remained impassive. They were clearly not kindred spirits. Seemingly reading his response, Long Lianshuang resolutely approached the divine imprint guiding pillar. Her slender, delicate hand pressed into the groove. A surge of electricity coursed through her body as she awaited in silence. After approximately 30 seconds, a flash of black light erupted. S-rank. The school beauty was indeed S-rank. Haha, truly S-rank. As expected of the campus belle. Thank goodness she did not falter. This news brought immense joy. Long Lianshuang, the school beauty, would soar to great heights. Haha, some boys were elated. How could such a stunning girl not succeed in awakening? As Long Lianshuang beheld the black light of her divine imprint, relief washed over her. She was utterly delighted to discover that she had awakened to S-rank. This was an unexpected surprise. Her smile was impossible to conceal. With a gentle grin, she became the epitome of beauty. The school beauty smiled. How enchanting. Allow me to savor the fragrance of the school beauty. I would gladly perish for it. Chapter 31. The Su Liang you look down upon. I shall cherish with my life. Long Lianshuang's elation was palpable. Anyone who awakens to S-rank would feel such joy. This signified a pathway to greatness in the future. She would become a paragon in the annals of Huaxia history. In this moment, Long Lianshuang felt a transformation within her mindset. She gazed towards Su Liang's position. Perhaps it was due to his prophetic words. Long Lianshuang was determined to show Su Liang. In that instant, their eyes met once more. Her perspective had shifted. The teacher guided Long Lianshuang to register. Teacher, wait a moment. I need to speak with my classmate. I will be right back to register. The teacher nodded with a smile. All right, be quick. They were exceedingly lenient with those who awakened to S-rank. The school beauty, Long Lianshuang, strode towards class 7, her long, elegant legs carrying her forward. She was so proud. In this moment, the school beauty appeared ethereal, akin to the most exquisite Tianshan snow lotus. Her steps were light, radiating unparalleled beauty, yet she exuded an aura that suggested she was unapproachable. In this moment, the campus belle, Long Lianshuang, had undergone a complete transformation. Her future would shine brilliantly. She approached her classmates in class 7, who buzzed with excitement. The school beauty was coming. Who was she seeking? Long Lianshuang walked up to Su Liang and Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian was slightly tense. What did she intend to do? Su Liang wore an expression of indifference. Long Lianshuang offered a faint smile, causing some boys to falter in their stance. The fragrance emanating from her was akin to a potent elixir, intoxicating and enthralling. With a gentle smile, she said, Su Liang, thank you for your assumptions. Su Liang scoffed. No need for thanks. What is yours will ultimately be yours. Long Lianshuang's demeanor softened. Her persona was now more approachable. With a tender smile, she continued, however, you were correct. I cannot achieve what you suggested. My mindset has altered. Su Liang remained impassive. I understand. Simply stay true to your heart. We are destined to walk different paths. Long Lianshuang chuckled lightly. Do not lose heart. What if you awaken to S-rank? Su Liang remained aloof. If you came to say these things, you may leave now. Long Lianshuang was unperturbed and continued. I merely felt some matters needed clarification. I still believe my steadfastness is not mistaken. You deliberately brought her to provoke me. I admit you succeeded. I felt somewhat uncomfortable. But that feeling has faded. Now, I await your results. Su Liang glanced at Long Lianshuang's sparkling eyes, his heart tranquil as still water. Her meaning was unmistakable. If he were to awaken to a divine imprint below S-rank, then there would be no further possibilities between them. They would become like strangers, divided by an insurmountable chasm. She spoke these words only because Su Liang had genuinely provoked her in recent days. Now that she had awakened to S-rank, she felt empowered to voice her thoughts. Su Liang remained composed. Very well, wait and see. I will likely only be B-rank. Do not overthink it. Long Lianshuang refrained from further words. Gazing deeply into Su Liang's eyes before turning away, it seemed as though their connection had dissipated entirely. The onlooking classmates were left bewildered. Was this a farewell? Only Bai Qianqian clenched her fists, her resolve gradually solidifying. Long Lianshuang, the Su Liang you look down upon, I shall cherish with my life. Is S-rank truly that remarkable? As she watched the proud departure of the school beauty, Su Liang coldly regarded her retreating figure, a scene reminiscent of their past life. Upon her awakening, she transformed as if into a different person, every movement exuding an air of pride and self-satisfaction. Just look at her smug demeanor. Su Liang remained unfazed. Yet in the next moment, a delicate jade hand grasped his own. Turning to face Bai Qianqian, he was met with a gentle yet resolute smile. Su Liang, I will always stand by your side. Su Liang's gaze momentarily lost its focus. Perhaps his greatest gain from this rebirth was this very girl before him. He hoped for her steadfastness, while he too would strive to grow stronger. The divine perception continued. One classmate after another took their turn. which also meant an increasing number of students sank into despondency. At last, it was time for Su Liang and his peers. "Shall I go first?" Bai Qianqian inquired. Su Liang smiled and replied, "Allow me to go first. The most dazzling should be saved for last. I shall await you at the registration desk." Bai Qianqian nodded in agreement. Yang Biao, still brimming with excitement, opted to follow closely behind Su Liang. "Bro Liang, give it your all." This is the moment that transforms a bicycle into a motorcycle. With determined steps, Su Liang advanced toward the Divine Perception Guide pillar. He had experienced this scene in his previous life. Surely, there would be no unexpected occurrences, right? Arriving at the guide pillar, he slowly pressed his palm against the designated spot. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Let it commence." Simultaneously, a piercing gaze from Lung Liangsang was fixated upon Su Liang. What kind of divine imprint would he awaken? Could it truly be B-grade? Within the Divine Perception Guide pillar, it felt as though a jolt of electricity surged into Su Liang's body. He closed his eyes, feeling the current coursing through him, gathering at his arm. Su Liang realized that, barring any surprises, he had indeed awakened a B-grade divine imprint with dual attributes of wind and fire. Just as he was about to concede, the current abruptly shifted, coalescing towards his chest. Su Liang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this beast imprint truly was a divine imprint? The current seemed to be encountering a peculiar situation for the first time, after lingering briefly at the location of his beast imprint. It divided part of its power and returned to his arm. In that very instant, the Divine Perception Guide pillar before Su Liang began to tremble slightly, emitting a burst of azure light. B-grade. The teachers standing guard displayed little surprise. However, they soon sensed something amiss, for amid the azure light, they faintly discerned a glimmer of golden radiance. This subtle change did not go unnoticed by many. What was happening? Why did his B-grade color appear unusual? Before long, the brilliance faded. Su Liang gazed at the flickering azure light upon his arm. Indeed, it was B-grade. Yet what was the golden light at his chest? Felt only by him. Su Liang's heart raced with astonishment. Had he truly become an unprecedented dual divine imprint chosen one? Furthermore, was this beast imprint of the terrifying SSS grade? Su Liang hesitated to affirm this. It seemed utterly unfathomable, like a tale from a fantastical realm. Yet he undeniably wielded the power of the beast imprint. What could this possibly signify? Countless questions swirled within his mind. "Step down, B-grade." The teacher's voice broke through his reverie. Su Liang returned to his senses. Evidently, the peculiar color had not stirred much of a commotion. It might merely have been an anomaly. After all, everyone knew that the colors of divine imprint levels were limited to a few variations. There was no possibility of anything else. Yang Biao, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Bro Liang, a B-grade is already commendable. I hope I can succeed too." Su Liang chuckled. "You will succeed." He cast a glance towards Bai Qianqian, offering her a knowing look before making his way to the registration desk. Their gazes naturally met once again with Lung Liangsang's. Her expression gradually turned icy. Su Liang understood that, at this moment, she had decisively severed ties with him. This was exactly what Lung Liangsang had intended. "Su Liang, perhaps you are not unattractive, and your recent performance has been acceptable. But the reality remains. You are merely a B-grade, while I, Lung Liangsang, am an S-grade. I am destined to shine brightly, while you, Su Liang, are utterly ordinary. I remain steadfast in my belief that my choice was correct. We are destined to inhabit separate worlds. I, Lung Liangsang, truly do not require your proximity or adoration. Thank you for your affection, but henceforth, we shall have no further entanglements. Go on and pursue your Bai Qianqian. I, Lung Liangsang, no longer need it." Chapter 32. Is S-grade truly impressive? Su Liang felt little impact from Lung Liangsang's increasingly indifferent gaze. He was not newly acquainted with her. He clearly understood that this woman was simply of that ilk, much like certain wealthy individuals who inherently looked down upon the impoverished. However, in Su Liang's view, the awakening of Lung Liangsang's S-grade divine imprint did not necessitate such haughtiness. There was no need for such an attitude. People often say that fortunes can change in 30 years. Who knows what the future holds? A passerby remains just that. I am not in need of your mockery. I now have an empress. Su Liang withdrew his gaze, preparing to register. At that moment, amidst Yang Biao and the others, a terrifying crimson light erupted from a distant divine perception guide pillar. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, followed by an explosive uproar. The teachers and leaders at the podium rose in excitement. Students nearly clawed their eyes out in their eagerness to witness the source of the crimson glow. Crimson, crimson. SS grade. It is indeed SS grade. That blood-red hue assaulted the eyes of every student present. Many trembled uncontrollably, stunned that their cohort had produced an SS grade. My heavens! An SS grade. Truly an SS grade. The future 7 imprint divine monarch, the The 8 imprint Divine Sovereign. Who could it be? A surefire general. Principal Liu and his colleagues at the podium were equally astonished. Just after an S grade, another SS grade emerged. What a delightful surprise. Principal Liu could hardly contain his delight. Old Huang, this candidate is exceptional, wouldn't you agree? The leader from the Chosen One's academy beside Principal Liu was equally merry. What a surprise indeed. It is exceedingly rare for our whole Rong City to produce an SS grade. Yet here we are. Haha, the future of Rong City looks promising. We must nurture this talent well. The appearance of an SS grade was enough to astonish the entire Rong City. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare, even in previous years. Not producing an SS grade for 2 or 3 consecutive years was commonplace. Yet this time, the emergence of one is a monumental surprise. Naturally, it is hoped that other Divine Perception Academies will also reap surprises this time. If several SS grades could emerge, it would be even better. Students were filled with envy, anxiously wringing their hands. How could it not be them? He is Yi Qinghan. What? The Yi Qinghan of the Yi family? Who else could it possibly be? Goodness, is this a reason for envy? Their family is not only incredibly wealthy, but also powerful, and to top it off, they have produced an SS-level talent. This is a path to ascendancy. Countless classmates exhibited expressions of jealousy, feeling the sting of unfairness. Su Liang's eyes flickered with a glimmer of interest. Yi Qinghan, the heir of the foremost family in Rongqing. His family boasts influential figures within the military and immense wealth, a true epitome of affluence. If memory serves. In the previous life, after awakening to SS level, Yi Qinghan sought out Qianqian, believing that only someone of his caliber was worthy of her. In this cohort, had it not been for Bai Qianqian, his divine imprint would have been the highest. In the past, at this moment, Bai Qianqian must have been utterly heartbroken. Ignoring him entirely, focused solely on elevating her level and exterminating the beasts to avenge her mother. This time around, would she even deign to acknowledge Yi Qinghan? Moreover, it seemed that Lung Lianshuang also harbored intentions towards him, only to be spurned. How intriguing. The ripple caused by Yi Qinghan left everyone present in a prolonged state of astonishment. Thus, the divine perception momentarily halted. At this juncture, Yi Qinghan reveled in the attention of the crowd, relishing the sensation of being the center of admiration. Additionally, he was undeniably handsome, captivating a multitude of hearts. Su Liang noticed that even the proud Lung Lianshuang could not tear her gaze away. Perhaps she believed that only such a man could match her stature. Su Liang chuckled softly, recognizing the irony that while she fancied him, he did not reciprocate her feelings. Let them be astonished. The real spectacle was yet to unfold. At that moment, Yang Biao had dashed to Su Liang's side, a smile adorning his face. Brother Liang, I'm also B-level. Su Liang nodded with a smile. I told you you were B-level, yet you refused to believe me. Yang Biao paused. No kidding, you really predicted that. Are you some kind of seer? Su Liang merely smiled in response. Yang Biao did not press further. You're a B, I'm a B. Together we make 2 BS. Su Liang promptly covered his mouth. If you can't refrain from talking, then don't. Yang Biao removed his hand. Is it such a big deal? It's just a B. Su Liang rolled his eyes. Silence, and watch the show. What show? Su Liang gestured for him to observe Bai Qianqian, who was now preparing for her divine perception. You'll see, the true astonishment is about to manifest. Yang Biao looked puzzled. Bai Qianqian initiated her process. Her delicate hand pressed upon the guiding pillar, her small face resolute. I trust Su Liang. What he said must be true. Lung Lianshuang, I shall demonstrate that an S level is not something to be intimidated by. As a surge of electrifying power coursed through her body, it seemed to awaken the latent potential deep within her. Her blood began to boil. The energy converged towards her brow, where an incredibly formidable pressure began to coalesce. In that instant, those present with higher divine imprint levels, or those who already possessed several imprints, felt a peculiar wave of energy. This wave stifled their breath, as if their divine imprints had encountered their sovereign. It was an overwhelming force. Teachers, powerful individuals, and military personnel all suddenly stiffened, scanning the 10 divine perception guiding pillars. Who was it? Excitement began to swell within them. Could they be on the verge of witnessing a miracle? An indescribable emotion erupted from the depths of their hearts. They scarcely dared to believe this sensation. In hardly any time at all, the guiding pillar where Bai Qianqian stood began to tremble. Suddenly, the entire black guiding pillar seemed to ignite, a powerful force erupting from its intricate patterns. Radiance began to shine forth. At that moment, it felt as if the sunlight itself had vanished from the divine perception arena. Resplendent golden light erupted from the guiding pillar in front of Bai Qianqian. Simultaneously, a brilliant golden glow emanated from her brow, transforming her into a celestial being. Divine light radiated. In that moment, those who had been immersed in the shock of Yi Qinghan's red SS-level divine imprint struggled to turn their heads toward Bai Qianqian. All eyes were filled with golden light. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. Each pair of eyes seemed on the verge of bursting from astonishment. Su Liang finally smiled, relieved. The Empress has returned. Beside him, Yang Biao was left utterly dumbfounded. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Was that truly golden light? This was the collective thought of everyone present. Was it golden light? The golden light of an SSS level? In Rongqing, had there ever been an SSS level golden light before? Was Rongqing about to witness the emergence of a future divine sovereign? At that moment, one individual felt as though her mind was fracturing. Why? Why was she SSS level? She wasn't merely S level or SS level, but rather the pinnacle, SSS level. In that instant, a profound jealousy surged within Long Lianshuang. Could it be that after Su Liang had rejected her, he sought out Bai Qianqian not to spite her, but because he had foreseen that Bai Qianqian's awakening would surpass her? How could this be possible? Was this what it meant to be struck by Su Liang's fortune? Long Lianshuang could not accept such a reality. She would prefer to believe that Su Liang pursued Bai Qianqian solely to irritate her. Meanwhile, some classmates from Class 7 shared a similar sentiment. They recalled the phrase, Bai Qianqian, I've got your back. Damn it. Could a mere statement like that earn Bai Qianqian protection for a lifetime? Bai Qianqian slowly opened her eyes, feeling the golden light enveloping her. Her heart found tranquility. Su Liang had not deceived her. She truly was SSS level. A gentle smile graced her lips. From now on, it would be my turn to protect you. Chapter 33, The Greatest Victor. The arena was enveloped in an eerie silence. Every individual present struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Rongqing had finally birthed an SSS-level talent, destined to be etched in history. Bai Qianqian gradually turned, directing her gaze towards Su Liang and Long Lianshuang, as if issuing a warning to both. In that moment, the blazing divine imprint upon her brow erupted with tremendous force. A searing aura swept through the arena. Every person felt the overwhelming majesty of this fiery presence. It was indeed SSS level. It was SSS level without a doubt. SSS level. A future divine sovereign. A divine emperor. Rongqing is destined to rise. Everyone's breathing quickened. The entire arena was ablaze with fervor. At this moment, the school leaders, the chosen academy, and the military officials, having regained their composure, could no longer remain idle. They rushed madly towards Bai Qianqian, eager to witness this miraculous event up close. The leaders and powerful figures surrounded Bai Qianqian completely. Su Liang's face also displayed a gratifying smile. Long Lianshuang glanced at Su Liang. Was he not the least bit astonished? Had he foreseen this outcome all along? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this juncture, the classmates from Class 7 were equally baffled. How could the silent, unassuming ugly duckling in their class have attained the SSS rank? Those who had previously bullied Bai Qianqian began to feel uneasy, fearing she might seek retribution later. The leaders and military personnel encircled Bai Qianqian, pleading, Classmate Bai, you must become a student of our chosen academy. We will spare no resources in nurturing you. You are the future of Rongqing. Please do not leave Rongqing. Another voice chimed in, Classmate Bai, we sincerely invite you to join the military. Upon joining, you can be directly granted the rank of Major General. You will receive the highest level of training from the military. Director Huang of the Chosen Academy could no longer contain herself. Can your military not be so brazen? She is the hope of Rongqing and must remain here. The military is the best place to hone her skills. She can directly choose to become a member of the 3 great divine legions. Is that not acceptable? Director Huang quickly interjected, Classmate Bai, as long as you attend our academy, while we cannot grant you a military rank, we will match any resources provided by the military. We have an abundance. Oh, can you compare to the military? Oh, can you represent the military? At this moment, they began to tear off their masks and quarrel openly. Bai Qianqian calmly observed the scene before her. Indeed, as Su Liang had predicted, all she needed to do was remain silent. Meanwhile, some former classmates began to speak up. Qianqian, once you become strong, please do not forget us. I am called Qianqian, my name is. Those who once looked down upon Bai Qianqian had now rushed over to fawn on her. Yet, Bai Qianqian paid no attention to any of them. At that moment, the SSS-ranked Yi Qinghan approached, extending his hand with a warm smile. Hello, classmate Bai Qianqian. My name is Yi Qinghan. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. This scene made the other girls grit their teeth in frustration. How infuriating. Bai Qianqian was not even particularly beautiful, just thin and frail. Yet, she had captured Yi Qinghan's favor. It appeared they were the most likely to become a couple. A confident smile graced Yi Qinghan's face. He believed in his charm. Surely this seemingly ordinary girl would accept him. Only girls like her were worthy of him in the future. Though she might not be attractive now, she had potential. And with some nurturing, she would flourish. However, Bai Qianqian completely ignored him, merely sidestepping the crowd and walking in a specific direction, leaving Yi Qinghan standing there. frozen in place with his hand still outstretched. Had he just been rejected? Yi Qinghan was bewildered. Did this seemingly frail Bai Qianqian truly look down on him? Unthinkable. Who else present could compare to him? Awkwardly, Yi Qinghan retracted his hand and turned to see Bai Qianqian gracefully approaching someone. The two prominent figures from the military and the Chosen Academy continued to bicker. Yet, they followed Bai Qianqian's every step. Classmate Bai, please consider the Chosen Academy carefully. As a citizen of Rongqing, you must think of your hometown, one urged. Classmate Bai, do not listen to him. Head directly to the military, where you will surely ascend to great heights, guided by individuals who are at least 8 sealed divine sovereigns. You will have access to limitless resources. Yet, throughout, Bai Qianqian remained silent, steadfastly walking towards Su Liang. Classmate, do say something. Do not be nervous. Classmate, no one can force you. Choose for yourself. The Divine Army is your best option. Still, Bai Qianqian uttered not a word. In that moment, everyone forgot about the awakening and focused solely on Bai Qianqian. Meanwhile, a sense of unease surged within Long Lianshuang. It couldn't be, could it? Did she not possess even a shred of ambition? She was already SSS ranked. Why still concern herself with a B-ranked Su Liang? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She should also be here to distance herself from Su Liang. Long Lianshuang hoped events would unfold in that direction. Otherwise, she felt like someone abandoned by Su Liang. Why should that be? At this moment, Su Liang also felt a twinge of anxiety. Awakened to SSS rank, it would undoubtedly influence one's mindset. Would Qianqian change? Su Liang felt a surge of restlessness. This was crucial for his future. Of course, if Qianqian chose to distance herself from him, it was not the end of the world, after all. She was destined to become the Vermilion Bird Empress. Su Liang merely hoped she would not be like Long Lianshuang. At the very least, he wished for her to acknowledge him as a friend. Each of Bai Qianqian's steps felt as though they were treading upon the hearts of Su Liang and Long Lianshuang. She had finally arrived, locking eyes with Su Liang. They gazed into each other's eyes. Soon, Bai Qianqian's eyes curved into crescent moons, expressing her current joy. Su Liang, I have truly awakened to SSS rank. Bai Qianqian wished to share this happiness with Su Liang. Upon hearing this, Su Liang sighed in relief, a smile breaking across his face. Yes, I am happy for you. Bai Qianqian nodded, smiling. Long Lianshuang felt as though she might vomit blood. Why? In that moment, she felt like a failure, while Su Liang emerged as the greatest victor. Classmate Bai, you must come to our academy. Classmate Bai, join the military. At this moment, Bai Qianqian finally turned her gaze towards the two prominent figures, seemingly conveying to everyone, wherever Su Liang goes, I shall follow. In that instant, the members of Class 7 felt a pang of jealousy. How infuriating. How could he have won Bai Qianqian's heart? Why had they not seen this potential? Su Liang had become the greatest winner. How outrageous. After just a few days of caring for her, he had garnered an SSS-ranked Chosen One, destined to be a divine entity. This was fate. The classmates of Class 7 lamented, nearly overwhelmed with envy. Those who were unaware of the situation were left with a question mark in their minds. Why him? Wasn't he just a B? What right did he have to win the favor of an SSS-ranked genius? What more could he offer beyond being a B? Was he trying to incite envy in others? Director Huang curiously inquired, who is Su Liang? What rank is he? It's him. That is Su Liang. He is a B. Yang Biao excitedly interjected. Director Huang and the military official exchanged astonished glances at Su Liang. A B. A fine young man. And he had captured a girl's heart? Student Su, you must persuade Bai to attend the Academy of Chosen Ones for the benefit of Rongqing. Do not heed his words. The military offers superior conditions. In the face of what they described as a torrential downpour, Su Liang shyly wiped his face. Please, don't rush, he said, turning to Bai Qianqian with a warm smile. Qianqian, where do you wish to go? Ultimately, the choice is yours. Bai Qianqian, however, shook her head resolutely. Wherever you go, I shall follow. I promised you. Hearing this, Su Liang felt a surge of warmth in his heart. She had not forgotten. A gentle smile graced Su Liang's face. Very well, then we shall go to the Academy of Chosen Ones. It was as if he had struck a final note. Bai Qianqian also smiled sweetly. Yes, to the Academy of Chosen Ones. Director Huang was nearly elated enough to leap in joy. Witnessing this scene, all the classmates were astounded. What the hell? An SSS tier listening to a B tier? What is this? Is this how you cultivate a girlfriend? Why don't I have one like that? Yi Qinghan was left dumbfounded. Had he truly lost to a B tier? Long Liantong felt a hollow emptiness. This was precisely why Su Liang did not fawn over her. It was laughable. She felt like a failure. The military dignitary grew anxious. Su, please do not be hasty. I understand your rank is modest, but for Bai's sake, I can make an exception and recruit you into the military. You would both enjoy equal treatment, with resources and weapons at your disposal. Even S-tier weaponry would be no issue. This military figure did not want to miss out on such an SSS tier genius. Perhaps in the future, Bai Qianqian would also join the military. However, if he facilitated her entry now, he would reap unimaginable benefits. Director Huang hastily interjected, "Old Tang, do not meddle. They have already agreed to attend the academy." Su disregard his words. "Come to the academy, and I shall grant you the same treatment as Bai. You will not be shortchanged in any way, with weapons and resources for you to choose." Old Tang scoffed. "Do you even have S-tier weapons?" Director Huang glared. "We have plenty." Upon hearing this, the other students who were also chosen ones felt a pang of envy. What kind of fate was this? A B tier enjoying the same privileges as an SSS tier? This was utterly outrageous. Yet, those shrewd individuals like Director Huang were fully aware of the reality. How much could a B tier utilize in resources? It was a trivial matter. The primary focus was to retain the SSS tier. Su Liang smiled. "There is no need for persuasion. We will go to the Academy of Chosen Ones. Thank you for the military's kind offer. But Qianqian's mother is in Rongqing and will be growing here in the short term. I appreciate everyone's support." The military figure, Old Tang, sighed. Lamenting a missed prodigy, he added, "Do not rush your decision. I will report to the military, and others will come to discuss with you. I hope you will reconsider then." Su Liang nodded politely, knowing others would indeed come. This matter gradually settled down, as the awakening must continue. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian exchanged smiles. This was the best outcome. Su Liang understood that Qianqian needed to remain here, in her past life. She had ascended from the Academy of Chosen Ones to claiming the Zhuke throne. In this life, she was destined to do the same. Thankfully, Qianqian did not distance herself from him because of this. Everything was perfectly orchestrated. Chapter 34, Living Together with Su Liang. The awakening continued. Yet it no longer stirred the hearts of the onlookers. Perhaps Bai Qianqian's SSS tier had elevated everyone's expectations. No matter what transpired thereafter, it seemed less exhilarating. Furthermore, no additional S-tier candidates appeared. The highest was merely A tier. 8 individuals above S tier had already been revealed. Old Tang from the military had long since rushed off in a frenzy. An SSS tier warranted his personal attention. Meanwhile, Director Huang of the Academy of Chosen Ones remained vigilantly beside Bai Qianqian, fearful she might be whisked away by another. Yet, she steadfastly stayed by Su Liang's side. Her feelings for Su Liang would not waver due to her divine seal S rank, for it was he who had supported her during her weakest moments. Shielding and cherishing her, she had long since resolved to devote her life to protecting him. Stealing a glance at Su Liang, she thought, "From now on, I shall be the one to safeguard you." This scene incited envy among all the boys and girls present. Remarkably, even with Bai Qianqian's awakening of the SSS tier divine seal, it was Su Liang who emerged as the true victor. At that moment, in a corner of the playground, the Jingsha team's Qi Hengqiu stood with a graceful woman. "Captain, it seems there's a surprise. If we could recruit this lad into our team, then securing the SSS tier by Qianqian would be a natural consequence," exclaimed Xiao Lan with delight. Qi Hengqiu replied calmly, "If Bai Qianqian joins, I will step aside for her." Xiao Lan beamed. "We might truly be in luck." Qi Hengqiu shook his head. "It's difficult. Someone of her caliber will surely attract the military's keen interest. The major celestial armies will come to recruit her, making it challenging to join the Divine Hunt team." Xiao Lan, unfazed, chuckled, "Captain, it's obvious you've never been in love. You don't understand." Qi Hengqiu glanced at her. "And you clearly have?" Xiao Lan shrugged. "I haven't either. But I understand girls." A slight smile appeared on Qi Hengqiu's face. "Let us wait a couple of days before approaching them." The awakening concluded, and everyone dispersed. Those who succeeded returned home with good news. They would no longer need to attend school. After a few days of rest, they could head directly to the Academy of Chosen Ones, regardless of rank. Those who had not succeeded would take 2 days to recuperate, gather their emotions, and continue their studies in preparation for the college entrance examination. Soon, news of an SSS tier Chosen One emerging from the Second Academy of Chosen Ones would reach every year. Simultaneously, reports from every awakening school would surface, revealing that 2 more SSS tier Chosen Ones had awakened in 2 other academies. However, no further SSS tier candidates emerged. The Second Academy of Chosen Ones remained the sole institution with 1. As for other S-tier candidates, the situations across various schools were largely similar. Overall, the number of Chosen Ones above S-tier remained under 10. Only the 8th Academy had precisely 10 S-tier candidates, all of whom were S-tier. Under the watchful gaze of many, Su Liang and Bai Qianqian departed together, and envy glimmered in everyone's eyes. Just as Su Liang was about to leave the playground, he sensed a peculiar gaze fixated upon him, located slightly ahead to his right. In that instant, their eyes met. Su Liang beheld a cold, piercing gaze from a boy who remained silent, yet the chill within his eyes was unmistakable, an adversary, not a friend. Su Liang recognized him. Zhang Tianzi, the cousin of Zhang Tianhao, one of the S-rank individuals in the realm of divine awakening, seems to have set their sights on him. Bai Qianqian inquired, "What is wrong?" Following his gaze, she looked over. Su Liang chuckled softly. "It's nothing, just a minor nuisance. Let us head home." Bai Qianqian's south eyes curved into crescent moons as she nodded, As they watched Su Liang and the others depart, a boy beside Zhang Tianzi, his expression darkened, questioned, "Is this the guy who harmed Brother Tianhao?" Zhang Tianzi coldly nodded. The boy scoffed, contemplating, "That could pose some trouble. It appears Bai Qianqian is quite fond of him." Zhang Tianzi sneered, "He is merely a B-rank waste. Over time, Bai Qianqian will surely come to understand the disparity between them. She cannot protect him forever. We have ample time to deal with him." The other boy nodded in agreement. Indeed, to oppose the Zhang family is akin to courting death. Zhang Tianzi queried, "What rank has Tianhao awakened to?" The boy replied, "A rank, just like me, but he still needs to be taken back for confinement. We're still negotiating connections." Zhang Tianzi nodded. This debt must be settled. Upon reaching the school gate, Director Huang of the Chosen Academy was already waiting with his luxury vehicle, exuding warmth and eagerness to escort them. Su Liang, well aware of his intentions, realized there was no point in refusing. Establishing such a connection with the Chosen Academy would facilitate matters in the future. The two boarded Director Huang's car amidst envious glances from the crowd. The journey was leisurely as Director Huang maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Student Bai, your awakening of the SSS-level Divine Mark is a historic first for our Rongqing in 3 centuries. It is bound to create a stir. I hope you can consider your hometown more. Rongqing truly needs individuals like you." Bai Qianqian appeared somewhat shy, glancing at Su Liang. Su Liang replied with a smile, "Director Huang, Qianqian is still a bit timid. I understand your hopes and aspirations. I assure you, we will prioritize the Chosen Academy of Rongqing. As you said, this is our hometown." Director Huang felt a slight relief but understood the need for vigilance. "Thank you for your thoughts. It is the best news. Although our Rongqing may not be of high rank, the Chosen Academy will exert every effort to allocate resources towards Student Bai." Su Liang nodded with a smile. Director Huang continued, "In the coming days, take some time to rest. I will personally come to escort you to the Chosen Academy. Should you have any requests or needs, please document them. Our academy will certainly accommodate." "Thank you, Director Huang," they replied. No, it is my duty," he insisted. Throughout the journey, Bai Qianqian was rather hesitant to speak. She felt that it was best to follow Su Liang's lead. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Su Liang's home in the Commoner district. Director Huang also alighted from the vehicle. "Student Bai, you live here?" he asked, somewhat surprised. Bai Qianqian timidly nodded. Su Liang explained, "Qianqian's home was destroyed a few days ago due to an invasion of bloodthirsty rats, so she is currently residing with me." Director Huang nodded. "How about this? Our academy will provide you with a villa in the city center. You can move there directly, making it closer to the academy." Bai Qianqian shook her head repeatedly. "No need, living here is just fine." She was reluctant to move, wishing only to stay with Su Liang. Su Liang chuckled internally. This was the value of being an SSS rank. Anything desired could be readily obtained. A villa in the city center. Such a place was of astronomical value, unimaginable for ordinary citizens. Yet for Qianqian, it was something she could acquire effortlessly. Director Huang smiled. "Student Bai, please do not rush to decline. Once you arrive at the academy, housing will be allocated to you. If you prefer not to stay at the academy, you may live in the villa, which would benefit your privacy and evolution. You can still return here to stay whenever you like. Let us finalize this matter as is. I will handle it and bring you the keys tomorrow." Hearing this, Su Liang was rendered speechless. The enthusiasm was truly overwhelming, leaving no room for refusal. Bai Qianqian looked at Su Liang, who smiled and said, "Accepting it can be seen as a gesture of goodwill from the academy. The value you will bring to the academy in the future warrants such a villa." Director Huang immediately beamed. "Exactly. Su Liang is correct. Do not feel burdened. This is all you deserve. Well then, I shall not disturb you further. I will return to prepare everything else for you." Su Liang nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work." Not at all. Not at all." Director Huang laughed as he departed. Bai Qianqian looked at Su Liang with confusion. "I've agreed to go to the Chosen Academy. Why are they still so eager?" Su Liang chuckled heartily. "This is just the beginning. In the coming days, our doorstep will be trodden by many visitors. Not only from the military, but also the 3 divine armies, along with those elite academies from high-tier cities. And top families across Huaxiao will come to court you." I don't want that. I don't like it," she protested. "Fear not. I'll shield you from it," he assured her. Bai Qianqian smiled sweetly. "All right." Chapter 35. A place without you holds no meaning. In the small courtyard, Lu Xian was utterly bewildered. "Qianqian, Su Liang, are you two not joking with me?" Lu Xian felt as though she were on the brink of losing her mind. SSS rank. What does that even mean? Having attended school and participated in the divine awakening herself, she knew that this was the pinnacle of divine mark talent. If nurtured properly, it was certain to lead to prominence in Huaxia. Su Liang smiled. Auntie, we are not jesting. You will see tomorrow. Our threshold will be crossed by many. Bai Qianqian added, Mom, it's truly SSS rank. Look. She awkwardly reached to sense the blazing divine mark on her forehead. Soon, a golden light flickered. Lu Xian's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her face as she covered her mouth, staring at the divine mark on Bai Qianqian's forehead. Finally, Wei made it. Beside them, Su Liang gazed at the golden mark, astonished. Who would have expected that this little rascal would bring back an SSS rank? Bai Qianqian wrapped her arms around Lu Xian. Mom, you won't have to suffer anymore. I will strive for evolution and provide you with a good life. Lu Xian was at a loss for words. She felt overwhelmed, as if she might faint from the sheer weight of it all. Su Liang laughed. Let us not discuss anything else for now. We must celebrate this achievement. Come, I'll take charge of the cooking. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian smiled as Bai Qianqian helped Lu Xian into the house to sit down, lingering in a state of shock for quite some time. Su Liang dashed to the kitchen to assist his grandfather. Humming a tune, he found his grandfather engrossed in cooking, pulling out a variety of home-cooked ingredients, meat and vegetables galore. Su Liang wondered where his grandfather procured such provisions in this age of scarcity. Ham, beef, pork, and half a chicken, yet now I no longer wish to inquire. Observing Su Liang amidst it all, the old man fell into a momentary silence before asking, Are you not afraid that girl might grow distant from you in the future? The suddenness of his words rendered Su Liang momentarily stunned, his actions freezing mid-motion. Had he not considered this? The experiences and individuals that Qianqian would encounter in the future would inevitably create a rift between them. The things she would engage with were destined to be the pinnacle of this world. But should one really harbor fear? With a calm smile, Su Liang replied, Grandfather, there is nothing to fear. If Qianqian truly distances herself from me, I shall not mind. That would simply be her natural progression. She is destined to evolve along her path, and this is an unavoidable truth. If I were to succumb to fear and devise every means to keep her by my side, that would be my most pitiable downfall. If she wishes to leave, I cannot hold her back, and I shall not feel lost. Yet, I firmly believe she will not grow distant from me. Su Liang regarded his grandson thoughtfully, nodding slightly. It is good that you think this way. I worry you might not be able to accept it in the future. Su Liang shook his head with a smile. There is nothing to accept. Su Liang nodded again. Indeed, as long as you understand. After a moment of silence, Su Liang pondered. Perhaps it is not necessary to hold on. Might he, like Bai Qianqian, ascend to the pinnacle as well? After all, he possessed a divine beast form seal. Meanwhile, inside the house, Lu Xian eventually returned to her senses after a considerable time. Bai Qianqian, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Mom, the academy has agreed to provide me with a villa in the city center. You can come live with us then. No more suffering here. And it will be much safer over there. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian fell silent for a moment. Qianqian, is Xiao Liang a B rank? Bai Qianqian nodded naturally. Yes. Lu Xian gazed at her innocent daughter, her expression complex as she spoke. What about the future? Bai Qianqian seemed to grasp her mother's unspoken concerns. Mom, no matter how high I rise in the future, I will never distance myself from Su Liang. I shall not heed anyone's opinions. Without him, you and I would have perished in the jaws of the bloodthirsty rats long ago. Lu Xian felt a sense of comfort at her daughter's words. Yet her heart was heavy with complexity. This was her daughter's innocent phase. Would she still think this way once she matured and evolved to a higher level? Reality held too many factors that could lead to friction between them, like mismatched backgrounds. But such matters could be discussed later. Mom, you should move to the city center with us and bring Grandpa Su along. Lu Xian shook her head with a smile. No need, we are fine here. That place is for you to live in. I wouldn't adapt at all, and Uncle Su probably wouldn't want to go either. Let us not think about those things for now. Bai Qianqian nodded. All right. Before long, a table laden with sumptuous dishes was prepared. The four of them sat together, and Bai Qianqian gazed in astonishment. Wow, I've never seen such an extravagant spread. Su Liang chuckled. Today, my girl, you awaken to SSS rank. I must celebrate this occasion. Eat well and grow plump and healthy. Bai Qianqian felt a bit bashful. Thank you, Grandpa Su. Su Liang smiled kindly. No need for thanks. Come, let us all drink to this joyous occasion. You all have come of age. Su Liang hurriedly poured drinks for everyone. They all raised their glasses. And Qianqian took a small sip. It felt like a harmonious family gathering. After a couple of drinks, Su Liang turned to her. Child, having awakened to SSS rank, have you considered joining the military directly? At this, both Bai Qianqian and Su Liang were taken aback. Bai Qianqian, perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, had a rosy complexion and felt slightly dizzy as she replied, Grandpa Su, I want to go to the military. Su Liang is heading to the academy, and I want to be with him. Upon hearing this, Su Luocheng, Lu Xian, and Su Liang all looked at Bai Qianqian, their gazes filled with varying shades of emotion. Bai Qianqian seemed to regain a bit of her composure, feeling somewhat shy and lowering her head. I can't go to the military alone. I'll stick with Su Liang. Su Luocheng smiled gently. Very well, it is up to you both. With your level, it matters not where you go. Su Liang let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had become a stumbling block for Bai Qianqian. In truth, her going directly to the military would indeed be the best choice, bypassing many intermediary steps to become a member of the Divine Army, where she could receive superior training. Perhaps this was a conversation worth having with her. As their meal drew to a close, Bai Qianqian was in a slightly tipsy state. Su Luocheng remarked with a smile. In the coming days, the power of your divine seals will gradually fill your bodies. Take the time to comprehend it. Both Bai Qianqian and Su Liang nodded, knowing well that after awakening, the power of the divine seals would flow gradually from the seals into every corner of their bodies, enhancing their strength, mental perception, and more. The level of the divine seal would correspond to the level of awakened power. Su Liang called Bai Qianqian to the courtyard, and they sat beneath the night sky while Lu Xian and Grandpa were tidying up. Qianqian, what Grandpa said is not wrong. Joining the military is your best choice. There, your growth will be the fastest and most effective. Bai Qianqian's cheeks flushed, wearing a slightly tipsy, silly smile as she asked, will you go? I want tea. Entering the military under your name would place me at the lowest tier, which holds little significance. Bai Qianqian smiled. Then I want to go, wherever you are. I will be too. Su Liang looked at her, bitterly smiling. I can't shake the feeling that I'm holding you back. Bai Qianqian shook her head. Without you, I wouldn't have survived to this day. And besides, I promised you that I would protect you in the future, didn't I? Su Liang gazed at Bai Qianqian's earnest expression, his heart warming slightly. Could it be that she truly harbored such feelings for him? Bai Qianqian lifted her gaze to the starry sky, softly stating, a place without you holds no meaning for me. From the day you stood up for me, I made my resolve. At that moment, Su Liang disregarded everything else and embraced Bai Qianqian tightly. She was taken aback, her cheeks, which had just begun to fade in color, turning crimson once more. Su Liang is hugging me. Bai Qianqian felt her whole body stiffen, as if she had lost all strength. Su. Bai Qianqian heard Su Liang's warm voice in her ear. Qianqian, thank you. Chapter 36. Kidnapping the Empress to be my wife. That night, Bai Qianqian lay in bed, unable to calm her racing heart, hardly managing to sleep at all. She was immersed in the exhilaration of being held by Su Liang, her heart aflutter. Meanwhile, Su Liang sat on his bed, having removed his shirt, gazing at the divine seal on his arm that represented both wind and fire attributes, letting out a wry smile. It was indeed identical. This divine seal resembled a cloud pattern, as if it had been scorched and twisted by fire. The power of the divine seal is gradually awakening. At present, he can be considered a first-level chosen one. From now on, he merely needs to harness the divine seal to slowly absorb the energy of the divine crystals, thereby evolving over time. He then glanced at the beast imprint of the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn on his chest. Faint traces of golden light could still be seen. Is this truly the divine seal? He could vaguely sense the power within this beast imprint stirring to life, merging into his very being. It was utterly bewildering. He found himself utterly lost, unable to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, he set it aside momentarily, having successfully awakened his divine perception. He was eager to see if there had been any changes to his attribute panel. Entering a state of feigned slumber, he focused his thoughts and was swiftly drawn into that mysterious realm once more. He beheld the pair of beastly eyes again, but chose to disregard them for the time being. The control panel materialized before him. Beast Energy Transformation. Transformation Progress, 361 million. Beast Energy Talent, Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal, B-Rank Wind and Fire Divine Seal, Level 1. Divine Seal Evolution Progress, 1. Beast Divine Seal, SSS-Rank Crimson-Eyed Celestial Unicorn Seal, Level 1. Beast Divine Seal Evolution Progress, 19. Spirit, 181,100. Strength, 251,100. Agility, 181,100. Speed, 181,100. Su Liang seemed to have misread the information. He rubbed his eyes vigorously. A Beast Divine Seal. Su Liang was utterly taken aback, standing frozen in astonishment for quite some time. An SSS-Rank Beast Divine Seal. It was truly the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn. He felt his entire being stiffen, and it took him a while to regain his composure. A surge of euphoric emotion coursed through him, causing his body to tremble with excitement. He let out a joyous exclamation. Delight radiated from his eyes, a grin spreading across his face that was even broader than an AK-47's barrel. Ha ha ha. I, Su Liang, am also SSS rank. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes, for he knew that his fate had irrevocably changed in this life. He now had the opportunity to ascend to the 9-seal divine sect, and perhaps even to become the 10-seal divine emperor. Though he was uncertain why he possessed the beast divine seal, he presumed it to be no different. However, the existence of such a beast divine seal was undoubtedly rare. He likely stood alone in the entire world. This secret must be kept hidden. It must never be revealed to anyone. After a considerable time, Su Liang managed to calm his frenzied emotions. He took several deep breaths. Yet a smile remained etched on his face as he continued to examine the details. Each of his 4 attributes had increased by 1 point, but the transformation progress remained unchanged at 36 points. This indicated that the increment in the 4 attributes was likely a result of his divine awakening. Su Liang contemplated silently. When his strength value reached 11, he was able to defeat Bai Qianqian, a first-level 10 mark chosen one. At a strength of 16, he had utterly overwhelmed the young man brought by Zhang Tianhao. That youth was likely just a 10th-level chosen one with a C-rank divine seal. Under his 16 points of strength, the young man had stood no chance whatsoever. This meant that even a 10th-level chosen one with a C-rank divine seal would not possess strength reaching 16 points, and it might even be lower than 10 points. Now that he had successfully awakened his divine perception, with all 4 attributes increasing by 1 point, it corresponded precisely to the strength of his B-rank divine seal at level 1. In other words, a 10th-level B-rank chosen one would not be particularly powerful, likely only reaching the low teens in strength, perhaps at most around 20 points. Thus, his initial 4 attributes of 10 points were likely a gift from the SSS-rank Beast Divine Seal. Yes, this should be the truth, Su Liang pondered. This implies that in the future, he had 2 methods to enhance his attributes. The first was to acquire beast crystals and elevate his strength through beast energy transformation. The second was to evolve his divine seal by absorbing the power of divine crystals. Upon contemplating this, Su Liang felt a thrill of anxiety. Just how terrifying would his power become in the future? Perhaps he would remain a second-mark divine envoy, yet his actual strength might far surpass that of a divine envoy. He would possess the ability to challenge opponents of higher ranks. After all, his strength had already exceeded that of an ordinary chosen one. Even second-mark divine envoys with C-rank divine seals would likely not stand a chance against him now. A subtle smile played at the corners of Su Liang's mouth. This was indeed a fortuitous development. Henceforth, he would only grow stronger. He had truly acquired a voice in this world. Exiting the ethereal space, he found himself in a state of restless excitement. Lying on his bed, sleep eluded him. Did this mean he was now worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with Qianqian? A mischievous grin crept across Su Liang's face. Could he perhaps woo the future empress to become his wife? He chuckled to himself. That night, both of them found it difficult to sleep, and by the next morning, they were both sporting dark circles under their eyes. They left their homes almost simultaneously, clad in sleepwear. Upon seeing each other, they couldn't help but blush. Su Liang. Good morning. Qianqian. Good morning. Su Liang grinned broadly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Realizing he was still in his pajamas, Bai Qianqian bashfully dashed back to her room. As she passed the threshold, her seemingly light footfall shattered the doorstep into fragments. Su Liang winced slightly. It was no wonder she was an SSS rank. Luckily, he had already learned to control himself. This was merely a manifestation of the power awakening that he had yet to master fully. Observing the obliterated doorstep, Bai Qianqian grew anxious. Had she caused trouble? Su Liang chuckled and reassured her. It's all right. It's normal. Go change your clothes. Bai Qianqian's cheeks were flushed. Oh, okay. Her grandfather also peeked out. This is indeed a normal reaction for an SSS rank. I reckon that now, no ordinary 10th level chosen one below S rank could match her in strength. Su Liang glanced at his grandfather, raising an eyebrow slightly. This meant that the higher the rank of the divine seal, the greater the initial attribute values upon awakening. Naturally, this also implied that upgrading and evolving would require more time and resources. Overall, it was quite favorable. Despite a sleepless night, Su Liang still felt invigorated. While brushing his teeth, there was a knock at the courtyard door. Knock, knock, knock. With a slight sense, he could already perceive a few individuals outside the door. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. They've arrived. He responded and opened the door. Standing at the entrance were 3 sharply dressed individuals. With a luxury car parked outside the small courtyard, 2 of them appeared somewhat younger, in their 30s, while the elder among them looked to be in his 50s or 60s. Su Liang sensed a faint pressure emanating from them, particularly from the middle-aged man. Su Liang politely inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The middle-aged man smiled and replied, "You must be Su Liang?" Su Liang nodded. "Yes, that's me." The middle-aged man continued with a smile, "Hello, Su Liang. I am Zhao Kongshua, the commander of the Rongqing military headquarters." Zhao Kongshua extended his hand. Su Liang's pupils widened in shock. The city lord, Zhao Kongshua smiled and nodded, saying, as for the title of city lord, I prefer to be addressed as commander or general. Su Liang was astonished. Can you believe that the city lord blocked my door so early in the morning? Zhao Kongshua, the city lord of Rongqing, the chief commander of the Rongqing military department, and a six-sealed divine king of over 50 levels. He was practically the strongest individual in Rongqing. Su Liang quickly extended his hand for a handshake. Such a person deserves respect. With military achievements, one cannot simply become the city lord of Rongqing. The faint aura of authority emanating from Zhao Kongshua made Su Liang instinctively serious. Of course, in his previous life, he had interacted with divine kings, but he had never encountered such a personal visit. Zhao Kongshua inquired with a smile. Su Liang, Bai Qianqian is living at your home now, isn't she? Su Liang nodded. Yes, Commander, please come in to talk. He gestured invitingly. Zhao Kongshua smiled and nodded, but only he entered. The other two remained at the doorway, standing guard like sentinels. Them? Zhao Kongshua chuckled. No need to mind them. I primarily wanted to meet our SSS-level talent from Rongqing. Su Liang did not insist further. As he closed the door, he glanced at the street on either side. Goodness, there were still people. They were likely waiting for the city lord to depart before making their appearance. Zhao Kongshua stepped into the small courtyard, surveying the serene and pleasant surroundings with a clear fish pond. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. This seasoned elder seemed to be quite content. Su Liang called out, Grandfather, Qianqian, Auntie, the city lord has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian and Qianqian both leaned out curiously. The city lord, Lu Xian exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the city lord had come in person. She hurriedly wiped the water from her hands. Zhao Kongshua smiled at the timid-looking Bai Qianqian. Hello, Bai Qianqian, I am Zhao Kongshua. Bai Qianqian appeared somewhat flustered. Hello. Zhao Kongshua reassured her, don't be nervous. I'm just here to meet you and have a brief chat. Bai Qianqian seemed a bit panicked, exclaiming, I don't want to go to the military department. I want to be with Su Liang. Zhao Kongshua was taken aback and chuckled softly. Indeed, persuading Bai Qianqian to join the military department would require appealing to Su Liang. What a lucky young man to have won the heart of such a girl at a young age. Is force the only option? Chapter 37, A Deluge of Visitors. The city lord Zhao Kongshua, Su Liang, and the mother-daughter duo of Qianqian were seated together. Zhao Kongshua was employing his eloquence to persuade them. Su Liang maintained a gentle smile. Bai Qianqian's earlier statement had slipped out so spontaneously, it was truly amusing. Reflecting on the past life, the aloof and stunning Zhuke Empress now appeared so endearing. Indeed, the goal was set, to win over the Empress as his wife. Zhao Kongshua elaborated extensively. For your growth and evolution, the military department is undoubtedly your best option, offering unparalleled resources and the opportunity to learn from esteemed mentors. After all, the military department is the true leader of Huaxia. Bai Qianqian remained unmoved, her gaze fixed on the ground as she declared, wherever Su Liang is, that is where I will be. Zhao Kongshua was left speechless. Goodness, she was impervious to persuasion. Internally, he sighed. This young girl had completely succumbed to Su Liang's influence. Zhao Kongshua had to shift his focus. Su Liang, for the sake of Bai's future, you should earnestly persuade her. Joining the military is her best choice. You must consider the greater good. You can accompany her to the military. That would be entirely feasible. Everyone turned their attention to Su Liang. Su Liang smiled and replied, Commander, I understand your perspective. I am also drawn to the military department, and even more so to the 3 divine legions. However, my limitations are evident here, and my accomplishments will be restricted. I cannot disclose the matter of the beast god seal, so I must regard myself as a failure. Even if you, Commander, guarantee me a high position, I believe that over time, what will happen? As a B-level in the military, wielding such resources, how much scorn will I endure? How many will look down upon me? The pressure I would have to bear is unimaginable. I may fade into obscurity in some corner. This is not the life I desire. The military values strength above all, and thus, the outcome I foresee is inevitable. In truth, Su Liang had another reason for not wanting to join the military. If he did, the secret of his beast god seal might become known to many. Upon hearing these words, even Zhao Kongshua was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that a mere 18-year-old could possess such foresight. Zhao Kongshua chuckled wryly. What you say does hold some merit. But what about Bai Qianqian? You should consider her as well. Are you not willing to sacrifice a little for her? Su Liang grinned and shrugged. Commander, I have never obstructed Qianqian from going to the military. In fact, I even encouraged her to go last night. Yet, she refuses. Zhao Kongshua retorted, Are you being obstinate? Why can't you all understand? Zhao Kongshua lamented. Just then, the elder Su Luocheng emerged with several cups of tea. Zhao Kongshua immediately stood up. Just as he intended to salute, a single glance from the elder halted him. Su Liang noticed with suspicion that Zhao Kongshuo appeared somewhat agitated. Zhao Kongshuo's expression turned awkward as he addressed the elder, old master. Su Luoqing smiled warmly. Commander, the military is indeed a fine place, but we, as elders, must also respect the thoughts of the younger generation, mustn't we? Zhao Kongshuo nodded vigorously. Yes, of course. Their subjective desires should take precedence. No one can force them. Zhao Kongshuo's demeanor resembled that of a junior. Su Liang found it puzzling. Why was a six-sealed divine king treating this old man with such deference? Was he truly so respectful of elders? Just moments ago, his words had carried an admonishing tone. Su Luoqing smiled gently. The girl possesses an SSS-level divine seal. Regardless of where she goes, it is all a form of training. Moreover, she will likely become a part of the military in the future. So there is no rush at this moment. Once she joins the military, she can mention her hometown and the Rongqing military department. I believe the commander will take good care of her. Bai Qianqian appeared somewhat bewildered but nodded in agreement. Grandfather Su, I will remember. A hint of a smile appeared on Zhao Kongshuo's face. Old master, you are too polite. Since that is the case, it seems my mission today has failed, and I should return to report. Su Luoqing chuckled. What's the rush? Why not join us for breakfast? Zhao Kongshuo repeatedly waved his hands. Old master, you are too kind. I wouldn't want to impose. Su Luoqing smiled and nodded. I shall not be courteous to you. Zhao Kongshuo, still smiling, nodded in agreement. Old master, you are too gracious. Zhao Kongshuo stood up, and everyone saw him off. As they reached the doorway, Zhao Kongshuo remarked, Everyone, I represent merely the broader military. According to the information I have received, the 3 divine legions will also be sending representatives. Su Liang's heart stirred. Goodness, even the 3 divine legions were dispatching people. The old gentleman chuckled and remarked, It's all the same. If the girl doesn't wish to go, no one can force her, can they? Zhao Kongshuo awkwardly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the statement. The old gentleman then made to depart, bidding farewell. Su Luoqing smiled and nodded. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Kongshuo stepped into his vehicle and swiftly drove away. Inside the car, Zhao Kongshuo was drenched in cold sweat, cursing under his breath, nearly losing control of his composure. Su Liang cast a suspicious glance at his grandfather, who merely met his gaze, seemingly understanding his unspoken thoughts without uttering a word. Instead, he stated, Your awareness that entering the military isn't a favorable prospect indicates that you possess a modicum of intellect. Grandfather, Su Liang replied, Do I appear foolish in your eyes? Su Luoqing glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, Mediocre, I suppose. There will be many more visitors bearing gifts. You should assess the situation for yourselves. I shall refrain from making an appearance for each one. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian nodded in understanding. Grandfather, should Qianqian accept the gifts from others? The old gentleman, stooped in posture, slowly turned. As long as they bear no ill will towards you, accepting them is acceptable. It would spare you the embarrassment, and considering your current standing, it is merely a matter of familiarizing yourselves with the gifts, which bear no significant harm. Su Liang nodded, understood. The old gentleman then entered the house. Lu Xian grasped her daughter's hand, inquiring, Qianqian, are you truly resolute in your decision? Bai Qianqian nodded firmly. Mother, I have made up my mind. I will not go to the military. As she spoke the latter part, she hesitated, finding it difficult to voice her intentions. However, those who understood. Lu Xian nodded. Since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. You too must navigate this path on your own. She added, Uncle Su is right. Matters concerning young people should be determined by your own inclinations. Bai Qianqian responded with a soft nodding earnestly. Stealing a glance at Su Liang, she lowered her head, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Su Liang looked up at the sky and down at the ground, the unspoken words hanging in the air. Before long, the door was knocked upon once more. The neighborhood surrounding their residence was growing increasingly lively. Many were astonished, wondering why so many were flocking to the old gentleman's home. Have they struck it rich? Many were oblivious to the truth. Although numerous individuals were aware that Rongqing had produced an SSS-level talent, they assumed it was a girl, and that the old gentleman had but one grandson. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian continued to receive visitors, as representatives from other prestigious academies in several major cities arrived. Among them were representatives from both Tier 3 and Tier 2 cities, all presenting exceedingly generous offers to entice Bai Qianqian to enroll in their institutions. The value represented by an SSS-level talent was immeasurable, promising an illustrious future within the divine sect. Everyone was fervently eager to extend their offers, promising access to all material resources, equipment, and specialized training grounds without any conditions. They spoke of how many S-level and SS-level talents they had recruited, emphasizing the presence of an SSS-level talent as a means for better growth. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian politely listened to their proposals, but ultimately declined each one. suggesting they await further correspondence. Wave after wave of visitors departed, with no fewer than 20 to 30 representatives from Tier 3 and Tier 2 academies having come. The threshold was nearly worn down. This was Bai Qianqian's first encounter with such a grand spectacle, often leaving her too intimidated to speak. Now, she hid beneath Su Liang's protective wing, her courage still quite timid. After bidding farewell to those visitors, local families from prominent backgrounds and unique divine talent factions arrived to familiarize themselves and present gifts, adhering to the old gentleman's advice. Su Liang and Qianqian accepted some everyday supplies. Some even offered divine crystals, equipment, and battle armors, which Su Liang and the others politely declined. Not wishing to take too much from others, they were bound to acquire such items in due time. They sought to avoid appearing indebted while ensuring Qianqian did not bear an excessive burden. The old gentleman inside the house was well aware of all that Su Liang was doing, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. As the day wore on, the number of visitors gradually dwindled, leaving the two feeling utterly exhausted. Su Liang, I had no idea awakening to SSS level would be this taxing. Everyone seems more thrilled than I am, Bai Qianqian pouted. Su Liang chuckled lightly. It's nothing. It's merely a matter of a day or two. However, Bai Qianqian gazed at the mountain of supplies that had accumulated in their home, feeling a sense of joy. It seemed they could sustain themselves for a year or two, which didn't sound too bad. Su Liang smiled. Those we turned away, if converted to everyday supplies, would likely suffice for a lifetime. Bai Qianqian felt a twinge of regret. No, don't say that. Accepting those items will only lead to endless troubles down the line. Before long, more visitors arrived. When they appeared at the door, both Su Liang and Bai Qianqian froze momentarily, surprised. Two individuals entered, a middle-aged man and someone their age whom they recognized. Yi Qinghan, the SS-level divine talent from Divine Awareness High School. The first family of Rongqing, the Yi family. Chapter 38, a stalwart protector of love. Su Liang was somewhat taken aback by Yi Qinghan's arrival. He had become quite the sought-after individual himself. It was unexpected that he would come here. Yi Qinghan's gaze immediately fixed upon Bai Qianqian, revealing his signature charming smile as he greeted her. Hello, classmate Bai. We met yesterday. I am Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan extended his hand once more in a courteous gesture, hoping to shake hers. However, Bai Qianqian was not swayed by such pleasantries, inching closer to Su Liang instead. Su Liang seized Yi Qinghan's hand, greeting him warmly. Hello. I know you. You're our school's only SS-level talent. It's a pleasure to meet you. Qianqian is a bit shy. Please, have a seat. As Su Liang, a B-level talent, clasped Yi Qinghan's hand, a flicker of disdain flashed through Yi Qinghan's mind. How could he stoop to shake hands with someone so beneath him? Were it not for Bai Qianqian, he would deem this encounter beneath his dignity. Yi Qinghan's expression stiffened momentarily before he quickly retracted his hand, feigning indifference. Su Liang hardly paid him any mind. Dream on if you think you can touch the hand of my future wife. You must be Su Liang, spoke the middle-aged man beside Yi Qinghan. Su Liang smiled at the middle-aged man. Yes, I am. And you are? Yi Jianqi, the man replied with a smile. I am Qinghan's father. I came today to pay a visit and bring a small gift as a token of respect. As he spoke, Yi Jianqi produced several items from his spatial converter, neatly arranging them on the ground. Goodness. Piles of divine crystals, A-level weapons, source crystal weapons, and personal battle armors. All splendid items. Though it was evident that the weapons and armor were intended for Bai Qianqian, leaving none for Su Liang. Oh, uncle, you are far too generous. One should not accept gifts without merit, Bai Qianqian protested. Yi Jianqi chuckled, shaking his head. As the only SSS-level talent in Rongqing who awakened at the same time as my son at Divine Awareness High School, you are well deserving. Please, do not refuse. I, too, have brought my son here to meet Bai, hoping to foster a benevolent connection. After all, in the future, you two represent the hope of our Rongqing, and it is essential for you to get along well. Yi Jianqi was rather forthright, his words subtly implying his desire for Yi Qinghan and Bai Qianqian to form a bond. As for Su Liang, he could merely be considered as a jack for repairing vehicles. Su Liang scoffed inwardly, thinking, you wish to seize my wife? Does Yi Qinghan even deserve her? Nonetheless, he maintained a calm facade and replied, Yi Patriarch, there is truly no need for such things. If Qianqian desires them, the military and the Academy of Chosen Ones can readily provide several truckloads. Furthermore, if Qianqian finds these items unsuitable, they are of no use to her. So it would be best for you to take them back. Su Liang smirked inwardly, wondering what pretense they were putting on. Yi Jianqi observed Su Liang with some surprise. Was there a hint of tension in the air? The young man seemed utterly lacking in perception. Without Bai Qianqian, did he even have the right to engage in conversation with him? Yi Jianqi chuckled. I understand that Bai wishes for these items. Naturally, they will be delivered promptly. I harbor no ulterior motives, merely wishing to introduce Qinghan to Bai. In the future, they will undoubtedly have ample opportunities to grow together. And when they reach the ranks of divine generals and kings, they will inevitably face battles side by side. Yi Jianqi, an old fox, was well aware that for a B-grade individual like him, such heights would remain unattainable in this lifetime. It is merely a small gift. I insist Bai accept it. Yi Qinghan cast a brief glance around, revealing a trace of disdain and disgust. What a squalid place. Bai Qianqian, you are now an SSS-level chosen prodigy. There is no need for you to reside in such a locale. I shall have my father arrange a villa for you in the city center, which will facilitate your commute to the academy. Yi Jianqi added with a smile, it is simple. I shall make arrangements immediately. Bai Qianqian seemed to sense the awkwardness in the atmosphere. She felt a tinge of annoyance towards Yi Qinghan and his father. Shaking her head, she said, Uncle Yi, please take the items back. We have not accepted anything from anyone today. The academy has already promised me that if I wish for something, I can simply collect it. Upon hearing this, Yi Jianqi's heart sank slightly. Was it Director Huang who made that promise? Are you no longer considering the military or other academies? Su Liang attempted to interject, but Bai Qianqian shook her head. I will remain at the Rongqing Academy of Chosen Ones. Su Liang sighed inwardly. She was still so naive. The other party was clearly probing her choices. Yi Jianqi smiled. Very well, since that is the case, I shall not press further. However, you and Qinghan should communicate more. You will inevitably need to collaborate in the future. Our Rongqing Academy of Chosen Ones is, after all, the highest level of divine imprint for both of you. Bai Qianqian, feeling shy, hesitated to respond. She was merely following Su Liang. Qinghan, why not exchange contact information with Bai? It would be beneficial for you to stay in touch. Yi Qinghan, with an air of arrogance, stepped forward. Bai Qianqian, what is your star communication number? Let me contact you. Bai Qianqian shook her head. I do not have one, nor do I need it. Anyone who wishes to contact me reaches out to Su Liang. You may communicate with him instead. Su Liang's lips curled into a slight smile. She was quite astute at this moment. Yi Qinghan's expression twitched. Then forget it. A B-grade piece of trash. I have no desire to entangle myself with you. He did not bother to conceal his contempt for Su Liang. Su Liang merely smiled, pretending not to notice. Yi Jianqi chuckled. All right, there is no rush. There will be opportunities in the future. I hope you both can engage in meaningful exchanges at the academy. We shall not keep you any longer, Su Liang said calmly. Safe travels, no need for formalities. Yi Jianqi wore a serene smile, seemingly unfazed by Su Liang's demeanor and words. However, just as they were about to depart, a commotion erupted outside the small courtyard. Before they could leave, 3 men clad in distinct military uniforms entered. The moment the crowd beheld the 3, their expressions shifted dramatically. Azure Dragon Emblem, White Tiger Emblem, Black Tortoise Emblem. The 3 great celestial armies had arrived together. Goodness, each of them bore a unique silver star on their shoulders. 3 major generals. This indicated that each of them was a 6th imprint divine king of level 51 or higher, holding a status comparable to that of the city lord, Zhao Kongsha. Yet, these 3 hailed from the 3 great celestial armies, their standing far more exalted. Even Yi Jianqi halted in his tracks, respectfully rendering a military salute. I have the honor of meeting the 3 generals. The Azure Dragon Army Major General looked at him with curiosity. And you are? Yi Jianqi replied with a smile. I am Yi Jianqi, the current patriarch of the Yi family in Rongqing, having served in the military for a decade. The 3 men nodded slightly. The Azure Dragon Army Major General spoke. You are of no concern to us. We have come to find Bai Qianqian. His tone was cold, offering no regard. Merely the patriarch of a small city's ordinary family. Yi Jianqi smiled awkwardly, gesturing. This is Bai Qianqian. The Azure Dragon Army Major General nodded, his gaze locking onto Bai Qianqian, who was subtly hiding behind the young man. Indeed, it appeared that to change this girl's mind, they would need to approach the young man first. Hello, Bai Qianqian. I am Jiang Muyang, Major General of the 34th Army of the Azure Dragon Celestial Army. I am Yuan Feihua, Major General of the 56th Army of the White Tiger Celestial Army. I am Zhu Wuzhao, Major General of the 42nd Army of the Black Tortoise Celestial Army. The 3 offered her a formal salute, their demeanor serious. This atmosphere made Bai Qianqian increasingly apprehensive. Hi. She stammered. As Jiang Muyang from the Azure Dragon Celestial Army spoke, Su Liang frowned slightly. It seemed reminiscent of the marshal from the divine sect who had ambushed Qianqian in a past life, leading the 34th Army, didn't it? Jiang Muyang solemnly stated. Bai Qianqian, we represent the 3 great celestial armies to invite you to join us. You may choose any army you wish. Bai Qianqian shook her head. I do not wish to go. Jiang Muyang furrowed his brow. Why not? The celestial army is the core strength of our Huaxia, and becoming a member is a dream for many. By joining now, You would directly attain the rank of Major General and receive guidance from the Divine Sect, ensuring your future success. Bai Qianqian remained resolute. I do not wish to go. Wherever Su Liang is, I will be there too. Please do not persuade me further. Upon hearing this, the three men frowned. Meanwhile, Yi Jinshi and his son observed this scene with curiosity, silently calculating the implications. They hoped she would not agree. Only within the Academy of Chosen Ones did Yi Qinghan have a chance. If she joined the Celestial Army, his prospects would be utterly extinguished. Presently, Yi Qinghan could still join the Celestial Army, but they were destined to exist on different levels, greatly diminishing their chances of meeting. Moreover, the competition within the Celestial Army was fierce, making opportunities even more elusive. They might not even consider someone like Yi Qinghan. Su Liang smiled. Generals, Qianqian has already made her decision. She intends to stay. Silence. Did I permit you to speak? Jiang Muyang interrupted sharply before Su Liang could finish. Su Liang's expression stiffened. How impolite. What was wrong with voicing his thoughts? If she were willing to go with them, he would take their surname. At the entrance, Yi Qinghan let out a cold laugh, dismissing him as mere refuse, believing he had overestimated his own worth. Without Bai Qianqian, what are you? He scoffed. You're nothing but a fool. Upon hearing Jiang Muyang reprimand Su Liang, Bai Qianqian seemed to transform entirely, her gaze instantly chilling and resolute. You be quiet, she asserted, fiercely defending her husband. An abrupt silence enveloped the room. Chapter 39. The Divine Forbidden Domain. Even Su Liang found himself gazing at Qianqian in disbelief. Wife, what are you doing? He is a general of the Celestial Army. You cannot just scold him like that. If you provoke them, they could easily abduct you without a second thought. The three generals were equally taken aback, staring at Bai Qianqian in astonishment. No one had ever dared to speak to them in such a manner. This timid girl had suddenly become so fiery. Did she truly not comprehend the significance of the Celestial Army? Yi Qinghan and his son were equally bewildered, thinking, is she out of her mind? How dare she speak to a general of the Celestial Army like that, telling him to be silent? Good heavens, she must be insane. Even Lu Xian, who had intended to remain hidden, was startled. Despite her ignorance, she understood the implications of the Celestial Army. Lu Xian rushed to Bai Qianqian's side, grasping her arm and bowing profusely to the three generals. Generals, I apologize for my daughter's ignorance. Please forgive her. Yet Bai Qianqian remained exceptionally resolute. Mother, you go inside. I am not being unreasonable. No one can bully Su Liang. What is wrong with him speaking up? Her unwavering gaze met that of the three generals, radiating an unyielding spirit. This was Bai Qianqian's stance. No one could mistreat Su Liang. This was her vow to him. She would protect him for a lifetime. Witnessing Qianqian's fierce demeanor, Su Liang felt as though his heart was melting. She truly was a remarkable girl. He vowed to cherish her for all eternity. Lu Xian was utterly horrified. Qianqian, please don't speak recklessly. She sensed the general's anger simmering. She wanted to apologize again, but in the next moment, the three generals unexpectedly broke into smiles, leaving everyone astonished. Yi Qinghan was perplexed. They're not angry? Perhaps I should try to provoke them too? Jiang Muyang chuckled. Good. What spirit? I like this. Our Celestial Army appreciates young people like you. Bai Qianqian's gaze remained icy. Jiang Muyang continued with a smile. I apologize to you, Su Liang, for my careless words. He offered a formal bow. Su Liang considered returning the gesture, but then recalled his own SSS rank. Why should I lower myself? He thought. All right, I forgive you. Just be more careful next time. The three generals and Yi Qinghan nearly stumbled in astonishment. Goodness, does he think he is all that now? Jiang Muyang felt a flicker of annoyance, yet decided against quarreling with someone he deemed insignificant. He turned to Bai Qianqian and said, your concern is him. We can promise to enlist him in the Celestial Army, so you needn't worry. Bai Qianqian shook her head firmly. I want to go. She clearly remembered Su Liang's words. He could never join the military, as it would only bring him immense suffering. Therefore, she would not go either. Jiang Muyang wanted to say more, but Bai Qianqian resolutely interjected, please stop persuading me. I will not go. I want to attend the Chosen Academy. If I consider becoming a member of the Celestial Army in the future, I will think about it then. Jiang Muyang slightly furrowed his brows, focusing his gaze on Su Liang. It seemed the crux of the matter rested upon this young man. All right, he conceded. Since you are so determined, we will not press the issue. However, we do need to register you with the Celestial Army. Surely you can cooperate with that? Bai Qianqian looked to Su Liang, who felt a slight tightening in his chest. Registration? Was that necessary? Yet it seemed he could not completely refuse. He nodded slightly. Jiang Muyang smiled and instructed, you too, please take her for registration. Yuan Feihua and Zhu Wuzhao exchanged knowing glances. This had been prearranged on their way here. This was Plan B. They already knew that Bai Qianqian would heed Su Liang's wishes. As long as they could secure Su Liang, they would have Bai Qianqian as well. Yuan Feihua and Zhu Wuzhao approached, saying, "Classmate Bai Qianqian and Ms. Lu Xian, let us go inside for the registration. These matters are somewhat confidential." Su Liang instantly understood. They wanted to speak with him privately. He nodded in agreement, and Bai Qianqian followed him inside. Jiang Muyang turned, casting a cold glare at Yi Qinghan and his son. Yi Jianqi quickly grasped the situation and retreated hastily. Only Su Liang and Jiang Muyang remained in the courtyard. Jiang Muyang turned to him, narrowing his eyes. "A B rank with quite the audacity. You've cared for her for a few days, and she is now utterly devoted to you." Su Liang remained remarkably calm, unaffected by his imposing presence. "Just average," he replied. Jiang Muyang snorted disdainfully. "I have no interest in idle chatter. I merely wish to inform you that taking her to the Chosen Academy is a waste of time. If you truly care for her, you should take her to the Celestial Army. It would be beneficial for both of you." Su Liang's gaze was peculiarly calm, revealing a depth of experience that surpassed even Jiang Muyang's. "I won't go? You." Jiang Muyang's eyes widened. This kid was utterly impervious to reason and showed no fear. "Let me be clear, this is not a discussion. You have no choice." Su Liang shot him a frosty glare. "And I will tell you, this is our choice. No one can force us." The two locked eyes, neither willing to back down. Su Liang felt no trepidation despite Jiang Muyang's rank as a general. He refused to join the Celestial Army, partly out of fear of his secrets being exposed, and partly because he intended to retrace the path of his past life to amend the losses of his fallen brothers. Inside, the elderly gentleman quietly observed everything unfolding in the courtyard, his expression unusually serene. Jiang Muyang's patience began to wear thin. A formidable pressure suddenly bore down on Su Liang. "I said, this is not up for discussion. Taking her to the Celestial Army is your only option. If you refuse, you better consider the consequences." The weight of that energy pressed down on Su Liang, nearly causing him to buckle under its force, his knees bending in submission. Su Liang's eyes burned with fury. "So you think you can bully me?" He fixed a fierce stare on Jiang Muyang. "I said I won't go?" Jiang Muyang snorted coldly. "You are destroying her future." In an instant, his power surged once more, and Su Liang struggled to withstand it, one knee collapsing to the ground. With a frenzied glint in his eyes, Su Liang shouted, "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, dream on." Jiang Muyang's face darkened with a hint of malice. "Do you truly think I wouldn't dare? Even if I killed you, no one would come after me for your demise." Su Liang roared defiantly, "Come on, make your move. Spare my life today, and I shall undoubtedly seek retribution on you in the days to come." Jiang Muyang scoffed. "A B-rank dares to settle scores with me?" Su Liang's eyes gleamed with a frenzied light. "You may await my return." Jiang Muyang coldly replied, "Very well, I shall await you. In 3 days, we will send someone to escort you directly to the military headquarters. You have no choice in the matter." "We refuse to go." Jiang Muyang sneered and withdrew his power. "When the time comes, it will be beyond your control." As the power dissipated, beads of sweat broke out on Su Liang's forehead, and he gasped for breath. Jiang Muyang remarked indifferently, "Do you truly believe you possess the ability to alter this situation? You have no options. Should I choose to take you, what could you possibly do?" Su Liang's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. What the hell is going on? In his previous life, Qianqian had merely been at the Chosen One Academy. It was at this moment that the registration inside was completed. Jiang Muyang smiled. "It is settled then. In 3 days, someone will come to fetch you." Bai Qianqian gasped. "Are we really going to the military headquarters?" Su Liang remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon him. Jiang Muyang was unfazed. "Bai, we shall take our leave now." The 3 middle generals swaggered out the door. General Yuan Feihua of the White Tiger Army inquired, "Did he agree?" Jiang Muyang shook his head. "No, but it no longer matters. In 3 days, we shall send someone to take him away. That brat knows he cannot obstruct us." Zhu Wuzhao hesitated. "Isn't this a bit too extreme?" Jiang Muyang dismissed the concern. "No harm done. Once they reach the Celestial Army, they will gradually adapt and ultimately be grateful to us." Jiang Muyang felt no remorse for his actions. Yet, just as the 3 had taken a few steps out of the courtyard, their expressions suddenly changed. What is happening? They could no longer perceive any sounds from the outside world. The alley remained unchanged. Jiang Muyang's expression shifted instantly. "It is the divine forbidden domain." The 3 turned pale. This signified that someone had made a move against them. Moreover, their assailant was at least a 7th seal divine monarch. "May I inquire which esteemed elder this is?" Jiang Muyang asked nervously. At that moment, a stooped old man emerged from the opposite side of the alley. His eyes, cold as the abyss, were fixed upon Jiang Muyang. Jiang Muyang's heart sank. "It's over." Chapter 40. Am I to be kept? On their way back, Yi Jianqi and Yi Qinghan conversed. "Father, do you think they will agree to join the Celestial Army?" Yi Jianqi pondered for a moment. "It's hard to say. Regardless, if they do go to the Chosen One Academy, You must seize the opportunity to win that girl over. You must act quickly. Only by capturing her while she is still vulnerable can you ensure your position. Yi Qinghan nodded, I understand. However, that Su Liang is rather troublesome. He truly thinks highly of himself. Yi Jianqi scoffed, he is but an insignificant insect, entirely inconsequential. No matter how he wriggles, he remains merely an insect. Presently, Bai Qianqian values him, but in time, she will undoubtedly cast him aside. Therefore, once they reach the Chosen One Academy, your opportunity will be greatest. You must seize it. An SSS rank must be secured. In the future, you will be the progenitor of our Yi family's resurgence, with boundless potential. Yi Qinghan's gaze gradually intensified. A slight smile graced his lips. Father, rest assured, I will succeed. Yi Jianqi nodded. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform the family. We will provide full support. Yi Qinghan affirmed, understood. His eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. Bai Qianqian, you shall be mine. In the alley, the three formidable middle generals of the Celestial Army lay battered and bloodied on the ground, their faces marred with fear. Who could have anticipated that an old man, who had remained inside just moments ago, was such a terrifying entity? They had narrowly escaped with their lives. Su Liang, stooped but exuding an inexplicable aura of intimidation, spoke in a calm and indifferent tone. Do you have any objections to my actions? The three obediently shook their heads. No, none at all. If I were to kill you, do you believe anyone would seek retribution against me? Su Liang echoed Zhang Muyang's earlier words. Zhang Muyang dared not utter another word. Elder, I was wrong. I was arrogant. Please forgive me. Humph. Su Liang snorted. How will you report back? Zhang Muyang nodded repeatedly, like an obedient pup, the earlier bravado entirely vanquished. Understood, understood. I shall say Bai Qianqian did not wish to come. We had no choice but to keep this matter from the elder. Su Liang coldly dismissed them, begone. The three scrambled to their feet and fled frantically. Should this escalate further, such a being could kill them without a second thought. Su Liang watched them leave in a panic, then swiftly returned to the house without a sound. In the courtyard, Su Liang took a while to regain his composure. Su Liang, what is the matter with you? Su Liang shook his head. It's nothing, perhaps just a bit fatigued. I don't want to worry Qianqian. The general just mentioned that someone will come for us in 3 days. Su Liang was at a loss for words. The old man emerged from the house. Do not overthink it. You should simply go to the academy. They cannot abduct you. Once you arrive, the academy will ensure your safety. Hearing this, Su Liang's spirits lifted. Yes, going directly to the academy would be the best course of action. Su Liang still maintained his amiable demeanor, at least towards Bai Qianqian. It is time to prepare dinner. There are plenty of delicious dishes today. You are in for a treat. Su Liang gathered some ingredients to cook. Lu Xian also volunteered to help. As mealtime approached, the courtyard door was knocked upon again. The visitor was Director Huang from the Chosen One Academy. Su, I hope you have not agreed to go elsewhere? He asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. Director Huang, no? We will still be going to the academy. Director Huang sighed in relief. I knew the city lord and the Celestial Army would come, but they did not intervene. This is solely your decision. Su Liang nodded with a smile. Thank you for your understanding. Director Huang shook his head. I should be the one thanking you for choosing our academy. By the way, all of your applications to the academy have been approved. As long as you and Bai Qianqian come to our academy, there will be no limits on resources. All weapons and equipment are at your disposal. And all training facilities are available for your use at any time, unconditionally. Moreover, the villa has been arranged. He handed them a keycard. Both Su Liang and Bai Qianqian were pleasantly surprised at the swift arrangements. Su Liang smiled and said, Director Huang, we shall not be polite. It is only right. He replied. Director Huang added mysteriously, this villa is currently very discreet. If you wish to avoid those individuals, you may move there directly. Director Huang expressed these words out of concern that subsequent individuals might appear and influence their decisions. Su Liang smiled and nodded. We plan to move in possibly tomorrow or the day after. We will report to the academy at the earliest opportunity. Director Huang could hardly conceal his delight. Excellent. I shall not intrude any further. Should you require anything, simply contact me, and I shall be at your service. Su Liang chuckled softly, recognizing the privilege he was afforded. As Director Huang rose to depart, Su Liang interjected, Director Huang, why not join us for a meal? Oh no, I shall not impose. Come now. What with the formalities? It's mealtime. Su Liang insisted, pulling him back gently. Su Liang, carrying a platter of dishes, joined them in the courtyard. The elderly gentleman smiled and said, let us dine together. It merely requires a few extra sets of chopsticks. Unable to resist the warmth of their invitation, Director Huang accepted and shared a meal, thereby fostering a closer bond. Later that night, Su Liang revisited his attribute panel. To his astonishment, the 4 fundamental attributes had increased slightly, accompanied by new developments. Beast Energy Conversion. Conversion progress, 361 million. Beast Energy Talent, Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal, B-Class Fire and Wind Divine Seal, Level 1 Seal 1. Divine Seal Evolution Progress, 1. Beast God Seal, SSS Class Crimson Eye Sky Unicorn Seal, Level 1 Seal 2. Beast God Seal Evolution Progress, 20. Mentality, 191,100. Strength, 261,100. Agility, 191,100. Speed, 191,100. The Beast God Seal had astonishingly reached level 2. Su Liang gazed at this scene in shock, finally comprehending the correlation. These power attributes were directly tied to the level of the Beast God Seal. Through the process of Beast Energy Conversion, he could transform the energy within Beast Crystals into his own attribute values, thereby enhancing the evolution progress of his Beast God Seal. Simultaneously, the attribute values acquired from his Fire and Wind Divine Seal would directly contribute to this. And the recent increment must surely be the foundational value derived from the awakening of the Fire and Wind Divine Seal. He realized that the evolution level of his Fire and Wind Divine Seal had its limits, possibly capping at the 3rd Seal Master level, with limited enhancements. To elevate his strength in the future, as long as he possessed sufficient Beast Crystals, he could continually ascend. Joy surged within Su Liang as he finally grasped the situation. He mused silently, what I need now are Divine Crystals and Beast Crystals. Given my current strength, although devoid of seal power, slaying some low-level 1-star beasts should pose no problem. I'll approach Director Huang for a privilege to try out the hunting grounds. With these thoughts, he gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, Su Liang took Qianqian out. Upon reaching the city center, they found themselves in a realm entirely distinct from their peripheral civilian district. Towering skyscrapers loomed above, adorned with flickering neon lights, evoking a sense of stepping into a futuristic world. For Bai Qianqian, it was her first visit, and her beautiful eyes were wide with astonishment as she gazed at the villas nestled amidst the bustling urban landscape. Su Liang chuckled, the academy truly spares no expense. This villa, if converted to soft currency, would undoubtedly start in the billions. Bai Qianqian gasped in disbelief, is it really that much? Absolutely. Every inch of land is precious. And these properties cannot be purchased with mere currency. They are exchanged using divine crystals or source crystal resources. Bai Qianqian was rendered speechless by the revelation. Su Liang teased, Qianqian, you are now a wealthy heiress. From now on, I shall rely on you to support me. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she replied, all right, I'll take care of you. Su Liang felt as though he had endured a critical blow, having unwittingly walked into this situation himself, nearly depleting his health points. Was the future Empress truly this skilled at flirting? He gazed, entranced, at Bai Qianqian's blushing face, feeling increasingly drawn to her. Alas, was he about to be pampered? Yet, why did it stir a sense of excitement within him? Chapter 41. Shall I take the lead? The two entered the villa, utterly astonished by its opulence. Every detail of the decor reeked of affluence. Welcome home, master, a gentle feminine voice echoed in their ears. Bai Qianqian jumped in surprise. Su Liang reassured her. Do not be alarmed. It is merely the villa's intelligent butler. Indeed, master, I am your personal steward. You may call me Xiaobai. The voice was soothing. Bai Qianqian relaxed. Her curiosity piqued. As they stepped inside, Xiaobai illuminated the space for them. Master, this villa is equipped with the latest generation of S-class offense and defense systems, capable of withstanding attacks from 5-star beasts. It also features an Quad A-class intelligent medical system, complete with a dedicated treatment room. The villa comes with 2 A-class combat vehicles for your convenience, capable of real-time connection with me, facilitating your travel and combat needs. I will handle all your daily affairs. You need only call for me, and I shall always be at your service. Bai Qianqian felt somewhat overwhelmed. The changes were too profound. Su Liang smiled. Living in this house means you won't need to worry about chores like laundry or cooking. Xiaobai will manage everything impeccably. Anything you can think of, she will assist you with. You need only voice your needs. She will even help you clean up after using the restroom. Instantly, Bai Qianqian's cheeks flushed scarlet as she lightly smacked Su Liang's chest. If I live here, won't I become utterly dependent? Su Liang laughed. Qianqian, you are an SSS class. From now on, you need only focus on your evolution, and these trivialities will be no concern of yours. Bai Qianqian nodded, still somewhat dazed. Shall we inform Grandfather Su and Mother that we are moving in today? Su Liang stroked his chin, his face slightly reddening. Are we really about to start cohabitating? Bai Qianqian shot him a playful glare, no inappropriate thoughts. It's cohabitation, not sharing a bed. I'm not ready for that. Su Liang felt another critical hit land. So, Bai Qianqian was clearly more open-minded than he had anticipated. Clearing his throat, He replied, "All right, we shall return home to inform grandfather and auntie. Then just grab a few clothes. Everything else is already here." Bai Qianqian bashfully nodded, her head lowered. Su Liang felt a surge of excitement. They were about to embark on a cohabitation journey with the future Empress. How delightful. The two continued to explore the villa before preparing to leave. They glanced into the garage, where Su Liang's eyes sparkled with wonder. Goodness, an A-class source energy low-altitude flying armored vehicle, perfect for team operations. And an A-class source energy single-person combat motorcycle. It can transform into full-body armor. A wave of exhilaration coursed through him. Even in his past life, he had never possessed such equipment. In this life, to shamelessly claim it, all he had to do was hold onto the Empress's coattails and secure it effortlessly. The future wife was, after all, his. Su Liang chuckled foolishly. Bai Qianqian inquired, "Shall we drive it back?" Su Liang sighed. Without source crystals, these vehicles consume a significant amount. We'll likely have to wait until you enroll in school for the academy to provide you with source crystals before we can use them. Bai Qianqian nodded slightly. Then let us return the way we came. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Though his heart was aflame with excitement, he knew there was no need to rush. The two departed from the villa, which would soon become their home. Bai Qianqian lagged a bit behind Su Liang, reflecting on how everything she had now was thanks to him. Her eyes sparkled with joy, envisioning this place as their cozy nest in the future. What if he were to act lewdly? Should she allow him? Silly, she thought, not even knowing how to hold hands. This area was dotted with numerous villas, and many people were out for a stroll. Just then, a voice of surprise rang out. "Oh, Su Liang." Bai Qianqian. Both Su Liang and Bai Qianqian turned in astonishment to see a graceful figure in a green dress approaching from a nearby path. Su Liang was taken aback. "You are the sister of Ku Linglai." Luing shot him a flirtatious glance. "What are you crying about?" "My name is Luing. You can call me Sister Luing." Su Liang offered an awkward smile. "Sister Luing." Bai Qianqian echoed, calling out to her as well. Luing beamed. Having already learned from the captain about Su Liang awakening his B-level divine mark, it seemed somewhat implausible for him to join their team. But the crucial point was that this SSS level Bai Qianqian was wholeheartedly accompanying Su Liang. Thus, Su Liang's inclusion in their team was more than adequate. With a smile, Luing asked, "What brings you two here? Are you preparing to report to the academy?" Bai Qianqian was somewhat reticent, but Su Liang replied cheerfully, "No. The academy gifted a villa to Qianqian, and we came to take a look. We were just about to head back to discuss moving in with my family." Luing expressed her surprise. "The academy gifted you a villa?" Su Liang nodded without reservation. "Wow, this is what it means to be SSS level. Such treatment is beyond imagination." Su Liang maintained a polite smile. "By the way, how is old Ku Linglai doing? Is he feeling better?" Lu Ying's eyes brightened. "Would you like to visit him?" "He lives in that building." Su Liang glanced over to see a tall building, which, although not a villa, must still be quite valuable. He exchanged a look with Bai Qianqian and asked, "Is it convenient?" After all, Ku Linglai was Qianqian's savior, so it would be proper to pay a visit. Lu Ying was exceedingly enthusiastic. "What is inconvenient about that? Let us go." Bai Qianqian did not refuse, merely commenting, "But we're empty-handed." Lu Ying laughed. "Oh, it's no trouble, we don't fuss over such things." Su Liang sighed with a wry smile and nodded, following her lead. They arrived at the 30-plus story building. Upon entering, it was quite impressive and luxurious, equipped with a smart butler, albeit of a lower grade than Xiaobai. Ku Linglai was reclining on a large lounge chair by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, with bandages wrapped around his chest, indicating he would not heal quickly. Su Liang, feeling familiar, exclaimed, "Oh, old Ku Linglai enjoying the view?" Ku Linglai turned abruptly, his eyes widening in shock as he recognized Su Liang and Bai Qianqian. "You little rascal? Who are you calling a little rascal?" Ku Linglai was utterly astonished, rising to his feet. Bai Qianqian politely greeted, "Hello, brother Ku." Ku Linglai offered a sheepish grin. "Hello. What brings you here? Who told you I was living here?" Su Liang chuckled. "What? Are you too ashamed to see me?" Ku Linglai rolled his eyes. "Would it kill you to not be so smug?" Lu Ying was equally astonished by their familiarity. "Are you two really this close?" She wondered aloud. Lu Ying explained further. "The academy gifted them a villa, and they came to check it out. I just happened to run into them." Ku Linglai's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Liang smirked. "Are you envious, old Ku?" Ku Linglai scoffed lightly. "It was given to Bai Qianqian, not you." "Hey, no need to be sour grapes. Is it not obvious that Qianqian and I are a pair?" Bai Qianqian shyly lowered her head. "Enough boasting, sit down." Su Liang laughed as he pulled Qianqian to sit beside him, setting aside the teasing. "Are you feeling better?" Ku Linglai nodded. "I'm improving. Just waiting for this wound to heal completely, and I'll be fine." Su Liang nodded in understanding. Lu Ying brought them tea, while Bai Qianqian surveyed the apartment. Comparing it to their villa, Ku Linglai inquired, "How did you defeat that rat king last time? I still feel like I've seen a ghost." Su Liang chuckled and shook his head. At that time, you invoked the power of the 3 marks, and it was already at its last gasp. I just took your gun and poked it to death. Did you really think I had the strength to slay the Rat King? Ku Linglai eyed him suspiciously, feeling it was not that simple. He had not perceived the Rat King as being so close to defeat at that moment. Clearly, this lad had his own secrets. Now that your divine mark has awakened, how about joining us in the burning kill? Upon hearing this, Su Liang paused momentarily. I could, but I worry that Qianqian may want to move to a higher tier city in the future. Ku Linglai chuckled. You need not fret. If that day truly comes, you may leave. We won't stand in your way. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Can you really make that decision? Ku Linglai replied with a mock scolding tone. That's what the captain told me. Su Liang nodded. Then there's no problem. Great. I'll notify the captain right away and share this good news. Su Liang chuckled wryly. But I'm just to be level. What is so great about that? What you're really interested in is Qianqian, isn't it? Bai Qianqian was taken aback. Ku Linglai grinned. You don't need to state the obvious. However, I do value you highly. After all, I told you from the beginning. Didn't I? Su Liang nodded in agreement. Just as Ku Linglai was about to pick up his star communicator to send a message, suddenly both his and Lu Ying's communicators began to flash red. Lu Ying exchanged a glance with him. The screen displayed the image of Xiaolon. Ku Linglai. Lu Ying, we received a military notification that a beast horde has breached the city from the north. Assemble immediately. The faces of both Ku Linglai and Lu Ying grew serious, while Su Liang felt a tremor of concern. Another beast horde? What on earth was happening lately? Lu Ying hurriedly said, Xiaolon, Ku Linglai cannot fight yet. His injuries haven't healed. Ku Linglai, however, asserted with seriousness, I'm fine. I can go. No. Lu Ying firmly refused. If you aggravate your injury, even an encounter with a 2-star beast could cost you your life. Xiaolon fell silent for a moment. Soon, the captain's image appeared on the screen. Ku Linglai, you will not participate in this mission. Lu Ying, you are to depart with the Divine Guardian's team now. Yes, Captain. Lu Ying immediately responded. Ku Linglai became anxious. Captain, I can do it. How can you go without me? She's just a healer. She can't fight at the front. I'm really fine. My wound has healed. Lu Ying shot him a glare. You know I'm the one who knows best. Ku Linglai insisted. Lu Ying, I can do it. You cannot remain at the back. When I say no, I mean no. Do you want me to cry for you again? Ku Linglai. At that moment, Su Liang's voice cut in. How about I take the rear? Chapter 42, The Spirit of Battle Ignites. Everyone present, along with the two on the screen, looked at Su Liang in astonishment. You? Xiaolon was somewhat taken aback. Su Liang nodded affirmatively. Yes, I will utilize the forbidden divine boundary pillar, and I possess combat prowess comparable to that of a divine envoy. The others gazed at him in astonishment. You have the combat strength of a divine envoy? Greening exclaimed, clearly taken aback. Su Liang nodded again. Gong Lai should be aware of this, right? Gong Lai fell silent for a moment. Indeed, you do possess such strength, but this is a mission fraught with peril. Are you jesting? You cannot go. Greening concurred. No way, you are still a student. Stay put. Xiaolon added. Yes, there is no way this can happen. Su Liang was determined to participate. He needed beast crystals and wished to join the mission, even if it was just for the rewards that followed. Captain, allow me to go. I am fine. Green Een is a healer. If she stays back, our team's healing will be compromised. If we split the blood drinkers, our squad's combat efficacy will suffer. Let me go? Green Een countered vehemently. No, you must not be reckless. However, Chi Hengchu's gaze was fixed intently on Su Liang. Captain, Su Liang implored, I have already agreed to join the team. It would be reasonable to include me in this mission, wouldn't it? Besides, I am not as fragile as you think. Chi Hengchu regarded Su Liang solemnly. Are you aware of the dangers involved? Su Liang nodded earnestly. I am fully cognizant. But I believe I can handle it. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Hengchu commanded, Gong Lai, equip him with a set of your battle armor and weaponry, and provide him with a star communication headset. Xiaolon, connect him to the team. Gong Lai, you will guard the forbidden divine boundary pillar alongside him. Now, let us depart. Gong Lai, Green Een, and Xiaolon were all left astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Captain, Chi Hengchu responded calmly. Departure. He then severed the connection. Gong Lai and Green Een were nearly beside themselves. They were actually going to take a newly awakened high school student on a mission. It was unprecedented. Bai Qianqian also grew anxious. Su Liang, this will be very dangerous. I will accompany you. Su Liang shook his head. It's fine. I have experience in such matters. Wait here for our return, and I will take you home. The determination in Su Liang's eyes left Bai Qianqian at a loss for words. Gong Lai grumbled. You are simply being foolish. Su Liang flashed a smile. Why? Don't you regard me as a teammate? Gong Lai cursed, but without hesitation, retrieved his battle armor from the spatial converter and tossed a set to Su Liang. Gazing at the familiar armor, Su Liang donned it without hesitation. In the astonished gazes of Gong Lai and Green Yin, he adorned the armor with fluid grace. As if it were his own. How could he be so adept? Had he truly used it before? Observing this, they no longer pressed the issue. Once Gong Lai was also equipped, he extracted a black lance from the spatial converter and tossed it to Su Liang. Follow my commands. Su Liang nodded. After checking the combat system of the armor and confirming its functionality, they were soon ready. They boarded the vehicle. Bai Qianqian watched as Su Liang was about to leave, her heart heavy with concern. Su Liang, please be careful. Su Liang nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, we will return swiftly. Bai Qianqian's eyes shimmered with worry. But there was nothing she could do except watch as they entered the combat vehicle and soared into the sky. The house, having been modified, allowed for direct departure from the upper floors. Inside the vehicle, Gong Lai grumbled. You are being reckless, and so is the captain. Stop your whining. I still need to protect you, Su Liang retorted. You can forget that. Just behave yourself. All right, enough bickering. Xiaolan's voice chimed in everyone's earpiece. Quickly check the information. The beast horde situation and the location of the boundary pillar have been calculated. With a thought, a virtual screen appeared before Su Liang. Xiaolan began her briefing. The strange beasts appearing this time are similar to those from the last incident in the eastern part of the city. They are also emerging from the ancient drainage systems underground. According to the military's current detection capabilities, the numbers are unusually large, and several small teams have already been dispatched. Our designated position is in the northwest direction, in the civilian area, Zone 3. Based on current projections, it is highly likely that a considerable number of 2-star beasts will emerge, and there may even be 3-star beasts. This situation is perilous. Everyone must remain vigilant. Each member of the killing squad acknowledged, understood. Qi Hengchu's voice rang out. I have an announcement. New member Su Liang is participating in his first mission. He will temporarily guard the forbidden divine boundary pillar alongside Gong Lai. Everyone, please cooperate. The earpiece erupted with excitement. Wow. Su Liang, you are bold. You dare to join us on a mission right after awakening? Impressive. Su Liang chuckled. I appreciate your support. The audacity he displayed was remarkable, unprecedented even. Gong Lai cursed again. Boldness, my foot. You are simply lacking common sense. Hey, old Gong, that's excessive. He never even mentioned you had a hole in your chest. Haha. Old Gong, today you are being protected by Su Liang. I could laugh at you for eternity. Old Gong grew anxious. All right, everyone, settle down. Let us make this swift. The captain's voice resounded. Gong Lai grumbled again, while Su Liang smiled. The combat vehicle sped forward, quickly exiting the central urban area and arriving at the outskirts of the civilian district. Upon reaching their location, Green Yin dropped the two off. She glanced at Gong Lai, her eyes softening. Be careful. Gong Lai nodded. Understood. Let us take our positions. Green Yin drove away, as the mobile unit. She needed to be the first to provide treatment if any teammates were injured. Upon arriving at the designated position, Su Liang and Gong Lai spoke in unison. Captain, we have arrived at the designated location. The voices of the other two members crackled through the earpiece. We've been waiting for you. Qi Hengchu's voice came through. Activate the forbidden divine boundary. Yes, 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 yes. Without waiting for Gong Lai to remove the boundary pillar from his person, Su Liang had already taken action. Hey you. Before Gong Lai could finish his sentence, Su Liang deftly tossed the forbidden divine boundary pillar to the ground. Following the method he recalled from his previous life, he channeled the power of his wind-fire divine seal. With a firm shout, activate. In an instant, a beam of light shot skyward from the forbidden divine boundary pillar. Gong Lai stood there, momentarily stunned. When did you operate the forbidden divine boundary pillar? Su Liang, observing the merging of the forbidden divine boundary, smiled slightly. This is my first time in this life. Gong Lai was at a loss. How could this lad be so adept, clad in battle armor and wielding the long lance? Su Liang exuded the aura of a seasoned warrior, causing Gong Lai to take notice. Blood drinkers, engage. Eliminate those beasts before they breach the surface. Qi Hengchu's voice echoed in their earpieces. Yes, yes, for the time being. Su Liang and Gong Lai had no immediate tasks other than to safeguard the forbidden divine boundary pillar. Should any strange beasts emerge, they would likely attempt to breach the boundary wall and disrupt the pillar. This was the primary responsibility of the rear guards. The sounds of slaughter reverberated through the earpiece, accompanied by Xiaolan's real-time information updates. Gong Lai extracted a cigarette and lit it, exhaling a smoke ring. Pray tell, how is it that you seem to know everything? Su Liang replied nonchalantly. Having witnessed much, one naturally becomes knowledgeable. Gong Lai remained skeptical. Do you truly possess the combat prowess of a divine envoy? Su Liang pondered for a moment. While I lack the power of divine sigils, I do possess decent combat capabilities, as you witnessed last time. Now, equipped with this battle armor and long spear, I believe slaying a first-tier beast should pose no challenge. Gong Lai contemplated, recalling how the lad had sent a first-tier bloodthirsty rat flying with a mere kick, a feat almost unfathomable. I truly wonder where you derive such brute strength. Gong Lai muttered under his breath. At that moment, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Everyone, be cautious. Not only are there ghost-faced spiders, but a swarm of bloodthirsty rats is also approaching. The revelation sent a jolt of alarm through the group. This mission was proving to be far more arduous than they had anticipated. Su Liang felt a slight chill in his heart. Ghost-faced spiders and bloodthirsty rats were among the most common aberrant creatures, predominantly first tier, with few evolving to second or third tiers. Captain, a third-tier bloodthirsty rat king and a third-tier ghost-faced spider king are heading your way. Exercise utmost caution. Understood. Qi Hengchu's calm voice responded. Su Liang knew that Qi Hengchu was likely a fourth-tier divine warrior, nearing the rank of a divine general. Confronting third-tier beasts should be well within his capabilities. Before long, a voice announced, Old Gong, Su Liang, 4 first-tier bloodthirsty rats and 4 first-tier ghost-faced spiders are approaching from both sides of the boundary wall. Be vigilant. Su Liang and Gong Lai felt a surge of adrenaline. Understood. Understood. In that instant, Su Liang sensed his blood boiling within him, a manifestation of battle intent surging forth. He craved combat with an insatiable thirst. Gong Lai intended to instruct Su Liang to remain outside, but when he turned around, Su Liang had already plunged into the boundary wall, casting back a remark, You take the left side, and I'll handle the right. Gong Lai was exasperated. Did this lad truly fear nothing? Chapter 43, Gong Lai, Master of Movement. The Divine Restraint Domain was designed exclusively for aberrant creatures, and they could traverse it effortlessly in their battle armor. Even ordinary individuals could cross it without difficulty. Coincidentally, the 2 boundary walls aligned with 2 streets. Cursing under his breath, Gong Lai dashed toward the other street. Be careful, your armor is equipped with an energy pistol. Su Liang smirked slightly, no need for that. My hands are itching for action. Moments later, 4 bloodthirsty rats charged toward him along the boundary wall. Su Liang chuckled, excellent timing. With a sudden twist of his long spear, his eyes gleamed with fierce determination. He propelled himself forward, his speed surging thanks to the support of his battle armor. Initiate the attack. This suit of C-grade armor augmented his strength by 40. D-grade armor was even weaker. Currently, Su Liang possessed a strength rating of 27. With the other 3 attributes at 20, the armor could enhance only his strength, not the other attributes. Thus, the armor effectively augmented his strength by nearly 11 points, rendering him a formidable force with almost 38 points of strength, an awe-inspiring figure indeed. Su Liang swiftly closed in on the 4 ferocious bloodthirsty rats. Under the scrutiny of his insightful eye, their movements appeared to slow. They lunged at him in a frenzied attempt to bite, with his spear unleashed. It struck like a dragon. A fierce gleam ignited in Su Liang's eyes. With a single thrust, he pierced through one rat's skull, eliciting a shriek of agony as it collapsed lifelessly. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the spear, using the lifeless rat's body to bludgeon another, sending it hurtling away. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 rats lunged toward him. Instinctively, Su Liang slid low to evade their assault, shattering the skull of the deceased rat with a powerful strike. Rising to his feet, he unleashed a dazzling display of spearwork, inflicting gruesome wounds upon the 2 charging rats. With a pained shriek, the 2 rats recoiled. The previously launched rat rejoined the fray, all of them surging towards Su Liang. Their razor-sharp claws seemed capable of tearing through his battle armor with ease. Su Liang's gaze sharpened, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, his current strength allowed him to utterly dominate these first-tier aberrations. He would not hold back any longer. With a swift horizontal sweep of his spear, he sent 3 bloodthirsty rats flying. Roaring Dragon breaks the army. He thrust his spear with ferocious intensity, skewering the 3 rats in a single motion, lifting them high before slamming them down onto the ground, causing the earth to crack. The 3 rats let out mournful cries. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Liang swept his spear across, severing their necks cleanly. A swift and efficient execution. The exhilaration of such a surge in power was intoxicating. A smile danced upon Su Liang's lips as he swiftly shattered the skulls of the 4 bloodthirsty rats, collecting their beast crystals before turning back towards Gong Lai. In that fleeting moment, he witnessed Gong Lai crushing the last ghost-faced spider. Gong Lai glanced back at Su Liang, who smiled, not bad at all. Gong Lai rolled his eyes. Are you really in a position to critique me? As Gong Lai extracted the beast crystal from the ghost-faced spider's body, he inquired, did you handle your side? Su Liang raised the crystal in his hand. All taken care of, quite effortlessly. Gong Lai felt at a loss for words. What manner of being was this lad? Freshly awakened, and already adept at slaying so many first-tier aberrations. Xiaolan, We've eliminated 8 first-tier aberrations, Gong Lai reported. The team members over the earpiece seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Gong Lai's lips twitched, revealing a hint of discomfort. What's wrong? Su Liang asked. Furrowing his brow, Gong Lai immediately placed a finger to his lips. Shoo! He gestured for Su Liang to mute his microphone. Su Liang glanced at Gong Lai's chest. It was bleeding. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Su Liang admonished. Gong Lai's complexion paled. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Su Liang insisted. This is no joking matter. It could lead to complications. Gong Lai chuckled weakly. It's nothing. I just need a moment to rest. I'm a rear guard. I must uphold my responsibilities. Su Liang frowned. Even a rear guard cannot disregard their own life. Gong Lai shook his head. You don't understand. A rear guard is not someone who hides behind the scenes, enjoying a leisurely life outside the divine restraint domain. This is about the trust our teammates place in us. We must defend the divine restraint domain to ensure that our comrades' efforts are not in vain. If the domain falls, our teammates will have to pay a far greater price to pursue the battle, exhausting their physical and mental resources and placing them in even more perilous situations. Simultaneously, the residents would find themselves in greater peril. Fear not, a mere swarm of 3-star beasts poses no challenge for me. Listening to these words, Su Liang fell into silence. In his previous life, when he was still in his 30s, a man in his 50s had uttered similar sentiments to him. During a mission to exterminate the alien beasts, that man had resolutely defended the divine boundary marker, enduring the onslaught of 10 3-star beasts along with numerous 1-star and 2-star creatures. Ultimately, he nearly bled out, managing to protect the boundary marker, but collapsed in front of it. Even in his final moments, he exerted every ounce of strength to push Su Liang away, solely to ensure his survival. He still recalled the man's name, Zhou Zuru, renowned for his ability to navigate through countless alien beasts with ease. What a farce it was to claim such ease. He was a fool. At that moment, Gong Lai's figure began to merge with that of the man. A ripple stirred within Su Liang's heart, prompting him to mutter an expletive, fool. The so-called rear warriors were those within the team who had suffered injuries or were of advanced age, voluntarily or at the behest of the captain, assigned to guard the boundary marker. Ordinarily, remaining at the boundary marker would not be overly perilous. It could be considered a form of favoritism. However, beneath this favoritism lay a significant risk. Should the team encounter an insurmountable threat, the rear warriors would need to step forward, sacrificing their lives to secure a chance for their comrades to survive. Thus, rear warriors were typically older or bearing hidden injuries. They had long since accepted their lives as the final line of defense for their teammates. If one rear warrior fell, another would take their place. You're the real fool. Why rush out just as your divine senses awaken? I'm not dead yet. Do you need to take my place? Gong Lai grumbled. Su Liang cast him a glance. You speak too much. Rest well. Su Liang had no desire to persuade further. The rear warriors, who had long disregarded their own lives, were steadfast in their beliefs. Those beliefs centered around their comrades. Gong Lai regarded Su Liang and suddenly remarked, You give me the impression that you are the one who has been fighting for decades. Su Liang smirked. What if I truly am? Gong Lai scoffed, a mere boy. Yet you pretend to be experienced? At that moment, the voice of Xiao Lan crackled through their earpieces once more. Old Gong, Su Liang. A wave of alien beasts is heading your way, including bloodthirsty mice and ghost-faced spiders. Be cautious. Their gazes sharpened as they activated their microphones. Understood. Understood. An older man and a young boy, their eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Standing before the boundary marker, they raised their long guns to the sky, their murderous intent surging. Voices from other teammates echoed through the earpiece. Sister Xiaolan, why do these alien beasts never seem to end? What is happening? This wave is more than any before. Their teammates had already sensed the gravity of the situation. Xiaolan's voice came through again. Everyone, hold on a little longer. We've received news from the military that divine generals are on their way to destroy the entrance outside the city. Soon there will be no more reinforcements. Report your injuries. Qi Hingshu, unharmed. Han Xiaolong, unharmed. Zhao Jian, unharmed. Their comrades were fighting valiantly, not only in their area, but in others as well. Divine hunting teams and military personnel were engaged in slaughter, as this alien beast assault surpassed all expectations. Moreover, this time, it was during the day. Before them, a horde of alien beasts raced toward them along the boundary wall, their crimson eyes glinting with ferocity. Su Liang and Gong Lai exchanged glances. In almost perfect synchrony, they drew their guns and charged forth. Kill! Kill! Chapter 44. Trust me, I can hold the line. Perhaps it was because, like Su Liang, Gong Lai wielded a gun. Or perhaps it was the similarity in their personalities that fostered their camaraderie. Thus, Su Liang felt an innate familiarity with Gong Lai. As they plunged into the throng of beasts, they displayed an unexpectedly harmonious synergy. Two long guns, two figures, moving in perfect synchrony. They fired in unison, trusting each other's backs completely. This was the unconditional trust shared among teammates in the divine hunting team. It was only through such trust that they could unleash their full potential in battle. Kid, not bad. I didn't realize your marksmanship was so impressive, Gong Li managed to say amidst the chaos. Better than yours, Su Liang retorted. Oh, a competition? Let us see. They surged forward together, unleashing their unique combat skills. Both of them favored an aggressive approach, their long guns cleaving through the enemy ranks like a tidal wave. Gong Li's body crackled with lightning. 3 divine seals flickering with electric energy. Su Liang's wind and fire divine seal surged with power as well. However, his current level was too low, and the divine seal provided him with scant strength. The flames were noticeably weaker. He relied predominantly on his insightful eye's advantage and the high attributes of his physical capabilities in combat. Occasionally, he would draw his energy pistol from his waist, firing a shot to take down an opponent. Yet, the energy of the pistol was limited and could not be used indefinitely. The ghost-faced spider lunged at them with its 8 legs, its abdomen spewing toxic silk, an almost unavoidable assault. The bloodthirsty mice were even more agile. Fortunately, the two of them, with their seamless coordination, held their ground back to back. One beast after another fell, their bodies drenched in the stench of blood. Gong Li, having slain more due to his status as a 3-sealed divine master, found his own blood seeping from his chest, his complexion growing pale. Gasping for breath, he chuckled. You little rascal, I must admit, I'm impressed. Listen up, this kid Su Liang has my approval. After repelling a wave of alien beasts, Su Liang leaned on his long gun, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Stop chattering. Be careful, there are still more beasts approaching. The strain of such combat was evident on their stamina. Here, take this. Gong Li retrieved a small, marble-sized liquid capsule, wrapped in a plastic film, from his space converter. Su Liang caught it and swallowed it whole. This was a stamina capsule, containing various energy elements that could replenish their strength for a short duration. Su Liang glanced at Gong Li's chest. Can you still hold on? Gong Li chuckled. If you can hold on, why can't I? Once again, alien beasts charged forth. More than a dozen. Without needing further words, they surged toward the bloodthirsty mice and ghost-faced spiders once more. Gong Li's injuries worsened, blood oozing from his previous wounds. His pallor deepening. Su Liang could only fight with all his might. This was the ongoing struggle they had accepted. Blood stained their armor, sparks flying from their long guns. Just as they believed they were nearing the end of the alien beasts, a new wave loomed not far ahead. Xiaolan's anxious voice crackled through the earpiece. Old Gong. Su Liang, be careful, a 2-star ghost-faced spider is approaching. Can anyone spare the time to assist them? Their teammates found themselves overwhelmed, unable to respond due to the sheer number of alien beasts they faced. Gong Li and Su Liang spoke in unison. No need, we can hold our ground. Xiaolan, filled with helplessness, could only utter, be careful. At that moment, the voice of Levian echoed. Neither of you is allowed to perish. Su Liang chuckled softly. Old Gong Li, do not let Sister Levian's goodwill go to waste. Gong Li retorted with a laugh. Absolutely not. Let us exterminate these beasts. The two exchanged knowing smiles before charging forth once more. Their long spears cut through the sky, lightning flashing while flames surged. Kill. I'll handle this beast. You take care of the others. All right. Su Liang didn't hesitate. Facing a 2-star beast head-on was somewhat daunting unless he were to harness the power of the beast god seal. Gong Li led the charge, swiftly engaging in battle with a demon-faced spider that appeared larger than a car. Su Liang plunged into the fray of 1-star beasts. With the enhancement of his armor, he unleashed nearly 38 points of strength, his spear technique growing increasingly formidable. With a single thrust, he could obliterate the head of a 1-star demon-faced spider. Under the gaze of his inside eye, Su Liang effortlessly evaded the attacks of the demon-faced spiders. Each strike claimed a spider with ruthless efficiency. Gong Li was astonished, sensing that Su Liang seemed to possess profound insight into the weaknesses of these beasts. The slaughter was exhilarating, devoid of any hesitation. 1 spider, 2, 3 moments later. Su Liang had cleared the 1-star demon-faced spiders. However, in that fleeting instant, he turned to see Gong Li hurled away by a leg of a demon-faced spider, crashing down at the boundary marker. Uffed. Blood spewed from Gong Li's mouth. Gong Li. Su Liang's expression instantly shifted. He dashed towards Gong Li, drawing his energy pistol to fire at the 2-star demon-faced spider, attempting to halt its advance towards Gong Li. Reaching his side, concern etched on his face, he asked, "How are you?" Gong Li coughed up blood, crimson seeping from his chest, his pallor ghostly. "We must retreat. I can't hold on. I'll take your place." Gong Li's eyes widened. "What do you mean? Get out." "I said I'm coming." Su Liang insisted. "I am the rear guard. You get out of here." "Do rear guards seek death?" Gong Li snapped. "I don't want to argue." Just go? Struggling to rise, Gong Lai pulled out his energy crystal cannon and fired. Watching the demon-faced spider, now with 3 legs severed by Gong Lai, Su Liang's expression soured. The energy cannon fired, but the spider leaped high, evading the attack. This beast, judging by its size, was nearly on the brink of evolving into a 3-star demon-faced spider. Thus, for Gong Lai, a 20+ level 3rd imprint divine master, it was exceedingly difficult to slay it, especially while injured. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Gong Lai grasped Su Liang's arm and forcefully flung him backward, sending him flying out of the god-banishing realm. With a wild laugh, he shouted, "Come on, beast. I said I can hold on." Gong Lai unleashed a barrage of fire. Yet the demon-faced spider was too agile, dodging most of his attacks. In the next instant, it lunged at him. Gong Lai raised his gun, roaring as he invoked the power of his seal, the divine imprint shimmering. Thunder Dragon breaks the army. The lightning light blazed upon his weapon. After halting his advance, Su Liang watched the scene unfold, his heart a tumult of emotions. It was just like before, in his past life. Zhou Zhiru had similarly flung him out of the god-banishing realm. At that moment, Gong Lai's figure and Zhou Zhiru's merged in his mind. Why? Why does everyone feel compelled to protect him this way? Why are they willing to sacrifice their lives for their comrades? In his previous life, he had been a coward. He had always believed that the rear guard should give everything, even their lives, for the retreat of their teammates. Yet, each time, guilt consumed him. In this life, he refused to remain that coward. No one should die for anyone else. He was determined to change, to fight for his teammates, to protect them. In the blink of an eye, Gong Lai struck down 2 more legs of the demon-faced spider, yet a sharp leg impaled his thigh. Gong Lai's eyes turned bloodshot as he let out a pained howl. Su Liang, frantic, felt tears welling up. Gong Lai. The teammates, hearing Su Liang's urgent cry, shifted to a state of alarm. "Old Gong, retreat now. Quickly," they shouted, but there was no way to break free. Despite the agony, Gong Lai bellowed, "Beast, you shall die." He swung his long spear, striving to pierce the spider's head. Yet, the demon-faced spider spewed a web that disrupted his spear's trajectory, only managing to graze one of its eyes. The spider shrieked in fury, flinging Gong Lai away. Blood sprayed as he was cast out of the god-banishing realm, landing directly in Su Liang's arms. "Gong Lai," Su Liang cried, his eyes reddening. Gong Lai, breath weak, lips tinged with purple, managed a pained smile. "I couldn't hold on, hurry, go. I can't take it anymore." He gazed at the demon-faced spider preparing to destroy the boundary marker, sighing, "Captain, Xiaolon, everyone. I'm sorry. I can't hold on. The boundary marker is going to be destroyed." Having uttered those words, Gong Lai lost all strength, his consciousness fading. "Stay outside, kid." The captain's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Prepare yourselves. The god-banishing realm is about to collapse. The beasts are fleeing. Get ready to pursue." "Wait. I can hold. Sister Levian, Gong Lai is poisoned and injured. He needs medical attention." Su Liang's voice echoed through the earpiece. All teammates were taken aback. "Su Liang, no. Don't be reckless. Retreat." But Su Liang was undeterred. He laid Gong Lai down and seized his silver gun. "Please trust me. I can hold." With those words, Su Liang stepped forward, resolutely charging towards the 2-star demon-faced spider that was wreaking havoc on the boundary marker. Su Liang, Gong Lai, in a daze, shouted in alarm. All teammates were stunned, thinking he had gone mad. This was tantamount to seeking death. Chapter 45, Su Liang, Level 1 Imprint, Divine Seeker. Perhaps it was because Su Liang sought to erase the guilt within his heart, or perhaps he had come to regard Gong Lai and the others as his true comrades. He no longer wished to be that kind of person. He too could fight for his teammates, to battle and protect them. The god-banishing realm must not fall. He bellowed, golden light surging from his chest, and in that moment, his eyes filled with gold. He felt his strength return to its zenith. His spear was imbued with unparalleled might. Die! Angry Dragon breaks the army. In that instant, as the aura of the beast god seal surged, the demon-faced spider, now down to 3 legs, began to tremble in fear. The aura emanating from Su Liang sent tremors through its very soul. The power of the beast god seal exerted a natural suppression over the beasts. A spear plunged into the lower abdomen of the phantom spider, sending it hurtling through the air. Su Liang continued his rampage, as if enveloped in a flickering golden radiance. The long spear became enshrouded in golden power, rendering it extraordinarily sharp. With a swift stroke, he severed yet another leg from the phantom spider. As the creature unleashed a torrent of silk, Su Liang thrust his spear into the ground, propelling himself into the sky like a dart. He soared above the phantom spider's head, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Die!" he roared. Fallen goose. The golden brilliance blazed as he descended, the spear aimed directly at the creature's crown. With only 2 legs remaining, the phantom spider struggled to maintain its balance, teetering precariously, its agility waning under Su Liang's terrifying pressure. With one decisive thrust, he pierced through its head, driving the spear deep into the earth. Greenish brain matter erupted forth. The phantom spider writhed in a frenzy, attempting to shake Su Liang off. But it collided violently with the ground, the silver spear still embedded within it. The creature smashed through several structures before ultimately crumpling amidst the ruins, its life extinguished. Dazed and confused, Gong Lai witnessed the scene and seemed to exhale in relief before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Su Liang approached the fallen phantom spider, extracting his silver spear with a cold, stern expression. The two-star phantom spider has been slain. The boundary marker remains intact. Everyone can rest assured. Every teammate on the other end of the earpiece was left in awe, utterly unable to fathom the reality before them. Qi Hingqiu urged, "Hold on. We're almost there." Su Liang replied calmly, "Do not worry. As long as I am here, the boundary marker will remain safe." His teammates struggled to comprehend how such words could emanate from a mere high school student who had only just awakened his abilities. Alone with his spear, Su Liang continued to stand guard, his gaze resolute. As long as he was present, no beast of 3 stars or below would breach the boundary marker. Before long, more aberrant creatures surged forth. He seized Gong Lai's source crystal cannon, firing it in a fit of rage. "Come at me." Su Liang's eyes glinted with ferocity. One shot managed to obliterate several 1-star bloodthirsty rats, but soon after, the cannon became inoperable. Enraged, he entered the fray. In this urban battleground, he thrust his spear repeatedly, causing carnage to ensue. Even as blood flowed abundantly, he pressed on with his relentless slaughter. He seemed to forget everything, fixated solely on the battle, driving away the guilt that had burdened him from his past life. Corpses gradually piled up like a small mountain. His body bore numerous wounds, and his armor sustained considerable damage. He lost track of time, consumed by the fight, instinctively raising his spear to strike down every aberrant creature that crossed his path. He vowed to protect the boundary marker and safeguard the collective efforts of his comrades, refusing to let them fall into dire straits. Not far behind him, on a rooftop, Su Luochen observed Su Liang's fierce battle with a profound and complex gaze. Time slipped away unnoticed. Su Liang felt his vision blur with blood and the viscous fluid of the phantom spider. "Come on," he bellowed in fury. Luck favored him. No 2-star aberrant creatures appeared, or he truly would have faltered. It was only when green grass rushed in, her expression one of alarm, that he realized the gravity of the situation. She gazed incredulously at the boundary marker, where Su Liang stood atop a mountain of corpses, spear in hand. He appeared to have emerged from a sea of blood, resolute and unyielding. He had fought his way through, ensuring no aberrant creature approached the boundary marker. Ultimately, however, the chaos of aberrant creatures subsided. A wave of debilitating weakness washed over him, and he began to falter, his body sagging as he prepared to collapse. A graceful figure appeared at his side, lifting him and pulling him out of the forbidden divine realm, placing him beside the recovering Gong Lai. Even in his current state, Su Liang's grip on the silver spear remained unyielding. Xiao Lan was profoundly shocked. She had witnessed Su Liang's entire battle. She could hardly comprehend how an 18-year-old high school student could possess such unwavering combat spirit. Even in unconsciousness, he refused to relinquish his weapon. To her, such tenacity could only belong to a seasoned warrior. Green grass extended her hands, treating both Gong Lai and Su Liang simultaneously. Soon after, other teammates arrived, their expressions mirroring astonishment as they beheld the heap of bodies. Though these were but a fraction compared to what they had slain, he was merely a recently awakened high school student. They remained silent, gazing at Su Liang's unyielding grip on the spear. Qi Hengqiu, bloodied yet composed, inquired, "Did he truly slay all of those?" Xiao Lan nodded. After he defeated the 2-star phantom spider, a total of 48 1-star aberrant creatures appeared, none of which approached the boundary marker. The teammates trembled in disbelief. Qi Hengqiu fell silent for a moment before declaring, "He truly deserves to be our ally." Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with respect. They began to clean the battlefield, meticulously collecting the beast crystals he had harvested. The remaining team members kept watch over Su Liang and Gong Lai. After approximately an hour, Su Liang stirred from his weakened state. Gazing at those around him, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Captain, I held my ground, didn't I?" Qi Hengqiu nodded. "You did. The mission has been successfully completed. You both sustained serious injuries, but the others are all well." Su Liang broke into a silly grin, realizing he had truly managed to hold on. With effort, he struggled to rise, aided by green grass. He looked towards the still unconscious Gong Lai. "Green grass, is he going to be all right?" She reassured him, "Don't worry. He won't die. However, he will need more time to recover. His thigh is injured, and the previous wound has reopened." Su Liang nodded, relieved that Gong Lai was not dead. He felt grateful for having held on. knowing that if the boundary marker had been destroyed, countless innocent lives could have been lost. However, the cost of using the Beast God Seal was considerable. Even after awakening, it still left him feeling utterly drained. Perhaps his body's functions had not yet caught up. Su Liang sent a brief message to Qianqian, reassuring her that he had completed the task. Greengrass said, "I will take you and Old Gong back shortly. Then I'll escort you both home." Su Liang nodded in agreement. Before long, the other team members returned, the battlefield cleared. A total of 12 individuals gathered. Qi Hengqiu stepped forward, addressing Su Liang. "From this moment on, you are a formal member of our Ashen Kill Squad. I am Captain Qi Hengqiu, a level 44 SEAL Divine Warrior." Each teammate introduced themselves in turn. The robust young man who had previously mentioned burning a large wave of sisters for Gong Lai smiled and said, "I am the blood drinker Han Xiaolong, a level 24 3 SEAL Divine Master." Next was a silent man clad in battle armor, bearing a sword on his back. "I am the blood drinker Zhao Jian, a level 32 4 SEAL Divine Warrior." "I am the blood drinker Lu Wuhuan, a level 26 3 SEAL Divine Master." "I am the blood drinker Gu Tianqian, a level 28 3 SEAL Divine Master." The 4 blood drinker members each possessed their own unique traits. Lu Wuhuan sported a head of spiky short hair, while Gu Tianqian appeared slender, wielding iron fists as his weapon of choice. A strikingly beautiful woman, clad in a sleek leather ensemble, coolly introduced herself. "Yuan Cheng, Dark Assassination Team. Yi Qingqing, level 25 3 SEAL Mage." Following her, a man, grinning widely and shouldering a formidable energy sniper rifle, cheerfully declared, "Yuan Cheng, Dark Assassination Team. Fu Yuan, level 28 3 SEAL Mage." Then came 2 older gentlemen, who smiled warmly at Su Liang and said, "Post Warrior, Yun Mu, level 29 3 SEAL Mage. Post Warrior, Chen Wuhua, level 33 SEAL Mage. Healer, Lu Yin, level 27 3 SEAL Mage. Back in Sky Eye, Long Lan, level 33 SEAL Mage." Su Liang observed the solemnity of the group and rose to face them. "Su Liang, level 1 SEAL Chosen One," he stated, consciously omitting the level of his Beast God Seal. The others exchanged knowing smiles, and it was rare to see a hint of a smile on Qi Hengqiu's face. "From now on, we shall be teammates. Ordinarily, we would hold a welcoming ceremony for you, but today is exceptional. We'll arrange it later, once Gong Lai is in better condition." Su Liang nodded with a smile. Then, the captain produced a pile of beast crystals. "This is your share from the mission to hunt the exotic beasts. You will also receive a portion of the rewards from the military." Su Liang nodded, glancing at the pile of beast crystals, scratching his head in uncertainty about how to carry them. Long Lan produced a small spatial converter. "Here, you can use this. It was mine previously." Su Liang quickly refused. "Sister Xiaolan, this is quite valuable." Long Lan shook her head. "It's nothing. We are teammates. Take it. If you truly feel uncomfortable, you can return it to me once you acquire a new one." Only then did Su Liang smile and accept it. "Thank you, Sister Xiaolan." He gathered the small pile of beast crystals. Qi Hengqiu nodded. "As for the battle armor and spear you have, use them for now, and later you can procure suitable gear." Su Liang did not protest. "All right, let us all return and rest." Lu Yin accompanied Su Liang and Gong Lai home, and they parted ways. On the way back, Lu Yin sighed. "You, a level 1 Chosen One, have become a member of our Jinsha team. It feels almost surreal." Su Liang smiled lightly. "I am honored by your regard." Lu Yin shook her head. "Your strength has earned the recognition of all." Su Liang gazed out the window, relishing that familiar feeling. Upon arriving home, Bai Qianqian, upon seeing Su Liang's battered form, immediately welled up with tears. "How did you sustain such serious injuries?" She embraced him tightly, not caring about the dirt on his clothes, burying her head in his chest. Su Liang stiffened, realizing her genuine concern. He gently patted her back. "Do not cry. I am perfectly fine, see? It's Gong Lai who is more seriously injured." Bai Qianqian sniffled. "I promised I would protect you." Su Liang smiled warmly. "No rush. I will wait for you. Once you grow stronger, you can protect me." Lu Yin observed this scene, her eyes betraying a hint of envy. Youth is indeed wonderful. The young lady before her was reluctant to confront the nature of their relationship. Chapter 46. One cannot refuse Su Liang forever, can one? It was already 3 in the afternoon, and knowing Bai Qianqian had not eaten, Lu Yin arranged for them to have a light meal before sending them home. Lu Yin then returned to care for Gong Lai. Back at home, Bai Qianqian was still somewhat dazed by Su Liang's injuries. "You must be more careful in the future." Su Liang smiled and nodded. "Yes, I certainly will. Please don't tell Grandpa and your mother, to spare them worry." Su Liang changed into a fresh set of clothes, concealing his injuries. Only minor abrasions remained, and with Lu Yin's healing, the wounds had already begun to scab and heal. "All right," Bai Qianqian replied softly. Lu Xian spotted them returning and greeted them with a smile. "Qianqian, Xiaoyang, how is the house?" Bai Qianqian collected herself. Mom, the house is great, with plenty of rooms. I wish you could come live with me. Lu Xin chuckled. I won't go. Your academy has dormitories. You won't be there often, and besides, I would be uncomfortable living there with strangers. It's better to stay here. Bai Qianqian nodded. Okay, I will visit you often. Lu Xin smiled and nodded. Some guests came today bearing gifts, but I declined them all for you. Good. It's best to refuse. Accepting too much feels a bit awkward. Lu Xin agreed. At that moment, Grandpa also emerged. Su Liang looked at Su Liang and Bai Qianqian. When do you plan to move over? Su Liang replied, tomorrow. We'll head directly to the academy to report. Su Liang nodded. Very well, I'll prepare something delicious for you. He still bore the demeanor of a sprightly old man. Lu Xin chimed in. Uncle Su, allow me to assist you. Su Liang waved his hand. No need. You can chat with the girl. They leave for the academy tomorrow. Lu Xin pondered. All right, then I appreciate your help. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. Not at all, go ahead. He turned and entered the kitchen, busily preparing. Su Liang followed his grandfather into the kitchen. The old man casually remarked. Once you're over there, don't let the fact that it's just you two living together lead you to take advantage of the young lady. Su Liang's face flushed crimson. Grandpa, how could that be? Most of the time, I'll be at the academy. It seemed the old man saw right through Su Liang's thoughts. I know your character all too well. Su Liang awkwardly smiled. I assure you, that won't happen. The old man said in a flat tone. Go take a rest. You're not needed here. Su Liang scratched his head, feeling he had come to help, not to be a hindrance. Nevertheless, he retreated to his room. Truth be told, he was quite fatigued, having been pushing through. As he collapsed onto his bed, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. The exertion of using the Beast God Seal had nearly drained his mental and physical energy. Yet, it was not the right moment for beast energy conversion. Unbeknownst to him, he slipped into slumber. He was awakened only at dinner time. The four of them shared a meal, indulging in a bit of wine to commemorate their departure. After all, once they were at the academy, they wouldn't be returning every day. That night, everyone finished their evening rituals and returned to their rooms. Bai Qianqian and Lu Xin shared a bed. Dear, Lu Xin softly called out. What is it, Mom? Lu Xin gazed at the dark ceiling, the night concealing the complex emotions in her eyes. Dear, you have chosen Xiaoyang, and I support you, but you two are living in the same room. Be mindful of certain matters, you are still young. Bai Qianqian's cheeks instantly flushed with heat at her mother's words. Mom, what are you saying? That won't happen. All right, I trust you. I'm merely reminding you that while you are young, you are also of age. Some matters require your own discretion. Bai Qianqian's voice was barely a whisper, Mom. I understand. She buried her face in her pillow. She had indeed considered such things. But it was Su Liang. She liked him. Such matters would naturally follow in due course, wouldn't they? One cannot refuse Su Liang for a lifetime, can they? She felt an overwhelming surge of embarrassment. Surely, Su Liang wouldn't be too anxious, would he? After all, she was still so slender. Su Liang sat cross-legged on his bed. His gaze fixated on the pile of beast crystals extracted from the spatial converter, his eyes glimmering with fervor. 126 pieces, and one 2-star crystal, equating to a total of 136. Indeed, undertaking missions was essential. How much would he enhance tonight? He rubbed his palms together, brimming with anticipation. However, converting all 136 crystals at once could consume considerable time. It would be unfortunate if he were interrupted in the morning. Perhaps he should prepare 50 crystals first. Su Liang nodded, resolving to remain patient. He then stored the remaining beast crystals away. With a flicker of thought, his consciousness was instantly drawn into that ethereal realm once more, where he beheld the radiant eyes of the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn. The interface materialized before him. Beast energy transformation. Transformation progress, 361 million. Beast energy talent, Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal, B-grade Wind and Fire Divine Seal, Level 1. Divine Seal Evolution Progress, 1. Beast Divine Seal, SSS Grade Crimson-Eyed Celestial Unicorn Seal, Level 2. Beast Divine Seal Evolution Progress, 20. Mentality, 20,100. Strength, 27,100. Agility, 20,100. Speed, 20,100. Su Liang gazed at the interface, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Based on the current situation, the evolution progress and level appeared to correlate with the lowest of his 4 attributes. If any one of his 4 attributes were at 19 points, then his evolution progress would align with that, reflecting a level of 1. It was also evident that the foundational value for awakening an SSS grade Divine Seal was 10 points, while B grade was 2 points. C grade should correspond to 1 point, and A, S, and SS grades would lie between 2 and 10 points. If all 4 attributes reached 100 points, he would attain the status of an SSS grade Beast Divine Seal at level 10. The next step would involve evolving the second Divine Seal. the foundational values would likely shift. As for enhancing the Eye of Insight, he currently had no clear strategy. He could only take it one step at a time. Now, it was time to prepare for the enhancement. With a thought, that cold voice resonated. Beast energy transformation in progress. The dazzling golden light erupted from the crimson-eyed celestial unicorn's eyes, illuminating Su Liang. The familiar pain washed over him once more. Yet now, he reveled in the agony. He had never experienced such joy before. Was it merely a touch of suffering? As long as he didn't perish, he could endure. Amidst this torturous ordeal, he found pleasure in the pain. Time seemed to slip away quietly. As the suffering gradually subsided, it signified the consumption of 50 beast crystals. He summoned the attribute panel once again. Beast energy transformation. Transformation progress. 861 million. Beast energy talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. B-grade Wind and Fire Divine Seal. Level 1. Divine Seal. Evolution progress. 1. Beast Divine Seal. SSS grade Crimson-eyed Celestial Unicorn Seal. Level 3. Beast Divine Seal. Evolution progress. 32. Mentality. 201-4100. Strength. 271-0100. Agility. 201-2100. Speed. 201-4100. A smile played at the corners of Su Liang's mouth. He had leveled up. He still possessed 76 one-star beast crystals and 1 2-star beast crystal, allowing for at least 2 more levels of enhancement. It was merely a matter of time. Now, he had reached level 3 of the first divine seal. The lowest attribute was already at 32 points. Based on Su Liang's calculations, the foundational value for a B-grade divine seal was 2 points, meaning a B-grade divine chosen at level 10 would have a value of 20 points, and he could effortlessly overpower a B-grade level 10 divine chosen. He was nearly capable of matching an 11-level B-grade 2-seal divine envoy. Thus, it became apparent just how vast the disparity in power was due to the divine seal levels. The SSS grade had already secured an advantage from the very beginning. Su Liang felt an immense joy. As long as he was given time and beast crystals, he could continue to grow stronger. His fate had truly been irrevocably altered. After calming his emotions slightly, he exited this state and opened his eyes. Indeed, it was already dawn. Nevertheless, he felt immensely satisfied. In just one night, he had leveled up. With the presence of beast crystals, it wouldn't take many days before he became a 2-seal divine envoy. A smile crept onto his lips. He decided to settle matters for the day and head to the academy to report. Chapter 47. All of you, get lost. Su Liang is my boyfriend. Bai Qianqian reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Xian. Mom, please take care of yourself. Lu Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Go on, I will take good care of myself. If you long for my cooking, come back. For Lu Xian, this separation marked a pivotal moment in her daughter's life. From this point forward, she would embark on the path of a divine chosen, destined to no longer remain by her side every day. There was an inherent sadness in this farewell. Su Luochen said, You little rascal, take good care of her. Don't let her suffer any grievances. Su Liang nodded. Grandpa, Auntie, you can rest assured. I will take good care of Qianqian. Both nodded in response. Let's go. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian departed, officially leaving home. Rome City, with its population exceeding 1 million, was quite vast. Traveling from the eastern to the western end of the city would require an hour or 2 by ordinary vehicles. The majority of people still relied on conventional energy vehicles for transportation. The two decided not to trouble Director Huang of the academy and first went to the villa to drop off some of their belongings. As they gazed at the room they would share, Bai Qianqian felt a sense of shyness. Su Liang, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Su Liang's face flushed slightly. Am I going to be living off your kindness? Bai Qianqian shot him a vexed glance, her cheeks pink with embarrassment. Su Liang chuckled heartily. Come on, let's report to the academy. Su Liang was entirely unconcerned about whether the heavenly divine army would come. Once they reached the academy, it would naturally handle the situation. They couldn't possibly resort to forceful seizure, could they? The Divine Chosen Academy, the only one in Rome City, was situated in the northern part of the central district, a mere 10-minute walk from the house assigned to Qianqian. As they approached the grand and imposing gates, a sense of longing welled up within them, with numerous Divine Chosen students bustling about. The moment they stepped through the entrance, they were greeted by 3 colossal human statues. Bai Qianqian gazed at the statues, entranced. Su Liang also turned to look. The 3 Divine Emperors. Qinglong Divine Emperor, Baihu Divine Emperor, Xuanwu Divine Emperor, the cornerstones of Huaxia. Every academy possessed statues of the 3 Divine Emperors. These legendary figures safeguarded Huaxia, leading its billions of people from ruin to resurgence, vanquishing monstrous beasts, and establishing cities to ensure the continuation of Huaxia's legacy, earning the admiration of all. Su Liang cast a glance at the entranced Qianqian, pondering who could have imagined that one day, a statue of you would stand here. A smile curled upon his lips as he initiated the Empress cultivation plan. Su Liang. They say, only those of the SSS rank possess the potential to become a divine emperor. Yet, so many of SSS rank have failed to ascend to that status. I doubt I shall ever become a divine emperor. Qianqian's voice was soft and gentle. Su Liang chuckled lightly. What if it is indeed possible? Bai Qianqian looked at Su Liang, revealing a sweet smile. I do not aspire for that. I simply wish to protect you. Uft. Su Liang felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning from this girl's words, nearly emptying his health bar. Qianqian, if you keep teasing me like this, I shall cling to your thigh for eternity, never letting go. Bai Qianqian's ears flushed with a rosy hue as she replied softly, then you must hold on tightly. Su Liang sighed inwardly. Cursed be this moment. For once again, he felt her allure. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their cheeks slightly flushed. Numerous chosen students were bustling around them, many arriving for registration just as they were. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air. Bai Qianqian. Startled, Su Liang and Bai Qianqian turned to see an unfamiliar girl, her excitement palpable upon recognizing Bai Qianqian's true form. It's really Bai Qianqian. Ah, you didn't go to the military department. Incredible. Our academy truly has an SSS rank. The girl's voice was exuberantly loud, drawing the attention of many. As soon as they heard the name Bai Qianqian, a sense of familiarity washed over the crowd. Upon hearing SSS rank, the surrounding students reacted with astonishment, flocking towards them in a frenzy. Is this really the SSS rank? My heavens. I never imagined she would actually attend our academy. It's the SSS Bai Qianqian. The excitement among the students escalated. A throng of eager faces surrounded them, not only freshers, but also many seniors. The news of Bai Qianqian's presence at the academy spread like wildfire, igniting discussions throughout the campus and the forums of Rongqing. Su Liang noticed Bai Qianqian, overwhelmed by the scene, retreating behind him, clutching at his clothing. He too frowned slightly, recognizing this was an inevitable occurrence. With time, such awe would surely diminish. He hurriedly attempted to lead Qianqian away, yet the students persisted, trailing behind them. Bai Qianqian, could you grant me an autograph? Future divine sect leader. Please. Just a signature. Who is that pulling Bai Qianqian? What rank are they? Oh, just a B rank. Bai Qianqian seems to listen to him. What? B rank? On what grounds? Does he deserve it? Su Liang and Bai Qianqian paid no heed to these remarks. He quickly urged her to leave. But the throng only grew larger. Not only new students, but also many seasoned ones were drawn in by the news of Bai Qianqian's appearance at the academy. The area around Su Liang and Bai Qianqian became densely packed, making it increasingly difficult to escape. Bai Qianqian was thoroughly frightened by such an uproar. Su Liang, too, felt the annoyance rising within him. Would everyone kindly make way? We still need to register. He attempted to keep his voice calm. Yet the crowd behaved as if in a frenzy. Don't rush. Let Bai Qianqian give us an autograph. Bai Qianqian, you must eat more. You're too thin. Bai Qianqian, you will be our academy's representative. My name is Bai Qianqian. I adore you. I'm from class 10. Second rank. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian found the cacophony around them unbearable. This was the trouble of being an SSS rank. No matter where they went, they were treated as spectacles. Su Liang noticed that Qianqian's expression had soured. His heart began to harden. Grasping her hand, he suddenly halted. Bai Qianqian sensed his shift in demeanor and tugged at him, signaling for calm. But Su Liang had reached his limit. With a thunderous voice, he bellowed, everyone, clear out. His voice reverberated throughout the space, infused with the power of the divine seal. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd. Bai Qianqian was taken aback. Yet an inexplicable sense of safety washed over her. The faces of both new and old students momentarily froze, all eyes turning towards Su Liang. With a chilling gaze, he declared, what is the meaning of this? Clear a path, or do not blame me for being impolite. Many were momentarily stunned into silence. However, a few scoffed. Who are you? What authority do you have? While the noise around them lessened, many students still wore expressions of disdain, particularly the second and third rank seniors. Their faces turning cold. What does a new student have to be impolite about? Who is he? Just a B rank chosen from Divine Awareness Second School, who happened to care for Bai Qianqian for a few days before Divine Awareness. Does he really think he has something special? Upon hearing this, Su Liang and Bai Qianqian's gazes locked onto a specific direction. It was a new student from Divine Awareness Second School. Their eyes, imbued with a cold aura, sent a chill down his spine. Yet the seniors of the second and third ranks sneered in contempt. So it's just a B rank trash. What are you trying to act all high and mighty for? Get lost. Yes, get out of here. We're here for Bai Qianqian. Who are you? Bai Qianqian. He is nothing but a B. Unworthy of you. Look at us. Bai Qianqian, you are destined to soar. Do not let such trash hold you back. Our academy boasts many S and SSS rank prodigies. As Su Liang listened to their taunts, cold fury surged within him. He longed to deliver a slap to each of their faces for their incessant chattering. Bai Qianqian's expression darkened as well. They could praise her, but they must not belittle Su Liang. Just as both were on the verge of exploding, a chilling voice rang out. What manner of behavior is this? Surrounding the new students? Do you even resemble seniors? Clear off. The command to clear away carried a roar-like quality, stirring up a tempest, causing the hair of some female students to flutter. Pain and even fear flickered across their faces. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. There stood a dazzling figure silhouetted against the sun, his robes fluttering, stature tall and handsome, with porcelain skin, truly a striking young man. Upon recognizing him, several seniors' expressions shifted. It's Luo Ziwen. What is he doing here? Isn't he supposed to be training at the military department? The new students were left puzzled. Bai Qianqian too was uncertain. Was he here to help them out of this predicament? However, a chill ran through Su Liang's heart. It was him. The Luo family from Rongqing. A prestigious family only slightly inferior to the Yi family, and this individual possesses an SS-level divine mark. He holds a position of considerable stature and power within this academy, chosen by the gods. According to the memories of my previous life, Luo Ziwen should now be a 3-mark divine master, while I had only entered the academy 2 years prior. Such accomplishments are extraordinary within the institution, marking him as a talent receiving focused cultivation. Su Liang couldn't help but sneer coldly, a frivolous playboy who, in my past life, attempted to pursue Qianqian but was invariably rejected. It seemed he even attempted to force the issue, only to be thoroughly beaten by Qianqian, causing quite a stir. Luo Ziwen slowly approached Su Liang and the others, wearing a stern expression as his gaze swept over some of the senior students, who promptly recoiled. It was as if an overwhelming aura surrounded Luo Ziwen, instilling fear that prevented anyone from daring to come near. The new students were terrified. After all, he was the future hope of Rongqing. How could they act so audaciously? They hastily dispersed, or else he threatened to unleash his displeasure. This was a blatant intimidation from Luo Ziwen. Some seniors, still somewhat fearful of him, began to retreat. Suddenly, Luo Ziwen's expression softened as he turned, donning a warm smile directed at Bai Qianqian. He extended his fair hand, saying, "Hello, my classmate. My name is Luo Ziwen, and I possess an SS-level divine mark. It's a pleasure to meet you." A few senior students muttered under their breath, criticizing his pretentiousness. Bai Qianqian glanced at Luo Ziwen and timidly nodded. "Hello, senior. Thank you for helping us out." She did not extend her hand. "May I shake your hand?" Luo Ziwen asked politely. "A handshake will make us friends. In the future, if you encounter any issues, you can seek me out." Bai Qianqian grasped Su Liang's hand, entirely dismissing the idea. Su Liang calmly replied, "There's no need for a handshake." "Excuse us." He certainly wouldn't grant this fellow any favorable treatment. It was entirely unnecessary, just a man who sowed seeds of discord everywhere. "I was speaking with Bai Qianqian. I didn't invite you to interject. You, a mere B-level, truly believe you are worthy of pursuing Bai classmate? Begone." Luo Ziwen chuckled and said, "Bai classmate. Perhaps you share a good rapport with him now, but let me remind you, he is a B-level and unworthy of you." Luo Ziwen prided himself on his restraint, considering it a courtesy not to label him trash outright. What right did a B-level have to converse with him? Yet, these words ignited Bai Qianqian's fury. She was infuriated. She had initially thought he was a reasonable senior, only to discover he was just another arrogant individual. Before Luo Ziwen could speak again, Bai Qianqian's furious and icy voice rang out, "All of you leave. Su Liang is my boyfriend. No one has the right to meddle." In that moment, the crowd fell silent, all eyes turning to the somewhat frail girl who had just exhibited such a timid demeanor. Now, she exuded an aura of dominance. Whether it was in defense of her boyfriend or not, it was captivating. This was the kind of authority an SSS-level chosen one should possess. Many students could envision a future where Bai Qianqian transformed into a queen, and numerous male classmates gazed at her with admiration. Su Liang was also taken aback. Feeling a warmth spread within him, he silently thanked his beloved for her affection. Bai Qianqian fixed a cold glare on Luo Ziwen, saying, "I hold no interest in any of you. Please do not disturb me." She took Su Liang's hand and departed, ignoring everyone else. Luo Ziwen's expression gradually darkened. A B-level had stolen away an SSS level? What a joke. He had been bested by a B-level? He had originally trained in the military with the intention of joining the Divine Army in the future. His family had summoned him back, stating that an SSS-level chosen one had emerged in Rongqing, and they would spare no expense to recruit her into the Luo family. He understood the significance of this matter and had rushed back without delay, confident in his striking appearance. However, he had not anticipated being humiliated by a mere B-level. This was utterly intolerable. Luo Ziwen turned to watch Bai Qianqian and Su Liang leave, sneering to himself. Boyfriend? Is that of any consequence? A B level cannot possibly maintain a relationship with an SSS level. It is utterly impossible. He vowed not to relinquish his pursuit. The SSS level girl must be captured. A mere B level could be easily eliminated. As Su Liang and Bai Qianqian distanced themselves from the crowd, a few stragglers continued to follow them. Yet no one dared to approach closer. A smile tugged at Su Liang's lips as he observed Bai Qianqian's unwavering grip on his hand, feeling an overwhelming warmth. Leaning closer, he whispered into her ear, Qianqian, you were incredibly fierce just now. Feeling the gentle breath against her ear, her cheeks flushed instantly. Stop it. But I must say, you truly were fierce. And about what you said earlier, claiming I was your boyfriend, does it count? In an instant, Bai Qianqian's face was suffused with a rosy hue, and she instinctively lowered her head, too shy to look up. I didn't mean it that way. Bai Qianqian did not finish her sentence, but her thoughts were racing. I feel as though I am not worthy of you. You are already a member of the Divine Hunter Squad and so powerful. Plus, I am still so slender. I must wait until I gain a bit more weight, become more attractive, and grow stronger so that I can protect you. Furthermore, you Haven T even confessed. Must such matters always be initiated by the girl? Silly. If Su Liang were aware of Bai Qianqian's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly be moved to tears. Does it count? Su Liang asked softly. Bai Qianqian, feeling extremely bashful, replied. Silly, it doesn't count right now. Don't ask. She thought this response would convey the message. It doesn't count now, but it will later. Su Liang paused for a moment, puzzled. It doesn't count now? When will it? Just as he was about to say more, a hurried figure rushed towards them. Director Huang approached in a flurry. Bai classmate, Su classmate. I'm so sorry. I was supposed to come and escort you. He exclaimed. Were those senior students giving you trouble? Director Huang's face bore a hint of apology. Bai Qianqian remained immersed in her shyness, unable to speak. Leaving all the talking to Su Liang, he shook his head. It's no big deal. I anticipated it. The students are just overly enthusiastic. It should improve in the future. Director Huang breathed a sigh of relief, concerned that those seniors might dampen their spirits about enrolling. That's good. It's truly unavoidable. Especially since Bai classmate is our first SSS level. Su Liang nodded. We understand. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and the matter was laid to rest. Su Liang inquired, Director Huang, do we still need to go for registration? Director Huang shook his head repeatedly, saying, you need not worry about these matters. I will handle everything. Allow me to show you around the academy. Su Liang smiled and replied, I appreciate your kindness, Director Huang. With a nod, Director Huang responded, no need for such politeness. Please, follow me. Observing Director Huang's cordial demeanor towards the two young individuals, some classmates trailing behind expressed their surprise. Yet this only further underscored the significance of an SSS level chosen one within the academy. Throughout the tour, Director Huang personally accompanied them, pointing out various facilities. Over there is our academy's combat training ground, specialized training rooms, armory, resource department, lecture halls, and student dormitories. You both have privileges to access all training rooms and specialized venues at your discretion. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to approach me. I shall endeavor to assist you. Su Liang expressed his gratitude. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Director Huang, there is indeed one matter I would like to request your assistance with. Director Huang nodded with a smile, encouraging him to continue. Is it possible for me to enter the academy's hunting grounds? Upon hearing this, Director Huang paused, seemingly taken aback. Did you say the hunting grounds? Su Liang affirmed, yes. Director Huang appeared perplexed. What do you intend to do in the hunting grounds? Students are prohibited from entering unless they have become a second seal envoy. Even a mere first-tier beast could easily take your life. Su Liang managed a wry smile. Director Huang, I am unsure how to explain this to you, but I would like your help in applying for permission to access the hunting grounds. Director Huang looked quizzical. What is your purpose for entering the hunting grounds? Surely it is to hunt. After a brief silence, he continued, Su Liang, it is not that I underestimate you. Even Bai Qianqian cannot enter the hunting grounds at present, as she lacks the ability to hunt beasts. Su Liang sighed in resignation. At that moment, Bai Qianqian interjected, Director Huang, my brother Su Liang is capable of hunting beasts now. He is a full-fledged member of the Jinsha God hunting team and completed a mission with them yesterday, slaying numerous beasts. What? Director Huang was left in shock, his mind momentarily blank. Chapter 49, Brother Su Liang, wait for me. Su Liang felt his heart melt at the sound of Brother Su Liang. Director Huang, a slightly stout middle-aged man who lacked the typical appearance of a middle-aged man, exuded a warm and amiable aura. His astonishment at the revelation added a touch of humor to the moment. Director Huang exclaimed excitedly, is it the renowned Jinsha God hunting team from Rongqing? Su Liang nodded, smiling. Indeed, that is the one. The team leader is Qianqian. Director Huang was in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how this could be true. Why would Qianqian recruit Su Liang now? It seemed inconsistent with his principles. Perhaps this Su Liang before him was an unrefined gem awaiting discovery? Yet, he was merely a B grade. Director Huang's courteous treatment was largely due to Bai Qianqian. Did Qianqian have an interest in Bai Qianqian as well? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation, albeit an unusual one, for Qianqian's actions. Su Liang spoke calmly. Director Huang, I must ask you to keep this matter confidential for now. I do not wish for others to know. Director Huang nodded, casting a complex glance at Su Liang. Very well, I understand. Though I find it perplexing, I shall inquire with Qianqian later. Su Liang continued. Thus, Director Huang, my visit to the hunting grounds is to enhance my practical combat skills. I kindly ask for your assistance. Director Huang pondered for a moment, his expression becoming serious. Su Liang, are you certain you will be safe? Su Liang affirmed, I will take responsibility for my own safety. Any issues that arise will be on me. Director Huang sighed softly. All right, I will apply for your eligibility to enter the junior hunting grounds. Whether it is granted remains uncertain. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Thank you. Director Huang. Director Huang waved his hand dismissively. They soon arrived at the entrance of the dormitory building. Director Huang remarked, initially, I intended to arrange for you both to share a room. However, some of the female faculty members raised significant concerns. After all, breaking established rules might lead to more requests of this nature, complicating management. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianqian's face flushed a deep crimson. Director Huang, you are truly kind. But alas, it did not come to fruition. Su Liang couldn't help but silently commend Director Huang for his considerate nature. Director Huang continued, moreover, your courses would have been affected, so I did not insist. You wouldn't mind, would you? Bai Qianqian, feeling like an ostrich burying her head in the sand, remained silent. She could neither express disapproval nor agreement. Su Liang cleared his throat and chuckled. Director Huang, your considerations are thorough, but let's adhere to the established rules. Additionally, Bai Qianqian should have the opportunity to meet new classmates and friends. Director Huang nodded. I am pleased to hear you think this way. Initially, I had the same thought. It would also benefit Bai Qianqian to connect with new peers. I already have a suitable candidate in mind. Su Liang regarded him with a look of keen insight and scrutiny. Director Huang quickly waved his hands. Rest assured. This is not about someone leveraging connections to gain special treatment. The individual is an awakened S-tier girl from Shinjua 6th High, hailing from a modest background in a civilian district. Her personality is somewhat akin to Bai Qianqian's, and I believe they may get along well. Director Huang recognized that Su Liang seemed exceptionally perceptive, as if he had anticipated every conceivable scenario. Moreover, Director Huang himself harbored no ulterior motives. Bai Qianqian was a precious asset to their academy, and he would not allow anyone to cause her distress. Su Liang nodded. That sounds good. I am in favor of this arrangement. Reflecting on his past life, Su Liang recalled that Bai Qianqian's roommate had later risen to prominence within the military and held the rank of general. He pondered whether this new roommate would be the same person. Under Director Huang's guidance, they swiftly arrived at Bai Qianqian's dormitory door. The accommodations were somewhat luxurious, resembling a high-end apartment with a two-room configuration. Director Huang opened the door and remarked, the other girl has yet to arrive for registration. She is likely to come today. By tomorrow, most students will have checked in, and classes will officially commence the day after. Both Su Liang and Bai Qianqian nodded and followed Director Huang inside. Indeed, it was a two-room suite complete with a kitchen, fully stocked with the necessary appliances. A lavish small apartment. Bai Qianqian, you may choose a room. Your roommate may arrive today. Bai Qianqian nodded, surveying the space, finding it quite satisfactory. In truth, living with Su Liang would be quite nice. She vowed her intentions were pure, merely wishing to protect him, but alas, obstacles seemed to arise. Subsequently, Director Huang produced a spatial conversion ring and a star communication bracelet. Classmate Bai Qianqian, here are the space converter and the star communication bracelet assigned to you by the academy. The space converter contains 10,000 low-level divine crystals and another 10,000 low-level source crystals. The divine crystals are for your evolution, while the source crystals are intended to power some devices within the villa. Should you find yourself in need, you may directly procure more from the resource department without limitation. Classmate Su Liang, you are entitled to the same. However, I do hope you will prioritize using these resources for your personal development, as this is a privilege bestowed upon you by the academy. Su Liang smiled wryly and nodded. Understood, Director Huang. You need not worry, we are well aware of this. How generous indeed, to offer 10,000 low-level divine crystals, such as the treatment of an SSS level. Su Liang recalled that during their first resource distribution in class, students with a B-level divine mark were allowed only 2 crystals. Shall I escort you to your dormitory? Su Liang shook his head. Director Huang. There's no need to trouble you. I have already received ample privileges. I can find my way. I wish to accompany Qianqian as she familiarizes herself with the dorm. Director Huang nodded with a smile. Very well then, I shall not impose. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. Su Liang and Bai Qianqian expressed their gratitude and departed. Director Huang felt a sense of relief. The SSS level was indeed secured. He was unconcerned about the implications of a lone man and woman being in the same room. He merely needed to issue a notice prohibiting anyone from obstructing Bai Qianqian. Inside the room, only he and Qianqian remained, and the atmosphere seemed to shift into something more intimate. Qianqian moved to the sofa and took a seat, feeling somewhat constrained. With a flush gracing her ears, she asked, if it were possible to live together, would you choose to live with me? Her face turned a deep crimson as she questioned her own audacity. Su Liang chuckled, rubbing his nose. Ah, little girl, so you wish to share living quarters with me. Clearing his throat, he replied, we could reside in the villa together. Bai Qianqian shot him an exasperated glance. That is not what I meant. What then do you mean? Su Liang teased. Bai Qianqian turned her head away, unable to let him see her blushing visage. All right, Su Liang said with a grin. I certainly would like to live with you, but alas, it is not permitted. We can spend weekends in the villa instead. Of course. You must also embrace a new life and make other friends. Try it out first. If you find that living with your new roommates is uncomfortable, you may easily relocate to the villa without issue. Bai Qianqian's embarrassment subsided slightly, and she nodded obediently. In truth, Su Liang was eager to reconnect with his old roommates from his previous life. There were debts to settle, and this lifetime was the time to repay them. By the way, Qianqian, when you referred to me as a member of the Emberkill team in front of Director Huang, what did you call me? Bai Qianqian froze for a moment, as if recalling something, her cheeks turning crimson. Su Liang Gij. Su Liang's heart soared. Very well, from now on. That shall be my name. Bai Qianqian's cheeks flushed deeper. Now, let me teach you how to use the space converter and how to absorb divine crystals to evolve your divine mark. Bai Qianqian was exceedingly shy, yet she nodded softly. All right. She resembled a naive girl unfamiliar with the world as she handed the space converter to Su Liang. The converter was a ring imbued with the powers of divine marks and source energy technology, containing a small black hole space for storage. See, as long as you activate the divine mark's power, the space converter will automatically open, allowing you to reach in and retrieve items safely. Su Liang produced a divine crystal, resembling a crystal about the size of an egg. The clearer and purer it was, the higher its rank. This low-level divine crystal appeared somewhat cloudy with impurities, yet it harbored a wealth of energy. The process of evolving a divine mark was quite simple. You merely needed to awaken your divine mark and guide its power to envelop the crystal, allowing you to feel the energy being gradually absorbed into your body. This energy would enhance every cell and inch of your being. While your divine mark also required the infusion of divine crystal energy, this process constituted evolution. Su Liang patiently instructed her, and Bai Qianqian learned swiftly. However, as Su Liang activated his wind and fire divine mark to absorb the crystal's energy, his prowess seemed to eclipse hers by a vast margin. Later, Su Liang understood the substantial difference between an SSS-level divine mark and an ordinary one. They spent the afternoon together until lunchtime, when Su Liang prepared a meal for her. Bai Qianqian smiled sweetly throughout the meal. In the afternoon, Su Liang needed to make his presence known in his own dormitory. All right, you take your time familiarizing yourself here. I will report back to my dorm, should anything arise. Feel free to contact me. Bai Qianqian nodded. In recent days, she had scarcely left Su Liang's side, and the prospect of separation felt alien to her. Yet, as she watched his departing figure, her gaze gradually grew resolute. She had promised to protect her Su Liang Gij, who would occasionally need to undertake missions. She also needed to ensure that the past would not be in vain. I will become strong. She vowed silently. Su Liang Gij, wait for me. I will become immensely powerful, always safeguarding you. Chapter 50. A reunion with old friends. Su Liang descended in the elevator, and upon reaching the first floor, the doors opened to reveal a striking figure standing at the entrance, as beautiful as a blooming white lotus, with elongated legs and a well-endowed figure. Her exquisite face and fair, swan-like neck radiated an air of aloofness. Upon seeing Su Liang, Lung Lianshuang was momentarily taken aback. Whether it was instinct or something else, she instinctively uttered, Su. Yet, Su Liang appeared oblivious to her presence, stepping aside to exit the elevator without acknowledging her at all. Lung Lianshuang stood frozen in place, her mind a blank slate, consumed by a singular thought. How dare he, Su Liang, disregard her? A complex mix of emotions surged within her, but she quickly regained her composure. She had no reason to regret. After all, she was an S level, while he was merely a B level. A chasm separated their fates. Even if he were to associate with Bai Qianqian, what of it? In time, Bai Qianqian would ascend, and he, Su Liang, would inevitably be cast aside. Su Liang, you will come to regret this. I may choose to ignore you, but you cannot overlook me. As Su Liang exited the dormitory building, he felt no surprise at encountering Long Lianshuang, nor did he possess the inclination to engage. They were simply not of the same ilk. She could maintain her haughty demeanor while he pursued his own path. This lifetime would not see him as a subservient dog as he had been in the past. There were many endeavors yet to undertake in this life. He navigated his way to his dormitory with ease, having spent years in this very place during his previous life. After registering at the dormitory office and collecting his keycard, he ascended to the 3rd floor. Standing at the door of room 309, he hesitated momentarily before opening it. His hand froze, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him, memories of the 3 companions from his past flooding his mind. Liangzi, that girl is quite nice. Ample bosom and a round backside. She could bear children and ensure they are well fed. Charge. Why don't you just let one rip, fatty? Where do you want to do it? Haha, Liangzi, where do you think he should do it? Hey, gorgeous, my buddy here says you're stunning. Care to bear him a little, Liangzi? You scoundrel. You're courting death. Liangzi, the wind is tight, hold on. Liangzi, in the next life, I'll be your father. Don't forget to raise a couple of glasses for me during the holidays. Liangzi, take good care of my stinky woman. Friends' wives are off limits. Or I'll haunt you even in death. Hee hee, the 4 of us brothers have really drawn the short straw today. Liangzi, let us go. Together. I'm the boss. Follow my lead. You go. Take the stuff back. Help me convey a message to her. Just tell her to find a good man to marry. Liangzi, move it. Su Liang watched in despair as the 3 injured fools collapsed one by one into their own pools of blood. His heart ached, bearing the hopes of the trio. He fought valiantly, breaking through the encirclement and emerging alive. Memories of past lives flickered through his mind like a slideshow. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Classmate, do you also reside in room 309? A familiar voice from his memories pulled Su Liang back to reality. He turned to see Wang Lai. He still bore the same visage from memory, tall and slender, with a handsome face tinged with youthful exuberance. His fresh buzz cut exuded a charmingly rogue vibe. Su Liang smiled. Hello, Wang. Classmate, I've been assigned to this dormitory. Wang Lai paused, surprised that he had referred to him as classmate. Without dwelling on it, he cheerfully replied, let us go. You're the last one we were waiting for. Wang Lai opened the door, ushering Su Liang inside. Brothers, our last roommate has arrived. Su Liang entered the dorm, which still bore its former appearance. Upon hearing Wang Lai's voice, the 2 roommates sitting beside their beds immediately stood up. The somewhat sleazy-looking, chubby Kong Chun grinned widely and said, hello, hello. Now we're all here. Classmate, I'm Kong Chun, from Shinjua number 10, B-grade Divine Seal. From now on, we're roommates. The smirk on Kong Chen's face often gave off a rather dubious vibe. Yet, it was this very chubby fellow who never hesitated to shield his brothers from harm. Su Liang chuckled. Hello, I'm Wang Lai, occupying this bed, from Shinjua no. 4, B-grade Divine Seal. Then there was the final roommate, their leader, Yang Feihua, whose face wore a goofy grin. He was quite robust, always the first to charge into battle alongside his brothers. Hello, I'm Yang Feihua, from Shinjua number 7, B-grade Divine Seal. Su Liang nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings. I'm Su Liang, from Shinjua number 2, B-grade Divine Seal. I look forward to our camaraderie. Su Liang felt as though he had returned to a past life. A moment of disorientation, uncertain if it was merely a dream. This lifetime reunion, he wished to cherish deeply. They exchanged smiles. Su Liang, you'll be sleeping here. Wang Lai said, pointing to a bed. Su Liang nodded with a smile. You can all call me Liangzi. Kong Chen laughed. That's great. You start off by sharing your nickname. Straightforward. From now on, just call me Fatty. I don't mind. It feels more intimate. Wang Lai chuckled. We can't very well call me Skinny, can we? Fatty pondered. When's your birthday? Wang Lai replied, March. Fatty then turned to Su Liang and Yang Feihua. Bro, Liangzi, how about you two? Su Liang smiled faintly, preparing for the hierarchy. June. Yang Feihua stated, January. Fatty clapped his hands. Then it settled. I'm April. Boss, we'll just call you Huagu or Boss, Wang Lai. You're March, so you're Air or Lai Go. I'm San. And you, Liangzi, are C. Perfect. They all nodded in agreement, laughter echoing in the room. Suddenly, Fatty exclaimed, Oh right. Liangzi, you said you're from Shinjua number 2? Yes. Fatty, visibly excited, continued. I just saw and noticed that Bai Qianqian, the SSS grade from your school, has registered here? Su Liang nodded with a smile. Yes, she has joined us. She'll be part of our academy from now on. Fatty gasped in astonishment. Wow, I never expected her to actually come to the academy. Surely she was courted by the 3 great divine armies. I wonder what she is thinking. Su Liang replied with a smile. Isn't this a good thing for our academy? Producing a future divine sect leader can only benefit the institution and Rongqing. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua nodded in agreement. Fatty added, I understand it's a good thing, but I just can't wrap my head around it. If only I could meet someone like her. I don't even need her to like me. It would be great if she could set me up with an S-grade wife. Wang Lai teased. What a dreamer you are, in broad daylight. She's SSS grade. We're not even in the same league. Fatty shifted his hopes to Su Liang. Liangzi, since you're also from Xinjua No. 2, is there a chance you could introduce us? Su Liang smiled, amused by his friend's fixation on women. There might be a chance. Fatty waved dismissively. You don't seem like the type. Never mind. I'll just stick to my fellow struggling friends. Su Liang chuckled inwardly, hoping Fatty wouldn't turn into a lovesick fool when he finally met Qianqian. This life was destined to be completely different. Hey, I heard that the reason SSS grade Bai Qianqian came to our academy is because of a boy. Liangzi, is that true? Fatty inquired curiously. Su Liang contemplated before responding. There's a bit of a connection, but I think even without that boy, she would choose the academy. Fatty lamented. I heard that boy is also a B grade. What luck he has. To catch the eye of an SSS grade powerhouse. Why can't it be me? Laughter erupted among them. Yang Feihua remarked. Don't dwell on the unimportant stuff. That's their fate, not yours. Just focus on being a good fighter. Fatty chuckled. I'm just daydreaming a bit. Wang Lai said. But personally, I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. Who knows how many people might cause trouble for that boy in the future. Besides, can he really maintain a lasting relationship with Bai Qianqian? Most of us B-grade divine seals will hit a wall at the 3-seal divine master level. Even if someone is exceptional, they might only reach the 4-seal divine knight level, while Bai Qianqian, barring any unforeseen events, is destined to ascend to the 9-seal divine sect. Upon hearing this, Su Liang merely smiled. Indeed, the majority seemed to doubt him and Qianqian's future, but they had no idea that he, Su Liang, was not merely a B-grade divine seal. Fatty declared, that's their business. Regardless of whether they can last, at least they've built some feelings. Once Bai Qianqian grows stronger, even a simple favor from her could catapult someone to greatness. Wang Lai shrugged, why worry about it? With that topic behind them, Fatty began to jovially discuss the beauties and campus queens of the academy. Meanwhile, Su Liang pondered whether his beastly transformation would be observable in this place. Perhaps he should stay at the villa tonight and monitor himself to see what his beastly transformation looks like. He might also pay a visit to Gong Lai. After chatting with everyone for a while, I discreetly sent a message to Qianqian, inviting her to spend the night outside. Upon receiving her consent, Su Liang smiled and announced, Brothers, I won't be staying here tonight. I didn't bring a change of clothes. The chubby one inquired, Are you heading home? No. My girlfriend has an apartment outside, and I left some clothes there when I came. I have a few matters to attend to, so I'll be staying out tonight. He replied. Hearing this, the crowd gasped in surprise. The chubby one exclaimed excitedly, Liangzi, is your girlfriend 60 years old? Su Liang's face twitched in disbelief. What are you thinking? Why would your girlfriend own an apartment outside? Do you know how valuable a place here is? Or are you suggesting your girlfriend is a top-tier rich second generation? Su Liang retorted with annoyance. No, she's just an ordinary person. I won't discuss this further. I'll be back tomorrow evening. See you. Watching Su Liang depart, they were filled with envy. Su Liang preferred to keep matters regarding Qian to himself for now, not wanting them to think he was showing off. It would be better for them to discover it themselves later. Upon meeting Qianqian, her cheeks flushed. Were they really going to cohabit tonight? Would he do anything to me? Little did Su Liang know the thoughts swirling in her mind. Let us first visit Gong Lai and perhaps snag a meal, he suggested. All right, Qianqian replied, feeling somewhat dazed, as it was her first experience with cohabitation. Chapter 51, The Delights of Soft Meals. Gong Lai lay languidly by the floor-to-ceiling window, leisurely sipping tea. Ah, old Gong Lai, you're awake? Su Liang greeted as he entered. Gong Lai turned to him, acknowledging his presence. You brat, call me old Gong. I want tea. I'm afraid Qianqian might misunderstand. He countered. Greengrass and Qianqian wore faint smiles. Gong Lai turned to Qianqian. By Qianqian, would you mind if I gave him a thrashing? Qianqian timidly shook her head. I don't mind. Gong Lai chuckled, cracking his knuckles. Come on, lie down and take a beating. Qianqian hurriedly interjected. Just don't hit too hard. Su Liang grinned mischievously. Look, she still can't bear it. Gong Lai sighed. Who are you two trying to make envious? So sweet already? Qianqian lowered her head shyly. Su Liang, with a hint of pride, pulled Qianqian to sit down. Are you feeling better? Gong Lai nodded. It's nothing, just a matter of resting for about 10 days. My chest will heal faster, but it's mainly my leg. Su Liang nodded. I told you not to overexert yourself, but you wouldn't listen. Gong Lai rolled his eyes. If I hadn't overexerted myself, could you have killed that 2-star ghost spider? Fine, you're impressive. Green Grass chimed in, stepping forward. Su Liang, This is your task reward from the captain, 1,000 low-grade divine crystals. Green Grass produced a pile of crystals from her spatial converter. That is quite a reward. Su Liang remarked. Green Grass shook her head. Not really. If this task were executed in a Tier 3 city, each person would probably receive 5,000. Su Liang nodded in agreement. Indeed, lower-tier cities had fewer resources. However, 1,000 divine crystals converted to ordinary currency would amount to around 40 to 50,000. That was already a considerable income. This exemplified the stark contrast between divine chosen ones and ordinary people. 40 to 50,000 could easily support an average family for a year. Hence, so many aspired to join the divine hunter squad or enter the military. Most resources were eternally monopolized by the upper echelons, a timeless truth. Of course, this also stemmed from the high level of the Jinsha squad, which operated in a broader task area and eliminated numerous exotic beasts, thereby justifying such task rewards. Other teams would likely receive less. Greengrass, could you help me exchange these for beast crystals? Or if you have beast crystals on you, we can trade directly. Greengrass paused. Gong Lai furrowed his brow. Why do you need so many beast crystals? For research purposes. It's a secret, Su Liang responded playfully. As for divine crystals, I don't lack them at the academy. Thanks to Qianqian, I can just collect what I need for evolution. Greengrass said. But you could accumulate these divine crystals for equipment later. Su Liang shook his head. That is not my concern for now. Greengrass found it hard to press further and nodded. All right, I still have beast crystals on me. I'll exchange them for you. Do you want 1-star or 2-star? 1-star will do. Greengrass nodded. That's 100 1-star beast crystals for you. Su Liang smiled. Knowing that the exchange rate was 10 to 1 for low-grade divine crystals to 1-star beast crystals and 100 to 1 for 2-star. With 100 1-star beast crystals secured, Su Liang's spirits lifted. It was equivalent to boosting his level by over 2. All right, you all chat. I'll go prepare dinner. Greengrass, let me help you. Qianqian offered, standing up as well. Gong Lai glanced at Bai Qianqian before locking eyes with Su Liang. Kid, I'm not sure if I should say this. Su Liang calmly replied. I know what you're going to say. Everyone will understand my relationship with Qianqian in due time. Gong Lai nodded, as long as you understand. It's not that I doubt it, but you'll encounter numerous troubles ahead. I'm aware, when trouble comes, I'll smash it. Gong Lai dropped the subject. After some light banter, Su Liang inquired, by the way, old Gong Lai, why do I feel like the frequency of exotic beast invasions has increased recently? Gong Lai nodded. Not increased, but it's daily. Su Liang's pupils constricted slightly. Daily incursions by exotic beasts? Gong Lai confirmed. Yes, it's just the scale that varies. For small-scale incursions, we generally don't intervene, and I need to recuperate. Su Liang asked, Isn't that rather unusual? Gong Lai nodded. Indeed it is. The military has already sent people to investigate. We can only stay inside the city. According to some speculations, it might be related to Bai Qianqian awakening her SSS-level powers. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's pupils widened in shock. That's impossible, right? Gong Lai's expression turned serious. Nothing is impossible. You know, there are countless types of exotic beasts, some possessing unique powers. The military suspects that Bai Qianqian's awakening has triggered a response from high-tier exotic beasts, inciting their wariness and prompting them to invade repeatedly. However, the military will implement corresponding defenses. Kid, be prepared. There may be an unending stream of tasks ahead. Su Liang nodded silently, pondering the gravity of the situation. He had seldom heard such claims in his past life, and even during his and Bai Qianqian's time at the academy, there had been no such rumors. By the way, where did your formidable combat prowess come from? Aren't you a B grade? What of being a B grade? Can I be a bit extraordinary? Gong Lai seemed somewhat earnest, warning him to be cautious on future missions and not to perish. Su Liang lost his playful demeanor, acknowledging, you take care of yourself too. Don't let anything happen to you. Soon, dinner time arrived. The four of them engaged in light-hearted conversation, sipping a bit of wine. It wasn't until night fell that Su Liang and Qianqian returned to the villa together, with Qianqian supporting him. Are you all right? No worries, rest assured. The two individuals sat on the sofa, seemingly engulfed in silence, with an atmosphere that was rather delicate. Tonight, it was just a man and a woman. Bai Qianqian and Su Liang. I'm going to take a shower. Bai Qianqian abruptly sat up. Su Liang froze in place, a look of confusion on his face. Why the sudden excitement? Don't rush, there's still time. He grasped Qianqian's hand, pulling her back down. Qianqian's body went rigid, her cheeks flushed, her mind a blank canvas. What would he say? Was he going to kiss me? Or perhaps embrace me? Bai Qianqian felt as if she could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of her heart. Qianqian, do you think I'm living off you? Su Liang's sudden and peculiar question left Bai Qianqian momentarily stunned. As she looked over, her heart eased slightly, yet a tinge of disappointment lingered. Would he not do something more? No, it's not about living off anyone. You've always protected me. and now it's my turn to safeguard you. I promised you. You can have whatever you desire. Everything I have belongs to you. Bai Qianqian shyly fiddled with her fingers. Su Liang suddenly felt as if he had been struck, realizing he had been thoroughly captivated. He chuckled. All right, I understand. But when you referred to me as your boyfriend just now, it was truly impressive. Bai Qianqian bashfully covered her face. Stop saying that. Su Liang grinned mischievously. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm ignoring you. I'm going to take a shower now. I need to make the most of my time to evolve. Bai Qianqian stood up to leave. Su Liang, seemingly emboldened by his intoxication, said, Don't hurry. With a strong pull, he grasped her wrist. Qianqian lost her balance, stumbling forward and landing on the sofa, with Su Liang beneath her. Their lips were merely 2 centimeters apart, and they could feel each other's breath. Su Liang could clearly see Qianqian's face, which was rapidly turning crimson. She remained stiff, unsure of what to say, her eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. Qianqian, do you want to? Bai Qianqian's face reddened further. Huh? You. She fell silent, realizing the more she spoke, the more tangled her words became. She simply closed her eyes, surrendering to whatever Su Liang desired. Su Liang observed her adorable demeanor, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It's wonderful to have you. In a moment of primal impulse, he gently pecked her forehead. Oh no. Bai Qianqian felt her mind nearly ablaze. He had kissed her. What would happen next? She trembled at the thought. Su Liang chuckled mischievously. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Go take your shower. Bai Qianqian was helped up, momentarily dazed. Was that it? Just finished? Su Liang grinned. Bai Qianqian shot him a resentful glance. Humph. Silly. She turned to leave, still exhilarated, her heart racing like a wild deer. Su Liang had kissed me. Watching Qianqian retreat to her room, he finally focused, realizing that winning the Empress as his wife would be a gradual process. There was no need to rush. Next, he needed to prepare for his own matters. Upon entering his room, gazing at the luxurious, high-tech surroundings, he couldn't help but exclaim, living off someone is truly delightful. After freshening up and exchanging a few words with Qianqian, he was ready to commence his beast energy transformation. Tonight, he would level up once again. Looking at his beast crystal, he declared, Beast Energy Transformation. Initiate. Chapter 52, The First Solo Battle. The following day, Levian had just prepared breakfast for Gong Lai when they suddenly received a mission signal from Long Lan. Levian, there's an invasion of otherworldly beasts in the west of the city. Deploy immediately. Levian and Gong Lai's expressions changed instantly. Understood. Gong Lai. This time you will not fight. Focus on your recovery. Leave it to us. Gong Lai panicked. Xiaolan. If I don't go, who will? I've already informed Su Liang. He is nearby your residence. Levian, you go fetch him. Understood. Levian nodded earnestly. Gong Lai was frantic. I can't just stay back. He can't handle it alone. Levian retorted. You need to stay put. We will take care of Su Liang. Xiaolan nodded. That's the arrangement. It's an order from the captain. Gong Lai was beside himself with worry, but it seemed he had no choice. He could hardly stand for long. As he watched Levian prepare to leave, he called out, Wait. This is for Su Liang. Gong Lai tossed a silver spear. Tell that kid to be careful. Levian nodded. All right. Understood. After a night of torment, Su Liang experienced both pain and pleasure. 63 one-star beast crystals were successfully transformed. He gazed at his status panel, a slight smile gracing his lips. This feels fantastic. Beast Energy Transformation. Transformation Progress. 149-100-0000. Beast Energy Talent. Eye of Insight 1. Divine Seal. B-Class Wind and Fire Divine Seal. Level 1. Divine Seal Evolution Progress. 1. Beast God Seal. SSS Class Crimson Eye Celestial Seal. Level 5. Beast God Seal Evolution Progress. 50. Mental Strength. 341-6100. Power. 371-3100. Agility. 321-8100. Speed. 341-6100. To round it off, he had transformed 63 one-star beast crystals. The effects were remarkably evident, directly elevating his Beast God Seal to level 5. He felt an immense surge of strength. Based on his current estimations, his power undoubtedly surpassed that of a level 10 B-Class Divine Seal candidate. With a strength rating of 20 points for a level 10 B-Class Divine candidate, he had clearly exceeded that. Essentially, he was now nearly equivalent to a B-Class 2-Seal Divine Envoy. His power was assured. Opening his eyes, he glanced at the time. It was 8 in the morning. A smirk appeared on his face. Today was a full day. He should be able to level up further. The 63 beast crystals had consumed nearly 12 hours. However, it was already an astonishing feat if converted into divine crystals. That would amount to 630 low-level divine crystals. Even among SSS class entities, who would dare claim to absorb 630 crystals in one night while still being a chosen one? It It was virtually impossible. The peak might only allow for dozens to 100 crystals, right? He would find out when he asked Qianqian, feeling himself grow stronger at an astonishing pace. Su Liang was overjoyed. The day continued. Outside, Qianqian's voice rang out. Su Liang, go, have you woken up? It's time for breakfast. All right, coming. Just then, a red mission signal appeared on the star chain. Su Liang's expression shifted. A virtual screen popped up. Su Liang. There's an invasion of otherworldly beasts in the west of the city. Deploy immediately. I've arranged for Levine to pick you up. Understood. Su Liang's demeanor transformed instantly. He dashed out of his room. Qianqian had already laid out breakfast. Seeing Su Liang in a frantic state, she asked, what's wrong? Qianqian, there's a mission. I have to leave now. Bai Qianqian gasped, instantly filled with concern. Aren't you going to eat something? Time was of the essence. Sister Green had already arrived. Bai Qianqian was engulfed in deep concern. I still cannot assist you. I promise to protect you, she expressed, her face awash with guilt. Su Liang cast her a glance, wrapped his arm around her waist, and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Do not worry, I shall be fine. He then reached for a morsel from the dining table to sustain himself. Be good, wait for my return. If I am late, head to the academy without me. Bai Qianqian stood frozen for a considerable time. I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. Yet, Su Liang had already departed. A wave of exuberance surged within her, and she shyly clasped her small hands, overwhelmed by the marvelous sensation. They felt akin to a young couple. However, Bai Qianqian's gaze soon turned resolute. She needed to strengthen herself. There remained but one day. I have already leveled up twice. I haven't told you yet. Wait for me. I will surely become stronger very soon. Bai Qianqian murmured to herself. After finishing her breakfast, she hurried off to absorb the divine crystal for her evolution. Sister Green sped along with Su Liang towards the western part of the city. To her astonishment, the academy had bestowed that villa upon Qianqian. Sister Green was taken aback. Su Liang chuckled. I am fortunate to reap the benefits. Sister Green sighed. Quickly check the mission details. This time, your skills will be crucial. Su Liang's expression grew serious. Understood. Leave it to me. Where I stand, the mission stands. Gong Lai handed him a firearm, an A-grade long gun, superior to his previous one. Ah, he must be looking to feel involved. He mused as Gong Lai's voice crackled through the earpiece. Involved? Don't be foolish. Be careful out there, don't die. Su Liang laughed. Rest assured, just watch me showcase my skills. No joking. Check the mission details yourself, Gong Lai replied gravely. As Su Liang perused the mission information, the voices of his teammates echoed in his earpiece. Xiaoliang, call me if you encounter danger. I'll look after you. It was Han Xiaolong's voice. Su Liang smiled. Sure, I won't hold back then. The captain, Qi Hengqiu, interjected. Qingqing, stay close to Su Liang. Provide him with support. Acknowledged, replied Yi Qingqing, her tone still icy, reminiscent of an ice queen. Su Liang glanced at the mission details, his expression shifting slightly. It appeared that armored beasts were in play this time. Sister Green nodded, her demeanor turning somber. The voice of Xiaolong drifted through the earpiece. This time, with the assistance of armored beasts in the invasion, many lower-tier beasts like bloodthirsty rats and ghost-faced spiders will appear, far exceeding the numbers from the last incident. However, do not fret. The military has dispatched numerous personnel, and many divine hunting squads are en route. We will manage our designated area. This could be a grueling battle. An affirmation echoed through the earpiece. Su Liang responded in kind, studying the mission briefing. Bloodthirsty rats, ghost-faced spiders, armored beasts, and gold-devouring ants. This truly promised to be a fierce confrontation. Upon reaching the designated area in the western city, Su Liang observed that the divine barrier had been activated. He landed, arrived at the designated location. Arrived. Qi Hengqiu's voice resonated. Activate the divine barrier. Yes. Su Liang initiated the barrier. A towering beam of light erupted, intertwining in brilliance. Clad in battle armor and wielding a silver spear, he assumed a commanding position. The voice of Qi Hengqiu rang out through the earpiece. Su Liang. Be extremely cautious. Understood, Captain. Su Liang's gaze was grave. With sword in hand, he stood ready to slay any who approached. Blood drinkers, prepare for combat. Yes, yes. As he listened to the voices in the earpiece, a surge of excitement coursed through him, reminiscent of a previous life. This time, he would guard a single mission point alone. He aspired to be a blood drinker, though Qi Hengqiu would likely not approve until he showcased unparalleled strength. For now, I shall defend this place. The sounds of battle commenced as the clash began. When the military detected the large-scale invasion of beasts, they promptly notified the local residents to evacuate swiftly, minimizing casualties. As time passed, the sounds of conflict in the earpiece were somewhat muted. Yet, Su Liang found it difficult to maintain composure. Could the invasion of beasts truly be linked to Qianqian awakening her SSS-level abilities? His rebirth had already altered some historical trajectories. Would other events consequently shift? Su Liang pondered this in vain. At that moment, reinforcements. A large number of one-star beasts are approaching the mission point, ready for battle. Received. Qingqing, focus on supporting Su Liang. Understood. Approaching now? Su Liang's eyes sparkled with determination, bracing for the onslaught. Indeed, within minutes, several one-star beasts appeared before him, armored beasts and gold-devouring ants. Su Liang's gaze flashed with intensity as he summoned the power of the wind and fire divine seal. Attack! He charged forth, brandishing his long spear, plunging into the throng of beasts. His strength had surged dramatically, bolstered by the battle armor. He possessed the equivalent of 70 points of power, more than sufficient to annihilate these one-star beasts. With a swift thrust, he obliterated the head of a gold-devouring ant in an instant. A powerful jab followed, dispatching another without any strain. This was the tangible transformation brought about by strength. Su Liang was elated. It felt exhilarating. These one-star beasts varied in strength, but most hovered around 30 to 40 points. Their intelligence was low, and their combat capability was not formidable. Immersed in the thrill of battle, Su Liang swiftly dispatched several beasts, eagerly awaiting the next wave. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing, airborne in her battle armor, was astounded. Is that it? Are you sure this guy is just a newly awakened high school student? What a joke. Typically composed. She couldn't help but be astonished witnessing Su Liang in combat. His prowess was far from that of a mere high schooler. He resembled a seasoned warrior. However, this realization eased her anxiety. At least she didn't have to worry about him so much now. Soon, Su Liang faced a second wave of beasts. Continuing his relentless assault, his spear stained with blood, he fought fiercely among the horde. This display even shocked Long Lan in the background. He seemed even more ferocious than last time. What a prodigy. Everyone was embroiled in a grueling battle, losing track of time as they fought for what felt like hours. Su Liang, however, was acutely aware that the area surrounding his mission point was already littered with corpses. Yet, the slaughter must continue. Just as he dispatched another group of beasts, Long Lan's voice echoed through the earpiece. Captain, the Blood Wolf squad next door is requesting assistance. 3 one-star aberrations have escaped from the confines of their forbidden realm and are approaching our vicinity. It has been detected that there are residents who have not yet evacuated, and they are unable to disengage. The expressions of the gathered crowd darkened. Qi Hengqiu inquired, in what direction? To the east of Su Liang, approximately 1,500 meters away. Before Qi Hengqiu could respond, someone exclaimed, Captain, leave it to me. All right, exercise caution, evacuate the residents, and return to the team swiftly. Qingqing, help him hold the fort for a while. Received. Yi Qingqing affirmed. Su Liang hastened towards the target. Sister Xiaolan, provide me with the coordinates. Chapter 53. The Recklessness of Youth? Although it was broad daylight, certain streets appeared somewhat shadowy. At this moment, within one such street, a seemingly frail girl, appearing no older than 17 or 18, was fleeing in a state of panic. In the distance behind her, 3 bloodthirsty rats were relentlessly pursuing her. Terror was etched across her face. No, she could not perish here. She had only just awakened her S-level divine seal. How could she meet her end in such a manner? It was also because He Yao had been in such a deep slumber, coupled with living alone, that no one had noticed her absence. During the evacuation, she had been completely unaware. By the time she realized the danger, she had already encountered the trio of bloodthirsty rats, and it was too late to find refuge. Fortunately, the awakening of her S-level divine seal had enhanced her physical capabilities, allowing her to maintain a semblance of composure as she fled. He Yao could only run with all her might. Yet, ultimately, she could not outrun the 3 bloodthirsty rats. After sprinting through several blocks, the 3 one-star bloodthirsty rats closed in on her. Despair engulfed He Yao. She should not die here. She was destined to become a divine general in the future. How could she fall to such lowly aberrations? But all of this was mere fantasy. One of the bloodthirsty rats suddenly surged forward, leaping several meters in a single bound, and in an instant, it was upon her. Its massive tail struck her, sending her crashing into a heap of refuse. Blood spilled from her mouth as she gasped in despair. The 3 bloodthirsty rats lunged at her, intent on devouring her. He Yao's pupils were filled with hopelessness. She closed her eyes, bracing herself to embrace death. But in the next moment, a dull thud resonated, accompanied by the anguished screeching of the bloodthirsty rats, startling He Yao. The rats had not yet reached her. She opened her eyes and beheld a figure clad in battle armor, who fired a shot that obliterated one of the bloodthirsty rats. The figure then engaged the remaining 2. His marksmanship was both fierce and graceful, devoid of any hesitation. In a matter of mere seconds, the 2 ferocious one-star bloodthirsty rats were slain on the spot. He Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. It was only when Su Liang extracted the beast crystal and approached her that she came to her senses. Tears flowed uncontrollably as she sobbed loudly. She had truly come perilously close to death. Su Liang paid her no mind, recognizing it as a natural response. Let us go. I'll escort you to safety. We must leave swiftly. Su Liang wrapped his arm around her waist, his steps swift and determined. He Yao gazed at the youthful face before her, somewhat taken aback. So young. Thank you, she murmured. No need for thanks. Just hurry to safety, Su Liang replied calmly, simultaneously sending a message to the captain. Captain, Sister Xiaolan, the 3 bloodthirsty rats have been eliminated, and the residents are safe. I am escorting her to a secure location and will return to the team shortly. Good. He Yao could scarcely believe it. Are you a member of the Divine Hunter Squad? Yes. Which Divine Hunter Squad? Inferno Kill. He Yao, unaware of Inferno Kill's ranking, nodded in acknowledgement. Okay, I'll remember that. I will strive to become a member of the Divine Hunter Squad in the future. Thank you. Su Liang smiled slightly. Then do your best. He Yao gazed deeply at Su Liang, wishing to engrave his face into her memory. This was a life-saving grace, igniting a fluttering sensation in her heart. Su Liang spoke little, his focus entirely on the aberrations. He had initially thought it would be a simple task to rescue this girl and return to the team. Suddenly, Longlan's voice crackled through the comms once more. Su Liang, several armored beasts and gold-devouring ants have breached the underground barriers of the Forbidden Realm and are heading in your direction. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's expression shifted. How many? Longlan hesitated for a moment. A total of 8, including 1 2-star gold-devouring ant. Su Liang's face twitched in disbelief. What the hell? The expressions of the remaining teammates also turned grave. Su Liang, retreat. The captain's voice rang out. I'll assist him. Yi Qingqing's voice interjected. Just as Su Liang was about to refuse, Xiaolan's voice echoed again. Captain, be cautious. A 4-star phantom spider is about to appear. Longlan's warning echoed in everyone's earpiece, sending a wave of alarm through them. Qi Hingchu's tone remained calm. Do not panic. Focus on your own safety. I can handle this. Su Liang's heart raced. A 4-star aberration. How could a 4-star aberration possibly appear? Especially one as lowly as a phantom spider. Normally, it would correspond to 4 marked divine warriors, yet a 4-star aberration was still a notch above them. Fortunately, the captain was a level 40 divine warrior. Standing at the pinnacle of their kind, he should still be able to contend with it. I'll assist the captain, came the voice of Zhao Jian, level 32, who was also a 4-marked divine warrior. Old Gu, Xiaolong, hold this position. Received. Understood. Yi Qingqing affirmed. I'll assist you, Su Liang. No need. Su Liang insisted. The marker must be defended. I can handle this myself. The situation was growing increasingly perilous, and Su Liang was acutely aware that no one could afford to disengage easily at this moment. The marker needed Yi Qingqing's protection, or the situation would deteriorate rapidly. The teammates wore expressions of concern. Su Liang, do not be reckless. Just retreat. Longlan cautioned. Gong Lai's voice joined in. Su Liang, do not act foolishly. Retreat immediately. With unwavering determination, Su Liang replied, Sister Qingqing, you guard the marker. Leave these aberrations to me. Sister Xiaolan, what are the specifics of the gold-devouring ants? Silence fell over the group as they grappled with their predicament. After a moment, Longlan spoke again. There's a recently evolved 2-star gold-devouring ant. But it's not something you can handle. It's fine. Trust me. Su Liang remained remarkably composed. As long as it wasn't on the verge of evolving into a 3-star, he felt confident. Strangely, in that moment, all his teammates seemed to refrain from stopping him. They appeared to anticipate that perhaps Su Liang would surprise them. Yet, they also felt that it was somewhat absurd. After all, he was merely a high school student who had just awakened to his divine abilities. How could he possibly contend with a fully powered 2-star aberration? All that remained was to await the outcome. Qi Hengchu's voice resonated. If you can't win, retreat. There's no shame in it. Understood. Su Liang steeled himself. Fully alert. In the blink of an eye, a 2-star gold-devouring ant, accompanied by a horde of 7 1-star gold-devouring ants, charged towards him with reckless abandon. He Yao's face turned ashen with fear. Su Liang's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. Seek a more secure location to conceal yourself and await my return. He Yao dared not entertain any other thoughts and could only comply with Su Liang's directives, hastily finding a secluded spot where she could observe him. In the next moment, a faint golden light flickered in Su Liang's eyes, and the radiance emanating from his chest concealed itself. Being daytime, it was not particularly conspicuous. It was precisely at the instant this fluctuation manifested that the 2-star golden-eating ant seemed to sense an overwhelming danger, hesitating to advance. Su Liang, however, was undeterred. With a sharp command, he propelled himself forward. The long spear was summoned forth, his speed reaching its apex. A powerful force erupted from the spear as he thrust it, striking the hard carapace of the golden-eating ant. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the ant was sent reeling back by Su Liang's strike. Lan, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished. How could his strength be so formidable? Su Liang showed no signs of fatigue. After repelling the two-star golden-eating ant, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He swept the spear horizontally, shattering the head of a one-star golden-eating ant. With a sudden stomp of his foot, he narrowly evaded the razor-sharp claws of the two-star golden-eating ant, swiftly dispatching another one-star ant. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, through the perspective granted by his inside eye. Su Liang seemed to perceive the movements of each golden-eating ant with clarity, anticipating their actions. Armed with 50 points of agility and speed, he effortlessly evaded their advances. He wreaked havoc amidst the swarm, ensuring that each thrust of his spear claimed a golden-eating ant. These ants were colossal, comparable in size to an adult human. Renowned for their physical prowess, the ant swarm was a force to be reckoned with. The golden-eating ant, a creature that fed on metallic substances, was one of the reasons why these beasts could coordinate with armored entities to invade cities. Su Liang skillfully avoided colliding with their brute strength, channeling all his energy into enhancing his speed and agility. One spear, one ant. The two-star golden-eating ant, seething with rage, found itself powerless against Su Liang, forced to watch as he systematically eliminated its one-star companions. Hiao, observing this scene, felt her heart flutter. At that moment, Su Liang appeared incredibly dashing and fierce. Yet, one question lingered in her mind. Why was there only a single divine imprint's glow emanating from Su Liang? It seemed to be a B-grade azure light. Located on his arm, only one? How peculiar. After taking a deep breath, Su Liang fixed his gaze upon the two-star golden-eating ant once more. A chilling glimmer flashed in his eyes as he charged forward again. The golden aura radiating from him instilled a primal fear in the golden-eating ant. This instinctive terror allowed Su Liang to continuously force back the ant. The entirety of the golden-eating ant's body, save for its head, was as resilient as iron. Sparks flew as they clashed. Sensing that Su Liang was unable to inflict serious harm upon it, the golden-eating ant's audacity grew, and it began to attack. Colliding with Su Liang's silver spear, sparks erupted as the two titans met. Boom! Su Liang was abruptly forced back. The golden-eating ant, now in a frenzy, charged at him relentlessly, causing Su Liang to retreat step by step. Bang! Crash! Clang! Witnessing this from the perspective of the celestial eye, Lan felt his heart leap into his throat. Having seemingly grasped Su Liang's true capabilities, the golden-eating ant became increasingly ferocious. Its two pairs of sharp forearms, coupled with its iron-chewing mandibles, lunged at Su Liang with reckless abandon. His silver spear began to sustain damage, and the overwhelming force reverberated through Su Liang's hands, causing him immense pain. Forced backward repeatedly, a sudden impact sent Su Liang hurtling away, rolling several times along the ground. Seizing this moment, the golden-eating ant pounced toward him. Su Liang! Lan exclaimed in alarm. The other teammates gasped in shock. Hiao also cried out, "Be careful!" Chapter 54. A grueling blood battle, tremendous gains. As the golden-eating ant lunged forward, in an instant, Su Liang thrust his silver spear against the wall, bending the shaft into a bow shape. Utilizing this powerful momentum, he narrowly evaded the onslaught. After rolling several times, he quickly distanced himself. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression turned grave. The power of this golden-eating ant was at least 100. Had it not been for his extensive combat experience from a past life and the additional 70 points of strength from amplification, along with the beast god imprint's suppression of the aberrant creature, he would have undoubtedly been defeated. The beast god imprint exerted a considerable degree of suppression, reducing its power by nearly half, something Su Liang was acutely aware of. He needed to devise a strategy to subdue it swiftly. The longer this dragged on, the more perilous his situation became. The golden-eating ant charged at him once more. This ant species possessed the ability to wield strength several times greater than their own body weight, thanks to their unique anatomical structure. A fierce determination sparked in Su Liang's eyes. He would sever those forearms. With a cold snort, he unleashed the full power of the level 5 beast god imprint. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly surged forward, thrusting his spear with a devastating force. Angry dragon breaking the army. It was immensely powerful. The golden-eating ant attempted to defend itself, bringing its four forearms together to block Su Liang's strike. However, in the next moment, Su Liang stomped down hard, launching himself into the air, performing a half-turn. Aimed precisely at the joint of one forearm, his spear descended. A critical weakness of the golden-eating ant clang. A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as the sharp spear tip pierced the joint of the ant's arm, shattering one forearm in an instant. The golden-eating ant let out a pained screech. Su Liang had already flipped and landed behind it, eliciting a shriek from Hiao. The golden-eating ant redirected its charge, once again lunging at Su Liang. He twirled his spear, producing blossoms of spear techniques, rendering any of the ant's attempts to attack futile. While evading the assaults of the golden-eating ant, he inflicted wounds upon its body, seeking an opportunity to sever its remaining forearms. When no progress was made, the golden-eating ant excreted a stream of black saliva, suddenly spraying it at Su Liang. His expression tightened, for he had anticipated this. He swiftly maneuvered his body, barely avoiding the corrosive substance as it splattered against the distant wall, eroding a substantial hole into it. The ant's saliva could corrode even metal. Su Liang snorted coldly and charged once more. Considering Hiao's presence nearby, he refrained from directly channeling the beast god imprint's golden power into his spear. Furthermore, with Long Lan observing from the celestial eye, it was best to minimize its use. Despite a series of attacks, Su Liang sustained injuries. A long gash was carved into his chest plate by the golden-eating ant, blood streaming forth, nearly cleaving him in two. Yet, he finally found another opportunity, thrusting his spear to sever another forearm. The golden-eating ant screeched in agony, even beginning to contemplate retreat as it started to withdraw slowly. A cold glint ignited in Su Liang's eyes. Allowing it to escape was out of the question. With two forearms lost, the golden-eating ant's strength had significantly diminished. Su Liang suddenly stomped his foot, propelling himself high into the air. This was the moment. The moon hung brilliantly in the sky as he plunged downward with his spear, infused with golden energy that rendered it exceptionally sharp. The gold-eating ant instinctively raised its arm in defense, yet it was swiftly shattered by Su Liang's fierce strike. The spear struck mercilessly upon the ant's head, creating a resounding thud. The creature collapsed to the ground, emitting a pitiful cry. As cracks began to form in the earth beneath it, the ant's head displayed a distinct indentation, nearly on the verge of bursting. Su Liang bellowed in fury, "Die!" and soared into the air once more. With a swift strike, he aimed directly at the creature's skull. The spear pierced instantly, causing the ant to convulse violently before becoming rigid and motionless. Su Liang exhaled a sigh of relief, relaying the information. The two-star gold-eating ant has been slain. Everyone can rest easy. Upon hearing this, his teammates were momentarily stunned. Had he truly killed it? Was he genuinely a newly awakened god? Gong Lai's voice rang with excitement. "You really are impressive, kid." The team members relaxed, ready to engage in battle once more. "Greening, Su Liang is injured. Please provide support promptly." "Su Liang, there's a breach where those beasts broke through the dark wall. We need you to hold the position temporarily. Can you manage that?" As he excavated the beast crystals, Su Liang replied, "No problem. Just give me the location, and I'll escort this young lady to safety first." Without delay, he located Hiao. "Let us go." He lifted her without regard for his chest wound, and despite his pale complexion, he hurriedly transported her away. Hiao stared at Su Liang's face, momentarily lost in thought. It wasn't until he had secured her in a safe location that she snapped back to reality, forgetting to express her gratitude. In her mind, she held a deep admiration for the members of this elite hunting team. Without his intervention, she, an S-rank, would have perished at the hands of the beasts today. Later, Hiao arrived in the safe zone and inquired about the Jinsha team, her heart racing with astonishment. The foremost hunting team in Rongqing. Yet, something felt amiss. As a member of the Jinsha team, he seemed to exhibit a degree of weakness. Su Liang reached the designated position, and indeed, a massive hole nearly 3 meters wide gaped in the ground. Greening had also arrived, her divine light shimmering as she tended to his chest wound. Her gaze was complex. She could hardly fathom that Su Liang had single-handedly felled a 2-star beast. It seemed utterly implausible. "Can you endure after consuming the energy orb?" Greening asked with concern. Su Liang grinned reassuringly. "It's not a problem. You needn't worry." Longlan's voice echoed. "They're coming." Greening, retreat. Su Liang's eyes glinted coldly as he twisted his spear. "Kill." In the shadows, Longlan observed Su Liang's fierce combat with silent awe. This was not the demeanor of a mere high school student who had just awakened his powers. The girl he had saved moments ago embodied the typical reaction expected of students their age. Was Su Liang truly extraordinary? Longlan pondered this in disbelief. The combat techniques and understanding of the beast displayed by Su Liang were far beyond what one would expect from someone of his age. In fact, it could be said that even the likes of Han Xiaolong and Yi Qingqing lacked his composure. Su Liang stood guard at the cave entrance, continuing to slay any beast that dared to show its head, oblivious to the passage of time. They had begun their battle around 9 in the morning and did not cease until 2 in the afternoon. This confrontation surpassed their wildest expectations, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Su Liang lay beside the cave entrance, feeling as though every joint in his body had become immovable, his hands trembling. Longlan's voice broke through the haze. Everyone has worked hard. The military has reported that the beasts have been temporarily repelled from outside the wall, and we can now begin to clear the battlefield. After a brief respite, Qi Hengchu's voice called out, "Clear the battlefield and collect the beast crystals." The group hurriedly set to work. Su Liang struggled to rise, extracting the crystals from the bodies of the fallen beasts. This labor consumed over another hour, leaving a field strewn with carcasses. The military would soon dispatch personnel to clean up the aftermath. Returning to the waypoint, Su Liang's teammates approached one by one, each bearing various degrees of injury. Thankfully, there had been no casualties. All eyes turned towards the exhausted Su Liang, their expressions a blend of admiration and incredulity. To withstand such an intense battle was truly unimaginable. Han Xiaolong approached Su Liang and playfully slapped him on the back. "You're amazing, brother." Su Liang forced a smile. "It's just a matter of putting my life on the line." His teammates regarded him with profound respect, each one recognizing his valor. Only a comrade of such caliber was worthy of their trust with their lives. Qi Hengchu nodded. "Xiaolong, tally the beast crystals and distribute them. Then, let everyone return to rest. This incursion of beasts exceeded our expectations. We don't know when they may return, so it is imperative that we restore our strength." "Understood," came the unified response. Qi Hengchu turned to Su Liang. "Honestly, I feel you're somewhat superfluous at the Academy of Chosen Ones." Su Liang chuckled, shaking his head. "I can't do that. Qianqian is still at the Academy, and I must accompany her as she grows." Qi Hengchu nodded. "Hand your battle armor to Xiaolong. She will help find someone to repair it. You should consider upgrading to a better set." Su Liang replied with a smile. "No rush. This set is still usable. I'll make it last." The group shared a light chuckle. Xiaolong quickly finished counting the beast crystals. The total number of beasts slain amounted to 1,636, 515 one-star beasts, 115 two-star beasts, 5 three-star beasts, and 1 4-star beast. Following our distribution principles, the 4-star crystal will be jointly held by the team leader and Zhao Jian, while the remaining crystals will be distributed among everyone else. The team nodded in agreement. With no dissent, they understood the immense value of a single 4-star crystal, far exceeding their collective worth, yet they also recognized the peril involved. Only the captain and Zhao Jian could safely claim it. The more powerful their leader, the better it was for them all. Thus, there were no objections regarding the matter. Su Liang silently nodded in agreement. It seemed only fair that the capable should reap the rewards. A single 4-star crystal equated to 10,000 1-star crystals, an astonishing sum of 100,000 low-grade divine crystals. A 3-star crystal could be exchanged for 1,000 1-star crystals, while a 2-star crystal was worth 10. Thus, when all was calculated, excluding the 4-star crystal, they still had a total of 665 1-star crystals remaining. Xiaolong remarked. Gong Lai wasn't he involved in the battle, so he won to be included. A voice crackled through the earpiece. Of course not. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to claim them. Laughter erupted among the group. Xiaolong continued. That simplifies matters. Each person will receive 665 crystals. We'll set aside 665 each as the team's communal funds. Does everyone agree? Su Liang was slightly taken aback. It was an unprecedented tie. Remarkably, everyone seemed satisfied with the outcome. After all, they were all beneficiaries of the captain's prowess, as it was the captain and Zhao Jian who had vanquished numerous high-level exotic beasts. Soon, Long Lon had distributed the beast crystals. "All right, everyone. Return to your quarters to rest and recuperate in preparation for the next battle." Understood. The group departed in high spirits. Su Liang felt a flicker of excitement within him. 700 crystals. This was madness, sheer madness. The Beast God Seal could now be upgraded to its second imprint. Chapter 55. Enjoying the nourishment from the Empress wife. Qi Hengchu and Long Lon observed as Su Liang and Levian exited. Long Lon remarked, "He truly does not resemble a mere high school student who has just awakened his divine consciousness. I perceive a decisiveness in him that surpasses even that of Xiao Long and the others." Qi Hengchu nodded. "Isn't that a good thing?" Long Lan's expression grew complex. "Perhaps he harbors secrets." Qi Hengchu responded with indifference. "Who doesn't have secrets? Remember, all footage of his battles must be destroyed. Do not allow others to witness it." "All right. I understand." Qi Hengchu added. "Perhaps we will be pleasantly surprised. He might elevate us in the divine hunt rankings." Long Lan's gaze flickered with disbelief. "But he is merely a B class." Qi Hengchu, rarely displaying a smile, said, "Let us wait and see." Upon returning to the villa, Bai Qianqian immediately sensed something amiss. She dashed out of her room, and upon seeing Su Liang, bloodied and battered, her eyes brimmed with tears. Without hesitation, she enveloped him in a tight embrace. "How did you sustain such severe injuries?" Su Liang, feeling the warmth of her soft embrace, thought it all worthwhile. Gently cupping her face, he reassured her, "Do not worry. I promised you I would return safely." Bai Qianqian, her eyes reddening, lamented, "If only I had trained harder and become stronger, I could have helped you." Su Liang smiled and shook his head. "There's no rush. Take your time, you will grow stronger soon. I will wait for you." Bai Qianqian nodded, her emotions calming slightly until she realized their close proximity. Her face flushed anew. Embarrassed, she released him. With a mischievous grin, Su Liang teased, "It's fine. Let us embrace a little longer. It feels quite comforting." Bai Qianqian nearly swooned from embarrassment. "You rogue." Su Liang chuckled. "I wonder who the real rogue is. Could it be you, Qianqian?" Bai Qianqian, her toes digging into the floor, wished to bury herself in a hole. Why could she not hide her feelings? Alas, the sight of Su Liang injured rendered her heartbroken. "You're insufferable. I shall ignore you." Su Liang laughed heartily as he reclined on the sofa, utterly exhausted. "It's nearly 4 o'clock. Qianqian, I'm famished. I haven't had lunch." Bai Qianqian immediately sprang into action. "Wait here. I'll prepare something for you right away. Let Xiao Bai handle it. You needn't trouble yourself." "No, I want to do it." Qianqian insisted stubbornly. "What I make carries my intent." Su Liang nodded. "All right." Qianqian quickly began to busy herself in the kitchen. Seizing the opportunity, Su Liang took a shower. Though utterly fatigued and desiring silence, he could not ignore his own stench. After washing up, he emerged to find Qianqian had already prepared a meal. He felt so weak that he could hardly lift his hands, and the pain in his chest reminded him of the deep wound he dared not show her. "Let me feed you," he offered, his spirits lifting. "Sure." He opened his mouth, eagerly awaiting her offering. Bai Qianqian felt shy yet reveled in the moment, wishing to immortalize this sweet scene. How wonderful it would be if they could remain like this forever. After finishing the meal, Su Liang finally lay down, truly yearning for a good rest. "You look so exhausted. Why not stay here tonight?" Su Liang shook his head. "We should return to the academy. There will surely be arrangements to make, and classes commence tomorrow. By the way, did you meet your roommate yesterday?" "Yes, she is a girl much like me. Quite pleasant to get along with." Su Liang pursed his lips. "Then let us head back. We have classes tomorrow." Bai Qianqian's concern was palpable. "Are you really all right?" Su Liang chuckled, shaking his head. "I'm fine, don't worry. Just a bit tired. A good night's sleep will suffice. You should eat something too. Consider it dinner. I'll rest for a bit, and then we'll head back to the academy." "Okay." Qianqian obediently nodded. As Su Liang reclined on the sofa, his heart raced with excitement. With the addition of the 700 newly acquired 1-star beast crystals, he now possessed 823 crystals, enough to evolve the beast god seal to its second imprint. His strength would surge dramatically. Indeed, joining the Divine Hunt team and undertaking missions was the fastest pathway to enhancement. The hunting grounds could be visited or ignored for now. He reviewed the footage of his beast energy evolution from the previous night. A faint glow suggested no significant issues. As long as he concealed the beast crystals beneath the blankets or drew the curtains, the problem would be easily resolved. He could lie down and sleep while evolving. How splendid. Next, he needed 200 more 1-star beast crystals to elevate the beast god seal to level 10. Just a few more nights were required. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. Bai Qianqian gazed at Su Liang, who lay on the sofa, a sweet smile gracing her face. How she longed to plant a kiss on him. Surely, wouldn't he wake up now? He slept like a little piglet. Bai Qianqian tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and leaned down, stealing a kiss. "I will seize every moment to grow stronger." "Su Liang, wait for me." The smile on Bai Qianqian's lips was uncontainable. It wasn't until after 7 that Su Liang stirred awake. "Is it already 7? Bai Qianqian was beside him, absorbing divine crystals. She gently asked, "Would you like to sleep a little longer?" Su Liang shook his head. "Let us head to the academy." "All right, let us go." They stepped out together. On the way, Bai Qianqian chirped, "Su Liang, do you know what level I am now?" Her bright eyes twinkled with excitement, as if seeking praise. Su Liang played along. "What level are you?" "I'm level 4. Isn't that amazing?" Su Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? Level 4? Bai Qianqian beamed at his surprised expression, nodding with glee. "Yes, level 4. I leveled up while you were asleep." Su Liang was genuinely shocked. "Qianqian, how many divine crystals have you absorbed?" "Over 300. Su Liang was dumbfounded. "In just a day and night, you absorbed over 300? "Yes, is that a lot?" Bai Qianqian appeared puzzled. "More than a lot. It's simply extraordinary." Su Liang could hardly believe it. He had toiled tirelessly to hunt and convert so many beast crystals just to reach level 5, while she had ascended to level 4 in merely a day and night. Was this the terrifying prowess of an SSS class? However, upon further reflection, Su Liang paused for a moment. 300 low-level divine crystals are equivalent to over 30 1-star beast crystals. If converted to my experience, that wouldn't even allow for a single level up. In other words, it equates to over 30 beast crystals, yielding a progression of more than 3% in evolution. By this calculation, She requires merely a quarter of his energy to ascend. One could also perceive it this way. Within Qianqian's form, she needs only to enhance a singular attribute to evolve. Su Liang was immediately struck by a sense of injustice. Why is it so? Despite both being of SSS rank, he must expend thrice the effort to upgrade compared to others. Bai Qianqian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Is it truly so swift?" Su Liang offered a wry smile. "Indeed. It is remarkably rapid. Take someone like me, and B-grade divine seal chosen, who might take an entire day merely to absorb a single divine crystal. Would you not agree that is swift?" Bai Qianqian gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. "Is the disparity so great?" Su Liang nodded. "I too have only just realized how significant the difference is. No wonder Director Huang stated that your resources, once claimed, would hardly suffice for your evolution with a mere 10,000 divine crystals." A smile blossomed on Bai Qianqian's face. "Then, I shall soon catch up to you. I will be able to protect you." Su Liang felt a warmth enveloping his heart. This girl was tirelessly absorbing and evolving, all for him. He affectionately ruffled her hair. "Fool, you must balance work and rest. Do not exhaust yourself." Bai Qianqian beamed sweetly. "I won't. I need to catch up to you quickly, so I can protect you. That is my promise to you." Su Liang was genuinely touched. With a wife like this, what more could a man desire? However, it seemed that his progress in winning over the Empress as his wife was advancing swiftly. He chuckled to himself. Chapter 56, Awaiting Qianqian to dazzle everyone. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Liang collapsed onto his bed, leaving his three companions astonished. "Goodness, Liangzi, have you been fighting for an entire day and night? You must exercise restraint. You are still young. You cannot allow yourself to be so drained." The rotund Kong Xian remarked, his expression a mix of envy and concern. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua could not suppress their laughter. Su Liang rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I am young, resilient, and unafraid of anything." Kong Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Did you truly battle for an entire day and night? Are you insane? You need to be cautious." Though he spoke thus, the envy in his eyes was unmistakable. Su Liang sighed. "Fatty, why do you always have such thoughts?" The hefty one retorted fiercely, "You're enjoying yourself. Yet you won't let your brother say a word?" Wang Lai chuckled heartily. "It seems we need to find Fatty a girlfriend soon. Otherwise, he will unearth all our secrets." Su Liang nodded with a smile. "We should find him a hefty girl." "No, I want one with ample bosom, a slim waist, and long legs." Fatty hastily interjected. "You must be dreaming. Unless you shed some weight." Wang Lai laughed uproariously. Fatty seemed unfazed by the jibes. "Is it so easy to lose weight? I have a large frame. Alas, what a pity for my handsome visage. Why do I have no girlfriend? Liangzi, hurry and tell us, how many times in total? Where did it happen?" Su Liang rolled his eyes again. "Ask Wang Lai. He and his girlfriend are the ones truly indulging." Fatty was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Wang Lai, you have a girlfriend?" At that moment, Wang Lai was equally dumbfounded. "Liangzi, how did you know I have a girlfriend?" Su Liang's heart sank. He thought, "Oh no, I might have revealed too much." He glanced at Wang Lai, whose gaze brimmed with confusion, leading Su Liang to wonder if he had investigated him. Quickly, he regained his composure. "With your rakish charm, how could you possibly not have a girlfriend? Who do you think you're fooling?" Upon hearing this, Wang Lai erupted into laughter. "Liangzi, you have good taste. I appreciate your acknowledgement. It's not a loss for me with this handsome face." Su Liang felt relieved that he had managed to evade suspicion. Fatty was not pleased. "Old too, you rascal. You actually have a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell us?" He continued. "So this afternoon, you secretly snuck out for a date?" Fatty wore an expression of disbelief. Wang Lai grinned. "We didn't do much, just shared a kiss." Fatty's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "I want one too. Get lost." "All right then." The group erupted into laughter, with their leader, Yang Feihua, shaking his head in resignation. "What a character. Old too. How long have you been together? Let me feel some envy. Is your girlfriend beautiful?" Wang Lai rolled his eyes. "Of course she is beautiful. We got together in high school. Though we've known each other since elementary, you could say we are childhood sweethearts." Fatty clutched his hair in despair. "Do you think I would be envious?" "Absolutely not." The group was in stitches at his antics. Fatty suddenly turned to Yang Feihua. "Old boss, don't tell me you also have a girlfriend. If so, I might as well not live anymore." Yang Feihua shook his head. "Rest assured, I do not. I'll accompany you in your singlehood." Fatty sighed in relief and embraced the leader, sobbing. "Old boss, we are like two unfortunate brothers. Let us not play with them anymore. Let us go charm some girls." "Get off me. Your snot is about to touch me." Yang Feihua shoved him away. Meanwhile, Su Liang observed Yang Feihua closely. "Is there truly no one?" "Yes." The leader had been missing his chance with her. They clearly loved each other, yet he remained hesitant to take a step forward. The leader feared dragging her down. She was A-grade, while he was merely B-grade. In this lifetime, he must assist him. After a moment of silence, Su Liang asked, "By the way, What classes do we have tomorrow? What is the schedule? Wang Lai replied. We gather in the classroom at 8 in the morning for introductions, followed by a virtual combat assessment of our strengths. And then we have classes on divine seal theory and comprehensive courses on beasts. It will be quite routine. Su Liang nodded. That seems to be the case. He then inquired, by the way, do you know who the school beauty is? Fatty could not remain still for even a moment. His eyes gleamed mischievously. The others turned to him. I have exclusive photos of the school beauty. Would you care to see? His eyebrows danced with mischief. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua were immediately intrigued. Su Liang nearly burst into laughter. Those so-called exclusive photos were merely the concoctions of that rascal. Hurry, let me see. Wang Lai urged excitedly. Fatty grinned. Old too, if you don't behave. I'll tell your girlfriend. Wang Lai shot him a glare. Quit the nonsense. Fatty, feigning suspense, said, as for the school beauty of our academy, it must be the 3-seal level senior Fong Beiwei, an SS grade ice system divine seal, the quintessential ice-cold beauty, the brightest star among the talented women of Rongqing. Just look at those long legs, that slim waist, and those towering peaks. Oh, if only I could experience her charm, I would gladly die. The others regarded Fatty's lewd and entranced demeanor with incredulity. Upon hearing this, Su Liang found himself lost in memories. Fong Beiwei was indeed a brilliant girl. Had Qianqian not appeared, she would undoubtedly have been the most radiant female in Rongqing. Alas, Qianqian had arrived. Wang Lai chimed in eagerly. I've heard about her too. Fong Beiwei is absolutely the school beauty. Quickly show me. Fatty slid his wristwatch with a few deft movements. A virtual screen materialized, revealing a stunning woman clad in minimal attire. Her figure was enough to ignite primal desires. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua gazed at her entranced. Wang Lai swallowed hard and inquired, is this truly a private photograph of Senior Fong Beiwei? Could there be any doubt? Have you not seen that face? It is unmistakable. In the image, Fong Beiwei radiated unparalleled beauty. Her eyes sparkled with an enchanting allure, seemingly capable of captivating all who gazed upon her. Su Liang stealthily captured this moment. Fatty, do you think Fong Beiwei would react violently if she knew you had synthesized such a photo of her? Upon hearing this, Fatty's expression shifted uneasily. Liangzi, this is no jest. It could be life-threatening. Then you ought to delete it immediately. If others find out, you will be in grave danger. Once they freeze you out, no one will be able to rescue you. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua exchanged startled glances. You synthesized it. Fatty awkwardly chuckled. Su Liang smiled and remarked, do you truly believe that a frosty beauty like Fong Beiwei would take such photographs? Is it even remotely possible? Wang Lai and Yang Feihua were instantly disheartened. Fatty, you truly know how to have fun. Delete it at once. Fatty feigned innocence. Liangzi, has your vision been impaired? Su Liang retorted, even a fool could deduce that. Reluctantly, Fatty deleted the image, acknowledging it was merely a playful endeavor. Retaining it could lead to unforeseen consequences. He sighed. Nevertheless, Fong Beiwei is undeniably beautiful, possessing a divine aura that is second to none. Perhaps there were other girls in the past who could rival her beauty, but without awakening their divine marks. They have faded into obscurity. Everyone nodded in agreement. Wang Lai mused. I wonder if anyone from our cohort can rise to the challenge and compete with Fong Beiwei for the title of Campus Belle. Yang Feihua questioned, what about Bai Qianqian? Wang Lai shook his head. I've heard that Bai Qianqian isn't particularly attractive. She is rather slender, so it's unlikely. Su Liang merely smiled, confident that in time, they would witness his beloved Qianqian astonish everyone. Fatty quickly interjected, I know of someone. There is a girl from Liangzi's old school named Lung Liangshuang. Someone managed to snap a candid photo of her today. Let me find it. Fatty swiftly retrieved a photograph to show them. Su Liang, however, maintained an impassive demeanor. Wang Lai and Yang Feihua gazed at Lung Liangshuang's figure and features, nodding in approval. Exquisite as a fairy, with a complexion like crimson, brows like a crescent moon, pearly teeth and vermilion lips. Skin as smooth as jade and a figure as slender as a willow. She is truly a sight to behold. Wang Lai exclaimed. Su Liang was momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the poetic descriptions. Fatty waved his hand dismissively. I don't understand what you're saying. Look, she has ample curves, a tiny waist, a shapely rear, and long, fair legs. She could certainly bear children without worry. Su Liang chuckled. This was quintessentially Fatty. Wang Lai retorted, lack of culture. That is precisely the point I was making. Yang Feihua added, she may indeed have the potential to rival Fong Beiwei. Fatty nodded excitedly, absolutely. She possesses an S-rank Divine Mark and will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Liangzi, she is from your school, right? Su Liang nodded yes. She was the campus belle in high school. Is there a chance for an introduction? No chance. I'm not familiar with her. Su Liang shook his head firmly, wishing to avoid any association with Lung Liangshuang at present. Fatty sighed. It seems I will have to take the initiative. I will definitely win her over. You should focus on preserving your own dignity instead. Enough of this. It's time for bed. I'm exhausted. Su Liang reclined on his bed, realizing that his beast energy conversion was not yet optimal. These fellows still had not settled down. He decided to take out a divine crystal given by Qianqian and began to absorb its energy for a while. He activated his divine mark and commenced the absorption. Suddenly, Su Liang froze in astonishment. He felt the power of the divine crystal surging into his mark at an astonishing rate, leaving him utterly bewildered. Why was the absorption speed so rapid?